So, this video took 5 years to make, which is why I'm guessing it's gonna be roughly around 10 hours long. In this massive film, we'll be going through every year, every battle, every major political moment from 22 BBY to 19 BBY, a period in Star Wars history, otherwise known as the Clone Wars era. We'll be drawing heavily from the Clone Wars TV series, the extended canon, along with the prequel films and a few novels. We've also added some commentary in between each year of the conflict to give you guys some time to recap and think about the gradual shift in politics, policy, culture, and economics created by this cataclysmic conflict. And we'll start this video off by talking about how the Clone Wars began.
At the center of it all was Darth Plagueis and his apprentice Darth Sidious, a brilliant Sith mastermind and his equally brilliant protege. And these two were masters of the dark side of the Force and eventually the masters of the economic and political futures of the galaxy. Darth Plagueis was known in public as Higo-Damas II, a powerful member of the intergalactic banking clan, the largest commerce guild in the galaxy. He was also in charge of Damask Holdings, a lobbying group that helped the intergalactic banking clan find allies. Lastly, Darth Plagueis also was in charge of the Sojourn, a secret gathering of some of the most powerful, notorious, and elite individuals in the galaxy. This included politicians, celebrities, businessmen, and even crime lords. These individuals would gather and drink and eat pizza and discuss the future of the galaxy. It was with this considerable amount of influence that Darth Plagueis began to sow the seeds of chaos that would eventually destabilize the Republic and create an opening for the Sith to take over. One of these business ventures took Higo-Damas to the world of Naboo. A mining company had recently found huge deposits of plasma beneath Theed, the planet's capital. Damas saw an opportunity to make a huge amount of money along with gaining some political allies. While Naboo was a relatively cultured and pleasant world to live on, it lacked the monetary and industrial means to efficiently extract all that plasma. Naboo also lacked a spaceport at the time that could handle industrial transport and larger commercial operations. With a key election coming up, Damas obviously supported the candidate that was for opening up Naboo's economy to foreign developers. Damas's candidate would win, and the Trade Federation would also win the contract to begin developing plasma mining and refining facilities along with the spaceport on Naboo. A deal that the planet would later on regret, but more on that later. While on Naboo, Plagueis also ran into Sheev Palpatine for the first time and had enlisted his help to swing the election in favor of their sponsored candidates. Darth Plagueis had given the Naboo contract to the Trade Federation as a concession for recent reforms to the Free Trade Zone Act. Many years ago, around 124 BBY, the Republic created a free economic zone in the Outer Rim, which was designed to boost commerce in the region and hopefully lower crime and instability. The Outer Rim territories were relatively forgotten by the core and mid-rim worlds, and the tax revenue was relatively low anyway in the area, so instead of using public funding to develop infrastructure in this area, the Free Trade Zone attempted to attract private industries who were willing to take the risk and bet on this region of space in return for an unprecedented amount of power and control. The Trade Federation fully took advantage of this and established a powerful economic network in the region. This free trade zone had very few Republic judicial forces patrolling it, so the Trade Federation created their own Trade Federation Defense Force as well in order to protect their assets. This would be the precursor to the droid army used by the Trade Federation during the invasion of Naboo many years later. Now back to 67 years before the Battle of Yavin, opponents of the Trade Federation and the Republic Senate wanted to reform the Free Trade Act by including more economic zones into the legislation. This will allow new startups to compete against the Trade Federation in these newly developing territories. This was designed to break up the Trade Federation's growing monopoly and control over all movement and trade in the region. In return, the Trade Federation would, however, be granted voting powers in the Senate. 44 years before the Battle of Yavin, two conflicts would occur that would punctuate the millennia of peace that the Republic has enjoyed since the Ruusan Reformation. First, we have the Stark Hyperspace War. Stark was a Robin Hood-like figure who was a smuggler turned pirate who robbed conglomerates like the Trade Federation and then redistributed these goods at a lower price to colonists in the Outer Rim. Through his actions, Stark was able to assemble a huge coalition of pirates, criminals, freedom fighters, and other colonists underneath his command in an organization known collectively as the Commercial Combine. Using this giant force, Stark planned on seizing control of Back to Flow in the galaxy and using a supervirus to disable the Republic judicial fleet in order to collapse the entire Republic. behind the scenes he actually cut a deal with the Trade Federation along with the largest backup producing company in the galaxy. What resulted was a war between Stark's commercial combine and the Republic forces made up of Trade Federation defense forces, which were kind of on both sides of the war, the Jedi, and Ranulph Tarkin, the cousin of Wilhuth, who had his own paramilitary force. The battle ended with a peaceful negotiation thanks to Finis Valorum, who eventually rode this success all the way to a somewhat undeserving chancellorship, which gave Darth Plagueis and Sidious the weak leader they were looking for. The war also showed that the Republic was desperately in need of a standing military. The battle also killed a Jedi Council member, which was extremely rare at the time, but this would only be the beginning of the Jedi Order's suffering. That same year, the Battle of Galadron occurred as well. The local ruler of the planet was facing insurrection. The ruler ended up hiring Jango Fett and the true Mandalorians to quell the uprising. Unbeknownst to Jango, the local ruler was also secretly harboring the true Mandalorians' hated adversary known as Death Watch. The Death Watch Mandalorians convinced the local ruler to leak information to the Jedi Order that these true Mandalorians were just murdering local political activists. This led to the Republic to deploy the Jedi in a confusing confrontation that killed several Jedi and all of Jango Fett's super commandos. It was one of the worst single days in Jedi history since the 7th Battle of Ruusan almost 1,000 years ago. One of the Jedi on this ill-fated mission was Count Dooku. He criticized the Council for hastily sending the task force in without truly understanding what was happening on the ground, leading to many Jedi deaths. The Battle of Galadron would be one of the major reasons why Dooku would eventually leave the Order. The Sith actually had a pretty clear understanding of the Jedi. The tenets of peace and detachment only really worked if they stayed as a monastic order, isolated from the rest of society. Grueling tribulation like conflict and warfare would always force many Jedi to confront their emotions and attachments and inner demons, which would ultimately lead to many Jedi losing their way. The path of the light side was ideally one of inaction and seclusion for society. It was extremely fragile and hard to maintain. The more they became involved in the muck and mire of the Republic, the worse off the Order became. This was all a part of the Sith's brilliant plan to destroy the Republic and their Jedi allies. By 33 BBY, the Yinchuri uprising began. The Yinchuri were a simple-minded, violent race of reptiles that joined the Republic in 58 BBY. During this time, Darth Plagueis was looking for an army to wield against the much larger Jedi Order. This was way before Sidious and Plagueis came up with the whole clone army idea. The Yinchuri, with their warrior-like society, made them a very viable candidate. It also didn't hurt that the Yinchuri were naturally resistant to Jedi mind tricks. The Yinchuri would also later on obtain Cortosis shields thanks to the Sith Lord. When a lightsaber contacted Cortosis, the metal actually made the weapon short out for a period of time, leaving Jedi vulnerable. Plagueis would eventually goad the Yinchuri into leaving the Republic and then starting an expansionary war with their neighboring planets. The Yinchuri uprising would be incredibly hard for the Jedi and the judicial forces to put down, especially because of the Yinchuri's enhanced ability to fight the Jedi. The reptiles even managed to attack the Jedi Temple itself, but were ultimately trapped and destroyed by the Jedi. The uprising would kill 7 more Jedi and also destroy the Yinchuri, who Palpatine considered a threat to the Sith as well. The chaos also reflected poorly on Chancellor Valorum's ability to rule. That same year, the Republic, fearing the Trade Federation's growing influence, passed Proposition 31814D. This would officially end the no taxation policy on the free trade zone, and at the same time it also relaxed regulations on the type of weapons Trade Federation ships could carry in order to protect themselves. In secret, the Trade Federation had already been steadily growing their Trade Federation defense forces with droid soldiers, weaponized platforms, and tanks. They also had been refitting their freighters as battleships. Obviously, Proposition 31814D angered the Trade Federation, and in retaliation, they blockaded the planet of Naboo in 32 BBY. The leaders in Naboo at the time were trying to renegotiate their plasma deal with the Trade Federation, and tensions were already at an all-time high. The invasion of Naboo is covered mainly in the Phantom Menace, so we'll just highlight some of the important things that happened as a result. Padme Amidala, at the urging of Palpatine, puts forth a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, which leads to his removal from the office, which leads to Palpatine winning the position in a re-election afterwards. The invasion of Naboo also led to Qui-Gon Jinn discovering Anakin and Anakin discovering Padme, which would ultimately lead to his downfall and the downfall of the Republic and Jedi Order. The Trade Federation droid army would also see its first test in battle and would serve as a future template for the Separatist droid army. Whether you hate them or love them, you can't deny that Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious were masterminds in manipulating the events in the galaxy. With their combined power, they were able to pull the Republic apart without anyone even realizing it. But even so, without their interference, the Republic already had many deeply Hi friends, welcome back to another episode of Generation Tech. My name is Alan and I am excited to announce that we are finally ready to begin our comprehensive coverage of the entire Clone Wars timeline. From the Battle of Geonosis to the battle between a full-grown man and a bunch of lumpy children. We're not only going to be focusing on the major events, we're also going to be looking at what's happening behind the scenes and also events that parallel the main storyline that we see in the films. We will be separating this series into 3 seasons, one that will cover each year of the war. So take a second and hit that subscribe button down below so you don't miss out on all this awesome content. Hi, I'm Morgan Freeman. 22 years before the Battle of Yavin, the galaxy hangs on the precipice of chaos and strife. Decades of Sith manipulation had weakened the institutions that had historically kept the Republic safe. The Jedi and judicials in charge of keeping the peace are spread thin across the galaxy, facing growing unrest. On the street, there are whispers of civil war, secession, and massive armies gathering in the remote outer rim of the galaxy. In the Senate, a movement grows ever larger, supporting increased executive power for the Supreme Chancellor. The vultures are circling in on the Capitol as they sense the dying throes of the Ruusan Reformation and the demilitarization of the Republic. For 2 years, the Military Creation Act was stuck in limbo in the Senate, with both sides lobbying for their cause. Garm Bel Iblis, sensing the coming conflict, attempts to isolate the Corellian system from the rest of the galaxy by closing down its borders.
Do not join the line if you don't have a boarding pass.
Former Jedi Master Count Dooku, a rising star in the galaxy, leads the secessionist movement from his homeworld of Serrano and has recently ignored Chancellor Palpatine's calls for peace and reconciliation. War is a certainty, and the real question is, will the Republic have a military in time for the conflict? The opposition fears a rushed repeal of the Ruusan Reformation, which has kept the Republic and Jedi demilitarized for more than a millennia, which will lead to an accelerated path towards civil war with the Separatist Alliance. They still hold hope that negotiations can succeed. On the day of the vote, the opposition leader, Senator Padme Amidala, narrowly escapes a terrorist attack, conveniently postponing the vote. Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi follows a lead and finds the source of the attack came from Newt Gunray from the Trade Federation.
Are you sure you have the right coordinates?
In reality, the attack order actually comes from Count Dooku himself, and was designed to prevent the Military Creation Act vote from happening, for the fear that it might not have enough support in the Senate. Despite all the unrest happening in the galaxy, the reality is that the Republic is bankrupt and does not have the resources or finances to start a new military, and it would be political suicide for senators to request for a tax raise and also at the same time draft their constituents into an army. During his investigation, Obi-Wan Kenobi also stumbles across the hidden Kamino cloning world where an entire army of clones await the command of the Republic.
Magnificent, aren't they?
The army was originally commissioned by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, who unfortunately was no longer alive. This meant no one was around to explain why this army was created or who had the money to actually fund it. After Kamino, Obi-Wan Kenobi follows bounty hunter Jango Fett, the original template for all the clones, to the world of Geonosis. Beneath the planet's surface, massive foundries are working at full speed, producing ships, vehicles, combat droids, and other war material. Obi-Wan Kenobi manages to report all his findings back to the Jedi Council and Senate before he is captured by battle droids under the command of Count Dooku.
I will petition immediately to have you set free.
Well, I hope it doesn't take too long. I have work to do.
With the Military Creation Act still in limbo, a group of senators along with Vice Chair of the Senate Masamida and Supreme Chancellor Palpatine debate what the next course of action should be. Masamida slyly suggests that emergency wartime powers need to be granted to Palpatine because the Senate would be unable to reach a decision in time to prevent a Separatist attack. Junior Representative and potential Sith Lord Jar Jar Binks is in the room and takes the bait, and in an emergency session proposes to grant Supreme Chancellor Palpatine wartime powers to create a military. This was a brilliant move by Masamida and Palpatine. The discovery of a Separatist droid army was shocking enough to scare many senators into voting for the emergency wartime powers. They realized that Republic bureaucracy and political gridlock would be dangerous in a wartime situation. The emergency power request also took attention away from the Military Creation Act and shifted that attention towards Palpatine. an extremely popular leader who had allies on both sides of the military creation debate. It also helped that Palpatine was perceived as relatively neutral on most issues, including the Military Creation Act, and was well trusted by the public and relatively scandal-free, which was an impressive feat by itself. With all this uncertainty growing in the Republic, this was a perfect opportunity for him to take power. Had the Military Creation Act gone to vote, a subcommittee most likely would have been created to investigate what the clone army actually was. Once the shock and emotion wore off from the discovery of the droid army, the more rational individuals in the Senate would have questions on who created the army and where did the money for the clones actually come from. I mean, if you actually take a step back and think about it, the clone army was extremely sketchy. No one knew where it came from. And as we talked about before, the money trail for the clone army would eventually point towards interest in the Trade Federation and commerce guilds, who were widely known to have associations with the secessionists. This would raise suspicion in the clone army, and a thorough enough investigation could potentially even uncover Count Dooku's role in creating the army, which would kill the bill entirely.
This party's over.
On top of that, the individual who puts in the motion for emergency powers is Jar Jar Binks, the junior representative from Naboo standing in for the absent Padme Amidala, leader of the opposition and loyalist.
Misa accept this with more humility and
Jar Jar.
The faction that was anti-large government, which would have most likely voted against Palpatine. So having Jar Jar Binks as a proxy for Padme brought a lot of votes from across the aisle that would have otherwise been lost if this was a vote entirely on just the Military Creation Act.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
Anakin Skywalker, terrible bodyguard and mass murderer, accompanies Senator Padme Amidala on an ill-advised mission to rescue Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is being held on Geonosis. Jedi Master Mace Windu leads a strike team of 212 Jedi on a mission to arrest Count Dooku, with a secondary goal of rescuing Obi-Wan Kenobi and now Anakin and Padme as well, because, well, they're idiots, and thought that somehow the two of them could break into a heavily guarded Geonosian hive world and not get caught.
Then we decided to come and rescue you. Good job.
At the same time, Yoda rushes the Camino, where he takes charge of the clone army and sends it to Geonosis. Jedi Master Mace Windu, at the head of several wings of Delta 7 Aether Sprite Light class interceptors, begins the assault on the planet. The orbital cannons above the surface of the planet manage to destroy some of the Jedi fighters, but eventually they prevail and manage to take down most of the defenses. This means that the larger invasion force that comes afterwards can land unharassed. The Jedi Task Force then regroups and heads towards the execution arena, where Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme are being held. They're able to somehow quietly filter into the crowd without attracting any attention, despite the fact that 99% of the population on Geonosis is Geonosian. Although the Jedi Task Force was made up of many experienced masters, most of the Jedi, including even some of the Jedi Knights, were relatively inexperienced in combat. Jedi Knight Butler Swan going into the battle shared the same view a lot of Jedis had. Not only did she not expect the Geonosians to put up a fight, she actually thought that the sight of 200 Jedi simultaneously igniting their lightsabers would cause the Separatists in the stadium to immediately surrender. Instead, the opposite happened. The Jedi rescuers found themselves in need of rescuing themselves. The execution arena served as a perfect area for a trap, as an entire legion of battle droids flooded the arena. While your average Jedi were able to use the Force to predict blaster fire in smaller engagements from 1 or 2 attackers, the chaotic battlefield of the Geonosian arena had far too many fighters and factors for the average Jedi to account for. Simply put, for those not used to large engagements, it was sensory overload, and quickly the Jedi began falling left and right, trading the lifelong investment the Republic and the Jedi Order had put into them for the relatively cheap B-1 battle droids, which really just took a few minutes to construct. Overall, it was an extremely lopsided and costly battle for the Republic and the Jedi. Most of the 179 casualties suffered during this entire battle occurred during the short period of time. That's over 84% of the task force lost in the opening moments of the battle. Just goes to show you how incompetent and ill-prepared the Jedi were to fight in this war. So now, guys, we have set the scene for the Battle of Geonosis to properly begin, and we'll be covering that entire battle along with a lot of the side events and background stories that happened that you might not have seen in Attack of the Clones. So far, we're on Season 1, Episode 2, which will be covering the events of the Clone Wars during the year 22 BBY. We left off last time with the Jedi foolishly charging into the Geonosian execution arena. Their brass maneuver ended up killing around 3/4 of the entire Jedi task force of 212. Count Dooku and the Separatists have the remaining survivors surrounded in the center of the arena. Things look grim. Chapter 1, Clone Trooper Party Time. After the initial wave of Jedi starfighters were able to penetrate the Geonosian orbital defenses, the larger Acclimator-class assault ships began their approach on Geonosis. This battle was a unique situation because the Separatist forces on this world were still in preparation for the war and had kept most of their naval assets grounded and hidden on the planet. This meant above the planet, besides some orbital defenses and some droid starfighters, the Republic were able to approach the planet relatively unharassed. Later on in the war, important Separatist worlds like Geonosis were usually heavily defended by the Separatist Navy. They usually blockaded the planet by using battleships and cruisers. While the Republic Acclimator was a pretty well-armed ship for a transport, it was still a transport, and unable to go up against Separatist warships. Instead, it would rely on the Venator-class Star Destroyer and their fighters to clear a path. But on Geonosis, where the enemy lacked a fleet, the Republic was able to deploy ships without any escorts. As a matter of fact, the entire Republic fleet was made up of only 20 Acclimator assault ships, and the Venator-class Star Destroyer was not even in service at this time. The 700-meter-long Acclimator could disgorge a ridiculous amount of troopers and war material. One Acclimator could carry up to 16,000 clones, multiple squadrons of tanks, and artillery. Traditionally, in a contested landing zone, the Acclimators would use the LAAT to transport troops to the ground. These smaller gunships were faster and less susceptible to being hit by ground fire. This tactic also allowed commanders to spread forces out to larger areas, but in general, it was slower than having the ship actually land and dumping everything out at once. Because Separatist ground forces and anti-air emplacements were still intact on the planet, the first wave of clone troopers were launched in gunships. We mentioned this in one of our last videos. The GAR was able to smartly source all of their war material from one manufacturer, which is Quat Drive Yards, and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering. This meant all of their systems were compatible with one another. Each Acclimator carried around 80 of the LAAT transports, which could carry 30 troopers, or one fully loaded ATTE. The ATTE and the LAAT could also carry the ATRT walkers. Everything worked seamlessly. Once the landing zone was cleared, an additional 12 Acclimators landed, bringing in the main ground forces for the Republic along with heavier armor and artillery. You see, the GAR actually was modeled after a Marine Expeditionary Force. It was an efficient fighting force that could deploy a reasonable amount of firepower and sustain an operation all in quick order. Another thing that worked out really well was that the majority of the Republic's weapon systems worked flawlessly during their first use in combat. The Grand Army of the Republic proved to be a very well-oiled and efficient fighting machine, despite their leadership. Chapter 2. Surprise, fools. The element of surprise is one of the major reasons why the Republic were able to win this battle. If you actually take a close look at the numbers, the Separatists had the Republic completely outnumbered. The GAR had a little over 200,000 infantry on the ground. In comparison, the Separatist droid army deployed over 1 million droids. They had an additional 4 million droids in reserve. Most of those had already been loaded onto ships which were preparing to launch. The Republic fortunately caught them while they were still in the process of loading. Now, the GR had a more robust naval fleet, perhaps with a few Venator-class Star Destroyers. They probably could have just sat in orbit and destroyed the Separatist fleet piece by piece as it tried to escape the planet. But lacking such a fleet, the GR had to deploy ground forces and, more importantly, heavy artillery, which could prevent the Separatist ships from leaving. The Separatist strategy is a bit harder to understand. While the Republic Task Force managed to gain the element of surprise, the Separatists still greatly outnumbered the Republic and had the ability to actually turn the battle against the GAR. What they needed to focus on was to get their navy up into space so that they can fight off the Republic invasion force, and then also release all of the droids they had in reserve. They could have easily overwhelmed the GAR ground forces. But the Separatists lacked good leadership, or perhaps they were so thrown off balance by the surprise attack that they did neither and tried to escape. It should be noted that besides Count Dooku, the Separatist leadership had no idea that the Republic had their own army as well. It's possible in the midst of all this confusion, their leaders had grossly overestimated the size of the enemy forces. The Trade Federation leaders are also widely known as cowards, so it's possible they just ran. Then again, Count Dooku and Palpatine might have also just purposely thrown the battle. A victory by the Republic would bolster support for more orders of the clones, which would help the Sith's long-term goal of eliminating the Jedi. Chapter 3. Plan of Attack. The majority of JAR ground forces landed outside of the area where the droid foundries were. This is also where the Separatist leaders were holed up and where their command center was. Again, because of the surprise assault, the majority of Separatist forces were still concentrated around the factory, having just walked off the assembly line. The Geonosians were an insect-like species, and due to the harsh environment on their planet, they mainly built subterranean hives to live in. The majority of their factories, housing centers, and other buildings were all beneath the surface. The entrances to these hives were naturally well guarded and covered, and more importantly surrounded by wide open plains, which made for extremely clear fields of fire. The Republic forces led by the Jedi landed and created an assembly area and command center in preparation for this final assault on the Separatist bastion. Yoda had led a small contingent of LAATs to the Geonosian arena and had extracted the failed Jedi mission to take out Count Dooku. As they rejoined the main task force, the assault on the Separatist bastion had already started, as Jedi generals began leading a mass of clones in a frontal charge across the open plain. There was definitely a certain urgency with the Republic's battle plan. One of the reasons why they didn't just wait in orbit and bombard the planet was they actually wanted to take the main Separatist leaders alive and also capture their Separatist droid foundries relatively intact. There was still a ton of confusion about how the Separatists had managed to militarize so quickly. They needed people to interrogate and data to sort through. The Jedi also had their own motives. They wanted to uncover more information about the secretive Sith Lord who they believed was behind everything.
Chapter 4: The Charge of the Clones.
The Jedi generals at Geonosis were clearly very inexperienced and probably a bit too overconfident. They quickly led masses of clones into battle in what can only be described as a suicidal frontal assault. An experienced commander would have probably avoided sending his men across open ground while under heavy fire. And should the scenario really call for this type of assault, it usually would have been preceded by a large attack from artillery and air support, along with using methods of concealment like smoke. This would be the first time any clone trooper entered a battle. Although they were well trained for a variety of different battle environments, none of the sims could prepare them for the chaos about to unfold on Geonosis. Aside from being a very toxic and unpleasant world, the part of Geonosis where they had landed was basically one gigantic desert where there was no cover. Although the clone troopers fought alongside mechanized units, the majority of the men that were deployed on Geonosis were deployed on foot and had to basically cross several kilometers of open ground. It goes without saying it was a bloodbath. Entire battalions were wiped out in seconds by heavy Separatist artillery. Now, the one thing that the Republic did have going for it was that it had maintained space superiority. This also meant they controlled the airspace above the battlefield, and the Republic gunships were able to stay on the battlefield after deploying their units or tanks and carry out attack runs against Separatist armor. Strangely enough, the Separatists, instead of staying in their own defensive lines, counterattacked with their own offensive, leading to a massive clash in the middle of the desert. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the Separatist leaders were nervous about just how close the JR was getting and wanted to push them backwards. At the same time, the Separatist droid army had several faster attack vehicles which were quite successful at disrupting Republic formations. The Hellfire tank was especially dangerous, firing a barrage of guided missiles that could take out an ATTE in one shot. But eventually, with a combination of gunships and heavy armor, the Republic was able to push back the Separatist advance, albeit with very heavy and probably unsustainable casualties.
Chapter 5: Oh no, all my friends are dead.
You see, the Separatist counterattack was just a delaying action to allow the remaining Separatist droids to be loaded onto the Lucre Hulk freighters. Although the Republic was able to take down a few smaller Techno-Union ships and at least one or two Trade Federation core ships, the majority of the Separatist droid army along with their leadership managed to escape off the planet. Although the Grand Army of the Republic called this a victory, it was a type of Pyrrhic victory that usually leads to a war being lost. The Battle of Geonosis was a sobering awakening for the Republic, the Jedi, and the clone troopers. The Republic government finally understood how grossly they underestimated the size of the Separatist movement and how much military economic support they actually had. The Grand Army of the Republic had deployed all 200,000 of its clone troopers, and they were barely even able to make a dent in the Separatist droid army or prevent them from leaving. Each Lucre Hulk battleship that escaped Geonosis was carrying over 1 million B-1 battle droids, along with an assortment of other war material. And these ships were now spreading their forces across dozens of systems as the galaxy fell into chaos and war. For the Jedi, they had just suffered their single worst day since the 7th Battle of Ruusan almost 1,000 years ago. The Battle of Geonosis proved that the Jedi were completely unprepared to fight this sort of war, let alone lead other men into battle. and the foolish leadership of the clones by the Jedi during the battle would be remembered by the clones who survived. Before the battle, the clones had naively trusted their leaders. They were somewhat prepared for casualties, but what they weren't prepared for was the large amount of casualties and the lack of leadership from the Jedi generals. We don't know officially how many clones died, but we do know that 20,000 of them were wounded. Especially disastrous was how the clone commandos were deployed. The clone commandos were a heavily armed 4-man team that were designed for insertion behind enemy lines. They relied on heavy firepower and stealth to make up for their small numbers and would usually break contact when facing a superior force. The majority of the 10,000 clones in the JR were actually taken out of their Special Forces Command and then put into regular infantry units. In the mass charges we see on Geonosis, survival is basically all about luck, and the clone commandos suffered 5,000 casualties, greatly depleting the ranks of these highly trained soldiers. This would go on to haunt the Republic. As the war continued on and the war turned into a stalemate in many areas, special forces became more and more necessary. The few clone commando units that were properly deployed like Delta Squad were able to do a significant amount of damage behind the main battle lines. Delta Squad ended up successfully grabbing Separatist launch codes and even destroyed an entire core ship by themselves. Because of what ended up happening on Geonosis, many clone commandos would hold a grudge against the Jedi as the war continued on. It also didn't help that many of these units were trained by Mandalorians who didn't view the Jedi in such a good light. So there you have it, guys. That is part 2 of the Battle of Geonosis. This was a really unique battle that we wouldn't see again in the rest of the war. I mean, both sides were relatively unprepared, and basically both sides had their entire army and navy deployed in this one battle. Today we continue on to episode 3 of our first season of our Clone Wars history series. In our last episode, the Battle of Geonosis was in full swing. A frenzied droid counterattack manages to delay the Grand Army of the Republic long enough for the Separatist leaders and the majority of their army to escape off the planet. Obi-Wan Kenobi and young Anakin Skywalker break off from the attack to pursue Count Dooku and confront him for his crimes.
Chapter 1, Tiddlywinkles. Now, I must admit, I didn't think much of Anakin the first time I laid my eyes on him. Looked like a stiff breeze could blow him over. That was my first impression of the man. They said the boy had a temper, gone and killed an entire village of sand people, showed increasingly alarming behavior not fit for a Jedi. There's a Jedi like Anakin in every era of the Star Wars galaxy. The signs were obvious, yet for some reason, they had still not taken his lightsaber away.
It's important to understand just how much Anakin has changed as a Jedi due to his involvement in the Clone Wars. During the Battle of Geonosis, he was just a young Padawan, constantly losing his lightsaber and having trouble even fighting the weakest of opponents. A few years of constant warfare and he would become a killing machine. War and all the terrible things that come along with it force young men like Anakin to grow up sooner than they are prepared for.
Chapter 2, Dooku's Fall.
During the confrontation between Count Dooku, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker, the older Sith was able to easily dispatch the two younger Jedi. How was he able to do this? Well, before Dooku left the Jedi Order, he was actually considered one of the most skilled duelists in the entire Jedi Order. He is one of the few swordsmen that could keep up with Yoda, and he had even defeated Mace Windu once in a sparring session. This was a decade before the Battle of Geonosis. Dooku was now considerably older and probably past his prime. But Dooku was a practitioner of the second form of lightsaber combat. Known as the Way of the Ysalamiri or Makasi, very few Jedi actually used this form of lightsaber technique during the Clone Wars period because it was mainly designed for dueling other individuals wielding lightsabers. This form was more common during the Jedi-Sith Wars more than 1,000 years before the events of the Clone Wars. This is when massive armies of Force users would clash in gigantic epic battles. But now the Sith were in hiding and most of the enemies that the Jedi encountered usually used ranged weapons like blasters. So techniques like the defensive-minded Form 3 was much more popular. Individuals who mastered Form 3 were basically in constant motion, creating an impenetrable shield around themselves against enemy melee attacks and blaster fire. It was also a very efficient system to use against most other types of lightsaber combat. Form 3 was incredibly energy efficient and focused on redirecting an enemy's attack, and usually was designed to wear down more aggressive opponents. The Zen-like state of Form 3 was famously used by a more mature version of Obi-Wan Kenobi later on in the war. Now, Count Dooku's Form 2 wasn't as practical on larger battlefields and against multiple assailants. But against a single opponent, Form 2 was extremely deadly and especially good at disarming opponents who got a bit out of hand. Form 2 also happened to be one of the few lightsaber techniques that worked against Form 3. Makasi was all about finesse, but like Form 3, it was also about minimal effort. While the slashes and lunges of Form 2 lacked kinetic energy, the attack could be sustained indefinitely and left very few openings for the counterattacks that Form 3 relied on.
Chapter 3. Obi-Wan's Phone.
Interestingly enough, Obi-Wan Kenobi comes out of the gate swinging at Count Dooku, a tactic he used with great success against Darth Maul. It was a risky gamble at the time. Obi-Wan Kenobi was just a Padawan, and his master Qui-Gon Jinn, a skilled swordsman, had been easily taken down by the Sith Death Miri. Maul, who was perhaps a bit too overconfident from his last victory, expected the young Padawan to go down without a fight and to be very hesitant and maybe fall into a more careful and defensive routine like the basic Form 1 or Form 3. But instead, Obi-Wan Kenobi used Form 4, Ataru, known for powerful strikes and aerobatic movements supplemented by the Force. The idea was to overwhelm the enemy with brute force and then once they're off balance, exploit that opening. It was the form Qui-Gon Jinn favored, and it had just led to his death moments before, but it still worked quite well for Obi-Wan against Maul because the Sith did not see it coming. And also his own form, Form 7, was extremely aggressive and relied on him taking the initiative. It was not a very defensively capable form. But this time on Geonosis against Count Dooku, Obi-Wan Kenobi's attacks just looked sloppy. For one, Obi-Wan Kenobi has never been a terrific offensive fighter. He was an extremely capable defensive fighter and was one of the few individuals who could go up against General Grievous, who sometimes used up to 4 lightsabers at a time. But this offensive ruse he used against Count Dooku lacked the weight and power necessary for a true Ataru form. Therefore, the Count was able to casually flick Obi-Wan's power strikes to the side, and he ultimately defeats him with some quick, calculated slashes. Obviously, Anakin rushing headfirst into a wall of pain and lightning probably messed up the Jedi's plan. Had the two of them gone against Count Dooku together, Obi-Wan Kenobi probably would have adopted a more cautious Form 3 from the beginning. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, Padme awakens from a pretty nasty fall out of a LAAT. She had hit her head quite hard on some sand, and little did she know, a small blood clot started forming in the base of her brain that would eventually grow large enough to kill her 4 years later. I'm just joking, that's not actually canon. She actually does die from heartbreak. That or Palpatine explodes her heart from long distance. Not really sure.
Chapter 4. Anakin's Form.
Meanwhile, Anakin is also able to wake up just in time to save his master with an aggressive Form 4 parry he uses by channeling his inner rage. But then Obi-Wan Kenobi gives Anakin his lightsaber and the Padawan switches to Form 6, known as the Diplomat form. It was a more simple and easier style that was preferred by less combat-oriented Jedi, and it was also a pretty good basic form for those not used to fighting with 2 weapons. Ultimately, it just brought Anakin a few seconds, as Count Dooku was able to immediately cut one of Anakin's lightsabers in half, forcing him back to wielding a single lightsaber in Form 5. Anakin loved using the 5th form of lightsaber combat, which was based off of his master's Form 3. Form 5 was basically created by masters who thought Form 3 lacked offensive capability. Therefore, it was a well-balanced form that was preferred by larger individuals as it focused less on movement and agility and more on power strikes. Although Anakin seems more confident in his preferred style, Count Dooku's Form 2 was also well-suited against this form, and the more experienced duelist quickly disarms Anakin when he sees an opening.
Chapter 5. Master vs. Padawan.
At this point, Yoda arrives to confront Count Dooku. What a lot of people don't realize about this battle is that although Yoda has at one time interacted and trained with most of the Jedi Knights in the Order, Count Dooku once upon a time was Yoda's Padawan. While an individual like Yoda, who is almost a millennia old, probably had dozens if not hundreds of Padawan, Count Dooku was probably one of the only Jedi Yoda ever lost. The young Count, who actually looked a lot like the real-life Sith Lord Darth Cage, had caught the interest of Yoda, who sensed much promise and potential in the young boy. Their relationship was similar to that of a father and a son, which was pretty typical for most masters and Padawans. Later in the war, when Yoda is tested by the mysterious Force Priestess, Yoda is tempted with a false version of reality where he sees Count Dooku if he had stayed in the Jedi Order. The loss of Dooku is clearly something that is present in Yoda's subconscious. Such as it is, this would be the first time that Yoda has seen Count Dooku since he left the Order. Yoda senses that his former Padawan has changed and become a more formidable foe despite his advancing age.
powerful you have become, Dooku.
I've become more powerful than any Jedi. Even you.
Yet he was still able to bat away Dooku's telekinesis attack and even casually absorbs his Sith lightning. This really sets the tone for this battle. The newly anointed Sith Lord was still just a learner in the face of a true master of the Force. Sensing that defeating Yoda in a Force power battle was futile, Dooku decides to fall back on his swordsmanship once again. The one thing I really can't stress enough was how terrific of a swordsman Count Dooku was. He fully understood the problems with Form 2, mainly the lack of powerful kinetic strikes. Everything in Form 2 was about precision stabs and slashes that were designed to go around the defender's guard rather than breaking it. Now, Dooku's personal philosophy was that a Jedi who dabbled in too many different types of lightsaber combat would never become a master of one. But in practice, Dooku had once been one of the best lightsaber instructors in the academy and was well versed in all the different styles. During his previous duel, he actually imitates Anakin's Form 5 with the classic Gem So over the head defensive position. And against Yoda, Dooku starts his attack with a Force-assisted Form 4 jumping attack to match Yoda's own Atura form. Now, Count Dooku was an incredibly competitive individual, and one of the ways he would compete would be to taunt his opponents by using their form against them. His ability to fluidly switch back to Form 2 when his opponent was off guard helped him keep the element of surprise on his side and dictate the flow of battle. The problem was few Jedi were able to match Yoda's power and speed and experience. He was also incredibly small and therefore very hard to hit. He's basically Oddjob from GoldenEye. It's just not fair. Seeing that Yoda would be too difficult to defeat, Count Dooku creates a diversion and escapes.
Chapter 6: Aftermath.
Ultimately, despite having dispatched Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi with very little effort, you could tell the Count was tired. He was quite old for a human and lacked the stamina he once had. Using Form 2 did help mask his age, but ultimately he wasn't as powerful as Yoda and he lacked the stamina to sustain longer duels, something that would haunt him in later duels. Getting schooled by Count Dooku would also make Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin much better duelists as well. As Obi-Wan Kenobi got older, he would continue training in Form 3 until his defensive form became impenetrable. This made Obi-Wan Kenobi's defensive form almost second nature. It allowed him time to think and strategize during the middle of a battle. And Obi-Wan Kenobi was not above using his environment to get an upper hand on his enemy, and he would eventually develop a higher understanding for the art of dueling. Anakin Skywalker, on the other hand, despite losing his other hand, would continue to learn how to dual-wield weapons. Ultimately, as he became stronger and more willing to tap into his emotions, his Form 5 would become quite impressive. Anakin's unparalleled power in the Force would allow him to dominate the battle with increasingly powerful Gem So attacks. With the battle finally over, the reality of the situation finally sets in. The Grand Army of the Republic was decimated. Of the 200,000 clones that entered the battle, only 75,000 were deemed still fit for combat. The Separatist droid army, as we mentioned in our last episode, managed to escape mostly intact and began opening up new fronts across the galaxy. The Republic forces did manage to seize control of the Separatist command center along with the droid foundries, but with only a few tens of thousands of troops active, the survivors of Geonosis needed to be regrouped into new units and quickly deployed elsewhere. The Republic's priority was now to get as many new clones from Kamino equipped and combat ready. The small garrison left on Geonosis would ultimately be overwhelmed within just a few weeks. Due to Yoda's intervention, Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi had not died, which was important for the Jedi as they would play a big role in the Clone Wars. When Obi-Wan Kenobi was in captivity, Count Dooku had mentioned a hidden Sith Lord to him in an effort to recruit the Jedi to his cause. Upon telling the Council about this, an investigation was opened to find out who the Sith Lord was. Boba Fett, having witnessed his father's death, buries the bounty hunter and begins planning his revenge against Mace Windu. Mace Windu, on the other hand, regrets killing the bounty hunter without hesitation, and at the same time regrets not taking out Count Dooku when he had a chance. Today we continue on with what happens immediately after the Battle of Geonosis, focusing specifically on the adventures of Mace Windu.
Chapter 1: Back to Naboo.
After Yoda saves Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Master and the Padawan are sent back to Coruscant for medical treatment. Anakin would receive treatment from the chief healer Vakara Che in the Halls of Healing, and receive a new Meccano arm. This was a thing of beauty, a custom prosthetic crafted by the finest artisans in the Republic. Later, when Anakin would become Vader, he would notice how much lower quality his new prosthetics were compared to the one he received after Geonosis. When Anakin is in a healing trance, Padme comes to the temple and demands to see him. The two had professed their love for each other before entering the Geonosian execution arena. Padme's appearance at the temple further increased Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi's suspicion that Anakin was romantically involved with the Senator. It doesn't really take much to connect the dots, really. Anakin was assigned to be Padme's personal bodyguard for some time. They had nearly died several times in each other's arms, and when Padme falls out of the LAAT over Geonosis, Anakin clearly shows that his feelings for Padme goes beyond just a professional relationship. Obi-Wan Kenobi asks Padme to end her relationship with Anakin. She responds by asking Obi-Wan to allow Anakin to escort her back to Naboo, where she will break up with him. For some reason, Disney canon wants us to believe that the Jedi Order has no idea that Anakin and Padme are in love. I've always thought that this was kind of ridiculous, especially because we know that Jedi are very sensitive to other people's feelings. I mean, they could basically read other people's emotions. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who was like a father to Anakin, would have surely sensed his Padawan's strong feelings for Padme. Anyway, Padme would lie to Obi-Wan Kenobi and she would end up getting married to Anakin on Naboo in a private ceremony with only C-3PO and R2-D2 as witnesses. Had their marriage been public, it would have been very scandalous and all over the media. After all, this was a merger of two powerful organizations, the Jedi Order and the Republic Senate. Interestingly enough, Padme asked a monk from an ancient religious order to preside over the secret wedding. We're not really sure why Padme asked for a monk to perform the ceremony. It is possible that she could have been a spiritual person or maybe even a religious one. At the time, secular civil ceremonies were more popular on Naboo, and the ancient order she had contacted had not performed a wedding ceremony in 300 years. Eventually, the news of the wedding would reach Captain Panaka of the Royal Naboo Security Forces, who eventually informs fellow Naboo Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine would go on to use his knowledge about Anakin's relationship with Padme to eventually convince him to join the dark side.
Chapter 2: Lone Survivor.
RC-1136 was a clone commander who survived the Battle of Geonosis. While casualties were extremely high across all units, the clone commandos specifically had lost almost half of their fighting force. RC-1136 had at one time been known as Darman by his brothers. Unlike normal clones, the commandos were grown and raised in pods of 4. They were more or less isolated from other clones and developed a really close bond with each other that went beyond what the average clone trooper experienced. This is an important part of clone commando training, as these units were usually inserted behind enemy lines without any support. The commandos could only really depend on each other. Darman had lost his brothers while venturing into the maze-like Geonosian catacombs, and now as the last transports pulled off of Geonosis, his squad mates were nowhere to be found. Darman was alone for the first time in his life. He was a lone survivor, and he would be placed in a new unit of 4 with other clone commandos who were lone survivors. Meanwhile, over the planet of Selekami, a Republic transport is ambushed by 2 separatist gunships and is forced to crash land. Battle droids are then sent to investigate the ruins and execute all remaining clone troopers in the area. One clone trooper named Cut manages to escape. Listed as KIA or MIA, and with all of his brothers he grew up with dead, Cut took the opportunity to slip away and desert the GAR. He would eventually start a family on Selekami and would provide a wounded Captain Rex with shelter when the war eventually arrived on the planet. These 2 stories paint an important picture about the war. The clones, despite all their genetic engineering and social conditioning, were very much human and were suffering from the inhuman conditions that they were being placed in by their leaders and Jedi generals. For some clones, when the opportunity presented itself, they would desert.
Chapter 3: Adventures of Mace Windu.
The massive losses on Geonosis and the escape of the Separatist droid army had put the Jedi Council on high alert. The Separatist forces greatly outnumber the Grand Army of the Republic and are able to quickly occupy many formerly neutral worlds. One of those worlds is Hisrich, a jungle planet located in the Outer Rim. Stretched thin, Yoda decides not to deploy a normal clone unit. A more direct approach could be disastrous anyway. The Separatist force on the planet was quite large. So instead, Yoda decides to send a small Jedi task force to investigate what the Separatists are up to. Mace Windu would lead this team, which he would handpick. For a second in command, he would bring along Kit Fisto, who had fought beside him during the Battle of Geonosis. Then there was Praset Dibs, a blind Jedi whose lack of vision forced him to be constantly tapped into the Force. His connection with the living energy was second to none. And lastly, there is Risa Mano, a talented pilot, supposedly with skills that match Plo Koon. She was also an engineer and would be a useful addition to the team. Now, even before the Jedi Task Force left on the mission, Mace Windu had expressed his concern over the recent events with other members of the Jedi Council. The Jedi Masters all sensed that something was clouding their judgment and connection with the Force, and the war was only making things worse. Unsure of what the right course of action was, Mace decides to focus on the mission at hand. Praset Dibs also has his own reservations about the Jedi and their place on the front lines. He believes, like many others in the Order, that the Jedi did not belong on the battlefield. Amidst all the confusion and chaos, it was hard for a Force user to find their bearing, and many Jedi feared that the war would lead individuals to the dark side. Hisrich was a strange planet. Despite being a jungle world, it was covered in darkness for the majority of its cycle. Very little was known about the local inhabitants and fauna. The Jedi were going in blind just like they did on Geonosis. Piloting the West Wind modified T-6 shuttle, Risa Mano skillfully performed a stealth insertion onto the planet. The team runs into a small patrol of Separatist droids and easily dispatches them, but word does reach the Separatist commander on the planet, a mercenary droid called ADW-4, who actually kind of looks like Ultron. Meanwhile, after the skirmish, the Jedi attract the attention of the local inhabitants of Hisrich, who lead them to their massive underground city. The Jedi can't communicate with the locals and attempt to figure out what they know about the Separatists, but are interrupted when an army of droids come crashing through the ceiling. While Mace Windu engages the droid mercenary ADW-4, the rest of the Jedi attempt to protect the local Hisrich people. During the battle, the Jedi finally uncover why the Separatists are on the planet. Due to the lack of light on the planet, the local plants were able to store a considerable amount of energy. This energy could be harvested by the Separatists into fuel. It was a huge strategic resource mining operation that needed to be stopped before it destroyed the entire planet. In the aftermath of the battle, Praset Dibs witnessed several dead locals crushed by rock slides in the underground city. This shakes his belief in the mission. Praset confronts Mace Windu and accuses the Jedi Council of warmongering and pursuing more power, causing civilians to die as collateral damage. Refusing to step down, Praset then engages Mace Windu in a duel. The Jedi Master is forced to subdue Praset and decides to spare his life and arrest him. With the task force regroup, the Jedi carry out one last mission on the planet to take out the ship carrying all the gathered resources up into orbit and end the Separatist occupation once and for all. Mace Windu also manages to defeat ADW-4 in combat. Back on Coruscant, Praset Dibs is brought before the Jedi Council to answer for his actions. Mace Windu decides that the Jedi's actions, although out of line, were understandable. Windu shared some of the same doubts that Dibs did, but his belief in the Jedi Council and Order was stronger. He and the rest of the Council believed it was important for the Jedi to remain united during this period of war and conflict. Ultimately, Dibs was given a relatively light sentence for attacking a Jedi Council member and was sentenced to work in the library. The events surrounding Dibs and their mission to Hisrich would solidify Mace Windu's belief in the Republic and the need for order. Mace had always been a Jedi of strong resolve. His strength and character allowed him to enter conflict and war and emerge unchanged. Something that not every Jedi could actually do. He was also one of the few Jedi who was able to use Form 7 of lightsaber combat, otherwise known as Vapad. This was normally considered a dark side lightsaber form as it channeled the user's emotions, but Mace, with his discipline and self-control, was able to tap into his own inner darkness without falling to the dark side. Praset Dibs would be the first of many Jedi to question what the Jedi Order's role in the war should be. Dibs' incredibly strong attunement to the Force meant that he was probably more sensitive to the dark side energies that were corrupting the Force. Ultimately, Jedi like Dibs were ignored by the more rigid Jedi Council. A better course of action for the Jedi Council would have been to allow the Jedi to choose whether they wanted to fight in the war or not. But after the massive casualties on Geonosis, the Jedi Council wanted everyone on board. The pressure and stress the war put on the Jedi Council blinded them from the cracks emerging amongst their ranks. Ultimately, Hisrich would be saved by the Jedi, but more worlds would fall to the Separatist threat. On the world of Christophsis, Senator Bail Organa finds himself besieged in all directions, waiting for Republic reinforcements, which is what we'll be talking about on our Clone Wars history series. Today we continue on to episode 5 of our Clone Wars history series. So far, the war is still in its infancy. Shortly after the Battle of Geonosis, the Jedi Council deploys Mace Windu and his hand-selected Jedi task force on the planet of Hisrich to uncover what the Separatist forces are up to on that planet. The Jedi would find out that Hisrich would be the first of many worlds occupied by the Separatists for their bountiful natural resources and energy. Today, we continue covering the spread of the crisis, primarily focusing on one of the first worlds to become a major battleground in the growing Clone Wars. A Republic fleet arrives over the water world of Kamino, no longer a secret to the rest of the world now that the Republic has increased demand for new clone troopers. The clones had proven themselves in their first major battle on Geonosis, but the Separatists greatly outnumber them across the system. In nearby systems, listening posts are created on all possible approaches to Kamino to detect any incoming threats. The once relatively known planet of Kamino is now one of the most heavily fortified worlds outside of the core region of the galaxy. Without access to fresh DNA from Jango Fett after he lost his head on Geonosis, the Kaminoans must figure out a way to preserve his DNA for future generations of clones. The Jedi Council, now in charge of most of the Grand Army of the Republic's day-to-day operations, send Master Shakti to oversee training of new generation of clones. Reaction to the clone troopers in the Republic is mixed. Some see the clones as slaves, others see them as saviors. The fact that they appeared out in the middle of nowhere isn't as widely discussed. The Separatists naturally saw the usage of clones as abhorrent and essentially slavery. The Separatist Council's decision to use droids is far more ethical in their opinion. There are a few Separatist citizens serving in the Separatist Alliance military as officers and leaders. They're seen as heroes by the rest of the Separatist worlds, but already one high-ranking Separatist leader has died in the fighting. The husband of Separatist Senator Mina Bonteri died on the planet of Argonar, defending a new base from the Republic. While most worlds have decided whether they want to remain or exit the Republic, some worlds are still undecided and have both pro-Republic factions and also pro-Separatist factions. This oftentimes led to civil war. Over 1,000 worlds declare neutrality in the conflict. This coalition is led by the Mandalorians. Meanwhile, the Confederacy of Independent Systems is working hard to censor any negative news about the Separatist droid army, about their war crimes, or exploitation of neutral systems. Simultaneously, they're also pumping propaganda into the Republic and neutral worlds about how terrible the clone army is. Leading the chaos are Dooku's two new lieutenants, the cyborg General Grievous and Dathmari ex-Jedi Asajj Ventress. From a grand strategic level, Count Dooku understands that the core regions of the Republic are net importers of raw materials, energy, and resources. So if he's able to cut off the hyperspace lanes to the Outer Rim, he can win the war. Gaining control of the hyperspace lanes would also allow the Confederacy to prevent Republic forces from retaking Outer Rim worlds that have joined the Confederacy. The Hutts and their territory lie in the middle of it all, and the Separatists must win their favor and keep the Republic from negotiating their own treaty with the Hutts. In order to turn the negotiations in his favor, Dooku concocts a devious plan to kidnap the child of Hutt leader Jabba and frame it on the Jedi. Meanwhile, Count Dooku enlists the help of Zero, the nephew of Jabba, who has his own motivation to become the head of the Hutt Council. But in order for the kidnap plan to work, Dooku decides to create a diversion by invading the tactically important and resource-rich world of Christophsis. Republic Senator Bail Organa was already involved in a relief mission on the planet. Organa was Alderaanian, a people known for their culture of giving and charity. Organa had started the Alderaanian Refugee Conference after the war had displaced millions of people in the Outer Rim. The front lines of the Clone Wars were still quite fluid at this time as new fronts began opening every day. Count Dooku had sent two of his best military leaders, Admiral Trench and General Worm Loathsome, basically a giant spider and a boar, to press the small Republic garrison there. Surrounded and under heavy siege and blockade, Senator Organa called the Republic Navy for help. Admiral Wolf Yularen and General Anakin Skywalker received the call from Organa on board their Venator-class Star Destroyer and start creating a plan to break through Admiral Trench's blockade and deliver much-needed supplies to the besieged clones on the surface of the planet. Initial probes against the Separatist blockade proved to be unsuccessful. The Republic fleet was greatly outnumbered. Admiral Trench had over 30 ships in his fleet, and the command ship, the Invincible, a 2-kilometer-long Providence Dreadnought in particular, was giving the Republic a massive headache. Even if Anakin's Venator-class Star Destroyers are able to stop Trench, the transport ships full of relief supplies that they are escorting will still be vulnerable to enemy fire. When General Obi-Wan Kenobi arrives in system, he orders Anakin and the rest of the Republic forces to withdraw behind the moon of Christophsis. While recouping from their last assault, Anakin visits his master's ship and finds out that Obi-Wan Kenobi has brought a secret stealth ship to the battle. This vessel not only cloaked electronic and heat signatures, but also was invisible to the naked eye. Obi-Wan's idea was to use this ship to transport much-needed aid and ammunition to Republic troops on the surface. Meanwhile, Admiral Wolf Yularen is researching the Separatist forces. He had recognized the symbol on the enemy fleet as that of Admiral Trench. Yularen had fought against Trench during the Battle of Malastare in a conflict between the Corporate Sector and Galactic Republic. Trench's ship in the battle had been destroyed, and the Spider-Man had been presumed to be dead, although he had taken down a good chunk of the Republic judicial fleet as well. Yularen volunteers to accompany Anakin on his stealth mission. His prior experience with Trench gave him a better understanding of the enemy. Trench launches another wave of bombers against Organa's position on the planet, creating more urgency. Anakin, using the cloaked stealth ship, manages to bypass the blockade. Although he's told by Obi-Wan Kenobi not to attack anyone, the young Jedi can't pass on the opportunity to take a shot at Trench. Anakin had only just recently gotten married to Padme and at the same time reached the rank of Jedi Knight. Apparently, because of high casualties on Geonosis, they had loosened the standards of promotion. Technically, foolishly running into your enemy's lightning attack and then getting your hand cut off shortly after would be considered a step back in most people's personal development. But I guess the Jedi Council had relaxed their standards at the time, and they believed in the whole, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger because robot arms are better approach. I think back in the day, the Jedi Council would have just looked at Anakin's failure and then stripped him of his field role and assigned him to the Agricultural Corps or something less intensive. And then, he would spend the rest of his life talking to Force-sensitive plants about soil nutrient levels. Anyway, Anakin decides to take the initiative and attacks Trench's ship with a barrage of proton torpedoes, which simultaneously decloaks their own stealth ship. But Trench boosts the ship's deflector shields at the last minute, which blocks most of the weapon's blast. Trench then launches his own counterattack with a barrage of missiles. Anakin manages to cloak the ship just in time, while simultaneously redirecting Trench's own missiles back towards him, destroying the Spider's ship. With their command ship destroyed, the Separatist blockade is severely weakened and in panic mode. The Republic forces take advantage of this and engage, picking the Confederacy ships apart. Anakin delivers supplies to the surface, stabilizing the situation for the Republic on the ground. Although the Republic has just won a victory in orbit, the battle for Christophsis is just starting. As Republic ships begin ferrying supplies and reinforcements to the surface, clone reinforcements establish a base on the planet and continue to engage troops led by Separatist General Worm Loathsome and Dooku's personal emissary, Asajj Ventress. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi head to the surface. The fight for the capital of Caledonia is in full swing. Unbeknownst to the Republic forces, a clone trooper had been turned into a Separatist spy by Asajj Ventress and was now feeding the enemy forces tactical information. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin and a small contingent of clones had set up an ambush against a droid armored column in a pair of high-rises. But before they could spring their trap, they were ambushed by Separatist battle droids in the confined space of the buildings they were hiding in. The small force does manage to escape from the roof on a gunship, but Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi come to the conclusion that the droids had already somehow known about the ambush and that there was most likely a mole amongst their ranks. This was kind of surprising because clones were perceived as extremely loyal. Besides, any betrayal against the Republic was a betrayal of their brothers, which was just unthinkable at the time. The two Jedi decide to go behind enemy lines to find the source of the leak. Meanwhile, Captain Rex and Commander Cody trace a non-communication signal to the barracks of Sergeant Slick's platoon. There they interrogate the men in the platoon, and it's revealed that the sergeant was actually the traitor. Exposed, Slick attempts to escape the base and even blows up preset charges that take out most of the clones' gunships and armor. Meanwhile, Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi head deeper into Separatist territory and find themselves dueling Asajj Ventress. During the fight, they find out that the Separatists had been amassing a huge army that they would use to overwhelm the clone garrison on the planet. By the time the two Jedi arrive back to the Republic's command post, the clones had caught Sergeant Slick. The Jedi don't really have time to contemplate what this betrayal means for the entire army because a massive droid is heading towards them. Slick's betrayal would go on to show us that the clones' genetic engineering was not as perfect as the Kaminoans wanted it to be. The terrible losses on Geonosis was just the beginning of the clones' awakening to their reality. The Republic would quickly carry out a cover-up of Slick's betrayal and the motivation behind his betrayal. Slick had claimed the Jedi were using the clones as slaves and had been ultimately lured by money by Asajj Ventress. The Jedi were afraid that if this story spread amongst the ranks, they could potentially have large-scale desertion and mutiny. Very few Jedi and Republic leaders really understood what the clones were like. A lot of them saw them actually as organic machines no better than droids, but the opposite was true. These were very independent individuals. It also should be noted how casually Anakin is able to dismiss Sergeant Slick's reasoning for his betrayal. We've seen time and time again that Anakin has come out harshly against slavery. After all, he was a slave himself at one time. I don't really understand how he doesn't see any similarities between his own childhood and the current servitude of the clones. In our next episode, the Separatist ground forces carry out a huge counterattack in an attempt to dislodge Republic forces on the world. Count Dooku would continue to start conflicts in the Outer Rim, forcing the Jedi to further spread out their forces, taking them away from their more traditional peacekeeping role. Meanwhile, he's still carrying out his plan to kidnap Jabba the Hutt's son. In our last episode, Count Dooku and the Separatists were in the process of opening several different fronts across the Outer Rim in order to spread out the Jedi forces and Grand Army of the Republic, which already was heavily outnumbered. One of these fronts was on the strategically important planet of Christophsis. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin have successfully defeated the Separatist blockade and now have taken charge of the Republic ground forces in the capital of Christophsis, Crystal City. Previously, the clone sergeant Slick had betrayed his fellow troopers by acting as a mole for the Separatist forces. As a parting gift, he had destroyed a large portion of the Republic's ground forces motor pool, including several LAATs and ATTE walkers. The charges had been set beforehand, so it's very likely that the traitor Slick had coordinated with Separatist leaders to do this as part of a preparation for an eventual Separatist counterattack. With limited fire support and Admiral Wolf Yularen heading back to Republic Base for reinforcements, the Republic forces on Christophsis were relatively vulnerable to a counterattack. General Horm, loathsome leader of the Separatist ground forces, took advantage of this opening and launched an assault. With only their basic small arms and a few AV-7 anti-vehicle cannons and a few small walkers left, the clones rapidly put up a makeshift defense on Crystal City's main street. Loathsome's vanguard were made up of the tougher B-2 super battle droids. These larger and more heavily armored units were much tougher than the B-1 battle droids. They were also equipped with wrist rockets and automatic laser cannons. In support, the Octoptara combat tri-droids brought up the rear of the droid column. As the clones engaged the main droid force, Anakin Skywalker, along with a few squads of jetpack clone troopers, attacked the Separatist flank and managed to take out several of the Octoptara combat tri-droids. The tri-droids had a 360-degree firing arc and were quite formidable, but had a large blind spot beneath it which the clone jetpack troopers were able to exploit. Simultaneously, Obi-Wan Kenobi led a frontal charge against the Separatist droids, which is actually quite stupid. I mean, throughout the series, we're going to point out the many times that Jedi leaders just did terrible things with their clones, and this is one of those situations because clones are prohibitively expensive to train when compared to a battle droid, and also because they're human, they're relatively weak. Clones were expert marksmen and fought well from cover, but they lacked any super strength or speed, especially when compared to completely metal droids, so this really didn't help them in melee combat, for instance. But once the Republic's anti-vehicle cannon started firing upon the Separatist tank column, it exacted enough casualties for General Loathsome to call for a strategic retreat in order to set up deflector shields to protect their next offensive. During the reprieve, Republic reinforcements arrived, but it's not the battalion of clones that Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi had expected. Instead, it's just Wolf Yularen with one single messenger from the Jedi Council, Ahsoka Tano. Her message is for the two Jedi to report back to Coruscant immediately for an emergency meeting. But more about that later, because before the two Jedi can go back, they have to figure out a way to drive the Separatist threat back. To make matters worse, not only did they not get reinforced with more clone troopers, a new Separatist fleet had arrived above the surface of the planet. So for now, Anakin is accompanied by Ahsoka Tano as his Padawan learner, and they inspect the Republic lookout posts. Now, originally, Obi-Wan Kenobi was the one who put in the request for a Padawan learner, but Yoda decided that Anakin Skywalker was a better suitable candidate for this, and I think that's a good move on his part because Anakin definitely lacks the maturity, and I think giving him someone that he basically has to teach will require him to mature quickly, because now he's not only responsible for his own life, but also for the life of a youngling. Anakin rightly questions Ahsoka's age, though. She's just a preteen, and it's pretty unethical for the Jedi to send children into battle. Ahsoka then goes along with Captain Rex for a while to inspect the defensive lines. This, of course, would be the beginning of a very long friendship between the two. While talking with Captain Rex, Ahsoka brings up that despite the fact that he's a captain, as a Jedi, she still technically outranks her. Captain Rex sidesteps this by saying,
"In my book, experience outranks everything."
It's a lighthearted exchange, but it does highlight the underlying tension between the Jedi and the clones. Simply put, the clones had been trained to fight and lead soldiers into war for almost a decade. Most Jedi had almost no military training, and some, like Ahsoka, were basically children and still put in charge of entire units. This makes very little sense to me, and although most clones wouldn't complain outright, I think it doesn't make a lot of sense for them either. At this point, General Losum approaches the Republic position under the cover of a giant deflector shield. This would be able to shield his forces from Republic artillery until they've basically marched right up to the Republic fortifications. While Kenobi starts fortifying their position, Anakin and his new Padawan sneak behind enemy lines in order to find and destroy the deflector shields. It's imperative that they do so because the Separatists outnumber the Republic, and the only thing that's really keeping them at bay is the anti-vehicle cannons. With the shield deployed, they should be able to march right up to the cannons and destroy them, ending the conflict. Anakin and Ahsoka sneak through the Separatist front lines hidden in a cardboard box, while Kenobi and Rex spread the clones out into the various buildings along their pathway. The idea is to lure the droid army into buildings where their armor advantage is negated and where the clone troopers can leverage their terrific close-quarter combat skills. Sensing his troops are about to break though, Obi-Wan Kenobi decides to call for a ceasefire and surrenders to Losum. Meanwhile, over the planet, Admiral Wolf Yularen and Yoda have arrived with the fleet of ships, including a few acclimators loaded with clone troopers. Once again, the Republic forces must break through the blockade in order to reach their ground forces. Behind enemy lines, Ahsoka and Anakin run into a few hiccups along the way, but eventually make it to the shield generator, and are able to take out the generator with just a few seconds to spare. Obi-Wan Kenobi grabs General Losum and takes him as hostage while Republic artillery starts opening up on the Separatist main force, while Yularen's reinforcements arrive from orbit. The Battle of Christophsis is over and the Republic has won. So, using his Jedi skills and research, Obi-Wan Kenobi is able to understand just what kind of General Losum is. The Separatist leader was an honorable fighter and also had quite a large ego. Two traits that Obi-Wan Kenobi would use to stall Losum's attack long enough so that Ahsoka Tano and Anakin can destroy the deflector shield. Obi-Wan requests Losum to sit down with him and discuss the terms of surrender. While conversing, the Jedi remains aloof, making sure to throw in the odd compliment every now and then, playing up Losum's skill as a general. It should be noted what Obi-Wan Kenobi is actually doing here is pretty sketchy and one could argue even unethical. It's something we'll see the Jedi do a lot as the war progresses. Basically, under the flag of truce, they'll use this stalemate or opportunity to maneuver around their enemy. Now, while that might seem cunning and funny for the viewers, it's actually very detrimental to the overall Republic war effort because it basically doesn't allow future Republic forces to really surrender when they need to. Nonetheless, the Battle of Christophsis was a good example of each side's strengths and weaknesses. The Separatists always were able to bring in superior numbers to the battlefield, and these armies were usually led by an individual who was quite cunning and skilled. The problem was these leaders oftentimes were forced to micromanage their troops. There simply weren't any good NCOs or officers underneath them that were capable of any kind of decision making. So the droid forces lacked flexibility and ability to react to enemy movements. The Republic, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. They were usually outnumbered, but they had a pretty solid command structure, including a great NCO corps led by the clones. They also usually had relatively good Jedi leadership. I mean, sometimes the Jedi would lead their troops into suicidal frontal charges, but more or less, they were able to react to the combat situation that was unfurling in front of them. The Republic also used the Jedi as special forces, and they were able to target specific objectives that severely limited the enemy's ability to fight. This would also be the first battle where Anakin and Ahsoka Tano would fight together. These were both quite spirited individuals, especially for a Jedi, and that's kind of what makes them perfect partners. They would grow to respect one another's skills and abilities, which means that they'll also be able to temper each other. Because let's be honest, these two come up with some crazy suicidal plans that really wouldn't work without some, heavy plot armor. Meanwhile, in the background, Count Dooku continues his plan for kidnapping Rhoda the Hutt, son of Jabba, the most powerful member of the Hutt ruling council. One day, while enjoying a nice ride on Jabba's luxury yacht, Rhoda is kidnapped by a Savage Ventress and flown to a remote monastery on the world of Teth. Although adult Hutts were quite tough and resilient to disease and physical damage, baby Hutts were pretty much useless. They would remain in their mother's sack until the age of 50, and even then, they only had the intelligence of a normal human 10-year-old. Rhoda was just 10 standard Hutt years when he was kidnapped, which basically makes him a toddler. So naturally, seeing him kidnapped would make his mother extremely worried. Now, typically speaking, it's very hard to get any type of leverage over a Hutt. These were very shrewd business people who were very good at what they did. But unlike other species, Hutts were asexual and able to change their gender whenever they liked. So while they were childbearing, they would switch their sex to female, and their body would be bombarded by different hormones, which would make them more protective of their younglings. It wasn't all that uncommon for a pregnant Hutt to disregard all issues that weren't childbearing related, even if this means their business enterprise fell apart. So by kidnapping Rhoda and then blaming this on the Jedi, Count Dooku found a very realistic way to push the very calculating and neutral Hutts to actually take a side in this war. The Hutts' territory in the Outer Rim was very important to both sides of the war. They basically controlled the last neutral hyperspace lanes that connected the core of the galaxy to the Outer Rim. Without it, the Republic was basically cut off from their own forces in the Outer Rim. Since the kidnapping had been so successful, Jabba the Hutt had no leads to follow and sent out a general message asking for anyone for help or information concerning the kidnapping of his child. Chancellor Palpatine, of course, jumped at the opportunity to create better relations with the Hutt territories. Having just successfully captured Christophas, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin, and Ahsoka are basically the only Jedi free for such a mission. Today we continue on to episode 7 of our Clone Wars history series. In our last episode, we covered the final Separatist counterattack on Christophas and the kidnapping of Rada the Hutt, an attempt by Count Dooku to create tension between the Hutts and the Republic. With the liberation of Christophas complete, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano are selected to find a solution for the Hutt problem. Palpatine had negotiated a deal with Jabba the Hutt. If the Jedi found and returned Rada safely, then Jabba would allow Republic forces to travel freely in Hutt space. Up until now, the Confederacy of Independent Systems has done a great job at cutting off the core regions of the Republic from the Outer Rim, which is where all their troops are located. The Hutt space is basically one of the last passageways still open, so this entire operation could determine the future of the war. While Obi-Wan Kenobi is sent to Jabba's palace to begin further negotiations with the Hutt, Anakin and his new Padawan are sent to find Jabba's son's kidnappers. Apparently, Jabba had sent several bounty hunters to find and track the kidnappers. Unfortunately, they had been discovered and lost their heads. Mace Windu also sent his own recon scouts to follow the kidnappers and bounty hunters, and they made it back from their mission and informed Anakin that Rada had been brought to an old monastery on the world of Teth. Teth was an interesting world located in wild space. This jungle planet was known as a Hutt vacation world, with its humid climate and exotic flora. Prior to the Hutts, a monastic order known as the Bomar had settled on the planet. The Bomar believed in transcending their physical body and liked removing their brains from their body and putting them in nutrient-filled jars, which would then be transported around by a droid. They had built several monasteries on the planet, and the Separatists were using one of them as a holding location for Rada. This monastery was located on a high plateau, and as we all know in Star Wars, having the high ground is always preferable. The Clone Scouts also spotted at least 2 battalions of Separatist droids guarding that monastery. Given the physical location and defenses surrounding the monastery, a covert mission was deemed to have a relatively low chance of success, so Anakin decides to carry out a full assault on the monastery, which is why the rescue of Rada would also be known as the Battle for Teth. At this point, Obi-Wan Kenobi has arrived to Jabba's palace. The Jedi is continuing the negotiations started by Palpatine. Jabba has added another condition to the deal. The Republic must bring back the individual responsible for kidnapping his son, dead or alive. He then also reveals that he's contacted Count Dooku and asked the Separatists for help as well. This, of course, further complicates and raises the stakes for this mission. Anakin Skywalker was a reckless Jedi. He was also a reckless leader. And one could afford to be a bit reckless when they were a Jedi. After all, they could deflect incoming blaster bolts and had powerful telekinesis abilities. Also, being an only child, Anakin had trouble empathizing with other people, and he expected people around him to perform at the same level as he was performing at, which was problematic, especially when he was leading men into combat. Sure, carrying out a frontal attack up a 90-degree vertical incline might be easy for him, but for the average clone without any superpowers, it was a ridiculous thing to ask of them.
Gotta keep up! Rex, follow me!
Yes, sir! Working on it.
Now, Captain Rex says yes, sir, because he's a polite clone, but what he's really thinking is, what the hell am I getting myself into? A frontal charge over open space is always bad because it leaves you exposed without any cover to enemy fire. But a vertical frontal charge has you fighting gravity itself. It was just a lazy tactical decision that got a lot of clones needlessly killed. The GAR also had gunships and landers that could have easily dropped troops right onto the monastery instead of climbing that steep cliff face. This would significantly decrease casualties, which would come in handy later. But that was Anakin, always overconfident. He was an incredible fighter, and lifelong dominance over other mere mortals made Jedi like Anakin completely terrible and oblivious commanders. As a matter of fact, Anakin Skywalker is the Kool-Aid man of military leaders. While everyone else is looking for a door to enter a building because that's the path of least resistance, the Kool-Aid man decides to do hundreds of dollars of structural damage to your house by coming through the wall.
Oh yeah!
For those of you youngin' who don't know who the Kool-Aid Man is, he's a famous beverage scientist over at Kraft Foods and was involved in a terrible industrial accident where he fell into a giant vat of experimental food coloring that was extremely deadly in high dosages. It did not kill him immediately, but it made him lose his mind, and eventually he lost his job as well, and then went on to carry out several high-profile home invasions. And then he just kind of disappeared. They never caught him. So when I was growing up, it wasn't, oh, be careful of what you post on social media. It was more like, behave, drink your powdered sugary water, or else the Kool-Aid Man is going to burst through your wall and kill you and then drink your blood. That was a serious concern for me as a child. So when people ask me, Alan, are we better off now than we were 10 years ago? I say yes, definitely. Anyway, Anakin and company are able to pull off this ridiculous vertical offensive. Sure, they've suffered over 50% casualties, but that's okay because clones aren't real people and they don't get to vote in Senate elections. And with one last blast, an ATTE takes out the last remaining droideka guarding the monastery. The ATTE is one of my favorite vehicles of this time period. It's basically a more rationally designed predecessor of the AT-AT the Empire would use. It was much shorter, had 6 legs, which could actually magnetize to certain surfaces, which allowed it to climb up vertical walls. Very impressive. We'll see the JR utilize these walkers in even more creative ways later on in the war. When the battle was won, Anakin and Ahsoka and a small squad of clones move into the monastery to find Rudda the Hutt. Now at this point, if you're thinking that the Separatists should have definitely won this battle, after all, they had the...
I have the high ground!
Well, it seems like you're on the right track because the Asajj Ventress actually purposely wanted the clone troopers to take the monastery. The idea was to lure the Jedi into the monastery and then frame them for Rudda's kidnapping. The Separatist does this by filming the Jedi interacting with the little Hutt. As we see in the news all the time, it's very easy to take a video clip and then cut it out of context so it serves your purpose, and that's what the Separatists do. Count Dooku brings the evidence of the Jedi's involvement in the kidnapping via holovid, #fake news. At this point, the roles now reverse. Count Dooku orders Asajj Ventress to recover the Hutt while simultaneously launching a Separatist fleet to retake the monastery. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is now aware of Count Dooku's involvement with the kidnapping, rushes to Teth as well with Admiral Yularen to help Anakin's task force. Meanwhile, the baby Hutt has a fever and has fallen ill. Unfamiliar with Hutt biology, the Jedi must get Rudda some care immediately. Now the Separatists launch 2 massive landing craft escorted by droid fighters at the monastery. Instead of carrying out a suicidal vertical frontal charge, the Separatists just land on the monastery like normal people would. While these Separatist droid commanders aren't the smartest in the world, they still make a more tactically sound decision than Anakin does. And it's not that Jedi are stupid, they're just out of touch. The Separatist attack catches the clone troopers off guard and they are quickly overwhelmed and have to fall back inside the monastery itself. They have to hold on until Kenobi arrives with reinforcements. But while they're waiting, Anakin and Ahsoka decide to find their own way off the monastery, while Captain Rex and the remaining clones prepare for a last stand. At this point, they know they're probably going to die. After all, Anakin is their leader, and in most of his campaigns, the clones suffered close to like 95% casualties. But still, the heroic clones were able to buy enough time for the Anakin and Ahsoka to find an alternate exit via a small landing pad at the back of the monastery. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Wolf Yularen have also arrived in orbit and are now rushing to the surface and have engaged droid fighters. Anakin and Ahsoka manage to steal Asajj Ventress' shuttle and are on their way out of the battle. But Anakin expresses his worry about Captain Rex and his remaining clones. He wants to go back and help them. But little Rudda was getting sicker by the minute, and Ahsoka Tano has to remind him of his duty to the mission. This is the other side of Anakin's leadership we'll see a lot. Although he's a very reckless leader, he's also a leader that cares a lot about his men. Which is why even when he becomes Darth Vader, he was still a very popular commander. But ultimately, it was his attachment to other people, including his friends and family, that would lead him to the dark side. Luckily for Rex, Obi-Wan and the 212th Attack Battalion land on the monastery just in time to rescue them from being overrun by the Separatists. Obi-Wan Kenobi chases Asajj Ventress into the monastery where they begin to spar both physically and verbally. And this would be the beginning of a very odd relationship between these two, and I mean odd because this is essentially a children's cartoon. There just seems to be a lot of sexual tension between these two every time they meet. Anyway, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Rhoda escape into orbit and enter hyperspace. Their next stop is Jabba's palace on Tatooine. So as you can see, the Republic are on the verge of solving this crisis, but Count Dooku still has a few last tricks up his sleeve, and we'll talk about that in our next episodes. In our last episode, we covered the Battle of Teth, aka the time both the Separatists and clones fought over one Hutt baby like it was a football. The winner of this match would gain the favor of Jabba the Hutt along with the rest of the Hutt Council, and they would also have access to all of the Hutt territory hyperspace lanes for the rest of the Clone Wars. So far, the Republic are ahead of the Separatists in this competition. They have possession of Rhoda the Hutt. Anakin and Ahsoka Tano are headed towards the planet of Tatooine for Jabba's palace in a beat-up transport. The only problem is little Rhoda has developed a fever while in captivity and was getting worse by the second. Delivering a dead baby Hutt would not win the Republic any favors from the Hutts. Luckily, Ahsoka finds a medical droid on board which dispenses some life-saving medicine for Rhoda, whose fever quickly disappears. The Asajj Ventress had initially sent ships after the Jedi, but Count Dooku had other plans. He tells Jabba the Hutt the Jedi have killed his son and were now on their way to Tatooine to kill him. And with that one message, the game has now changed. The Separatists no longer have to worry about the baby Hutt. Now they have to just focus on killing the Jedi. It's a smart move on Count Dooku's part. This simplifies his mission, and the Jedi are probably unaware of this recent development. On approach to Tatooine, Anakin prepares their rusty shuttle for combat. He tells R2-D2 to prepare the main cannon before the rear reflector shields. Ahsoka points out to Anakin that it is risky to leave the rear of the ship open to attack, to which Anakin replies,
"A strong attack eliminates the need for defense, Snips."
This piece of dialogue really shows us what Anakin thinks of combat and what his mentality is going in. He's all about destroying the enemy before they have a chance of striking back. Interesting to see Ahsoka Tano, his Padawan, was always trying to temper him and make him more cautious. Ahsoka was pretty reckless herself, but seeing her master act in such a crazy way probably made her self-reflect and become more cautious and mature. Yoda really knew what he was doing when he assigned Ahsoka to Anakin. I think the two are a great fit for each other, and they'll really help each other develop as the war goes on. But in this scenario, Anakin's recklessness makes the situation a lot tougher than necessary, as they revert to real space and encounter two of Dooku's Magna Guards in orbit and are immediately shot down because
all the guns are locked in the forward position. It's too bad you decided not to repair the rear deflector shields.
This would be the first of many crash landings for Anakin Skywalker, but what makes this crash landing so special is that it's a crash onto his original home planet of Tatooine. The last time Anakin had been on this world, he had witnessed the death of his mother and had slaughtered an entire village of sand people in retaliation, an event that probably unhinged him quite a lot. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, Obi-Wan Kenobi reports back to Palpatine to inform him what is going on. The Jedi Master suspects that Dooku is going to try to pin the whole kidnapping on the Republic by killing Anakin. When Senator Padme Amidala enters the room, Palpatine purposely mentions that Anakin is in danger,
including a small skirmish with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin.
Anakin? Is he in danger?
I'm afraid the Jedi's efforts to strike a secret treaty with the Hutts have gone terribly wrong.
Remember guys, Chancellor Palpatine had found out about Anakin and Padme's secret wedding from fellow Naboo Captain Panaka. It's really in his interest to keep on supporting this relationship and seeing it grow stronger. Because the more entwined Anakin becomes with Padme, the easier it will be for Palpatine to use her as leverage over the young Jedi Knight. Palpatine was the one who first impregnated Anakin's mom in the first place, and he's been grooming him since day one to one day become his apprentice. In this situation though, Palpatine uses Padme's affection for the Jedi Knight to involve her in this scenario. Padme was not only beautiful, but also a great negotiator. That made her the ideal person to restart talks with someone like Jabba the Hutt, who really appreciated beauty. We sometimes take it for granted how difficult it was for Palpatine to play both sides of the war. He wasn't completely in control of everything that was going on both sides. Instead, he used his political skills and connections to slightly influence things in the right way to keep things balanced. As we've said many times before, the Separatists clearly had the upper hand at the beginning of the Clone Wars. So it was crucial for the Republic to ally themselves with the Hutts, and without the hyperspace lanes, it would be very difficult for the Republic to win the war, even with Palpatine's help. And also, Palpatine can't be too obvious that he is helping the other side, otherwise his cover is blown. But even if Palpatine was not a Sith Lord, he still would have easily been one of the best politicians the galaxy has ever seen. With very minimal effort, he's always able to get exactly what he wants. Oftentimes he didn't have to get directly involved and could get someone else to do his bidding for him, which also meant no one exactly understood Palpatine's political positions. He was just a charming politician that everyone liked.
Good.
Because of recent actions by Dooku, the Hutts weren't even willing to have communication with the Republic. They thought that Anakin and Ahsoka had killed the Hutt baby, but Padme had connections with Jabba's uncle Zero on Coruscant, which she thinks could help her potentially start up talks again between the Hutts and the Republic. Unbeknownst to Padme, Zero the Hutt had actually helped Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress kidnap Rhoda in the first place. Zero was a pretty ambitious Hutt and he wanted a seat on the Hutt Council, but unfortunately his nephew Jabba was standing in the way. Sitting in the way. The Hutts were a really ruthless race of slugs. They had evolved on a toxic world full of dangerous predators, which is why their culture is so cutthroat. But the Hutts had realized pretty early on that continuous backstabbing and infighting would eventually doom their species, kind of like the ancient Sith Empire. So the Hutts established a ruling council made up of the 5 most powerful Hutt families. Any kind of action against another family was severely punished. That of course didn't prevent individuals like Zero from carrying out actions behind the council's back. Jabba at the time was one of the main leaders sitting on the council. Zero hoped a conflict between the Jedi and Republic would eventually end with the death of Jabba, which meant that his seat would be available for him to take over. This also meant that Senator Amidala's request for an audience with Jabba was exactly the opposite of what Zero wanted. So Zero politely asked Padme to leave when she arrives at his nightclub, which makes Padme more than a bit suspicious. Undeterred, she sneaks back in and witnesses Zero speaking to Count Dooku through the HoloNet. But before she can get away, Zero's goon catch her and imprison her. Meanwhile, back on Tatooine, Anakin and Ahsoka are trekking through the sand dunes towards Jabba's palace when they sense a dark presence. The two decide to split up. Ahsoka takes young Rhoda with her while Anakin gets ready to face off once again with Count Dooku. The last time they had fought, Anakin was still a Padawan and far less experienced and just as reckless as he was now. During that encounter, he had eaten a mouthful of Sith lightning and then lost his hand, which was replaced with a superior robot hand. Count Dooku had been using the incredibly deadly and rare Form 2 lightsaber technique, which was designed for dueling purposes. Anakin had just been a boy the last time they had met, but now the trials of combat have turned him into a man and a full-on Jedi Knight. And this time around, Anakin is ready for Dooku's Sith lightning attack. Anakin also fought Dooku's apprentice Ventress on Christophsis. She too used Form 2, which he learned from Count Dooku, so Anakin was much more experienced with this technique this time around. So Anakin starts off almost in a defensive mode, but still relies on his favorite technique, Form 5. As the battle goes on, Anakin begins to fuel his strikes more and more with anger and passion. It's not really what you want to see a Jedi doing, but Anakin has never been a conventional Jedi. Form 5 was all about using power to control your enemy and keeping them on the defensive. The end goal was trying to get your foe completely off balance and then you could end the duel. It was the exact opposite of Form 2, which was all about finesse and efficiency, which suited Dooku well. He was quite old now and way past his prime. Dooku clearly senses that Anakin is much stronger this time around and resorts to some other tactics to gain the upper hand. Dooku knows Anakin's past and tries to unbalance him by talking about his childhood as a slave on Tatooine. He hopes to make the Jedi more emotional, which will force him to make some mistakes.
This was your home planet, wasn't it? I sense your strong feelings. Feelings of pain, loss.
This tactic has a limited effect on Anakin though. If anything, he seems to be channeling his terrible past into raw energy to power his Form 5 lightsaber technique. So Dooku decides to switch tactics and shows Anakin that he has sent 3 of his Magna Guard droids after Ahsoka Tano and Baby Rhoda. This does the trick and Anakin disengages from Dooku to go after his Padawan. You see, Anakin was never about self-pity or his own issues. His greatest weakness was his care for other people, including his loved ones and his friends and his Padawan. Dooku exploited this side of his personality and was able to postpone his death. But even as a preteen and Padawan, Ahsoka Tano was quite skilled. She was definitely better at fighting than most Jedi her age. She was able to hold her own against the Magna Guard while still carrying the baby Hutt in her backpack. Ahsoka used the modified Form 5 lightsaber technique similar to the one Anakin does, but she usually held her lightsabers with a reverse grip. She also had a lot of training with quarterstaffs, which is probably why she was able to hold her own against 3 Magna Guards. Meanwhile, Anakin rushes to Jabba's temple and encounters the Hutt, but without Rhoda. exactly according to Dooku's plan. Jabba now thinks Anakin is there to assassinate him. Anakin cluelessly draws a saber and demands to know where his Padawan is. Luckily, she shows up right in time in the baby hut to save the day. Back on Coruscant, Padme has managed to contact C-3PO from Zero's prison. The protocol droid then leads a squad of clones to Zero's nightclub and then rescues the senator just in time for her to place a call to Jabba. She explains to Jabba that Zero and Count Dooku are actually the ones behind the kidnapping. This makes Jabba furious and he immediately agrees to allow Republic forces to use hyperspace lanes. So now the Republic has successfully secured a route from the core Republic worlds to the Outer Rim through Hutt space. They now have the ability to strike out at several Separatist worlds from multiple locations, which is a good thing because the battle in the Outer Rim is about to heat up. In our next episode, we're going to head over to Ryloth, one of the most exploited and most occupied planets in Star Wars history. In our last episode, the Jedi have foiled the Separatist attempt to kidnap Jabba the Hutt's son, Rada. In return, Jabba the Hutt has agreed to allow Republic forces passage through the Hutt territories. This finally reconnects the core Republic worlds to its troops besieged in the Outer Rim. Things are looking grim out there, especially on the world of Ryloth, where the local resistance fighters and clones are running short on ammunition, medical supplies, and food. Ryloth was located in the outer rim of the galaxy on the edge of Hutt territory and Republic space. It was also at the end of the Corellian Run, a famous hyperspace lane that was known for spice running. Ryloth wasn't an easy place to live. It had scarce amounts of water, only a few patches of fertile land, massive hordes of dangerous fauna, and then there was the crazy wind that scoured the surface of the planet. Sometimes it would reach up to 500 kilometers per hour. This meant that the Twi'lek people who lived on the planet had a rough time surviving and developing a productive and industrious society. Like most of the remote worlds in the Outer Rim, Ryloth didn't have any means to defend itself, which meant that it was constantly being exploited by foreign powers throughout the course of galactic history. You see, Ryloth was rich in two resources, a spice known as Rill and Twi'lek slaves. Which is interesting because Ryloth had joined the Galactic Republic almost 10,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, and technically speaking, the Galactic Republic made slavery illegal in its constitution through its right of sentience, which set out basic rights for all living beings in the galaxy, and was also against speciesism. A bunch of hypocrites if you ask me. Because of its remote location, Ryloth wasn't exactly at the top of the Separatist to-do list. As a matter of fact, it was 75th on their list of planets that they needed to take over. But one Separatist leader, Wat Tambro, aka Cyborg Gumby, had great interest in the planet. As the foreman for the Techno Union, Wat Tambro could basically do whatever he wanted. See, the Techno Union was a vital part of the Separatist war effort. One of their holdings, Bactoid Industries, produced the majority of frontline Separatist combat droids. Wat Tambro was also the executive of Bactoid, so he was untouchable. Cyborg Gumby was a greedy and ambitious clay-mated despot. As a member of the Separatist ruling council, he quickly started becoming suspicious of his fellow council members, especially Corporate Alliance Magistrate Pascal Argente. Wat Tambro had Argente followed by some espionage droids, and he found out that the Corporate Alliance exec had been pilfering the battlefields and had collected quite a large pile of treasure, which he kept hidden on Ryloth. At the same time, local revolutionary Cham Syndulla recognized Pascal Argente as a top Separatist leader, which signaled to him that Ryloth was about to enter the war. Realizing this, he began organizing his followers into resistance cells. Syndulla was correct, and soon after, Wat Tambro arrived in orbit over Ryloth, with a Confederate fleet made up of two Munificent-class star frigates and a Lucre Hulk-class droid control ship. This was a relatively small fleet, but for a remote planet like Ryloth that had very limited defenses of their own, it was more than enough to take the planet. And soon, multiple Separatist landers reached the surface and started spilling out Separatist droids, which began targeting civilian locations. Classic Wat Tambro. While some Separatist leaders like Warm Loathsome fought with honor, others like Wat Tambro were complete monsters. It is possible this is because Wat Tambro is a chief executive of many different large corporations. Psychological profiles of humans here on Earth show us that in the corporate world, the higher up the command chain an individual is, the more likely they are to exhibit sociopathic behaviors. Hard work can only get you so far in life. To reach the top, you sometimes have to become a monster. Syndulla proclaimed himself the rank of general like any self-respecting warlord would, and began leading a resistance. They were reinforced by the Republic with a small clone task force led by Clone Captain Keeley and Jedi General Ima Gundy. A relief fleet of several Venator-class Star Destroyers under the leadership of Admiral Dow attempts to break the Separatist blockade, but ultimately fails after his flagship is destroyed with him on it. Completely cut off from the Republic and reinforcements, the Republic forces on Ryloth retreat to a canyon area where they can better protect the refugees under their care. With only 1 or 2 working all-terrain tactical enforcers left, the Republic forces barely have any heavy weapons at their disposal, and are increasingly vulnerable to enemy air attacks and armor. They're also running out of food and medical supplies. The situation has become dire. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, Republic High Command scrambled to find a solution to this problem. Ryloth was so remote that there were no other fleets available in the region to assist them. Interestingly enough, because of the planet's proximity to the Hutt territories, there were several neutral worlds in that area that had not fallen under Separatist control. One of those worlds was Toydaria, which was ruled by the wise king Katuniko. Katuniko was a conscious leader. He tried to avoid war at all costs. You see, his people weren't all that powerful, and they were wedged in between the Hutts, the Separatists, and the Republic, so it was very crucial that he carefully balanced his relationship with each faction. The Republic High Command had identified Toydaria as a viable location to stage a rescue and relief mission for Ryloth. The problem was they had to convince the king to allow the Republic to use their territory, which would technically void their neutrality in the war. Having just finished the relief mission on Christophsis, Senator Bail Organa is assigned to the mission, along with Junior Senator Jar Jar Binks of Naboo. Together they travel to Toydaria to meet with the king. But in the middle of their audience with King Kanuku, they're interrupted by Trade Federation representative Lot Dodd. See, Count Dooku had found out about Organa's mission and sent the Nemoidian senator to block the Republic's relief mission. Lot Dodd reminded the king that allowing the Grand Army of the Republic to use their planet as a staging ground for a relief mission would blatantly void their planet's neutrality in the war. What's interesting about this is that Lot Dodd was still technically a Republic senator, and the Trade Federation was technically still a part of the Republic, but the leader of the Trade Federation, Newt Gunray, had openly committed himself to the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Lot Dodd would continue to go to the Republic Senate, and he claimed that Newt Gunray was an extremist that didn't represent his faction. The Republic most likely knew this was BS because there was a clear link between the Trade Federation and the Separatists. After all, the Separatist ships, droids, tanks, carriers, landers, fighters, they basically all looked the same as the ones the Trade Federation used during the blockade over Naboo. It didn't really take much to connect the dots. But still, they didn't kick Lot Dodd and the Trade Federation out because they didn't want to scare the remaining corporate factions still in the Republic. Anyway, the king is forced to deny the Republic's request for aid, but after the meeting is over, he once again meets with Organa and Binks and secretly tells them that he favors their humanitarian mission and will help them. But they must find a way to keep it hidden from Lot Dodd. So during a banquet, Jar Jar Binks does what he does best and clowns around distracting the Trade Federation representatives while Organa supervises the delivery of supplies to his personal ships. While Republic diplomatic ships were lightly armed and armored compared to a Venator-class Star Destroyer, they were also incredibly fast and usually equipped with large banks of thrusters. This made them ideal for blockade running. Meanwhile, on Ryloth, things are beginning to look a bit grim. With most of the clone detachment wounded or dead, the Republic forces are pushed further back into the canyon. The clones rig one of their last remaining gunships to blow up a narrow pass to slow down the Separatist advance, allowing Master D and Captain Keeley's remaining men to prepare a final defense. Sometimes we forget the Jedi, like the clones, were essentially forced from a young age to serve the Republic. Although the Jedi had a choice to lead the Order, they generally didn't because they were indoctrinated at a young age, and it was the only life they really knew. In a way, the Jedi were more similar to the clones than they were to the average citizen of the Republic. Their course in life was already set, their future more or less decided. They would all be willing to give their life for the Republic. Ultimately, all the clones and the Jedi Master would die trying to prevent the Separatists from reaching Twi'lek civilians. And just in time, 3 Pelta-class supply ships arrived delivering pods of supplies for the refugees, allowing Syndulla's resistance to live and fight another day. With their relief mission successful, the Jedi Council sends a potential ally in the King of Toydaria. The next step was to fully secure an alliance with the Toydarians and hopefully even build a military base on the planet. Technically speaking, the Toydarians were in Hutt space, but the Hutts had a very laissez-faire approach to dealing with their territory. At this point, the Hutts had already given the GAR military access to their hyperspace lanes, but asking the Toydarians to build a base on their planet was something else. It would completely void their neutrality in the war. Although Lot Dodd eventually found out about Ryloth's relief mission, he was still unable to prove the Toydarians' complicity in the plan. Still, the king realized he was playing a dangerous game, and sooner or later, he would have to choose a side. So the Republic sends Master Yoda on a secret mission to the moon of Toydaria, Rugozo, to meet with King Kanuko. King Kanuko was first and foremost concerned about keeping his people safe. He needed a guarantee from Yoda and the Republic that they would be able to defeat the Separatists should they come. And things don't start out as planned. As Yoda arrives in the system, his ship immediately takes fire from 2 Separatist ships, forcing him to take an escape pod to the moon's surface, along with 3 clones. Asajj Ventress has also arrived on behalf of Count Dooku and the Separatist Alliance. She's trying to convince King Kanuko that the Republic are far too weak to defeat the Separatists. She also brought along an entire battalion of droids onto the planet in order to reinforce her point. Eventually, Yoda contacts the king via holocom. He's still alive and still in the game. At this point, Ventress proposes a deal. If her battle droids are able to stop Yoda from reaching them, then the Toydarians will join the Separatists. If Yoda succeeds on reaching them, then the Toydarians can join the Republic. King Kanuko and Yoda agreed to this wager. Now, I know I say a lot of bad things about the Jedi and their incompetence, but Yoda was simply at another level, and he led the 3 clones to a victory against incredible odds. Asajj Ventress had hundreds of droids, dozens of tanks, yet Yoda and his clones ultimately prevailed. It's impressive enough of a display that Kanuko agrees to join the Republic immediately. This of course really pisses off Dooku, who orders Ventress to kill the king, but before she is able to, Master Yoda parries the killing blow. At this point, Ventress finally realizes just how outmatched she is and escapes off the moon. King Kanuko was a wise leader. Instead of leaving his people to suffer the same fate as the people of Ryloth or Christophsis, he was able to minimize damage to his own world by walking a fine political tightrope between the Separatists and Republic. And when he sees an agreeable solution, he takes advantage of it very quickly. I really like King Kanuko because he's a very rational and patient leader who always puts his people first, but he isn't without compassion for other beings. Meanwhile, the war on Ryloth continues to rage on, but before we cover that, in the core region of the galaxy, several Republic ships have disappeared after encountering a gigantic, mysterious Separatist Alliance ship.
I'm going through puberty. No, just joking. My voice is still kind of awful, and I apologize for that. Luckily, the range of my voice where Morgan Freeman resides is still active, so I'm going to have him help us basically narrate this video. In our last episode, a humanitarian crisis is averted on the planet of Ryloth, thanks to the generous actions of the King of Toydaria. Today we journey to the core world regions of space where entire Republic fleets have mysteriously vanished. Now, something that I like to routinely remind people when talking about the Clone Wars is the fact that Chancellor Palpatine is constantly playing both sides of the war. Obviously, he needed to take great care to cover his tracks, which limits his opportunities to have an impact. But nonetheless, throughout the war, he feeds enough information to the Separatists to make them seem incredibly dangerous, which consequently also increases his own executive power and the power of the Grand Army of the Republic. So let's set the scene. The war is only months old, and the Republic Navy is suddenly losing entire patrols and fleets without warning. So it's almost as if there's some giant monster hiding in the shadows of the galaxy, basically eating Republic ships, and that's what some of the less reputable Holo News networks are basically reporting, which is creating hysteria throughout the entire galaxy, not just for clone sailors, but also for civilians who are traveling from system to system. Remember when that Air Asia flight disappeared a few years back, and CNN was talking about alien abductions? Well, imagine that, but 10 times worse, because not only are civilian ships disappearing, but so are state-of-the-art military ships with all sorts of weapons and defenses, which are supposed to protect them from basically any threat. Anyway, in response, the Jedi Order send Master Plo Koon, Master Tactician and pilot with a fleet of Venator-class Star Destroyers, to actively search out whatever is causing this mess. Examining the coordinates of all the disappearances, the small task force arrives to the Abrigado system. Ahead of them, casually floating and backlit by the system's red star, is a gigantic Separatist ship. This has been the cause of all the recent disturbances, not some gigantic space monster, but a relatively normal, if not impressive, subjugator-class heavy cruiser.
While not the most common ship in the Separatist arsenal, it was a catalog Separatist ship created by Free DAC Volunteers Engineering Corps. For those who don't know, DAC is what the Quarrens call Mon Cala, a planet which they shared with the Mon Calamari. The Squid, like Quarrens, didn't really get along with the Mon Calamari, and during the Clone Wars, they would side with the Separatists, and the Mon Cala would side with the Republic, creating essentially a civil war on the planet. This was actually quite a common occurrence during this period of time, and it was basically happening all over the galaxy. Now, based on its mass and known armament alone, a 4,800-meter subjugator-class heavy cruiser like the Malevolence was more than large enough to take on 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers and their complement of starfighters. Luckily, Plo Koon was quite an experienced commander, and he quickly contacted GAR Central Command and asked for reinforcements.
I think it wise to report our position before we attack.
This is something a more reckless Anakin probably wouldn't have done. And luckily, Plo Koon reached his reinforcements before Count Dooku and General Grievous on board the Subjugator-class heavy cruiser jammed their comms. The Subjugator-class heavy cruiser is around 4 times longer than a Venator-class Star Destroyer. This means it's so long that it has its own internal train system. It also had an enormous sensor and communication suite, which was incredibly powerful, allowing them to completely black out all communications in the vicinity. As a rule in Star Wars, the larger a ship, the larger its power source, and therefore the more powerful its subsystems are. But what really made the Malevolence so dangerous were the gigantic discs that sat on both sides of the cruiser at midship. These were actually a pair of the largest ion cannons ever created. Ion weapons fire disruptive particles, which were able to disable any electrical or computer system it encountered, while leaving all organic life safe and sound. The scale of this ion cannon meant that not only was it incredibly powerful, but the size of the pulse was kilometers wide and incredibly hard to avoid, especially if you didn't expect it to fire upon you. And that's exactly what happens to Plo Koon's fleet. Arranged in attack formation, they weren't able to maneuver in time to avoid the Malevolence's giant ion pulse. This was partly due to the fact that the Republic fleet was clearly out of the range of traditional turbo laser fire, but what they didn't know was that the Malevolence's giant ion cannon had even a longer range than a turbo laser. And so quickly, all 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers in Plo Koon's fleet were struck by a massive ion pulse and disabled. Because ion pulses left organics untouched, this meant that repair crews could quickly tackle any problems with the most crucial systems on board. But powerful ion pulses, like the one coming from the Malevolence, had the nasty habit of destroying sensitive equipment, sometimes fusing components together, making the repair process quite complicated. Once all the Venator-class Star Destroyers were floating dead in space, the Malevolence flew within turbo laser range and began pounding away at the defenseless ships. And because General Grievous and Count Dooku are grade A dickheads, they also started destroying the life pods that tried escaping from the ship. Now, from a tactical standpoint, the Malevolence is a maniacal and objectively brilliant design. Because no one was able to survive an encounter with it, it also meant that no one could figure out a way to defeat it. Anyway, Plo Koon and a few clones managed to avoid the destructive power of the Malevolence. All they can do is wait and pray that Anakin and his fleet comes in time to rescue them. It should be noted that this entire story arc with the Malevolence is actually based on the true story of the Bismarck, a large World War II era battleship that was hunted by a fleet of smaller British naval ships. In this case, the fleet of smaller ships being the several Venator-class Star Destroyers in the nearby Bith system, under the command of Anakin Skywalker. His Padawan, who originally was recruited to the Jedi Order by Master Plo Koon, vehemently wants to rush to the Abrigado system with their fleet of Venators. But orders from the Jedi Council and Chancellor Palpatine tell the two to stay put and defend the current system they are in. So Anakin and Ahsoka decide to leave their fleet and take a smaller shuttle to go scout out what has caused the communication blackout. They manage to find Plo Koon and extract him from the system before the Separatist forces can disable their ship. This is a huge victory for the Republic. Now they actually have a survivor who can explain to them what has been taking out all of their ships. Upon learning about the Malevolence's main ion cannon weapons, Anakin decides to use the newly shipped Y-Wing to attack the Separatist heavy cruiser. The idea is the smaller snub fighters are far more agile and therefore able to avoid the gigantic pulse weapons. They come up with this plan just in time because now the Malevolence has set its sights on an extremely vulnerable target, the Khalida Sol's medical center, home to 60,000 clones. Now there's no time to move all the wounded, so their only option really is to stop the Malevolence. Armed with the knowledge of how the Malevolence's main weapon functioned, Anakin was able to lead a group of Y-Wings into battle and mostly avoid the ion cannon. The problem they now faced was that the Subjugator-class heavy cruiser was massive, so even the turbo lasers and proton torpedoes they were able to hit it with weren't able to do much damage at all. Anakin, being the rational individual he was, decides to target the ion cannon instead. If they can take out the Malevolence's main weapon, then the rest of the Republic fleet will be free to engage the Malevolence. And with almost half of his fighters down, Anakin manages to strike the ion cannon while it's charging up and completely disables it. Now the chase is on and the hunter is being hunted. Even with the Subjugator heavy cruiser's main weapon disabled, the turbo lasers from the Republic fleet is still barely able to make a dent in the Separatist ship. What results is an O.J. Simpson-like slow-motion chase across the system. For now, the Malevolence is able to keep itself just ahead of the Republic fleet, but they are just delaying the inevitable. And more importantly, the vulnerable clone medical station has been spared from destruction. Now remember before when we mentioned that Palpatine is constantly playing both sides of the war. Sometimes it's relatively hard to see where his influence lies, but in this scenario, it's very clear. Chancellor Palpatine recognizes that he's about to lose General Grievous, a vital part of the war effort. So he concocts one of his typical evil genius plans by sending one Senator Padme Amidala right into the middle of the fray. Well, actually, she thinks she's on a mission to the intergalactic banking clans. You see, Chancellor Palpatine himself had given Padme hyperspace coordinates for this so-called secret meeting. Those coordinates, however, were bogus and put her directly in the path of the Malevolence. I don't really understand how the Jedi and Padme don't really connect the dots here. I mean, it's very clear that Palpatine has just fed her directly to General Grievous in his moment of need, and has given him a hostage that will buy him the extra time he needs. And that's exactly what Grievous does. He grabs onto Padme's ship with a tractor beam, complicating the situation. Padme is really the perfect hostage for this scenario. Palpatine was one of the few individuals who knew just what Padme meant to Anakin, who conveniently was commanding the Republic forces in this battle. Although Padme doesn't want Anakin to halt the attack on the ship that she's now currently being held as hostage on, we know Anakin can't really do that. And Anakin predictably calls for the Republic fleet to cease firing on the Malevolence and quickly puts together a rescue mission. Meanwhile, on the ship, Padme is no damsel in distress and booby traps her own ship to explode and goes into hiding in the massive Subjugator-class heavy cruiser. Anakin and Obi-Wan board the Malevolence. Their mission is now to find the missing senator. They're racing against the clock. The Separatist ship's hyperdrive has been damaged in the recent attack, but they were almost finished repairing it. Now, once the hyperdrive was finished, the Malevolence could then escape. While Anakin and Padme fight their way towards one another, Obi-Wan Kenobi confront General Grievous. Obi-Wan Kenobi's defensive fighting style is the perfect foil for General Grievous's more aggressive multiple limb attack style. But Obi-Wan realizes he's outnumbered and leads Grievous on a chase around the ship, distracting him long enough for Anakin and Padme to make it onto the bridge of the Malevolence, where they sabotage the nav computer. The next time someone activates the hyperdrive, it will send the ship headfirst into a nearby moon, which is exactly what happens. Unfortunately, General Grievous survives this encounter, but nonetheless, this is still a huge victory for Republic forces. And thus ends the story of the Malevolence. In our next episode, we're going to be looking at the Separatist plan to attack the clone homeworld of Kamino. And as you can tell, my voice is getting a little better. It's almost there, I think. Hopefully by my next episode, I'll be a real boy again. And no, guys, I'm not a Jedi. I just really like Jedi robes. They're actually quite comfortable. This is made out of fine Ewok fur. It's It's really nice on the skin. In our last episode, we looked at the Separatist mega ship Malevolence and covered its destructive warpath across the core regions of the galaxy. It's one of the better story arcs early in the Clone Wars series, and just another example of just how cunning the Separatist High Command was and how well prepared the Separatist droid army was for the Clone Wars. Today we'll be traveling back out to the edge of the galaxy where the Separatist Alliance is preparing for a devastating attack at the heart of the Republic military. Now, one of the biggest liabilities that the Grand Army of the Republic had was the fact that its entire army of clones only had one production and training center, the world of Kamino. In Legends, in the latter years of the war, the Republic would construct other types of cloning facilities like the Spartai cloning facilities, which were constructed on the moon of Coruscant. However, in canon, we don't really see the Republic do this at all. So a clear target for the Separatists would naturally be the world of Kamino. More than a decade before the Clone Wars had started, however, Kamino had been removed from most Republic star maps in preparation for the creation of the secret clone army. Once the Clone Wars started, Kamino would naturally be easier to find, especially with a huge amount of traffic coming out of the system. Also, if Palpatine knows about something, then most likely that knowledge has been passed on to Count Dooku as well. But Kamino wasn't completely defenseless, of course. It was located in a relatively isolated area of the galaxy at the southern end of what was known as the Rishi Maze. The Rishi Maze is actually what is known as a dwarf galaxy, and it revolved around the wider Star Wars galaxy. The only reliable hyperspace lane from the core region of the galaxy ended in the Rishi system, which served as basically a gateway to the entire area. Because all traffic leading to Kamino would eventually go through this system, the Republic established a small base on the Rishi moon. This was a pretty basic station and had only a skeleton crew manning it. The station constantly sent an all-clear signal to Kamino and Central Republic Command. If anything interrupted the signal, Kamino and its local defense fleet would go into high alert. The clone station on Rishi were the first generation after the Battle of Geonosis to be sent into the field. Unlike their first generation brothers, their training was a bit rushed because of the high demand for clone troopers all across the galaxy. At the Battle of Geonosis, the Separatist droid army already outnumbered the clones 4,000,000 to 200,000, a gap that was rapidly growing each day because of how easy it was to manufacture a battle droid. Commanding the base was Sergeant O'Niner, a survivor of the Battle of Geonosis. Under his command were members of the training squadron known as Domino Squad, which was made up of Heavy 5's Echo, Droidbait, and Cut-Up. Domino Squad is probably one of the most famous squads of clone troopers in the Clone Wars series. We'll visit them a lot throughout the entire course of the war. On Kamino, Domino Squad had some severe problems in training sims due to a lack of unit cohesion. This was actually quite uncommon for clones and was most likely due to the strong individual personalities of all the clones in the unit. CT-782 Heavy was an overly aggressive trooper who oftentimes charged the enemy without backup or any consideration for his own safety or the safety of his own men. His preferred weapon was the Z6 Rotary Blaster, a squad support weapon that he naturally liked to wield by himself. Then there was CT-1409 Echo, who was named Echo because he liked to repeat orders from superiors. This naturally pissed off his fellow squadmates a lot. CT-5555, or Fives as he was known, was probably one of the more easygoing clones in this unit and would have naturally fit in well with any other squad. CT-4040 Cut-Up was a complete smartass and oftentimes crossed the line when talking to commanding officers. Lastly, there was CT-2010, or Droidbait, who seemed to always get gunned down first during the training assignments. During their training on Kamino, bounty hunters were brought in to train Domino Squad and hopefully speed up their graduation to field duty. This actually wasn't all that different from Legends, where Jango Fett basically brought in Mandalorian bounty hunters to train the Commando clones. Domino Squad would eventually sort out all of their problems and graduated just in time to ship off onto Rishi. And it's a good thing that they did get their heads on straight, because if they didn't, they would have joined all the other defective droids in maintenance. Anyway, back on Rishi. The The listening outpost there was hardly a defensible position and could be easily overrun even by small forces. There was no fleet in position over the system either, so the clones on the moon were more or less alone and therefore needed to be extra vigilant. Clone Commander Cody and Captain Rex were expected to arrive on the listening base for a routine inspection at the time, so the clones on the base were rushing to get everything in order. A few systems away, Anakin Skywalker and the bulk of the Republic fleet were still searching for General Grievous. The Separatist leader had recently escaped from the Republic after his flagship, the Malevolence, had crashed into a moon. It was vital that they found the cunning general before he struck at the Republic again. Little did they know, General Grievous was actually preparing a devastating attack against Kamino, but first they would need to bypass the Reese station without triggering the alarm system there. The Separatists knew they had to take out all the clones before they were able to erase the all-clear signal. As usual, General Grievous came up with a very cunning plan. Disguised as a meteor shower, a squadron of droid commandos were covertly inserted onto the moon. Sergeant 09er sends out a clone trooper to inspect the meteor strike for any potential damage to the installation, and the clone is immediately ambushed by a droid commando. Now, the BX series commando droids were far superior to the B-1 battle droids that the Separatist army deployed en masse. The BX droids were not only sturdier, but they also had improved battlefield awareness and combat tactics. This allowed them to be far less predictable than other droids and at the same time adapt to enemy tactics. The BX droids were also extremely agile and fast and were expert melee fighters. Their improved armor allowed them to take several blaster bolts before going down, which actually made them incredibly difficult to take down. While a clone trooper was far superior to a B-1 battle droid, they arguably met their match when it came to the BX droids. Because of their commando duties, the BX droids could also change their vocabulators in order to imitate clones. After quietly taking out the scout, the Separatist commando droids are able to break into the base and quickly kill several clones, including Sergeant Niner and Droidbait. Heavy 5's Echo and Cut Up manage to escape the base before it completely is overrun by hiding in a maintenance shaft. The commando droids manage to take the entire base before the clones manage to shut down the all-clear signal. The mission is a huge success for the droids, and they contact General Grievous, updating him on the situation. The remaining rookie clones must regroup themselves. They realize that they have to find a way to contact the Republic because Kamino is completely blind right now, and there are tons of clone cadets on the planet, including a lot of children who can't really defend themselves. But before they can make a move, a Republic shuttle arrives with Captain Rex and Commander Cody on their routine checkup. The commando droids pick up a clone helmet and adjust their vocabulators to sound like a clone and try to convince Rex and Cody that everything is fine and that they don't need to come inspect the base. The clones, however, aren't convinced and head to the surface anyway, where they are greeted by a commando droid in complete clone armor. The two veteran clones immediately realize something is off. Meanwhile, the surviving clones then launch a red flare, confirming their suspicions, and buy Commander Cody and Captain Rex just enough time to escape an ambush by the Separatist commando droids, which also happens to destroy their ship. Rex and Cody eventually rendezvous with the remaining clones. There are only 3 of them now. Cut Up had been eaten by a giant worm. The clones have to come up with a plan very quickly because they're kind of running out of time to warn Kamino. The good news was that the Separatist droids were unaware any surviving clones were left on the moon, so the clones now have the element of surprise on their side. They use the same tactics that the Separatist commando droids did and pretend to be droids in order to get the Separatists to open up the doors. And just as quickly, the clones retake the base from the Separatists. Once they have control of the scanners, the clones detect a gigantic fleet passing over the moon. General Grievous is on the way to attack Kamino, but because he's lost contact with the Reese listening post, he sends reinforcements to go check out exactly what is going on. The clones, now realizing that Grievous is on the way to take out Kamino, must somehow warn the Republic about the Separatist fleet. Meanwhile, an entire Separatist lander is deployed with hundreds of droids, forcing the remaining clones to scramble to put together a makeshift defense. But against such numbers, victory was hopeless. And because the Separatists had managed to sabotage the all-clear signal, the clones couldn't figure out a way to shut it down. Luckily, the planet did have a large storage of Tabana gas underneath, which was used to heat the station. It also happened to be a very combustive gas, which could be used as an explosive. The clones fight a strategic retreat as Rex begins rigging explosives to the Tabana gas. Slowly, they give up ground to the droid army, but unfortunately, the transmitter for the detonator isn't working. Heavy volunteers to fix the detonator, telling all the other clones to escape. Fortunately for Heavy, the detonator is beyond repair, and the clone ends up making the ultimate sacrifice and blows himself up along with the station. Now, upon seeing the disruption of the all-clear signal, the Republic fleet under the command of Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi immediately arrive and intercept General Grievous's fleet, forcing the cyborg to end his invasion plans for Kamino, for now. Although the 10 clone troopers on the Rishi Moon outpost were outnumbered and outclassed, they still managed to warn the Republic, which really goes to show you just how well trained these clone troopers were, even if they are just rookies. Each day my voice gets stronger and the dolphins get weaker. Anyway, in our last episode we looked at the first attempt by the Separatists to infiltrate the defenses placed around the Kamino system, home to the cloning facilities for the Grand Army of the Republic. Ultimately, the Separatists were repelled thanks to the actions of a few clones stationed on a listening post on the nearby Rishi Moon. Undeterred Separatist leader General Grievous continues his attacks against the New Republic. His aim is to completely wrest control of the Outer Rim from the core worlds. Armed with the knowledge of the Republic's movements, it seems like the cyborg general is everywhere all at once. The more chaos that Grievous can create, the more justification Palpatine has to increase the size of the federal military. At the same time as the conflict expands in the Outer Rim, the Jedi are becoming spread more and more thin, making them easier to pick off and kill. After hastily retreating from the battle that took place over Rishi's Moon, General Grievous once again appears on the world of Faline. With the help of Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress, the Separatist forces were able to overwhelm the local Faline defense forces and monarchy, dealing a swift blow to the Republic. All 8 Jedi sent to the planet along with the entire Republic force are completely decimated and destroyed. With Faline successfully subdued, Grievous gathers his forces and heads towards the planet of Bothawui. The Bothawui system was home to the Bothans, an alien species that were known for sneaking around and spying on people. They also really liked gathering information, which kind of made them a strategic asset for the Republic. With Grievous on a roll since his defeat in the Rishi system, it was once again up to Anakin Skywalker to step up and defeat him. It's up to the young Jedi to defend the Bothawui system, but his depleted fleet is clearly outnumbered by Grievous. Despite being advised by Obi-Wan Kenobi to withdraw, Anakin decides to stay. He has some very unorthodox and characteristically risky plans that might just help the Republic keep Bothawui out of Grievous's hands. Now, what makes space battles so strategically interesting for me is the fact that they are completely three-dimensional. For those of you familiar with the Ender Games series, this is why all the commanders are trained in zero-gravity battle games. It helps prepare the children for how space battles will one day work. A commander who's used to only doing battles on planets have a more two-dimensional outlook. Space battles are interesting because the enemy can literally come from any direction, which also means your forces can do the same. When a battle happens in space and there's a planet nearby, it helps provide a reference point for maneuvering, but it also serves as a boundary for that battle. Bothawui also had another geological feature that made it unique, an asteroid belt, which served as another boundary for the battlefield. While most ships had navigational shields that could handle the odd asteroid strike, an entire asteroid belt could prove quite daunting to navigate through. Anakin had positioned his smaller fleet of Venator-class Star Destroyers in such a way that the planet and the asteroid field were protecting his flanks, limiting the approaches that the Separatists could take to reach him. General Grievous, however, understands this, of course, and decides to take a more direct approach and blast right through the asteroid field. Even with his larger numbers, he doesn't want to take any chances with Anakin. The young Jedi Knight was reckless, unpredictable, but also admittedly a terrific tactician. Grievous wasn't foolish and wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating him. Now, if you really think about it, most of the cyborg's victories so far against the Republic were thanks to information that was handed to him by Palpatine. But even with this advantage on his side, the cyborg general still hasn't been able to defeat Anakin or his pesky Padawan Ahsoka Tano. It should also be noted that the majority of Grievous's fleet was made up of the Munificent class. Although only a few hundred meters shorter than a Venator-class Star Destroyer, they were actually a lot weaker and therefore classified as a Star Frigate. The Venator-class Star Destroyer had much thicker armor, more robust shields, and a larger complement of fighters, turbolasers, and crew. Generally speaking, a Venator-class Star Destroyer should be able to hold off 3, maybe even 4 Munificent-class Star Frigates. So actually, Anakin's fleet wasn't as outnumbered as it seemed. And at a longer range, the weaker Munificent-class Star Frigate would be vulnerable to the Venator's long-range turbolasers. So for Grievous, taking his fleet into the asteroid belt meant that his lightly armored frigates could have more protection. All in all, it's a terrific plan. It allows Grievous to dictate the pace of the battle. Or so he thinks. Anakin still has an ace up his sleeve, something he's not willing to let Grievous know about just yet, so he acts like any commander does when he's surprised by his opponent's moves. He deploys his starfighters to locate and screen the enemy forces to figure out what they're doing. Anakin takes the lead position himself in his fighters so that he can have eyes on the situation. Long-range scanners don't really work that well in an asteroid field, so he must do the reconnaissance all by himself. General Grievous comes within range of the First Republic Star Destroyer and immediately starts to fire from behind the safety of the asteroid belt. It seems for the moment that the cyborg's maneuver has paid off. One of the Venator-class Star Destroyers takes a direct hit to the bridge, which causes the ship to drift towards Batuu-Y's gravity well. And a few of the Republic starfighters get destroyed as well. Encouraged by the damage he is causing, General Grievous increases the speed of his assault, which is exactly what Anakin wants the Separatists to do. You see, every Venator-class Star Destroyer carries around 24 ATTE walkers. These were usually used as armored transport or assault vehicles and fire support during ground operations. Like a German tank or a German luxury automobile, the ATTE Walker was completely over-engineered. Its feet actually had magnets in it which allowed it to clamp onto metallic surfaces. It also had claws which allowed it to climb up almost vertical cliff faces. A few episodes we examined the Battle of Teth where the ATTEs literally did that. The other thing that made the ATTE so unique was the fact that its cabin was completely pressurized with oxygen. This was partly due to the fact that the ATTE was originally designed to patrol asteroids and other worlds without atmospheres, and was also used to protect the clones from gas attacks and chemical warfare. This also consequently meant the ATTE could technically function in space. So before the Battle of Batuu had started, Anakin had actually deployed several ATTEs into the asteroid field by using the LAAT gunships on board the Venators. Each ATTE had a huge mass driver cannon which could fire a diverse range of ammunition, including both kinetic and energy rounds. Now, a single ATTE wasn't really all that dangerous to a Separatist warship, but there were a few dozen ATTEs spread throughout all of the asteroids in the area, and they immediately all started firing on the Separatist fleet. What made things worse was that General Grievous had commanded his entire fleet to dedicate all their power to only the forward shields. This way they could protect themselves from asteroids and enemy fire. But what Grievous didn't take into account was that every ship in his fleet right now was unshielded in the rear and very vulnerable to enemy fire. One by one, the Separatist ships started going down, and the asteroids that had once given them cover now greatly hindered their maneuverability. A single ATTE could easily be taken out by a Separatist turbo laser, but because they were so spread out through all of the asteroids and neatly hidden, it was relatively hard for the Separatists to launch a counterattack. General Grievous, sensing the battle spiraling out of his control, boards his personal ship and tries to flee the battle again, which is actually probably why he's such a cunning leader. The fact that he can sense when the battle is going wrong means that he usually survives the battle, and if he can survive multiple battles, you'll eventually learn something and gain experience. This is also a very important life lesson. Anyway, Anakin Skywalker sees Grievous running away and guns his own starfighters after him. The pursuit is on. But before Anakin is able to close the distance and get a kill shot, his own starfighter is disabled. Luckily, Captain Rex manages to recover Anakin, and by the time he wakes up in the infirmary, the battle was already won. Sure, General Grievous had escaped, but most of the Separatist fleet was destroyed, and Batuu was now safe. The only other problem was that Anakin had lost R2-D2 when his ship crashed. Once again, we see that Anakin can't seem to let go of his friends, or droids. Anakin had known R2 since his day as a slave on Tatooine, and together they had taken down the droid control ship over Naboo. More importantly, it's said that the entire Star Wars franchise is being told from the point of view of R2-D2, which is why he's basically in every installation of Star Wars, and it's also probably why the Star Wars movies that don't really have too much of R2-D2 kind of suck. Of course, Obi-Wan Kenobi doesn't approve of Anakin's so-called attachments and reminds him that as a Jedi and also as a military leader, he must be ready to let go of things and military hardware, which is what he saw R2-D2 as. But then Anakin remembers there's a reason why R2-D2 is so awesome. His memory banks have never been erased. It's part of the reason why R2-D2 is such a special droid and so capable. He's collected many skills and talents and knowledge through many, many lifetimes. But at the same time, without a routine wipe, which most astromechs do get, R2 has a lot of information about all the Republic bases he's been to and all the Republic forces he's encountered. This makes the loss of this droid very troubling, especially if the Separatists capture him. It's a real strategic nightmare. They must find a way to get him back before it's too late. But for now, the Battle of Batuu Wire is a great Republic victory. It was a battle that the Republic wasn't really supposed to win, and it was only due to Anakin's out-of-the-box thinking that his small fleet was able to pull off this victory. In the end, his strategy was quite brilliant, and also pretty risky. The ATTEs were extremely vulnerable to the enemy capital ship's fire, and had the Republic fleet been destroyed, it's very likely that those tanks would have been stranded on those asteroids without any communication to the outside world. Luckily, fortune favors the bold, especially when the bold individual is Anakin. Anyway, Anakin Skywalker has once again thwarted General Grievous's assault on the planet of Batuu Wire with some brilliant tactics. Unfortunately, in the middle of the battle, his starship was disabled, and although the Jedi survived, his astromech R2-D2 is nowhere to be found. This is a huge problem because, first, the entire Star Wars saga is told from R2-D2's point of view. So no R2-D2 means no Star Wars by George Lucas, and then no Star Wars means no Generation Tech. And then no Generation Tech means no me. But luckily that's not what happened. I'm still here. Just like the cold that I got from the dolphins. It just won't go away. The other problem is because R2-D2 has never had his memory banks wiped in the history of history, this means he's a treasure trove of data. Data that includes tons of information about the Grand Army of the Republic's operations, resources, and unit locations. I'm also sure Anakin has some very private photos of Padme that he probably keeps on there for personal consumption, so yeah, all parties involved, in the Republic at least, want to recover the droid immediately. With much protest, Anakin is temporarily given a new astromech, a small R3 unit nicknamed Goldie by Anakin's Padawan Ahsoka. R3s are built on the success of R2s and had more computing power than an R2. Anyway, Anakin and Ahsoka first venture back to his derelict starfighter. Upon inspecting the ship, they discover that the astromech has been removed from the socket. Scanners, however, pick up a Trandoshan scavenger ship lingering nearby. Scavenger scum like this were quite common during the Clone Wars. They braved the dangerous wreckage of these battlefields to scavenge for war material, which then they sold on a secondhand market for great profit. Anakin and Ahsoka decide to take a diplomatic approach and question the Trandoshan to see if he's picked up any R2 units recently. While browsing the wares of his ship, a pair of IG assassin droids are activated and start attacking the two Jedi. The IG series are made famous by the bounty hunter IG-88 and were extremely dangerous assassin units that combined agility with precision and sturdiness. The two do manage to take out the IG bots, but Anakin still moves quickly to reprimand Goldie, who had accidentally activated them in the first place. Goldie, or R3-S6 as he was known, wasn't really built for field duty, he was more built for data crunching. Obviously, Anakin had some pretty high expectations after working with R2-D2 for so long, but R2-D2 had a plethora of unorthodox skills and abilities that he had picked up throughout the years, all thanks to the lack of memory wipes we talked about before. But this R3 unit's actions in this episode go beyond incompetent. It's almost as if he's actively trying to sabotage the two Jedi. Anyway, Ahsoka and Anakin conclude their search for R2-D2 on the Trandoshan ship and head off to search elsewhere. Which is unfortunate because R2 was in fact on the ship, but had a restraining bolt placed on him. A restraining bolt severely limited a droid's movement and processing ability. It made them extremely obedient and subdued any personality they might have. The Trandoshan captain had purposely hid the R2 unit because he had already made plans with Separatist leader General Grievous to hand over the droid. The Trandoshan was smart enough to know that the Separatists would pay a lot of money for the info on the droid, whereas the Republic would most likely expect him to return their property to them for very little compensation. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan is briefing Anakin and Ahsoka about the current situation in the sector. It seems like General Grievous was somehow able to intercept Republic comms. He tells Anakin to write off R2 as a lost cause and goes search for the secret Separatist listening post. Ahsoka encourages her master to take along R3 for the mission so they can bond. Anakin then sets out in his starfighter with the astromech, who he now has named Stubby. They travel to a possible location for Grievous's listening post, but when Anakin asks Stubby to activate the long-range scanners, the R3 unit instead turns on the tracking beacon, which basically alerts everyone in the nearby system, including of course General Grievous, of their location. Ahsoka Tano and the Republic fleet also get the tracking number and assume something is wrong and send their own reinforcements. At this point, if I'm Anakin, I would jettison that R3 unit into a black hole or something equally as dangerous, because that R3 is definitely trying to get you killed. And then I would use my force abilities to navigate home. Probably going to be missing R2-D2 a lot by now. Speaking of astromechs, remember when we said R2-D2 had special skills? Well, along the way he also figured out it was quite easy to get a restraining bolt off with the right amount of leverage. The little droid manages to break free again and outsmarts an IG assassin droid by shooting it out of an airlock, but is recaptured immediately by the Trandoshan. Meanwhile, Anakin is trying his best to flee. Still docked into his hyperdrive ring, he should be able to make the jump within seconds. But of course, when he asks R3 to prepare the hyperdrive for a jump, the little droid instead undocks the hyperdrive ring. Look, Anakin, that's 3 times this droid has almost killed you. You gotta get rid of him at this point. But of course, Anakin doesn't have time for this, and he tries to go back to the ring, but it's destroyed immediately. Then he finds himself pursued by dozens of vulture droids. Meanwhile, R3 manages to disable the engines and lasers. Luckily, Ahsoka Tano comes with a freighter and saves Anakin just in time. The Trandoshan smuggler finally arrives to the Separatist listening post, which is located on one of the moons of Rasan. Now, Rasan was quite an important place in Republic history. It was the site of the last epic battle between the Republic-led Jedi and the Sith Brotherhood. The Jedi ultimately won after 7 chaotic battles on and around the planet. The result of these battles were so horrific that it led to the demilitarization of the Republic and the Jedi Order through the Rasan Reformation, which is why the Republic was more or less unprepared for the Clone Wars and had to rely on the clone army from Kamino. Meanwhile, before they land on the listening post, R2 once again manages to break free somehow and send out a signal alerting the Republic where the smuggler is taking him, which also consequently alerts the Republic to the location of the Separatist listening post. The Separatist listening post turns out to be a core ship from a Lucrehulk battleship. This provides the Separatists with a mobile platform that is shielded and quite defensible. While on board, R2-D2 is thoroughly examined. The Separatists find out that the little droid contains every Republic strategy, along with a variety of more important data related to the Republic war effort. General Grievous decides to increase his reward for the Trandoshan by stabbing him with a lightsaber. Probably not the best idea in the world if you're looking to work with other scavengers and smugglers in the future, but hey, why not? Meanwhile, Anakin, Rex, and Ahsoka on board their freighter have tracked the little droid signal and found the listening post. Obi-Wan's orders have been clear: wait for reinforcements before assaulting the listening post. But because R2-D2 was on the station, they kind of had to move quickly before the droid's memory banks were compromised. Obi-Wan wants Anakin to destroy the station, but of course Anakin wants to rescue his friend. So he decides that if he somehow is able to save R2-D2 before he destroys the listening post, then, well, everyone wins. Now, this is something I've always respected about Anakin. Sure, his attachments to things ultimately leads to his own destruction, but the Jedi had long forgotten what it meant to be a human, something that Anakin truly understood. Anakin was all heart. He always fought extremely hard to make sure that no man or woman or droid was ever left behind. In that way, he exemplified what a Jedi should be as far as their image to everyday people. A Jedi was a symbol of hope. They were supernatural beings who could accomplish any mission and then some. They weren't really supposed to be pragmatic and doing battlefield triage. That's something that you would expect military leaders to do, not a Jedi. And that's what Anakin decides to do. He doesn't really think about the overriding consequences of R2's data falling into Separatist hands, because failing is not something he can even consider. Ever the optimist, he decides to take all the obstacles one at a time. First, he must figure out how to save his friend. Now guys, especially all you youngins out there who probably have a lot of time and don't really know exactly what they want to do in life, I think there are a lot of lessons we can learn about Anakin's style in life. I mean, obviously you don't want to take huge risks all the time, because it's usually those kind of individuals who suffer great catastrophes. But on the other hand, if you were able to survive these huge leaps of faith that Anakin regularly does, you will be a stronger individual. Unless that leap breaks your spine and paralyzes you. But guys, in real life, it is people like Anakin who kind of breaks the rules, takes big risks, thinks outside the box and goes against convention. Those are the individuals that are going to be the most successful. Because people like Anakin have failed many times in their life. And that's because people who fail a lot no longer allow the fear of failure to prevent them from pursuing their dreams. It's that same fear of failure and falling to the dark side that had rendered the Jedi Order completely incompetent and unable to change and face the challenges of the Clone Wars. And ultimately, Anakin is successful at saving R2-D2, and it's not only through his own efforts, he also gets help from Ahsoka and Captain Rex, who at this point are not only just subordinates, but true believers in Anakin. Even though they know he's disobeying orders by going after R2-D2, they believe in him and will follow him into whatever reckless mission he leads them on. And that's another thing we can really learn about Anakin. That's his leadership style. It's very different from the traditional model. If we look at today's rapidly changing workplace, it's no longer enough for a leader or manager to just depend on the structure and hierarchy that's been put into place. Corporate consolidation means, on average, today's worker is working more hours than ever and being paid salaries that haven't really kept up with that workload. So a steady paycheck no longer guarantees the same kind of loyalty as past generations did. And that's not because millennials are lazy or anything, it's just, yeah, the deal has changed. No one really buys into the idea that a company will take care of you anymore. A leader today really has to engage their subordinates at a higher level and show them that they are willing to go out on a limb to protect their interests. And that's exactly what Anakin does. He abandons the wider mission in order to save the individual. And in the workplace, we're faced with a similar issue. Are we willing to sacrifice the project or financial gain for the well-being of an employee, an individual that basically you're responsible for as a leader? Is what you're looking for a short-term profit? Or are you really trying to build a team and invest in these people that you're training and basically bringing into your family or company? So yeah, I know we got sidetracked a little bit there, but the point is I really love finding these deeper messages hidden within what essentially is a cartoon. So, I mean, it's quite remarkable that they do include these kind of ideas in there, and it makes the entire Clone Wars all that more realistic, I think. The problems Anakin has with the Jedi Order function at so many different levels. It's not just about him saving Padme, but yeah, he has some real grievances against the way Jedi Order treats its own followers. In our last episode, R2-D2 has been captured by General Grievous, and we see what great lengths Anakin will go to save his droid. It shows us what kind of individual Anakin was, and more importantly, how different he is from Obi-Wan Kenobi and the more mainstream views of the Jedi Council. It's only the beginning of a shift we'll see in Anakin as he drifts further and further away from the Jedi and closer to a completely different ideology. Meanwhile, the war is going relatively bad for the Republic. Completely outnumbered from the outset of the war, things are only getting worse as the Republic is unable to really protect their entire territory. If you think about it, even the Galactic Empire had some serious problems protecting the entire galaxy, even with their far larger navy and Death Star. The Separatist Alliance had the advantage of being on the offensive. They simply had to keep the Republic off balance and attack them where their strength wasn't. But the battles being fought between admirals and generals weren't the only battles going on in the galaxy. On another playing field, senators and diplomats from both sides courted neutral worlds and tried to use political favors and trade deals in the hope that these methods will succeed before blasters and tanks are necessary. Or so hoped idealists like Senator Padme Amidala of the Republic or Senator Mina Bonteri of the Confederacy. Shortly after the Battle of Batu Wai, Padme Amidala travels to the homeworld of the Rhodians, known as Rhodia. For those of you who don't know what a Rhodian is, Greedo is one. Rhodians, like Twi'leks, are commonly found in the rougher parts of the galaxy, doing the rougher jobs. It's not racist for me to say this, guys, it's speciest, and it's also grounded in some truth. You see, Rhodia, like Ryloth, wasn't the most hospitable planet. It lay in the Outer Rim nearby Tatooine and the Twi'lek homeworld. Rhodia was once a humid jungle, rich in flora and fauna. But eventually, one lizard species developed the ability to walk on two legs, started using melee weapons, which then turned into guns, which then turned into bombs, and then, well, you had a modern society. But unfortunately for the Rhodians, they were degenerates and they turned their entire world into a toxic wasteland, and the survivors had to retreat into domed cities. This naturally left Rhodia very vulnerable to major changes in the galaxy. They were no longer self-sufficient and depended on other planets for basic resources. Most recently, for instance, one of their supply convoys was destroyed by pirates, which created a food shortage crisis on their planet. The Rhodians had felt betrayed that the Republic was unable to stop the pirates or send any emergency supplies when they requested some. Senator Anaconda Farr represented the Rhodian people and also happened to be very close friends with Rui Nabari, former Naboo senator and father of Padme Amidala. The two were actually quite close allies, and growing up, Padme actually called Anaconda Uncle Ono. The senator had personally requested help from Padme after his pleas were ignored by the Republic. In defense of the Galactic Republic, their resources were already stretched thin across the galaxy. They were completely unprepared for the war. In a smaller world like Rhodia, in the outer rim of the galaxy and behind enemy lines was kind of low priority for them at this point. As a matter of fact, Padme had greatly risked her life to come so far, especially without a military convoy. Her reasoning for coming so far without any kind of escort was that this was a mission of diplomacy and peace. Although she did bring junior senator from Naboo, the Gungan Jar Jar. After the invasion of Naboo and the heroic sacrifice of the Gungans, the Naboo had granted the swamp people representation in their planet affairs. Jar Jar Binks, for some reason, was chosen. I'm sure Chancellor Palpatine had some influence in the matter, but like R3 in our last episode, Jar Jar Binks was almost actively going out of the way to put Padme and the entire mission in danger. Upon arriving to the Rhodian system, Jar Jar accidentally hits a button which almost destroys the ship. Padme, who is perhaps a little bit less trusting than Anakin, decides to keep the Gungan on the ship while she attends to the more delicate diplomacy matters. After all, Uncle Ono and her shared some very close personal ties, which will definitely help smooth over the talks. Senator Anaconda Farr was in a tough position. The Republic, as always, was not only too slow to respond to the crisis on Rhodia, it had postponed the vote that would have approved aid for the planet in the first place. With his constituents literally dying, Senator Farr had to get help any way he could. Although he was a staunch loyalist to the Republic and Padme, when Newt Gunray and the Trade Federation secretly approached the Rhodians with a promise of immediate relief, there was nothing really the senator could do but save his people. And not only were the Separatists promising to give them emergency relief, they were also going to give them new trade ships to replace the ones that were destroyed and new warships that would guard their trade routes. The only problem with this deal was that Anaconda Farr had to attract Senator Amidala to the planet so that the Separatists could arrest her. Now, normally I would say it's kind of wrong to detain a political figure or a diplomat like Padme Amidala, but she's not really just a diplomat anymore, is she? At this point, we have to kind of accept that Padme is basically an enemy combatant hiding behind the guise of a senator. Just a few weeks ago, she was partly responsible for wiring the nav computer of a subjugator-class heavy cruiser, which led to it flying directly into a moon, destroying millions, if not billions, of credits worth of war material. Not really actions of a diplomat, more like that of a saboteur. But before we judge Senator Anaconda Farr as just another sketchy Rhodian you want your kids hanging around, we have to understand that his people were literally dying from starvation. And we have to also understand that Newt Gunray, as usual, lied about the part where he wasn't going to harm Padme. I guess the question we have to ask is, would Uncle Ono still have done the same thing had he known the Trade Federation's true intentions? The one thing that is clear is you should really never trust any political deal that the Confederacy or the Trade Federation gives you. They're basically like telemarketers. Meanwhile, Jar Jar is trying to get acquainted with the local wildlife. C-3PO, as usual, shows an acute understanding of the dangers of his surroundings and warns the Gungan not to do so. I know he's made up to be a coward in the larger scheme of things, but I've always seen C-3PO as a voice of reason. I mean, he's really surrounded by completely reckless and idiotic people who actually usually do end up dying in very terrible ways. So I think C-3PO is kind of a hero in the entire Star Wars saga. Anyway, Jar Jar is using his usual mix of nonsensical phrases and words and somehow manages to communicate with the local animals. Look guys, I'm not a zoologist or a swamp animal who also is a zoologist, but I find it very unlikely that a swamp animal from one planet would be able to communicate with another swamp animal in a completely different solar system and completely different planets. Just doesn't make any sense. Most likely what's happening here is Jar Jar is communicating or bending this animal towards his will by using the Force. The dark side of the Force. And when the Separatist droids come to secure Senator Amidala's ship, Jar Jar uses his usual drunken kung fu / fool's capoeira to defeat the droids in a seemingly clumsy fashion. That, I assure you, is all for show and all carefully calculated and choreographed by this evil mastermind. Here's an individual who is so powerful in the Force and such a terrific combatant that he is able to hide behind some clown act and still win the battle. Meanwhile, Uncle Ono feels more and more guilty as Separatists chain his symbolic niece to a wall in a dungeon. He's probably having buyer's remorse at this point. But hey, he's an elected official and he really has to do what's right for his constituents before anything else. Because that's how it works in America. Meanwhile, Jar Jar has destroyed Senator Amidala's ship because that's what the guy does. The Gungan finds a pair of Jedi robes on board, most likely Anakin's, and proceeds to go on an epic rescue mission and bumps into Nute Gunray right as he arrives on the planet to take Padme into custody. The Separatists, of course, mistaken the Gungan for a Jedi and immediately go on high alert. By this point, Uncle Ono's buyer's remorse turns into, oh damn, I want my money back. He realizes that Nute Gunray doesn't just want to detain Padme, he wants to kill her. And worse yet, the Separatists won't even consider sending aid until Senator Padme is executed. But Padme again is no damsel in distress or a diplomat. She's an enemy combatant and a very capable one at that, and manages to escape herself. She links up with C-3PO and together the two formulate a plan. While Padme goes and helps Jar Jar, C-3PO goes to try to contact Republic forces and manages to do so right before he's captured. Padme is also captured, and together they're brought in front of Nute Gunray, who wants to execute them by droideka. But at the last minute, Jedi Jar Jar, or Sith Jar Jar more likely, comes to the rescue. In the skirmish that ensues, Senator Anakata gets hold of a blaster and has both Padme and Nute Gunray in his sights. He gets a second chance to choose a side in the war. Padme, never letting her emotions and revenge get in the way, seizes on the moment and gives Uncle Ono a way out by suggesting he had always meant to betray Nute Gunray to the Republic in the first place. And that's exactly what the Senator does. See, you can never trust a dirty Rodian. The Republic eventually arrives and Nute Gunray is taken into custody. Meanwhile, Senator Palpatine finally agrees to send some aid to the Rodians now that they've finally gotten the attention of the Republic. Interestingly enough, the capture of Nute Gunray doesn't imply that the entire Trade Federation has betrayed the Republic. Other members of the Trade Federation had devoured Gunray as an extremist. This, of course, is nonsense. The Trade Federation was definitely in cahoots with the Separatists. Everyone in the Republic more or less knew this, but that's just how desperate the Republic was. They couldn't afford to even lose a system that was actively betraying them. Now, things are already in freefall in the Outer Rim, and as bad as things are on Rhodia, at least their senator has connections to a plot-critical senator. Other planets like Mimbum have turned into gigantic wastelands strewn with body parts and droid parts. In our last episode, thanks to the quick actions of Padme Amidala and Sith Lord Jar Jar Binks, Viceroy Nute Gunray of the Trade Federation has been captured and taken into the custody of Republic forces on the planet of Rhodia. Gunray is a high-ranking member of the Separatist Council, the first real leader that the Republic has been able to capture. This is huge for the Republic because so far the war really hasn't gone their way. The Grand Army of the Republic is stretched thin and is being attacked from all directions, and dozens of worlds are leaving the Republic as a result every week. Capturing Nute Gunray was a symbolic victory that the Republic needed to show that it was still in the fight, which is why the Senate not only sent an attachment of Senate commandos, but also Master Luminara Unduli and Ahsoka Tano on board the Republic Star Destroyer Tranquility to bring the war criminal back to Coruscant for trial. While the Neimoidian wasn't all that dangerous by himself, he had an extremely long rap sheet of crimes dating all the way back to the blockade of Naboo a decade before the start of the war. Nute Gunray also had a lot of knowledge about the Separatist plans and had been in contact directly with Lord Sidious for more than a decade as well. Plus, the Neimoidian was a self-serving coward and had very little loyalty to anyone but himself. This means he would crack very quickly under Republic interrogation. Which is why Darth Sidious, aka Palpy McScrotumface, tells Count Dooku about how big a liability Nute Gunray would be. Count Dooku, always a step ahead, had sent his best assassin aside Ventress to rescue or silence the Neimoidian. Unlike Anakin, Ventress had no qualms with killing a hostage. She was a hardened killer that had been cruelly shaped into a weapon by Count Dooku. Long ago, she had actually been a Jedi learner, but when her master was killed, she was left aimless and alone. But despite her immense skill as a combatant and as an assassin, she hasn't been all that successful against the Jedi, especially against Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano. Due to her recent failures, Count Dooku lets Ventress know that failure is not an option this time around. Meanwhile, the Republic Star Destroyer Tranquility is on the way to Coruscant. The Jedi are attempting to interrogate Nute Gunray, but so far the Neimoidian has been surprisingly resilient. Most likely he fears the wrath of Darth Sidious more than he does the Republic. Also, the Jedi are not using enhanced force interrogation techniques for ethical reasons. The Jedi are attempting to find out who Nute Gunray's secret contacts in the Republic are and where they're based. There has been suspicion for quite some time now that the Confederacy has moles within the Republic government, potentially even in positions of high power. While Master Luminara slowly and calmly tries to bring out Nute Gunray's worst fears, Ahsoka Tano, passionate and hot-headed like her master, plays bad cop and brings a lightsaber up to the Neimoidian's throat, demanding he give them the information they're asking for. Despite Master Luminara's disapproval, it does seem to work on the cowardly Separatists, but before they can get another word out of him, they come under attack. The Separatist rescue mission is here, a swarm of Ultra droids along with boarding ships that latch onto the Tranquility, and soon fighting erupts inside the ship. Commander Gree and a squad of clones from Green Company along with Master Unduli go and confront the boarders, while Ahsoka and the Senate Commandos guard Gunray. Unlike normal infantry units in the GAR, the Senate Commandos were all non-clones, in a Special Forces branch of the Senate Guard, which protected the Republic's legislature and executive branch. They were kind of like the Secret Service, and had to undergo several background checks and years of training to earn their position, but they were more like a special police force rather than an actual combat unit. Upon hearing about the Separatist attack, Nute Gunray becomes unwilling to cooperate. He's hopeful of being rescued, but Ahsoka reminds the Neimoidian they could just be here to silence him permanently. The Separatist boarding ships are built with a hole-piercing mechanism that latches onto enemy ships and then disgorges several heavy super battle droids. I think this is a really cool design. It's kind of similar to the squid robots that the Separatists would use during the Battle of Kamino, and they basically function in a really good way because Separatist droids are not afraid of vacuum, so should the piercing mechanism actually fail, it doesn't really affect the droids all that much. A squad of clones bravely try to hold off the battle droids, but their armor is way too heavy and they manage to overwhelm the clone position. A dozen or so battle droids make it past the hangar and head towards the prison blocks, but Commander Gree's clones are able to hold them at bay within the narrow corridor leading to the prison, and with the help of Master Luminara are able to destroy the entire boarding party. While the super battle droids pose a significant threat for the Republic, especially in the confines of a narrow ship, they're actually just a distraction. Asajj Ventress had also boarded the ship and she proceeded to plant numerous thermal charges in the cruiser's engine room. As Captain Argus of the Commando Guard informs Ahsoka about the destruction of the Separatist boarding party, Asajj Ventress pops through the vents of the prison block and begins taking out the Senate Commandos. In the tight confines of the prison blocks, the Commandos don't really stand a chance against the assassin, especially with their bulky and extremely long DC-15A blasters. Only Ahsoka Tano really has a chance of stopping Asajj Ventress, and while she is pretty skilled for her age and one day would become an extremely accomplished duelist, at this point she's still quite young and not as good as Ventress. Ahsoka Tano mainly used Form 5 or Xian, which is a more aggressive form of the defensively minded Form 3. But what made Ahsoka's lightsaber combat technique different was her unorthodox reverse grip. She was able to hold her own against most combatants, but Asajj Ventress proved to be way too much for her to handle. Asajj Ventress was trained in Dooku's Form 2 Makasi, specifically created for dueling single combatants. What made her different from Dooku was the fact that she dual-wielded lightsabers, which made the form less powerful but more relentless and rapid. Ventress, with some help from Gunray, is able to trap the young Padawan in the Neimoidian's prison cell. Luckily for the young Padawan, Master Unduli senses a disturbance in the Force, and she arrives just in time to free Ahsoka and stop the Sith assassin. But just like Grievous, Ventress always has an escape plan and detonates her thermal charges in the engine room and uses the distraction to evade capture. Once again, Master Unduli decides to leave Ahsoka behind to guard Gunray. To which Ahsoka protests. The young Padawan senses that Ventress is far too dangerous for the Jedi Master to face alone. But the Jedi Master is dismissive about the assassin's skills, calling Ventress undisciplined. While Master Unduli is definitely a skilled combatant and has many years of training, she's probably never faced anyone as unorthodox and as dirty of a fighter as Asajj Ventress. Not only is her lightsaber form deadly, she's also very unpredictable, something that a Jedi Master trained in the Jedi Temple isn't really used to combating. Ahsoka, despite her rashness and sometimes reckless behavior, seems to always have good intuition, which really helps her in the middle of the battlefield. And in this case, she was right. Even before the battle starts, Asajj quickly blinds the Jedi Master with some hot steam, and suddenly Luminara finds her many years of training within the safe confines of the Jedi Temple useless. Such was the arrogance of many masters inside of the Jedi Order. Meanwhile, Ahsoka is debating out loud whether she should disobey her master's orders, to which Captain Argus advises her to follow her intuition. After all, that's what makes him different from the droids. Despite being blinded partially, Luminara still does not take Ventress seriously and taunts her, saying that she's unrefined and sloppy. But quickly, she finds herself on the defensive and in danger of losing her own head, and consequently her other eye. Luckily, Luminara was trained as a Guardian Jedi and heavily focused in the art of lightsaber combat. During the Old Republic era, Jedi Guardians stood on the front lines against Sith warriors and were renowned for their dueling abilities. But again, without any Sith to duel for more than 1,000 years, the Jedi Guardians didn't really have any real-life experience and had fallen back onto old methods of book learning instead of actual real-life experience. Nonetheless, Luminara was extremely skilled in Defensive Form 3, which she then paired with the Aggressive Form 5. But Asajj Ventress' raw power and ferocity overwhelms the Jedi Master and traps her beneath some pipes. But before she can kill the Jedi Master, Ahsoka comes to the rescue and forces Ventress to retreat again. This time around, Ventress not only has a plan B, but she also has a plan C. Despite their careful vetting and background checks, the Senate commandos were still humans and not clones, and susceptible to large cash payments and bribes. I'm also sure a government job, even captain's pay, is not as good as what the Separatists are willing to pay. And unfortunately for the Republic, Captain Argus agrees, and upon being signaled by Ventress, turns on his fellow commandos and grabs Nute Gunray for himself. Captain Gree is also there and tries to take down the captain. In the middle of the fight, Argus says the following.
A clone like you would never understand. I wanted a life with more than empty servitude.
And for that you'd betray the Republic.
I think this further reinforces just how loyal the clones were to the Republic, which is kind of sad. Even though they are kind of slaves, they're still more loyal than someone like Captain Argus. And Captain Argus does have a point, but before he can make it, he's knocked out by the commander. But surprise, Nute Gunray comes out of nowhere and knocks the commander out as well. Argus and Gunray manage to board a Republic Corvette and escape off the Venator-class Star Destroyer. Asajj Ventress also makes her way to an escape pod and then rendezvous with the Republic Corvette and proceeds to kill Argus just randomly. Which is kind of unnecessary, I think. You know, Ventress really needs to work on herself, and she will later on. If you guys really like Ventress, by the way, check out the novel Dark Disciple. It's definitely one of my favorite new canon novels, and it kind of talks about more of what Asajj Ventress is like, you know, after she's basically rejected by the Separatists later on. In our last episode, Viceroy Nute Gunray once again escapes from the grasp of the Republic thanks to the actions of Sith assassin Asajj Ventress. But the Viceroy hasn't made it all the way back to safety just yet, and the Jedi are in hot pursuit. Kit Fisto and his former Padawan and talking fishman, Adar Veb, follow the tracking beacon within the stolen Republic ship that Ventress and Gunray used to escape from captivity. It leads them to the Vasek system in the Outer Rim. It was a relatively unremarkable system, but on its third moon, Vasek 3, General Grievous had a secret lair. Having no knowledge of this, Kit Fisto and the Republic forces work their way into his lair, thinking that they are about to run into Nute Gunray, when instead they only find a hologram of him, at which point Count Dooku appears, explaining that this wasn't a trap but actually a test for General Grievous. He wanted the Republic forces to ambush him so that Grievous could prove his worthiness to the Separatist cause. What can I say? The Sith have some very weird and out-of-the-box and unorthodox methods of training their employees. Things get stranger as the Republic forces venture deeper into the base and find odd statues of the Kaleesh warrior. The Kaleesh were originally from a wild space planet known as Kalee. They were a warrior species known for their cruelty and lack of mercy. General Grievous was originally one of these Kaleesh warriors. At the time, the Kaleesh were fighting a war against a more technologically advanced insect species known by the Kaleesh as Hook, or soulless bugs. These soulless bugs were trying to enslave the Kaleesh, and despite the Kaleesh's warrior spirit, the Hook were winning because they had things like starships and tanks. It was just very one-sided, and millions of Kaleesh ended up getting enslaved. But Grievous and a small band of elite Kaleesh warriors were able to turn the tide against the Hook. But during his single-minded crusade against the Hook, he loses one of his close friends to the insects, which starts to drive him towards madness. Eventually, Grievous manages to kick the Hook off of their planet, and then starts invading the Hook homeworld, where he starts burning down population centers, at which point the Hook approach the Republic for aid and help. Now, for the most part, the Republic didn't get involved beyond the mid-rim of the galaxy because they simply didn't have a standing army or resources to do much anyway. On top of that, nothing in the Outer Rim usually was worth the journey in the eyes of core world politicians, which is why the Kaleesh were left to be enslaved by the Hook in the first place. But for some reason, the Republic decided to intervene in this situation and sent Jedi Knights to Hook and imposed sanctions on the Kaleesh, which destroyed their economy and imposed great tribulation on Grievous's people. With their entire planet on the verge of bankruptcy, Grievous decides to cut a deal with the intergalactic banking clan's leader, Sam Hill. In return for debt relief, all he really needed to do was become an enforcer or a debt collector for the IGBC, which was actually a pretty good deal for him. It was gainful employment, which included multiple opportunities to smash people's heads in. At the same time, he could save his entire planet from starvation and humiliation. The only problem was the IGBC wouldn't hire other Kaleesh and wanted Grievous to work with their new IG-100 combat droid platform. Grievous's Kaleesh warrior mentality saw the droids as inferior and way too predictable, but eventually he began training the IG-100s to mimic his movements, and they became much more dangerous. For a while, things were good, and the banking clan was happy, and Grievous was happy as well. But then the Hook attacked the Kaleesh colony and started desecrating their sacred burial grounds. The Republic, of course, did nothing to stop this. So Grievous broke his contract with the IGBC and went on a soulless bug rampage. Now, originally Sam Hill, the leader of the IGBC, wanted to assassinate General Grievous for his disobedience. But because he was a confidant of the secret separatist movement at the time, he came up with a plan with Darth Plagueis and Sidious to make Grievous an enforcer for the movement and ultimately a slave. So Count Dooku sabotaged Grievous's personal ship, and when en route to the Hook homeworld, his ship broke apart in atmosphere. Count Dooku found Grievous in the wreckage of his ship and used the Force to keep him alive long enough so that they could turn him into a cyborg. If this sounds like Darth Vader's origin story, you're absolutely right. This was one of the favorite ways for the Sith to create dependable slave warriors. As a matter of fact, many of the cybernetic technology used on Vader were first pioneered by technicians that worked on Grievous. And when he finally recovers from his gruesome surgery, he's told by the Sith that the Republic were the ones responsible for shooting down his shuttle. Grievous was now just a pair of eyeballs, a brain, and a few other organs. His entire flesh, body, and bone structure was more or less gone. One interesting thing that the Sith tried to do in order to preserve him was by giving him a blood transfusion from the deceased body of Sifo-Dyas. Although it ultimately failed to make Grievous Force sensitive, it did keep him alive long enough to survive the operation. The one side effect of this entire transformation was that the cyborg now had asthma. And yes, this is canon. Most likely, the Sith gave Grievous asthma in order to give him a weakness that they can use in case he got out of control. If you really think about it, it wasn't necessary for a cyborg like him to have actual lungs or even a heart. These things could have been replaced by machines, and as we find out later on, organs are very flammable. That is just messed up, Obi-Wan. Anyway, they capped Grievous's abilities in the same way Palpatine would cap Vader's potential by giving him a generic Walmart brand version of a cyborg suit, which not only was inefficient, but caused significant chafing on his stubs, also canon. Grievous was able to overcome his asthma and became a monster on the battlefield. As a matter of fact, he was active as early as the Battle of Geonosis, but no one really knew he existed because no one ever survived any encounters with him until later on in the war. Anyway, back to Vazek 3, Kit Fisto and his former apprentice Nadar Veb were completely unprepared to take on the cyborg, but with the help of some clones they managed to ambush Grievous, and Kit Fisto actually does cut the general in half. But this was Grievous's home, and he was familiar with every nook and cranny in the facility. He also had repair facilities, which meant that after he escaped the Republic task force, he immediately started installing a new set of legs. Grievous, being the paranoid psychopathic warrior that he was, set up his entire base on Vesic 3 as a funhouse. But instead of being full of fun, it was full of pain and tears. General Grievous locks in the Jedi and clones into the facility and then starts systematically hunting them down one by one in the most creative ways possible. At the same time, Grievous sends out his Magna Guard droids to take out the Republic shuttle and Jedi starfighters that brought the task force onto the planet in the first place. That was kind of the interesting thing about Grievous. He had a really good grasp on tactics. He could always sense when he was going to lose, which is why he was able to survive for so long. He was never too proud to retreat. But when he knew victory was within his grasp, he made sure to hunt down every single individual. It was kind of just the way he did things. Which is why when Grievous won, no Republic survivors were left, further building up the General's mystique. He's kind of like that guy who plays Grand Theft Auto and needs to get 100% completion. Which means he has to find all the special packages and do all the graffiti, or maybe a more apt comparison is he's the kind of Total War player that even after a victory is declared, micromanages his troops to hunt down the routing forces so that literally no one can escape. So back to Vesic. The clones are dropping left and right. Some fall into a pit of molten lava, others are killed by Grievous's pet dog, Gore. And by dog, I don't actually mean a dog, it's more like a velociraptor crossed with the alien from Aliens. But Kit Fisto, the Rasu Jedi, does what Jedi do best and eventually delimbs Gore and kills Grievous's dog, which really pisses him off. By this point, Grievous has his legs back, but decides why go confront the Republic task force when they can fight their way to him. At the same time, Count Dooku calls Grievous and basically explains how this all was a test and how he didn't really trust in his abilities anymore after his recent failures. I mean, the Sith are just great managers. They really know how to cultivate a healthy and good relationship between employers and employees. At this point, the two Jedi finally reach Grievous, but Kit Fisto was cut off from his former Padawan. Nadar Veb was an average Jedi Knight, but he had similar qualities to Anakin Skywalker. He was brash, confident, and wanted to kill things. While he was good-intentioned like Anakin, he was far less competent as a fighter. Ultimately, Grievous defeats him with an extra arm. He pulls a blaster and shoots the young fish Jedi, sending him to sleep with his other fellow fish people. Kit Fisto doesn't let the death of his Padawan get to him. He's quite a wise Jedi and realizes he's outgunned. And luckily, his astromech has saved his starfighter from Grievous's droids previously, and he attempts to escape the moon and get more reinforcements. Grievous is there to meet him on the landing platform, and the two duel for a while, but ultimately, Kit Fisto manages to hold his own and get away. Grievous contacts Dooku about the completion of the test, and Dooku, like your typical Asian parent, tells Grievous that there's room for improvement. Now, if you think this relationship between Grievous and Count Dooku is a bit messed up, well, that is just how the Sith treat their underlings. That's how they find agents and vet and test people out. And if you look at the ancient Sith orders, this is actually how their schools were set up. I mean, there was a lot of competition and people died all the time. And when Palpatine eventually sets up the Galactic Empire, the Imperial Academies kind of had this Sith ideology. Now, competition is great, but in a lot of these Imperial Academy situations, you literally had students trying to kill each other, which is not great. Today we go on to episode 17 of our Clone Wars history series. We're nearing the end of the first year of the Clone Wars. The GAR and their Jedi leaders so far have been fighting hard to plug various holes in the sinking ship that is the Republic. The Separatists have been methodically destroying and taking over Outer Rim worlds, meanwhile they're stretching the Republic forces beyond their limits, forcing the GAR to pick and choose which worlds they can save, which not only affects the credibility of the Republic but the loyalty of its member states. It also increases support for a larger Republic military, which helps Palpatine's end goal. But in the last few episodes, we've seen the Republic change their strategy. Instead of using their most elite forces to put out the various fires in the Outer Rim, the Jedi have been sent after the top agents of the Separatist Alliance. And this kind of makes sense because the Separatist army is made up mainly of droids and mercenaries, and if you can cut off the head of the snake, you can probably severely limit their ability to fight back. So far though, the Republic has failed to detain Viceroy Newt Gunray, General Grievous, and even Asajj Ventress. But the real prize was actually Count Dooku, the Serrano noble known for his political wit and statesmanship. He was the head of state for the Separatist Alliance, and to add insult to injury, also a former Jedi. If the Republic are able to bring him in, there's the possibility that the entire Separatist Alliance might just collapse. Count Dooku was an incredibly dangerous individual, very capable of defending himself. During the Battle of Geonosis, he had disarmed Anakin and defeated his master Obi-Wan Kenobi with relative ease. Since that battle, though, Anakin has grown quite a lot as a swordsman and Jedi. Anakin would actually meet Count Dooku again on Tatooine while trying to rescue Retta the Hutt. This time, he was able to duel Count Dooku with much better results. Count Dooku's Mikasi Form 2 lightsaber technique was incredibly dangerous, and specifically suited for dueling other Force users. Only Anakin and a handful of other Jedi had any experience against this form, and now that Anakin had dueled Dooku and survived on 2 occasions, he was the obvious choice to lead a mission to hunt down the Separatist leader. And so that's exactly who the Jedi Council sent, but this time around they're going to copy some Separatist tactics and try to trick them. They decide to allow Anakin Skywalker to get captured by a Separatist frigate where they believe Count Dooku is hiding. While on board, Anakin would confirm whether Count Dooku was on that ship, and wait for Obi-Wan Kenobi to arrive and free him so that the two could go capture the Count. And that's exactly what they do. They're able to conveniently walk through the frigate without encountering any resistance and arrive to Count Dooku's meditation chambers while a Republic cruiser arrives in system and starts attacking the frigate from outside. The Count's meditation pad, however, is an escape slide, which looks like a lot of fun. The slide leads straight down to the hangar, and once again Count Dooku manages to escape from the Republic. Anakin and Obi-Wan pursue the Separatist leader in their own ship towards a nearby planet. Both Dooku and the Jedi ship manage to get damaged, and they both execute a crash landing, something that Anakin has become quite an expert at doing. Luckily, the Jedi crashed right next to Count Dooku's ship, but upon examining it, they can't find the Sith Lord. The Jedi do see a cave nearby and decide to go and investigate. Now, the Jedi don't realize they've crashed on the planet known as Vancor. Luckily for them, most planets in Star Wars seem to be habitable and have breathable air for humans, which means that the Jedi don't really need any protective gear, which I'm sure they don't have. It's a relatively boring looking planet from space. It looks pretty gray, and that's because of these gigantic silica clouds and storms that blow across the surface. The actual planet's surface was covered in crystalline formations, some of which extended further underground into cave systems. Despite the planet's relatively lifeless surface, there was actually a lot of fauna beneath the surface. The Jedi, after going just a few hundred feet inside the cave, get ambushed by Count Dooku, who causes a cave-in and sends giant rocks crashing down on top of the Jedi. Anakin gets pinned, and Count Dooku uses the Force to take his lightsaber, and then seals the 2 Jedi inside the cave with another cave-in. Once outside, Dooku arrives to see the pirate Hondo Ohnaka and his gang of pirates examining his crashed solar sailor. Dooku strikes a deal with the pirates, and they agree to take him to a nearby world called Florum. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Obi-Wan and Anakin must find their way out and find themselves under attack by one of the local inhabitants, the terrifying Gundarks. These are angry red monsters with 6 limbs, including 2 gigantic forearms with giant dagger-like claws. To make matters worse, they were just intelligent enough to learn how to throw giant rocks and use melee weapons. Normally, one Gundark would be tough enough for 2 Jedi armed with lightsabers, but Anakin had lost his to Dooku, and Obi-Wan's lightsaber was damaged and no longer working properly. While the Gundark is chasing Anakin around the cave, Obi-Wan Kenobi uses the Force to stun the Gundark with a giant rock. The two then just cover the Gundark completely with more rocks. But while trying to clear other rocks from the cave entrance, the 2 Jedi cause some toxic gas to spew out of the ground. Luckily, Ahsoka Tano once again arrives just in time with some clone troopers to save the day. Meanwhile, Hondo Ohnaka brings Dooku to Florum, which also happens to be the location of the pirates' hideout. While in transit, Hondo's lizard monkey pet thing steals Count Dooku's lightsaber, which makes Hondo think that Count Dooku might be a Jedi. This offends Count Dooku, and he reveals that he's a Sith Lord, and an important one at that. He explains that the Separatists would pay a lot of money for a safe return. Hondo, of course, was a lot smarter than your average pirate, and probably heard of a certain Trandoshan scavenger who had made a deal to turn over an R2 unit to General Grievous and got a terrible deal in exchange. Or maybe Hondo had heard about a Senate commando who had betrayed the Republic for the Separatists, but also got a terrible deal. Hondo realized if he told the Separatist Alliance where Count Dooku was, they would probably just bring their army and crush the pirate gang. So instead, he decides to turn Count Dooku over to the Republic. Outnumbered and without his sword, Dooku has no choice but to surrender to the pirates. Hondo contacts Palpatine and asks for 1 million credits worth of spice for the Separatist leader. But the Republic decides that they need to send 2 Jedi of their own to verify that the Count has indeed been captured first before paying. Palpatine naturally doesn't believe in the pirate and is against the whole thing. After all, Dooku is secretly his apprentice. The last thing he really needs is Dooku getting captured by the Republic. The Jedi Council sent Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin, who are already pretty close to Florham already, on the mission. The only caveat is they can't bring their weapons to the pirates' base, but that wasn't much of a problem because neither of them had access to working lightsabers in the first place. But of course, nothing is ever straightforward when you encounter pirates like Hondo. The two Jedi are able to confirm that Dooku was in fact in the custody of Hondo's pirates. With their mission complete, however, the two Jedi let their guard down a bit and are drugged by the pirates. Look, as a rule, Generation Tech frowns upon any kind of racism against our fellow man, but it's pretty reasonable to be suspicious of certain types of alien races and just, call them scumbags, because they are scumbags. For instance, you never would park your speeder in an area heavily infested by Jawas, you would never stand around a Gungan when they're operating heavy machinery, and you would never attend a Weequay banquet because Weequays are degenerates and they're almost never up to any good, and also never found in any non-criminal related enterprise. Like most sketchy individuals in the galaxy, the Weequay came from a homeworld that was incredibly rough and gave them very limited opportunities. Luckily for the Weequays, they had extremely thick, leathery skin that was semi-blaster resistant that made them relatively useful as hired muscle. The ones that became pirates, like Hondo, were relatively cunning and were never really satisfied with just a fair deal. They always wanted more. Which is why the Weequay also drug Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and the two Jedi wake up in a detention cell chained to Count Dooku. Now, Hondo is a pretty smart individual, but when he gets greedy, it turns him into a complete moron. Not only does he want a ransom for Count Dooku, he also wants an additional ransom for the Jedi as well. Little does he know, keeping one Sith Lord in captivity is hard enough without having to worry about two additional Jedi as well. The Weequay probably had too much confidence in his own men's ability to contain the dangerous Force users. They were hardly loyal at all to him or competent at their jobs, and predictably, his own men started plotting against him. The Republic sends Senator Binks from Naboo and Karas from Malastare with a clone attachment to the planet to retrieve Dooku, along with 1 million credits worth of spice for ransom. But upon entering the planet's atmosphere, a pirate ship shoots them down. Some of Hondo's men want the spice for themselves. Senator Karas dies along with most of the clones accompanying them. It should be noted that Senator Binks uses his dark side force powers to sabotage the pilots, causing the ship to crash, most likely on behalf of Palpatine's demands. The Weequay traders attempt to recover the spice, but find that some clones have survived the attack. Funny enough, after the death of Karas, the Dark Sith Lord Binks was now in charge of the mission. Clone Commander Stone was clearly the better choice, but as a clone, he did defer to the traditional chain of command. The Weequays managed to grab the spice, but the clones managed to survive the engagement as well. They now must find a way to chase after the pirates, and decide to use some local fauna as mounts and manage to recover the spice before the traitor Weequay arrived back to their compound. Meanwhile, Count Dooku and the Jedi had already failed to escape once and were now attempting a second escape. This is kind of an interesting sequence where Dooku and the Jedi are basically throwing insulting one-liners at each other while trying to maintain some stealth. While trying to scale a wall on their way out of the compound, the trio get discovered once again. Count Dooku is knocked off the wall and almost falls to his death, but Obi-Wan saves his life for some stupid reason. If only knew how much more destruction would be caused by this war because of Count Dooku. Anyway, Dooku and the Jedi are captured for a third time by Hondo before they are able to escape. Meanwhile, the traitor Weequay convinces Hondo that the Republic has sent an army to recover the hostage. Hondo believes him for some reason and sends a bunch of pirates armed with tanks to stop the Republic forces. Commander Stone, who is pretty sharp for a clone, sends out the Sith Lord Gungan to negotiate with the pirates, knowing that the Gungan will somehow defeat them using his force powers. And that's exactly what happens. The Weequay decide to take the Gungan and use him as another hostage, but the Gungan sends one of the tanks crashing into a nearby power grid, which knocks out the energy for the entire pirate compound. I mean, it's a really bad design for a base if you really think about it, but I guess they are pirates and not engineers. Meanwhile, while Jar Jar distracts everyone, the clones take out the remaining pirates and take over the pirate tanks. With the power cut, the Jedi and Dooku are freed from their cells and manage to escape all on their own. There's a lot of things you can learn from this episode, but the one thing that I really learned was that Jar Jar Binks is definitely a Sith Lord. So far, the galaxy has been put into a delicate balancing act. Although the Separatists have a clear advantage in the first year of the war, the Republic has managed to fight back from the precipice of defeat. But at the same time, they can't seem to make any significant progress against the Separatist forces. Just in our last episode, with Count Dooku safely in the captivity of the pirate Hondo Ohnaka and ready for transfer to the Republic for trial, a series of misfortunate events derailed the whole exchange process, leading to the Count's escape. The Republic is constantly looking for unorthodox methods of keeping the Separatists at bay. This includes targeting high-level officials like Dooku or diplomatic missions like the one Padme took to Rhodia in order to ensure their allegiance to the Republic. But one of the most interesting strategies that was used during the Clone Wars that we see used a lot here on Earth is something known as foreign internal defense. This is where, instead of directly attacking a hostile force, a faction will seek potential allies in that region and help them create an opposition force. Depending on the situation in the local region, this opposition force can be strictly political or even turn into a militant group. In this latter case, special training and equipment will be given to this newly created opposition force, and this is usually carried out by special forces. Usually because of the lack of funding and traditional military structure, these groups will be taught to fight as a guerrilla force, causing havoc for enemy factions at a fraction of the cost of a real military invasion. It's a relatively viable tactic and also very cost efficient if carried out in the right method, and the Republic will be looking into it more and more as the war goes on because they clearly are outnumbered by the Separatists and have to think outside the box. Although the case we will be looking at today does not directly involve training of local indigenous forces, the events in this episode will begin paving the way for the Republic to at least inquire about using foreign internal defense as a viable option in their war against the Separatist alliance. Over the world of Quell, Ayla Secura's small task force of Venator-class Star Destroyers is ambushed while still in atmosphere by a larger fleet of Confederate Munificent-class Star Frigates. Now, usually 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers should be able to handle up to a dozen Munificent-class Star Frigates. But this is only if they can deploy their starfighters in advance to screen and chip away at the enemy forces before they come within visual range. We're not really sure how this battle started, but the fact that it is taking place in atmosphere is quite unusual. The Venator class was atmosphere capable, but a considerable amount of power needed to be devoted to anti-gravity repulsors on the ship in order to keep things afloat, which meant less power was available for the shields and weapons. So it's very likely that the Republic forces did not choose the location of the battle and were simply trying to exit the atmosphere when they were jumped by Separatist forces. Judging from the angle of both ships in this battle, it's very likely that's how the battle happened. And as usual, the high ground is crucial for victory whenever gravity is in play. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano rush to the Twi'lek Jedi's aid with their own Star Destroyers, and find that they are already too late to turn the tide. Most of Ayla's fleet is already too heavily damaged to escape the planet's gravity well. This battle just became a rescue mission. Using gunships, the Jedi are able to land on Ayla's command ship, but have to fight their way through rocket droids, which are basically super battle droids armed with jetpacks. Highly dangerous. Anakin, being his reckless self, decides to hitch his own ride on one of those rocket droids. With a hectic battle raging within the Venator-class Star Destroyer, the droid commander continues firing on the Republic ship, indiscriminately destroying clones and droids. This was kind of one of the advantages that the Separatist leaders had. There was no real moral issue with sending droids to certain death. As a matter of fact, most Separatist commanders were fine with losing dozens of droids just to take out one clone. And if you really look at the numbers, a clone trooper had to kill somewhere around 100 B-1 battle droids to even out the amount of resources both sides spent training and creating these individual units. In the chaos, Anakin Skywalker is severely wounded by an explosion, but the 3 Jedi and a few clones manage to make it on board one of the cruisers and escape from the burning Venator-class Star Destroyer. Before they can rendezvous with Wolf Yulleran's ship, an explosion sends one of the clones into his control console, and it activates the hyperdrive. They're safe for now, but the problem was the jump they had plotted was sending them directly into a star, and on top of that, Anakin was in need of some medical care. For now, the navigation computers seem to be locked in and broken. Of course, Ayla Secura knows that whenever a machine gets locked up or frozen, the best way to fix things is flipping the on and off switch, which of course works. Fortunately, they managed to just miss the star and fly out of its gravity well. But they spent just enough time inside the star's gravity well to damage the ship's flight controls, which sends them crashing into a nearby planet known as Meridun. With their immediate problem solved, now they have to focus on healing Anakin. Ahsoka, of course, is unwilling to leave Anakin behind, even with Rex staying with him to watch over her master. Like Anakin, Ahsoka has a problem with developing personal attachments to people that she likes. Aayla Secura is there to remind her that her duties are to the Order first.
Don't lose 1,000 lives just to save one.
Ahsoka and Anakin are the type of Jedi that like to save 1,001, and that's what really made them special. It's also ironic that Aayla is the one that imparts this lesson to Ahsoka. In Legends, she had a more than intimate relationship with Kit Fisto, which drew ire from the Jedi Council. While Merida was undoubtedly a beautiful planet, it also was quite dangerous. There were giant predatory birds, which seemed to hunt nocturnally, along with giant seeds that fell from giant trees. The Jedi were more than capable of watching out for themselves, but a few clones in the scouting party are taken out while they're walking through an area of tall grass. Back at camp, Anakin is pretty much useless, and Rex once again shows why he is first amongst the clones and defends his good friend from the nasty birds. Eventually, the Jedi run into a colony of Lurmans, which are basically Irish lemurs. The Lurmans were a pacifist species. They originally hailed from the outer rim planet of Megiddo. The planet was taken over by the intergalactic banking clan, which basically enslaved all the locals. When the Clone Wars started, Megiddo joined the Confederacy, and soon violent battles broke out on their planet. The Lurmans had only recently arrived to Merida in order to escape all of the hostility happening on Megiddo. They were naturally dismayed to find Jedi and clone troopers rushing into their village, even though the Jedi seemed relatively peaceful and were only asking for some medical assistance. But the Lurmen are kind people and sent a healer to go with Ahsoka and Commander Bly to go retrieve Anakin. Meanwhile, Aayla Secura and the elder Lurmen sit down and talk a bit about politics. Aayla explains to Lurmen that the Jedi did not start the war and were for peace, while the Lurmen responds by saying,
"What difference does it make who started the war and who only wants to end it? No side is free of fault. It takes two to fight."
It's an interesting conversation because the elder Lurmen was both right and wrong. The Jedi were supposed to be peacekeepers and now have become military leaders, two very different and contradictory roles. But it was because of their pacifism that the IGBC was able to exploit the Lurmen in the first place and had driven them to the planet of Merida. And now things were about to get much worse. The Lurmen would find out that the Republic weren't the only foreign power on this planet. Shortly after Ahsoka manages to bring Anakin back to the Lurmen village for some rest and healing, a Separatist dropship lands nearby the village, and Separatist Commander Lock Durd quickly takes over the village for its protection. The Jedi and clones retreat into the wilderness and watch from a distance as battle droids began ransacking the village. See, Lock Durd was a very talented weapons designer, and he was looking for a new place to run trials for his new bioweapon called a defoliator. It was basically the opposite of an ion weapon that the Republic routinely used against the droids. Instead of harming just machines, the defoliator only harmed organic beings. Well, actually, it incinerated them. The defoliator was fired from a modified AAT hover tank, and the first trials against the local flora were extremely successful. But Lock Durd was a careful man and wanted to test the weapon against organic beings as well. The Lurmen's little village was the perfect target. While pacifism is usually pretty great, it also involves a lot of running away from hostility. But in the Lurmen's case, they had already been kicked off of Megiddo. Now, on this relatively unknown world, they had been found again. At one point, you're going to have to stay and fight. And that's exactly what the younger Lurmens want, especially after witnessing the Separatist battle droids ransacking their village for no reason. And after scouting the Separatist weapons trial, the Jedi returned to the Lurmen village in a stolen Separatist shuttle to warn the village that the Separatists were going to test their new weapon on them next. The Jedi, being reasonable, suggest removing the Lurmen to a safer location, but the village elder is stubborn and won't abandon his home, but also won't fight either, leaving the Jedi with no choice but to defend the village all by themselves. They had managed to build some fortifications and activated some stolen shield generations in preparation for a Separatist assault. The younger Lurmen again really wanted to fight, but...
"I'm sorry, but I cannot help. Many others agree with me, but we were raised under a very strict code. We must respect it, even if we don't agree."
This kind of sounds like the same problem that Anakin and Ahsoka Tano are facing with the Jedi Order. Anyway, the Separatists launch their attack and the shields hold, forcing the droids to carry out a ground assault. They must take out the generator in order to test their new weapon. The three Jedi met the oncoming forces as Commander Bly and Captain Rex provided supporting fire. Although the Republic forces are initially successful, as the heavier battle droids advanced during the second wave along with hover tanks, the Republic had to fall back behind the shield and fortifications. and seconds later the droid spilled into the village and managed to destroy the shield generator, which allowed Lokdur to launch another defoliator shell. Luckily, Anakin is able to disable the tank before it is able to fire. By this point, the Separatists have breached the perimeter and droids are running everywhere inside the village, firing at innocent people. The Lurmen have to fight back. Now, the Lurmen weren't completely defenseless. They're quite agile and used to dealing with larger predators on the planet. The droids were also not really used to fighting such agile creatures, which gave the Lurmen an upper hand. Eventually, the Lurmen and the Republic forces were able to drive back the Separatist attack. Although initially hesitant to help the Jedi, the Republic forces were able to show the Lurmens that they valued them. It's a similar principle to the hearts and mind approach that was used in the Vietnam War and Iraq and Afghanistan. General Stanley McChrystal, former commander of U.S. and ISAF forces in Afghanistan, was a huge supporter of foreign internal defense and often cited the long-range reconnaissance patrol units used by American forces for great success in rural Vietnam. These LRP units, as they were called, would sometimes live in villages and during the day help farmers work the fields and build infrastructure, and at night the farmers would join the LRP forces in patrolling the area for Viet Cong. Now, these missions were highly successful, but they usually required specialized forces and they took a long time to set up. Ultimately, it was deemed to be too expensive to carry out on a larger scale. And we've finally done it. We've made it to the first season of our Clone Wars history series. It is the end of the year 22 BBY. We've seen the Separatists make massive gains against the Republic forces all across the galaxy, but due to the actions of a few brave clones here and a few brave Jedi there, the Republic are still in the fight. So far, both sides have resorted to all types of methods in order to gain an upper hand, from assassination attempts, kidnapping, to diplomacy. In the majority of our stories so far, the local denizens of the battlefields the Separatists and Republic choose have been more or less helpless. Their fates lie in the hands of the victors. But the battle we'll be looking at today will have a slightly different outcome. The Pantora system was located far in the Outer Rim. The most advanced species in the system were the Pantorans. They lived on the moon of Pantora, which orbited the planet of Ordo Plutonia. Ordo Plutonia was a frigid ice world that was relatively hard to survive on. You had to wear some extreme protection to just be able to survive on the surface for extended periods of time. Ordo Plutonia was assumed to be completely uninhabited, lacking any real resources, so the Pantorans never attempted to colonize the planet. But with the beginning of the Clone Wars, Pantora's location in the Outer Rim made it a target for Separatist forces. Although Ordo Plutonia was officially a protectorate of Pantora, the Pantorans had no real authority over the planet or any resources on it. Therefore, the Separatist droid army decided to use the ice planet as a scouting and potential staging point for a future invasion. The Pantoran government was made up of an executive position known as the chairman and a legislative body known as the Pantoran Assembly. As an official member of the Republic, they also had a senator representing them in the Galactic Senate. The Pantorans were a strong and proud people, but with only a population of 1 billion, they were susceptible to local pirate threats and criminal organizations. Realizing that the Separatists might be encroaching in their territory now as well, the Pantoran Assembly requested that the Republic establish their own base on Ordo Plutonia to guard their moon. This led to the creation of Guild Station. Shortly after its creation, however, it ceased contacting the Republic High Command. In response, the Jedi Council sent Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to investigate the situation. The attack of a Republic base on a Pantoran protectorate also meant that the chairman of Pantora Chicho and Senator Chu Chi accompanied the two Jedi along with an attachment of the 501st Legion. This added additional risk for the mission, especially because the ground team had no idea what was waiting for them on the ground. One cool thing that you'll notice is this would be one of the first times we see the clones use Phase 1 clone cold assault armor. There were specifically trained units of the clones that dealt with cold environments, but due to the 501st elite nature, they were also cross-trained using this equipment. They also brought along with them the CK6 swoop bike, also known as a Freako bike. And as you guys will probably know, I love motorcycles, even the flying ones. And the CK6 is a real beauty, and also built for cold weather environments, which meant that they had a full canopy armed with dual laser cannons, and with a top speed of 550 kilometers per hour or 341 miles, these things were probably incredibly fun to pilot. The Jedi also don some extra winter protection, but these are limited to some snow goggles and winter parkas. As we know, the Jedi like to keep the armor limited so that they could remain agile enough to fight in their own style. Upon reaching Guild Station, they find the base completely abandoned and strewn with dead clones. There are also several spears stuck into the ground with clone helmets mounted on top of them. It's really at times like this that I wish the Clone Wars was a bit more R-rated. I know that's unrealistic, but the atmosphere and suspense being built at this point was palpable and leading to something truly horrific. But then you unfortunately realize this is a show for kids, so there will be some limitations to the violence and horror of the eventual reveal. Anyway, the clones scan the nearby area and find a Separatist outpost nearby, and together the group travel there. Again, they find another abandoned outpost. The droids that were there are all destroyed, and many of them have their heads removed. A hologram reveals that the base was attacked by some unknown hostile being, and further records in the base show that the Separatists had sent a patrol nearby to some canyons to the south. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin decide to take the speeder bikes and venture to the coordinates of the Separatist patrol and stumble upon a village of primitive furry beasts known as the Talz. They were quite large in size and had fearsome claws on their hands. They seemed at least smart enough to build some shelter and had some kind of social structure, but it's very doubtful that they were as intelligent as human beings or Pantorans.
Nonetheless, the two Jedi are invited to talk to their village chieftain. Although without C-3PO there to translate between the two sides, everything is mostly unintelligible. The Jedi, using their basic understanding of the Force, are able to figure out that the Talz just want peace. Although again, it's hard to say what exactly these giant furry things want.
When the Jedi reported back to Guild Station to report on the situation to Chairman Cho and Senator Chu-Chi, the chairman immediately overrules the senator and suggests that the Talz are trespassing on Pantoran land and they must be kicked off. The chairman is a bit insane and perhaps a little bit too much of a war hawk, but he does have a point. The Pantorans were in a very vulnerable situation right now in the midst of a galactic civil war, and the last thing they really needed was the hostile force on a planet right next to theirs. The Jedi suggested before making any hasty decisions, the Pantoran delegation at least try to speak with the Talz face to face. The chairman reluctantly agrees to this and requests the Jedi to bring along an attachment of clones. The Jedi, however, had assumed that the Talz didn't want to see any clones, especially after their recent skirmish at Guild Station. But nonetheless, they needed to protect the chairman and assigned a small honor guard. Upon reaching the Talz village, Chairman Cho immediately comes off as a rude and arrogant ass. Again, in his defense, the Pantorans are far more advanced than the primitive Talz, and the Talz had far more to gain from mutual cooperation than the Pantorans did. On top of that, the Talz did just wipe out a friendly base without any provocation. Not surprisingly, the talks immediately fall apart and the Pantorans and Talz declare war on each other. Well, it's actually more of a battle, but some people have called the Battle of Orto Plutonia the One-Day War. Anyway, immediately after leaving the meeting, Chairman Cho calls for Rex and his fellow clones to mount their speeders and follow him into battle. Captain Rex, always loyal to Anakin, asks for his confirmation of the order. The Jedi are kind of in a tricky situation because this is kind of a domestic issue. This is between a member of the Republic and then a non-Republic species. The Pantorans actually had jurisdiction over the matter, and then the next stop up in the chain of command would be the Republic Senate, represented right now by Senator Chu-Chi. Senator Chu-Chi, who had remained quiet up till now, disagreed with Chairman Cho's hawkish stance against the Talz. She believed that peace could be resolved through diplomacy, and the Jedi hadn't sensed any malevolence coming from the furry animals. And from a more rational and strategic point of view, the last thing they really needed right now in the Pantoran system was a new front against gigantic and very capable furry monsters. If anything, the Talz made a natural ally for the Pantorans. There's really nothing on Orto Plutonia that the Pantorans wanted, and the Talz had efficiently already prevented the Separatists from mounting an invasion on Pantora from the ice planet. The Talz were basically perfect guardians for their world. But of course, some people just want to go down in an epic battle dual-wielding machine guns, and that's exactly who Chairman Cho was. Now, ideally, the Jedi don't want to risk any clones following the Chairman's stupid actions. But they were responsible for the Chairman's security on this mission, and it would also reflect poorly on the Republic if they couldn't at least protect a local Republic leader from some spear-chucking abominable snowmen. And so Rex had no choice but to follow Cho. Like General Custer at the Battle of Little Horn, Cho lacked a true understanding of the enemy's abilities and their numbers. The chairman, while a warrior at heart, was no tactician and had not screened the enemy forces with scouts or even had a real battle plan. He clearly underestimated the enemy, and his strategy was to ride around the planet in a mob of speeders until they ran upon the Talz, which makes me believe that the good chairman was most likely on the Star Wars spice equivalent of meth or crack. Or maybe both. Star Wars is a pretty advanced society. Immediately, Chairman Cho and about a few dozen clones are ambushed and forced to stop and create a defensive perimeter by circling the wagons, or in this case, speeder bikes. Although outnumbered and completely out of their usual comfort zone, the clones fought back admirably and killed many of the savage Talz. But eventually they are overwhelmed. Chairman Cho takes a spear in his back and is knocked out of commission. Again, because the Clone Wars is a kids TV show, we're not going to see any of these individuals get skewered by a spear, which would be kind of cool. After all, these spears are much larger than even the heaviest javelins used by Roman skirmishers and shock forces. But instead, they barely pierce anything when they hit people. But whatever, I'm just nitpicking at this point. Captain Rex realizes the clones were about to be overrun and needs to grab Chairman Cho and make it to one of the remaining speeder bikes that still is working. Rex's ability to dual wield is clearly advantageous in the situation, as the clone's defensive perimeter was completely overrun already. But Captain Rex manages to escape the situation along with a few other survivors, and they are chased to the edge of a cliff where Rex must stop and make his final stand. Meanwhile, the Jedi and Senator Chuchi decide to contact the Pantoran Assembly. They're really the only ones that can overrule the chairman. After being presented with the evidence, or maybe lack of evidence, about what was happening planetside, the Assembly agreed to allow Senator Chuchi to take over negotiations with the Tau. With this newfound power in their hands, the Republic forces rush in gunships to the clones' last position. They arrive just in time before Captain Rex and his clones are overrun. Chairman Cho is in a bad way and succumbs to his wounds, but not before learning his actions were all for nothing. Senator Chuchi was going to negotiate a peace on behalf of the Pantoran people. At the end of it all, Chuchi's more diplomatic ways succeed. The Pantorans agreed to leave the planet of Orto Plutonia alone, while the Talz agreed to guard it from hostile foreign powers. An important lesson can be learned from this situation. Although the Talz probably deserve to get wiped out because they are savage beasts, #humanity first, it doesn't always pay to kill every alien species you run into, because sometimes it's just simply way too costly. The world of Ordo Plutonia was on the extreme end of habitability in the galaxy. The Talz were terrific warriors and well adapted to fighting on an ice world. In this case, peace was necessary so the Republic could focus on more pressing matters like the Clone Wars first. Anyway, once the war's over, you can return, strip mine it, maybe glass it, do whatever you like. The point is, be realistic in the middle of a war. Focus on the more pressing threats before you focus on a primitive species that don't even know how the wheel works. Anyway, guys, don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification button. I hope you guys enjoyed our Clone Wars history series. We have all these videos put into a playlist so you can watch them in chronological order. As usual, thanks for joining us today. My name is Alan, reminding you that life is a movie, and you are the protagonist. Chapter 1. The Blue Shadow Virus. When your entire military is made up of droids and machines, and your enemy's military is completely made up of organic beings, the use of biological and chemical weapons will most likely come up in the weekly military planning session, especially when you're facing a clone army that has literally no genetic diversity. Later on in the war, the Separatist Alliance would actually develop a special virus that targeted only the Fett DNA and would leave humans and other sentient beings relatively unharmed. It's a small price to pay to end a war, or so a mad scientist would say. The idea of scientists, and especially doctors, creating viruses and diseases to kill people is especially troubling for us here on Earth, because doctors around the world usually swear to one version or another of the Hippocratic Oath, which basically states that they will do no harm. This is why we have issues with doctors performing euthanasia on patients or administering lethal injections in an execution trial. In Star Wars, similar oaths have been sworn by doctors depending on which era. Interestingly enough, during the Old Republic, doctors would venture out to the battlefield without any weapons and only focus on healing people. It was highly frowned upon by both sides of any battle to kill these individuals. But Star Wars has always had its fair share of mad scientists and very sketchy doctors. Like Pigface over here. He was a cosmetic surgeon, as you can tell, got too creative and then lost his license. There's also another doctor named Nuvo Vindi, a false scientist employed by the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The fact that Dr. Vindi is an alien should tell us already not to trust him. But believe it or not, at one point in time he was a relatively normal doctor who held the title of senior medic on the world of Adana. But somewhere around 31 BBY he disappeared from the face of the galaxy. And then suddenly reappeared in 21 BBY when Republic Senator Padme Amidala stumbled on his secret lab on Naboo. See, Dr. Vindi had created a secret underground testing facility on the planet where he was attempting to revive a very terrifying disease known as the Blue Shadow Virus. In its natural form, the Blue Shadow Virus was a waterborne illness, and in ancient times it spread across the galaxy, killing millions of people. The virus was relatively quick-acting, and within 48 hours of contact, the virus could kill a host. It also had a ridiculously high mortality rate of 96% when it encountered carbon-based life forms. That's even higher than extremely deadly diseases like Ebola here on Earth. A cure was eventually found for the Black Shadow virus, but we're going to talk about that later. Now, because of the virus's waterborne nature, it was eventually quarantined and killed off. And at least until 21 BBY, the Blue Shadow virus was basically extinct, existing only in medical records and perhaps one or two labs that were highly guarded. Much like how the smallpox virus is kind of extinct here on Earth, it was a disease that killed an estimated 300 million people in the 20th century alone, roughly 3 times the number of people killed in all wars combined during that same time. But Dr. Vindi was a crazy bastard and saw the beauty in such a complicated and deadly virus, and not only sought to reanimate the virus, he also made it airborne, making it 10 times deadlier and harder to contain. Although why he made the virus visible in a blue gaseous form is also kind of odd. Perhaps that was his way to warn people that a deadly virus is coming? Probably not. Anyway, Padme Amidala and Sith Lord Jar Jar Binks are on their homeworld investigating sightings of a separatist droid scouting party. The war had yet to reach the peaceful planet, but the events of the Naboo invasion only a decade ago made the planet's security forces extra vigilant about another droid attack. A tactical droid had been captured by the Naboo security forces, which led Padme and Jar Jar to investigate a part of the eastern swamps of Naboo. Padme contacts her boo and his master Obi-Wan Kenobi for backup in case things get a bit difficult. While searching, the Republic team encounters a group of dead shocks, domesticated herding animals. They had been drinking water from a nearby river, which led Padme to conclude that the water was tainted. This was a part of Dr. Nuvo Vindi's first trial run of the virus in its natural waterborne form. Eventually, Padme and Jar Jar come across the secret entrance for Dr. Vindi's lab and are immediately surrounded by droids and captured. Padme learns about the Good Doctor's plan to create an airborne version of the Blue Shadow virus. He's also made them into gas bombs, which would be deployed to populated Republic systems across the galaxy. All of a sudden, the stakes just got higher. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi arrive to the planet with a squad of Republic troopers, including a bomb squad. They breach the Separatist lab and attempt to neutralize the Separatist forces within the compound and are able to capture Dr. Nuvo Vindi before he can escape or release the virus. But as Obi-Wan and Anakin prepare to take the Separatist doctor to Bimbu, Republic forces find that one of the Blue Shadow virus bombs are missing. One of Vindi's droids has stolen it and sets it off in the underground bunker, with several clone troopers, Padme, Jar Jar, and Ahsoka still inside. To make matters worse, there are still droids inside the bunker who are attempting to break out. The Republic forces trapped inside valiantly try to stop the droids and are successful, but most of them become infected by the Blue Shadow virus in the process. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin, and Dr. Vindi return to Theed, where they meet Captain Typho. Luckily, he's found a cure for the Blue Shadow virus, a plant known as the Rixo root. But it was an incredibly rare plant and could only be found deep in Separatist space on the planet of Ego. With most fatalities happening only 48 hours after the exposure to the Blue Shadow virus, Anakin and Obi-Wan have no choice but to rush to Ego and find the root. Ego is a temperate and tropical world on the outer edge of the Outer Rim. It had many moons, which is why it was also called the world of 1,000 moons. Also orbiting the planet was a massive graveyard of ships. Upon landing on the planet, Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi are able to quickly find the root, but when they try to leave, they find out from the inhabitants of the planet that leaving was a lot tougher than landing on the planet. Most of the locals have been trapped on Ego for many months. They explained to the two Jedi that after the Separatists left the planet, a phantom in the sky named Droll had destroyed anyone attempting to leave. More than 50 pilots had attempted to leave and they all had perished. But after scouting the debris field above the planet, Obi-Wan theorizes that the Separatists have deployed a defense grid above the planet, which stops anything from leaving. The two are desperate to get off the planet as the Republic task force trapped in Dr. Vindy's lab are running out of time. While meeting with the inhabitants of Ego and discussing their next course of action, an angel approaches the Jedi. Remember in episode 1 when Anakin asked Padme if she's an angel? Well, that's what he meant. Angels were an alien species that had been living on one of Ego's moons before the Separatists arrived and kicked them off the planet. The Jedi come to a conclusion that the defense grid is most likely being controlled from that moon. And they're correct. The Jedi managed to destroy the defense system, allowing them to leave the planet and freeing all the people trapped there as well. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi reached Naboo just in time to save the Republic task force, who had valiantly stayed behind to prevent the virus from spreading. Dr. Vindy's virus is destroyed and he's taken back to Coruscant, where he'll spend the rest of the war. And most likely where he'll be recruited by the Empire's weapon research program after the rise of the New Order. Chapter 2. The Battle of Ryloth. In many ways, Ryloth was like the Poland of the Star Wars galaxy, full of good, hard-working people, but constantly being exploited and turned into a battlefield by its much more powerful neighbors. Of Ryloth have suffered due to their lack of resources and industries on their world. This was due to the general roughness of their planet. Ryloth was covered in diverse biomes, ranging from jungles to deserts, giant valleys nestled in between active volcanoes. At its equator, a massive forest circumvented the planet, and was full of some of the largest and nastiest predators you could imagine, many of them roaming around in giant packs and swarms. Combine that with deadly storms and terrifying winds, it's not surprising that most Twi'leks lived underground in caves. Despite joining the Republic as early as 10,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, Ryloth's close proximity to Hutt space and far distance from the core Republic worlds meant that it was constantly being exploited by the Hutt criminal cartels. The Twi'leks were oftentimes kidnapped and forced into slavery, either as sex workers or spice miners. In the first year of the Clone Wars in 22 BBY, Ryloth and nearby systems like Geonosis Christophsis, Bathuai, and Rhodia were targets for the Confederacy of Independent Systems' rapid territorial expansion. Ryloth was one of the first planets occupied during the war, and we talk in depth about it in our first year of the Clone Wars history series. But let's do a quick recap of what happened. Because of Ryloth's extreme location at the very end of the Gamorrean trade route, the majority of Republic Navy resources were directed to worlds that were closer to the core of the galaxy. Ryloth only had a small detachment of clones, along with the Jedi General Ima-Gundy. The Republic forces there were allied with Cham Syndulla and his Twi'lek resistance, and they were under siege by a large Separatist droid army under the command of Techno-Union Emir Wat Tambor. The Separatists had blockaded the planet and were slowly starving the local populace. You see, Ryloth had very limited agricultural production, and it imported most of its food, medicine, and other basic goods. Its only exports were real spice and slaves. Ultimately, the Republic garrison was overrun, and Jedi General Ima-Gundy and all of his forces were slaughtered. But their sacrifice was not in vain, as their last stand allowed the Twi'lek resistance to evacuate the area, along with a considerable amount of Twi'lek civilians. Republic blockade runners also had managed to bring emergency supplies to the Twi'leks, allowing them to survive a bit longer. With the last pocket of Republic forces destroyed, Separatist forces occupied the planet and maintained a blockade over Ryloth. Wat Tambor, a member of the Separatist High Council, oversaw the occupation from the capital city of Lesu. Cham Syndulla's resistance fighters had melted into the wilderness and were still carrying out asymmetrical attacks against Separatist positions, but they had very little effect on the overall occupation. The entire planet is now under Separatist control. Recent Separatist defeats at the Battle of Bathuai and the destruction of the Separatist dreadnought Malevolence has given Republic forces some breathing room, which meant that they could finally focus some resources on retaking Ryloth. But first, they have to get past the Separatist blockade commanded by the talented Neimoidian Captain Martuk. Captain Martuk was a student of military history and an admirer of General Anakin Skywalker. Having studied the Jedi General carefully, he had devised the cunning strategy to oppose the coming invasion. The Republic forces approached the system with 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers, the Defender, the Redeemer, and the Resolute. Admiral Wolf Yularen commands the ships, while Anakin Skywalker leads the overall operation. It's imperative that the Republic forces break through the blockade. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu are waiting in hyperspace for an opening to launch their ground forces. Despite this being a very high-risk operation, Anakin decides to place his Padawan learner in charge of Blue Squadron. Ahsoka Tano has proved herself as a combatant and pilot, but she has very little experience in command. This will be a big test for her. Upon approaching, the Sith and the Republic fleet finds the Separatist blockade waiting for them above the planet. Captain Martuk's command ship is the Lucrehulk battleship, and he's flanked by 2 magnificent star frigates. The Lucrehulk battleship was quite a formidable ship at 3,000 meters in diameter. It was 3 times the size of a Venator class and bristling with weapons emplacements. It also served as a troop and starfighter carrier. But it should be noted that the Lucrehulk was originally designed as a cargo ship and not for military use. The Magnificent class star frigates, despite being close in size to the Venator class Star Destroyer, had far less armor and weapons on board. So both sides were actually pretty evenly matched. Anakin sends Ahsoka Tano's Blue Squadron, made up of a dozen or so V-19 Torrent starfighters, to probe the Separatist formation for any weaknesses. The Venator class Star Destroyers, while weakly armed, had a massive amount of starfighters inside of them, which they usually used to screen, attack, and defend their forces. A smart Venator captain always engaged an enemy force from afar, keeping their starfighters in between them and their enemy. Blue Squadron quickly cuts through a formation of Vulture droids and is about to pull within weapons range of the enemy command ship. This is when Captain Martuk springs his trap and calls in reinforcements from hyperspace. 4 additional Munificent class frigates appear on the flanks of the Separatist formation and begin their own offensive against the Republic fleet. Wolf Yularen and Anakin quickly call Blue Squadron back, but Ahsoka, being the inexperienced commander that she is, has tunnel vision and is only focused on engaging the enemy command ship. She doesn't notice that the majority of her squadron has been destroyed and the enemy forces are closing in on her. And when she finally turns back, her attack is already too late. Without Blue Squadron protecting the Venator Star Destroyers, the Republic ship's defenses and shields are quickly overwhelmed. The Redeemer is far too damaged to move, and a wing of Vulture droids launch a kamikaze attack against the Resolute, destroying its bridge and almost killing Admiral Wolf Yularen. The Republic forces are forced to retreat. It's a devastating defeat, but the Republic forces aren't completely done yet. Ahsoka is reprimanded by Anakin for disobeying orders, but he also recognizes that a part of her rebellious spirit mostly came from his own teachings. Instead of removing her from command, though, Anakin gives Ahsoka full command of the next invasion, which is really the last thing you would expect. But Commander Tano comes up with a brilliant, if not unethical, plan. She evacuates the heavily damaged defender of all personnel and has Anakin Skywalker pilot it all by himself and surrender to the Separatist blockade. In exchange for a surrender, the Separatists would allow food and medical supply convoys to reach the surface of the planet. Captain Turk, perhaps momentarily blinded by his success, agrees to the terms, but he's horrified to find that the Republic is using the white flag of truce in order to get the damaged defender close enough to his command ship to ram it. Which is exactly what happens. This is completely immoral and against most rules of engagement for almost any culture here on Earth. The white flag is a sacred symbol, and the use of this sacred symbol to attack an enemy will jeopardize all future Republic forces who actually do want to surrender. As a matter of fact, Obi-Wan Kenobi pulls off the same move during the Battle of Christophsis. It clearly shows us that the Jedi have no clue on how to conduct themselves in a battle. Anyway, the Defender slams into the Separatist command ship, destroying it. Meanwhile, Commander Tano brings the Resolute within firing range. She adjusts the ship so that the bottom of the destroyer is facing the remaining Separatist fleet, and launches all of her own fighters from the shielded side of her ship, outside the view of the remaining Separatist ships. The Y-Wings are able to outflank the blockade and make quick work of the remaining Munificent-class star frigates, paving the way for Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu's ground troops to start a ground invasion. Because Ryloth is sparsely populated, most of the Separatist forces are concentrated around population centers. The Republic's main goal is to prevent civilian casualties and seize Wat Tambor and the capital of Lasu. The Republic forces choose to concentrate the majority of the forces on the city of Nabat first. Nabat was chosen as the landing point because it had large fields large enough for the Acclamator-class assault ships. It was also within reasonable distance of the capital Lasu, and it was also rumored that the Twi'lek resistance forces were in the area. The Separatist forces on the ground had several batteries of proton cannons, which were able to heavily damage one of the Acclamator-class assault ships when they were approaching the surface. This forces the Republic to withdraw their landing ships. Instead, they send a small unit of clone troopers on gunships to the ground, led by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Their main mission is to take out the Separatist AA guns and clear a path for the invasion force. The clone army was under strict guidelines to not use explosives to limit civilian casualties and damage to the Twi'lek cities. After encountering heavy defense on the outskirts of the city, Kenobi and Commander Cody managed to breach the Separatist defenses and enter the city, which is completely abandoned. Obi-Wan Kenobi sends a small squad of clones to scout ahead, and sure enough, they find all the civilians inside the city being held hostage by the droid commander TX-20. After studying Republic tactics, the droid commander realizes that the Republic will not attack his position as long as innocent civilians are nearby, so he uses the local Twi'leks as human shields. Twi'lek shields. The Separatist commanders also send a group of local monsters known as Gutkars, which manage to take out several clones. Ultimately, the clones carry out a frontal assault on the Separatist position at the center of the town and take out the AA gun positions and save most of the hostages. This finally opens up the landing fields around the city, and Mace Windu and the rest of the Republic invasion force arrives as well. Using Nabot as a staging ground, Commander Pons and Mace Windu lead an armored column towards Lissu. Along the way, the Republic are forced to enter a narrow canyon where they are ambushed by Separatist hover tanks. But using ATRT's Mace Windu leads Lightning Squad, a small recon unit, on an epic charge against the droid forces, and manages to take them out before the Republic tank column is destroyed. The Republic forces continue to push on until they finally meet up with Twi'lek resistance fighter Cham Syndulla. Although the Jedi and Republic forces had formally sacrificed their lives to help his movement survive, Syndulla was still suspicious of the Republic's motives. After all, they had left him under Separatist control for almost a year. But when Syndulla finds out that the Separatists had begun firebombing Twi'lek villages in retaliation for the Republic invasion, Syndulla finally agrees to march on the Ryloth capital of Lesu with Republic forces. Wat Tambor, sensing things were near the end for his occupation, began scrambling across the planet and seizing treasures and goods he had taken from the Twi'leks there. Mace Windu and Syndulla's army finally emerges on the outskirts of Lesu and manage to charge over the energy bridge and make it into the city. Wat Tambor has stayed far too long trying to gather riches and was captured, and unconditionally surrenders to the Republic. Chapter 3. Battle of Felucia. The Battle of Ryloth ended in the defeat of Wat Tambor and all the Separatist forces on the planet. It shows us that despite the fact the Separatists outnumbered the clone troopers across the galaxy, whenever a Republic army was led by a well-trained group of Jedi Knights, things would usually go in their favor. And the Republic had far more Jedi generals than the Separatists had good commanders. Sure, you had standouts like Admiral Trench, but most Separatist fleets and armies were led by commander droids who were very predictable. Shortly after the Battle of Ryloth ended, the Battle of Bapor erupted in the Naboo system. A Skakoan named Kolteska had started stirring up some trouble on the planet. He was formerly a well-respected scientist working for the Techno Union, but a freak accident occurred while he was wearing his pressure suit, which almost killed him and left his body disfigured. In order to function and move around, Kolteska built himself a cybernetic suit. The scientist enjoyed the power his new suit gave him, and he began bolting all sorts of attachments and weapons to his body, and would eventually become a mercenary. Kolteska then invented a gravity polarization beam. This was a super weapon which could rip things apart at the atomic level. Kolteska wanted to use this weapon to destroy Naboo's sun in order to impress Count Dooku. Padme Amidala, who is recently in Naboo investigating the Blue Shadow virus, journeys to Bapor to investigate what the hell is going on and is captured once again. Upon finding out about Teska's plan, the Republic is forced to launch an assault on his facility. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano end up engaging Kolteska in battle, while Padme sabotages the superweapon and causes it to destroy itself. Once again, disaster is averted in the Naboo system. Elsewhere, the Battle of Atrakan was finally winding down. The planet Atrakan was an extremely rich source of dunium. Dunium was a heavy metal used for ship construction. Separatist forces had taken control over the mining operation there and had fortified their positions. When the GAR arrived to dislodge them, the two sides were quickly weighed down into a stalemate. The Separatist forces on the planet resorted to using biochemical weapons. While the GAR was prepared to encounter such weapons, the civilian populace was not. After a year of fighting, the Republic finally managed to dislodge the Separatist forces on the planet, but the victory came at a great cost. 90% of the civilian populace had been either killed or displaced. Battles like this one began really shaking the morale of the Republic's civilian populace, and it started making a lot of people wonder whether the Clone Wars was actually worth it. Shortly after these two battles, the Republic began planning an invasion of the planet Felucia. Like Ryloth, Felucia was another world located in the Outer Rim territories, just a jump or so away from Yavin. Like most worlds in this part of the galaxy, it had a pretty sparse population of only around 8.5 million settlers. Most of these colonists had settled on the planet looking to take advantage of the world's many rich resources. What made Felucia unique was that it was covered in giant mushroom forests. The world was incredibly hot and humid and bathed in ultraviolet light from its nearby star, and the plants, fungal life forms, and creatures all had a deeply symbiotic relationship, creating a perfectly balanced ecosystem. Many of the plants and fungi on the world were only unique to Felucia, and they also had very complex chemical and biostructures which made them very useful as drugs and medicine. One of the more popular herbs that could be domesticated and farmed on the planet was known as Nicelin. Nicelin had very good healing qualities and was widely sought after throughout the entire galaxy. Other than Bacta, very few drugs or chemicals had the same effect as Nicelin. While these kind of healing herbs were less important for a droid army like the one the Separatist army sent into battle, denying such a world to the Republic was of great strategic benefit for the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Earlier in the war, the Separatists had destroyed a Republic medical facility orbiting Felucia. It had been made to take advantage of the bountiful resources on the planet, all of which was harvested by small communities and independent farmers. It was a part of the CIS's original attempt to take control of the Outer Rim away from the Republic. It wasn't until now that the JR had resources to retake the planet. Felucia was an interesting, if not difficult, world to wage battle on. The gigantic mushroom forest definitely served as a unique battlefield to fight in. Republic colonists had a really difficult time taming the world, and very little of the planet was actually developed, thanks to the sheer tenacity of the local flora and fauna. Even making the smallest clearing in the mushroom forest was a pretty difficult thing to do. If the gigantic mushrooms and carnivorous bacteria didn't get to you, the accolades definitely will. Therefore, most battles between the Republic and Separatists were fought at close ranges in heavily forested areas. The Republic invasion forces found movement pretty difficult, and even with Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano leading them, they soon became surrounded by the Separatists, whose numbers were much higher than the Republic first anticipated. On top of that, a Separatist fleet of several munificent star frigates, along with a recusant light destroyer, had blockaded the planet, preventing any reinforcements from coming and preventing Republic forces from leaving the planet. The recusant-class light destroyer was an interesting ship, not as commonly seen as the munificent and Providence-class warships of the CIS Navy. Also known as the Commerce Guild destroyer, this ship was anywhere from 1.2 kilometers to 2.5 kilometers long. Like most Separatist ships, the recusant was heavily automated and only required a tiny crew of 300. In comparison, the Republic Venator-class Star Destroyer, which was around the same size, had a crew of over 7,000 clones. The recusant's basic systems were operated by a droid brain. The low number of crew also meant that the ship was relatively skeletal in nature, requiring very few areas with life support or oxygen. Its cargo space was mainly full with fuel cells, weapon systems, and over 40,000 battle droids. Although more formidable than a munificent-class Star Frigate, the recusant-class Light Destroyer was still considerably weaker than a Venator-class Star Destroyer. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the Republic's recent string of victories had made their forces a bit overconfident, and the Republic forces under the command of Anakin and Obi-Wan finally run out of places to go and are forced to circle the wagons and fortify their position. While the all-terrain tactical enforcers and turbo tanks served as great weapons platforms and even forward operating bases, they weren't as effective in the close-range mushroom jungle fighting on Felucia. Their large size also meant that the clones were forced to stay in more clear areas with less coverage. The Separatists, meanwhile, were able to send waves and waves of super battle droids and dwarf droids to pin them down. Separatist tanks were also slowly closing in on their position behind the Separatist droids, and they were about to be overrun. Were I in charge of this Republic task force, I would probably abandon the vehicles and then just fade into the forest. But the Republic had another plan. They called in reinforcements, or more accurately, a rescue party to take them away from the planet. So they'll need to stay near a clearing so that the gunships can come and pick them up. In orbit, Jedi Master Plo Koon arrives with 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers along with his 104th Battalion. Plo Koon was probably one of the best pilots in the Jedi Order, easily as good as Anakin Skywalker and perhaps a little better. While his capital ships engaged the Separatist blockade, he personally led a starfighter escort and a group of gunships past the Separatist blockade down to the surface. While under heavy fire from Separatist vulture droids, the gunships landed in the clearing aside the surrounded Republic forces. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi call for a fighting retreat towards the gunships, but once again Ahsoka Tano fails to listen to the order and stubbornly remains fighting while standing on top of a giant turbo tank. Once again, she has tunnel vision just like during the Battle of Ryloth, and she doesn't see the larger picture of the battlefield around her. She's completely unaware that the droids retreating in front of her were a part of a feint designed to lead her forces into a trap. Separatist droids were now closing in on their position from all directions. Obi-Wan Kenobi finally talked some sense into the Padawan, and they managed to extract her before it's too late. Once again, Ahsoka Tano has taken after her master, perhaps a little bit too much. Anakin was famous for disobeying orders during battles. Perhaps finally seeing his own behavior in his Padawan will force him to grow up a bit. Back at the temple, the Jedi Council reprimanded the young Padawan just a few weeks before Ahsoka had done the same thing during the Battle of Ryloth, after she led her squadron of starfighters into a trap, leaving a Republic cruiser defenseless. Admiral Wolf Yularen had been severely hurt by the attack. Anakin steps up as a master should and takes responsibility for his Padawan's actions. After all, he is the one training her. In many ways, Ahsoka and Anakin were a perfect match for each other. They had similar character flaws which they saw in each other, which helped grow their own self-awareness about those flaws. Felucia would remain a contested planet for the rest of the war, and in 19 BBY, the 182nd Legion would be sent to retake the world, but soon after lost contact with Republic Central Command. The 501st would be sent a month later, and they found out that the entire 182nd had been wiped out. The conditions on the planet were terrible. Along with fighting the Separatists, the clones suffered heavy casualties from attrition and disease. It was only because of the leadership of Jedi General Aayla Secura that the 501st would survive their mission to the planet. But ultimately, the clones would go on to turn against their general during Order 66. Chapter 4: Stealing Jedi Babies. After disobeying orders for the second time in a month, Ahsoka Tano is taken off the front lines by the Jedi Council. Probably a wise decision. Ahsoka has already almost killed herself several times, along with several other clones, and at least one admiral. She means well, but she's clearly way too young for the battlefield.
Masters, this incident is my responsibility. Because of Ahsoka's advanced abilities, I forgot how young she is. I gave her more freedom than I should have.
If a girl as young as Ahsoka Tano is fighting here on Earth, it would definitely be a violation of the Geneva Convention. And the Jedi would be prosecuted for war crimes. But what do we know? We're primitive people, right? Anyway, Mace Windu and Yoda decided to temper the Padawan by assigning her guard duty in the Jedi Archives, and yes, that's even more boring than it sounds because no one attacks a library inside of a Jedi temple. Still, it's a good opportunity for Ahsoka to have some mentorship under someone besides Anakin. The Jedi Knight means well, but he and Ahsoka suffer from the same problems. They're both too skilled, and things come way too easy to them. That makes them impulsive and impatient. Master Jokosa Nu, the head librarian, is basically the opposite of that. The Jedi Archives are not only a library, but sort of a giant safe for all the treasures, trinkets, and artifacts the Jedi Order has collected over the years. And this rendition of the Jedi Temple has stood untouched since it was sacked by the Sith Empire almost 4,000 years ago. The archives are full of millions of documents, holovids, and holocrons, which contain tons of information, some of it forbidden, and others widely taught to the Jedi Order. The head of security for the archives was tasked with keeping these documents safe. Most of the time, this just meant preventing over-curious Padawan from accessing dark side manuscripts and journals. But then again, not even the Master Librarian knew where everything was. If you're getting a Harry Potter vibe right now, so am I. But fortune would have it that on this particular day when the Jedi Council decided to assign a very talented Padawan to guard the archives, a very talented thief and bounty hunter by the name of Cad Bane was also interested in robbing the archives. The Duros had been hired by none other than Darth Sidious to break into the archives to steal a particular holocron. Holocrons were these crystalline items that the Jedi and Sith used to record knowledge and lessons on. Some holocrons, especially Sith ones, could even trap the essence or soul of the writer within it. This is why Sith holocrons were considered pretty dangerous, especially for an untrained young Padawan. The holocrons were relatively secure data storage devices. It usually required force powers to access the information inside. Sometimes you would also need a kyber crystal key to open it after you actually open it with the force. Cad Bane was after a very, very special holocron. You see, the Jedi Order in canon kept information of all potential Force users in the galaxy on one holocron. They did this by using federal medical records. Usually there were blood tests done that could show what a person's midichlorian levels were. If they had levels that were high enough, they would be flagged. Also, sometimes the Jedi Council would come together and collectively meditate and try to find Force users across the galaxy, a la Professor X. The holocrons was sort of a Rolodex of sales leads, but instead of making sales, Jedi Seekers would use these leads to steal, recruit Force-sensitive babies to their cause. Darth Sidious, aka Chancellor Palpatine, as the elected leader of the Republic, had a responsibility to recollect these Force-sensitive babies and then surgically alter them and turn them into dark side assassins. So it was out of the frying pan onto the lava planet for these babies. But Cad Bane wasn't stupid. He didn't immediately take this job because he knew it was almost impossible to break into a Jedi temple. Being a security guard for the Jedi Archives is boring because only a complete fool would ever think of breaching the temple. First, you have to get past the local Coruscant police guarding the outside of the temple. During more tense periods, even clone troopers might be deployed outside the temple for extra security. Inside the temple were the Jedi Temple Guards. These were anonymously selected Jedi Knights who devoted their lives to defending the Order. They definitely could go toe-to-toe with a Sith Lord, so facing a bounty hunter, even one as skilled as Cad Bane, probably wouldn't be a huge problem for them. Along with that, there were tons of special locks and security devices within the temple that could only be triggered by the Force. So it comes to no surprise that Cad Bane had a long list of demands for Darth Sidious, including asking for triple the pay, along with a very special and expensive Rogue-class starfighter. Manufactured by Bactoid Armor Workshop, these were the preferred starcrafts of the Magna Guard droids. Cad Bane's version of the ship was supposed to be specially equipped with a cloaking device and special weapons package. Very few people ever demanded anything from Darth Sidious and survived, let alone got what they actually wanted. Cad Bane happened to be one of those people. He was skilled enough at his job to not die. Palpatine also had an entire blueprint and map of the building, along with a security chip that could hack into the Jedi Temple's security system. The bounty hunter's team consisted of his helper droid Toto 360, who he equipped with a bomb, and another bounty hunter, Cato Parasiti, who was a shape-shifting Claudite. Bane had been tipped off by Palpatine about an old Jedi Master who had been fighting in the Outer Rim named Master Innocence. Bane had murdered the Skrilling Jedi, and now Cato could take his form and voice by touching his corpse, and could walk right through the temple's front door as a Jedi Master. Toto 360 would help Bane infiltrate the Jedi Temple's ventilation system, but they still needed someone inside the temple to help them out. Everything goes smoothly for the Claudite until she enters the Archives, where she encounters an overly bored Padawan looking desperately for something to do. Like a lot of people on their first day of work, Ahsoka Tano was just trying to be as helpful as possible, which really annoys Master Innocence and makes him snap at her, which is actually a very un-Jedi thing to do. Odd that Ahsoka can't sense that Innocence was actually Cato. Perhaps the shapeshifter also could mask themselves in the Force, which definitely makes her shape-shifting power a lot more intense than just the polyjuice potion. Meanwhile, Yoda senses a disturbance in the Force. Intruders are trying to break into the temple. This was just another layer of security that we haven't mentioned yet. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi think that the intruders are after the communication codes in the Jedi Communication Tower. With these codes, the Separatists would be able to predict all of the Republic's movements. Meanwhile, Innocence has reached the archive computers, helps Toto and Bane infiltrate the temple through the ventilation shaft, and helps them navigate a series of obstacles. But then head librarian Jocasta Nu interrupts the shapeshifter, questioning why he was working when the temple was in high alert. The Claudite quickly reacts and knocks out Jocasta Nu, taking her form. Anakin and Obi-Wan have now entered the ventilation and were on Bane's tail. They momentarily go the wrong way, thinking the intruders are still after the communication center. Yoda's senses are powerful. He's able to sense that the intruders are disguised as the head librarian and warns Ahsoka. So it is possible maybe for a powerful Jedi to see right through a Claudite's disguise. Ahsoka engages Jocasta in a duel, and the bounty hunter is surprisingly good with the weapon and holds her own for a while, but she is ultimately captured by the Padawan. Cato confesses about what she was up to. Ahsoka warns Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin that Bane is after the holocrons. But Bane has set up a series of explosions, including one in his droid, which will serve as a great distraction and leads the Jedi to the communications center. Bane is able to break into the holocron vault and makes it out of the Jedi Temple with a list of Jedi babies, which was a really bad thing for the Jedi. Babies, like small dogs, are very easy to steal and then hide because they are small and weak. Cato proves to be the most mercenary bounty hunter ever and quickly alerts the Jedi to Bane's next plans. He's going to meet a Jedi named Bula Rapol. The name quickly draws the attention from Mace Windu. Bula Rapol is the keeper of the Kyber Crystal, which unlocks the holocron full of Jedi babies. Just to clarify, the babies are not physically inside the holocron. It's not like a Pokeball. It just has a list of where they might be. Bula Ropa is the keeper of the Kyber Crystal, which unlocks the holocron full of Jedi babies. Cad Bane tracks down Bolaropa to Deveron and has managed to capture the Jedi Master, and now is holding him hostage. But without a Jedi's force powers, the holocron still can't be opened and unlocked with the Kyber Crystal. Ropal valiantly refuses to open the holocron and ultimately is killed by Bane. But that was okay because Cad Bane had another plan. Anakin and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano were about to reach his new base. Bane knew that Anakin and Ahsoka were not like the average Jedi. They had a very close connection. The Jedi is far too noble to save themselves in order to open up a holocron, but they might have problems with sacrificing someone else's life for that holocron. Knowing this, Bane cuts Anakin off from Ahsoka and manages to stun the Padawan with some stun clefs he had hidden up his sleeves. Using Ahsoka as leverage, Cad Bane forces Anakin to open up the holocron. This is clearly one of Anakin's biggest weaknesses, and it'll haunt him more and more as he grows older and develops more connections and emotional bonds with different people. Anakin is never willing to give up those who he loves, and in my opinion that makes him more of a man and a better person than most Jedi, but it's clearly against the Order's ideology. Cad Bane is able to escape again, this time disguised as a clone trooper wearing full armor. With a list of future Jedi babies in his possession, Lord Sidious tasks Cad Bane to hunt down the babies and take them back to a secret base on Mustafar. The Jedi Council once again used their immense power in the Force to look for disturbances and managed to isolate 3 Jedi babies they think the bounty hunter will target. Bane had already managed to take a Rodian baby from Coruscant, but the Jedi managed to reach a Gungan baby on Naboo before the bounty hunter can get there. When Bane finally arrives, instead of seeing a baby, he comes face to face with a very Ahsoka Tano, who manages to capture him this time around. Bane is unwilling to tell the Jedi where he's taken the other babies. So Obi-Wan and Anakin use a very unethical technique and basically force the information out of him. It's similar to what Kylo Ren does to Poe Dameron in The Force Awakens. But I guess it's not evil when the good guys do it, right? Using Bane as a guide, the Jedi rushed to Mustafar. Unfortunately, Skywalker reports to Palpatine about the kidnapping plot. Obi-Wan Kenobi had fought against revealing this information to the Chancellor. He considered this an internal Jedi issue, but ultimately Mace Windu overruled him and said it was probably a good idea to let the Chancellor know that someone was stealing babies in his Galactic Republic. This of course alerts Palpatine, who was in the process of conducting surgery on the Jedi babies and turning them into Sith assassins. The Jedi manage to save the babies before they are melted by lava, but they are unable to uncover who is behind this messed up plot. Chapter 5. The Battle of Malstar. Malstar was home to a species known as the Dug. You might remember that charming pod racer from Phantom Menace, Sebulba. He's a pretty good representation of the species. They had long snouts, walked on their arms, and used their legs as hands, which meant that they ate with their feet. Which actually doesn't really make sense if you look at how their limbs are proportioned. I mean, something really messed up happened in their evolution. Probably. The Dugs, like most of the sketchier looking non-humans in the galaxy, were generally not to be trusted. They were usually hyper-aggressive and pissed off. This was due to the fact that their culture had at one point in time been subjugated by the advanced Grand Race. Combine that with an average height of only 1 meter, and you had an entire species with a Napoleon complex. The Dugs were relatively xenophobic and rarely ever left their homeworld. The ones that did usually ended up being criminals. Malstar's location in the galaxy was pretty important. It was situated in the mid-rim on the Hydean Way, an important trade artery connecting the outer rim to the core worlds. Several victories earlier in the war on planets like Ryloth, Naboo, Geonosis, and also Christophsis happened in this sector of space, and now the Republic were looking for a supply and resource depot that they could supply their newly gained territory from. Furthermore, the outer rim hub world of Iradu, home of the Tarkin family, was just one hyperspace jump away from Malstar. Iradu was connected to both the Hydean Way and Rima trade route, along with important industrial planets like Solus. The sheer lane of hyperspace lanes converging on Iradu made it a key strategic point for both the Republic and the Separatists, and for the Republic, Malstar was their gateway to that system. And not only did Malstar have a strategically vital location, it also had a large reserve of fuel ready for export. As a matter of fact, the native Dugs had deforested giant sections of the world in order to pump out Malstarian fuel, and it made up a majority of their economic production. So it comes to no surprise that both the Republic and Separatist forces sent massive armies to conquer the planets. This theater of the war was important enough to warrant the presence of not only Mace Windu, but also Anakin Skywalker. Like Mentos and Coke, this was a very deadly pairing. Even the Supreme Chancellor was somewhat involved in this battle. He was in the middle of signing a treaty with the Dugs to get access to their massive fuel reserves. The Dugs were, of course, hesitant to sign any treaty with the Republic because things were looking grim on the battlefield. They weren't really sure which side was going to win just yet. Although officially the Republic were fighting to defend the world of Malastare, if the Separatist droid army won, then the Dug would probably thank the Separatists for liberating their planet from the Republic. Never trust an alien who shakes your hand with their feet. That's just not right. And as of now, the Separatists were definitely on their way to winning the battle. The terrain on Malastare was mostly flat, allowing for massive deployments of troops in essentially parade formation. The Separatist droids were of lower quality, but much quicker and faster to manufacture, and they were able to use their numbers advantage to full effect on Malastare. The Republic clone troopers had superior troopers, but they really weren't able to use the terrain to their advantage like they did on other worlds. But the JR had one ace up their sleeve. Republic scientist Cyan Verbol had developed a giant electroproton bomb. This was essentially a huge EMP blast, but without a nuclear explosion. Technically speaking, the weapon shouldn't have any long-term negative effects on organic beings, but it would do a ton of damage to any machine or droids within its blast radius. Although there were some small concerns from the Dug and Mace Windu that this gigantic bomb might have some unseen consequences on the environment. Time was running out and the Separatists were making a final push against the Republic forces on the planet, so the Republic sent a wing of Y-bombers escorted by ARC-170s and V-19 Torrent starfighters to fly directly to the center of the Separatist formation and unleash the weapon. An EMP manifests itself over the center of the droid army and spread out, disabling every droid and machine within miles of the blast. Dr. Bull's weapon was hugely successful and now has given the Republic a huge advantage over the Separatist droid army. Although it does seem kind of odd that the Separatists have put limited EM shielding on their droids. Something will have to significantly change for future battles. Anyway, the victory is won, or at least that's what everyone thinks. You see, the Republic just happened to have detonated the EMP over very unstable ground. And suddenly a gigantic sinkhole appears beneath the battlefield, swallowing up deactivated droids along with a good portion of the Republic forces, which should have been a bloodless victory for their clone army all of a sudden turned into a bloodbath. In an effort to find survivors, Mace Windu and several squads of clones venture into the sinkhole. The ground is still unstable, and it's possible that the ground might collapse even more. To make matters worse, everything within the sinkhole is obscured by a thick fog. Suddenly, a gigantic beast emerges from the fog and attacks the rescue team. It's a monstrous thing, part dragon, part queen from Alien. It's the Zillo Beast, a creature that would feel at home in a Godzilla film, just minus the god. The Republic forces naturally start freaking out. This gigantic 100-meter long, 60,000 metric killing machine was completely impervious to all conventional weapons. The Dug, however, immediately realized what the hell this thing is. Long ago, before the Dugs had become an advanced society, the Zillo Beast ruled the planet and roamed freely across its surface, devouring entire cities. The Dug finally collected all their resources and technology and fought a devastating war against the Zillo Beast, which drove them to extinction. Worse yet, the Dug had a prophecy that one day, one Zillo Beast would come back and destroy their entire civilization. So naturally, the Dugs were all freaking out about this situation. As a matter of fact, the Dug Council threatens to withdraw themselves from the Republic Fuel Treaty if the JR doesn't immediately kill the giant monster. But the Jedi argued that it would be very wrong to kill an innocent creature, a creature's home you have just disturbed. Classic Jedi nonsense. They would be saying the same thing if the Zillo Beast burst into the Jedi Temple and just started eating younglings. But then Dr. Cyan Verbol points out that the monster's impervious armor could prove to be very beneficial for the Republic war machine. If they could somehow replicate or create a synthetic form of this armor for their own soldiers, they could save a lot of lives. So the JR attempts to use the RX-200 Falchion-class assault tank to bring down the Zillo Beast. Like the self-propelled heavy artillery turbo laser, the RX-200 utilized a giant ion beam that typically would be used on a capital ship. These artillery platforms were designed to pierce deflector shields and could easily bring down something as large as a Star Destroyer. They were also pretty good at disabling the engines of any kind of mechanized machine. The Republic would use multiple stun tanks to knock out the Zillo Beast. The stupid Dug would think that the Zillo Beast was dead, they would sign the treaty, and then the JR would be able to bring the Zillo Beast back home to study. But it didn't work out that way. You see, even the stun tanks aren't really enough to completely take out the giant reptile. Luckily, the Dug did find out in one of their ancient manuscripts that the Zillo Beast had one weakness, Malastare fuel, which they began immediately flooding into the sinkhole. This combined with the stun tanks finally puts the Zillo Beast out. The Republic wins the day and win the fuel contract and win a giant monster. Palpatine is super happy. The Zilla Beast, for some reason, is brought back to Coruscant. Most likely Palpatine and his scientists have never seen King Kong or Godzilla. Clearly, it would have been a better idea to place the Zilla Beast on a less populated planet, which wasn't completely covered in a giant city full of trillions of people. Mace Windu expresses his concerns once again, but Palpatine is adamant that they figure out what makes the Beast's armor so strong. Dr. Bull immediately begins working on the Beast and debriefs Palpatine. In order to advance with their analysis, they would need to take the monster's scale off its body. This would be an incredibly painful process. Palpatine, being the humane person that he was, suggests just killing the Zilla Beast. Like most mad scientists, Bull finds beauty in this horrendous creature and theorizes that it might be even sentient, and because it's the last of its kind, killing it would be immoral. But in reality, what is immoral is letting that gigantic monster rampage through Coruscant. Which is exactly what happens. After Bull attempts to kill the Zilla Beast with some Malastarian fuel, the creature escapes from its restraints and starts smashing everything as it works its way across Coruscant. But instead of just aimlessly wandering around and killing things, the Zilla Beast is heading directly towards the Senate District. It remembers Palpatine and wants to kill him. Luckily, this area is also near the Jedi Temple, and Yoda leads a team of Jedi to try to attempt to neutralize the beast, or stall long enough to let the military arrive. The JAR was refitting some of their gunships with Malastarian-fueled weapons. The Zilla Beast manages to take out a transport evacuating Chancellor Palpatine, and just as the beast is about to close in for the final blow, several Republic gunships arrive and bomb the monster with Malastarian fuel. The poisonous gas floods the area, and slowly the Zilla Beast succumbs. The gas also almost kills Palpatine. Luckily, several Jedi are there with them, and they create a force bubble that prevents the gas from overwhelming them. So I guess this episode was about being careful and not using super weapons when you can avoid it. Even with weapons like the EMP, which is supposed to be harmless, you can see there's a lot of terrible side effects. The development of the electro-proton bomb should have changed everything for the Republic. It was an extremely powerful area effect weapon that could take out droids, but leave organic life forms relatively unharmed. For some reason, we don't really see it being used ever again. Sure, it created a sinkhole and a giant beast emerged from the ground, but that was a freak accident. Perhaps the electro-proton bomb was too expensive to manufacture. Who knows? Anyway, after the Republic victory on Geonosis, a small garrison of clones was all the JAR could afford to leave on the planet because the Separatist droid army was quickly spreading across the Outer Rim, attacking many different Republic worlds. The Geonosians had simply gone underground into their hives, and just a few months after the battle they emerged and retook the planet. After the Battle of Malstar, the Jedi began suspecting that Banking Clan Senator Rush Clovis was secretly working with the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Padme Amidala used to be close to Clovis back when she first joined the Senate. So the Jedi Council decides to send Padme to go spy on her former colleague, who also happens to have a big crush on her. While undercover on Cato Nemoidia, she witnessed a secret meeting between Senator Lot Dodd, Archduke Poggle the Lesser, and Clovis. They were discussing the financing of a new droid factory on Geonosis for the Separatist Alliance. This was a clear violation of Republic sanctions against the Separatist Alliance. But let's be honest, everyone in the galaxy knew that the Trade Federation, intergalactic banking clans, along with several of the other corporate alliances, were playing both sides of the war. There was a lot of money involved, so no one really wanted to call them out about it. But the creation of this new droid factory warranted a Republic invasion, although it's kind of strange that the Republic didn't invade when their garrison just suddenly disappeared. The Republic invasion fleet they send is one of the biggest assembled so far during the war. It's made up of 6 Venator-class Star Destroyers and 10 Acclamator-class assault ships, and close to 200,000 clone troopers. The Separatists, led by Geonosian Archduke Poggle the Lesser, is holed up in his new factory, which is shielded. He lacks a defensive fleet of his own, and his air cover is limited to just Geonosian starfighters. The Republic could have probably waited in orbit and just bombarded the Separatist base, but that probably would have taken too long and the Separatists would have been able to call in reinforcements. So the Republic carried on an assault which consisted of 3 main forces led by Ki-Adi-Mundi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker. Their goal would be to reach a staging area in front of the shield and attempt to breach it. They needed to take Poggle alive to end the Geonosians from rising up again. The problem with the Republic plan is they grossly underestimate the Geonosians' defenses. The original plan was to fly directly to the staging area. Unbeknownst to them, for kilometers around the factory, the Geonosians had erected robust anti-air emplacements to make up for their lack of air support. Obi-Wan Kenobi's task force was the first to launch. They encountered heavy fire, and Kenobi's dropship was shot down relatively close to the landing zone. Anakin's task force launched second, and they fly straight into a wall of enemy flak and fighters. Anakin's gunship is also shot down, and he also loses the majority of his walkers. Things are starting to look pretty grim. Ki-Adi-Mundi's task force is behind Anakin's, and upon seeing how heavy the air defenses are, decide to land far away from the objective in order to save their own armor from getting destroyed. Although before they do that, Ki-Adi-Mundi's gunship is also shot down. So the Republic forces have suffered heavy losses before they even get close to their landing zone. All 3 Jedi generals have been shot down, and their forces are now spread thin. Kenobi forces are closest to the landing zone, and they quickly are surrounded by Separatist forces. They must hold on until the other 2 task forces link up with them. For those of you who know World War II history, the Second Battle of Geonosis makes Operation Market Garden seem like a cakewalk. Anakin's forces are also pinned down by enemy fire, and with the loss of their armor, they must fight on foot. But a giant fortress separates them from their destination. Luckily, Anakin is probably one of the most skilled combatants in the Republic and an expert at vertical assaults, and easily takes out the droid garrison. Ki-Mundi's task force still has armor, but a large ridge separates them from the rest of the Republic force. Mundi's walkers, which are full of wounded, try to find their way around the ridge and will rendezvous with them later at the landing point. Ki-Mundi leads the rest of his infantry through a cave system that hopefully leads them to the landing point. Luckily, Mundi's brought flamethrowers as well because he's walked right into the entrance of a Geonosian hive. And yes, Geonosians pop and crackle when you set them on fire. Back at the landing point, Kenobi's forces continue holding off Separatist attacks. Most of their armor is knocked out, almost everyone is wounded or dead. But somehow they still are holding on. Anakin and Ki-Mundi's forces have managed to break through and are close to linking up. But before they get there, a squadron of Y-Wings come in danger close and manage to stop the latest Separatist attack from overwhelming their position. But the Republic forces don't have any time to rest just yet. With the 3 task force finally gathered together, Obi-Wan Kenobi makes a quick plan for attack. Anakin leads a small squad in his usual suicidal frontal assault through the factory shield and knocks out the enemy anti-tank guns. This allows the remaining Republic armor to march through the shield and take out the generator, which then allows Ki-Adi-Mundi to land with the rest of the infantry and gunships. The Republic forces are successful in taking out the shield and now prepare to make the final push towards the Geonosian factory. Kenobi and Mundi are evacuated for medical treatment. Anakin and Ahsoka Tano are joined by Master Luminara and her Padawan Barriss Offee. To reach the factory, the Republic forces must cross over a thin bridge, a bottleneck that the Geonosians will defend to the last man. Man-bug. Wanting to avoid a direct frontal assault, Master Luminara proposes sending the Padawan into the underground Geonosian hive tunnels, where they can access the factory from below and blow it up with explosives. Luminara and Barriss Offee are quite different from Anakin and Ahsoka. They like doing things by the book and following the rules of the Order without any deviation. They're also against improvisation and usually had a pretty good and solid plan for any mission or battle. Barriss Offee had memorized the entire Geonosian hive tunnel system. While Padawans make their way underground, the Masters launch a diversion attack over the narrow factory bridge. They want to draw the attentions of the defenders, but they also don't want to take too many casualties. The plan works and the Separatist droids send a huge army to confront the clones. But the Republic forces are in for a nasty surprise. The Separatists have developed a super tank. This was a massive vehicle with heavy armor and ray shield technology. It proved to be too tough for even the Republic's heavy artillery and forced the clone forces to retreat. The Jedi then draw the super tanks onto the bridge and blow it up, sending the vehicles falling into the canyon. Meanwhile, inside the factory, before the Padawan can set off their explosives, they're attacked by the Geonosians, who steal their ordnance. With no other options left, Ahsoka and Barriss decide to use a super tank's main gun to destroy the central reactor instead, sacrificing themselves and setting the entire factory crashing down on them. Master Luminara, being a perfect Jedi, is ready to sacrifice her Padawan and assumes that they have died. Master Skywalker, being a flawed human being, will do anything to save his Padawan and begins searching through the wreckage. Luckily, the Separatists have built a hell of a tank, and the clones manage to uncover the Padawan super tank before their oxygen runs out. But the battle is still not over. The hive tunnels that the Padawan have gone in were just a small part of a massive network that covered most of the planet. Geonosis was a terrible place to live on. The surface was completely dry and dead and irradiated, so most of the Geonosians actually lived underneath the surface. With his forces defeated, Poggle the Lesser escapes into these tunnels and is followed by Master Luminara. As usual, she's quite useless and gets captured, forcing Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin to send out a rescue team into the creepy tunnels. which is where they encountered Geonosian zombies for the first time. Unbeknownst to the Republic, Poggle the Lesser is not the true ruler of the Geonosians, he's just a puppet. The true ruler of the planet is Queen Karina the Great, a massive queen bug. Someone call in the Terran Federation. The way Queen Karina controls her hive is by using brainworms, which turn sentient beings into mindless zombie slaves. Look, I get that the Republic and the Jedi are supposed to be humane, but whenever you encounter a hive mind alien species, whether it's the Zerg, the Arachnids, the Formex, or the Borg, extermination is the only way forward. This is why the Death Star is needed. That, or they could just put some thrusters on the planet and pilot the planet slowly into its nearby star. But no, instead the Jedi force their way into the Geonosian lair, fighting hundreds of zombies on their way. They realize that the zombies do have a weakness, and it's light. They manage to rescue Luminara, arrest Poggle, and also at the same time send the Queen's lair crashing down on her, hopefully killing her. But unfortunately, one of the worms managed to escape and has infected one of the clone troopers, who takes the worm off planet on a clone medical frigate. Luckily, Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee are on that frigate as well and prevent the worm from taking complete control over the ship, ending the Geonosian threat. The Geonosians are more or less spent at this point, with their queen dead and with Poggle the Lesser arrested. They don't really do much for the rest of the war, and then when the Imperial era comes around, they end up building the Death Star, until the Empire decides to kill all of them. Chapter 7, Battle of Selikamai. The Republic's destruction of the Separatist war factories on Geonosis was a big blow to the Separatist alliance, but it still wasn't enough to stop their advance in the Outer Rim. The Separatist droid army still greatly outnumbered the clone army, and the elusive General Grievous personally was responsible for causing a bunch of chaos and hunting down Jedi. His latest and most ambitious plan was to capture someone on the Jedi Council, Master Eth Koth. Eth Koth was a Zabrak Jedi who hailed from the slums of Nar Shaddaa deep in Hutt territory. He was brought to the Jedi Temple at a slightly older age and quickly excelled at being a Jedi. He was in command of the Venator-class Star Destroyer Steadfast when Grievous boards him with his own Recusant-class warship. Clone Captain Locke and his troopers attempt to hold off the droid boarding party for as long as possible, but within the thin, short corridors of a ship, the super battle droids and commando droids proved to be too heavily armed to be stopped. Eth Koth had realized immediately that they were outnumbered. A Separatist warship the size of a Recusant class could hold up to 30,000 war droids. A Venator-class Star Destroyer could only hold maybe 1,000 or 2,000 clone troopers. So he orders the clones under his command to fall back to the escape pods. Held up in the bridge, Koth is determined to face down General Grievous himself without risking too many clone lives. Grievous breaches and lets his commando droids take out Koth's small attachment of clones, which they do pretty easily. They even manage to wound Koth in the arm in the process with a blaster bolt. But Koth manages to destroy all the commando droids, but his last clone goes down as well, electrocuted in the back by newly arrived Magna Guard droids. Trained personally by Grievous in the first form of lightsaber combat, these droids were specialized in fighting enemies with lightsabers. They were quite formidable. Koth, favoring his uninjured arm, does his best against Grievous and his guards, but ultimately is beaten down by a cheap blow in the back when his lightsaber is in lock with Grievous's. Grievous then contacts the Jedi Order in a very ISIS-like ransom video and mocks the High Council over his recent victory. But upon reviewing the transmission, Commander Cody realizes that Master Koth was using hand signals to communicate that he was in the Selikamai system. There's really no reason for Grievous to do this, unless maybe he was setting a trap for the Republic, which he wasn't, so most likely he did this just to gloat. His people, the Kalishi, had some major beef with the Republic after all. But this was a big slip up for Grievous, and this is all the Jedi Council needed to track him down, which they've been trying to do for quite some time. They send a fleet led by Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Adi Gallia. Obi-Wan plans on using himself as bait to lure Grievous onto his ship. The two have a history together, and the cyborg is very interested in killing the Jedi. As Obi-Wan jumps into the Selikamai system, Anakin and Adi would sneak on Grievous' ship and rescue Master Koth. When Obi-Wan arrives into the system, the Separatist fleet engages and the cyborg rushes headfirst into his trap. Grievous really wants to defeat Obi-Wan Kenobi in hand-to-hand combat. Such is the Kalish way. With the Battle of Selikamai in full swing, Anakin and Adi aboard a small transport make a super risky hyperspace jump to right alongside Grievous' ship. They board Grievous' ship and make their way to the detention cell with a small squad of clones led by Captain Rex. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan Kenobi and his clones engage General Grievous' commando droids and Magna Guards. Obi-Wan's clones suffer a similar fate as Eth Koth's during the initial assault, But Obi-Wan Kenobi is a master of Form 3 and very capable at defending himself. All he needs to do is buy enough time for Anakin to retrieve Koth. But they've run into their own problems, as Master Koth was much more heavily guarded than they initially realized. But there's a reason why Anakin is the chosen one, and he easily fights off the droid ambush and rescues Koth. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan has defeated all of Grievous's droids, forcing the general to retreat. The cyborg orders his droids to open fire on the Republic ship, which is still attached to his ship, destroying it. He then commands the rest of his droids launch their landers and head for the surface of Salakumai. Salakumai was located in the outer rim of the galaxy. Salakumai meant oasis in Pantoran. While the planet itself was not all that special, just a mix of deserts, swamps, and forests, it was the only habitable planet in the entire system, and one that was sparsely populated. As a matter of fact, it was a very popular place for people who wanted to escape the war to go. Originally, Grievous had planned on taking the planet without the GAR even noticing, something that routinely happened during the opening years of the war in the Outer Rim. This was the problem with having to defend millions of systems at the same time against a numerically superior foe. But the Republic's massive fleet was sent to do one thing, and that was to take Grievous out. While Grievous was occupied with the Jedi, Admiral Wolf Yularen had taken apart the smaller Separatist fleet, and although several ships had escaped the Separatist fleet for the surface of Salakumai, they did so without cover, and many of the landing ships, including Grievous's, was damaged. The landers would have to scatter on their way down to the planet to avoid being shot down. Kenobi and his clones attempt to track down Grievous's position and land soon after in an Acclamator-class assault ship. They move in force to the last known position of Grievous's escape pod, and they would use that area as an epicenter for a wider search pattern. Grievous is desperate to get off the planet, and his troops are running dangerously low on supplies, including power cells. They acquired some of the local animals and used them as mounts in order to save energy. Grievous still has a few commando droids left, and he deploys them on the flanks of his formation and uses them to screen his movements. The droids were relatively cheap, and only Grievous's life actually mattered. The crash had knocked out their communications, and there was only one escape pod nearby that they could reach on foot. They have to try their best to make it there and see if the communicator in that escape pod is still working. Meanwhile, Captain Rex had taken a group of clones on a search pattern towards the wetlands using speeders. The speeders were very fast, but completely unarmored, and unfortunately for Rex, they run into a Separatist sniper squad who had set up an ambush. The commando droids were machines, so hitting a moving target even as fast as a speeder was no problem, and Captain Rex takes a blaster round straight to the chest. It's hard enough to knock him off the bike, which alone should have killed him. But somehow he survives, but his chest armor is breached. The type of sniper rifle that the commando droids are using is incredibly powerful, even at long range. But luckily, Rex was a captain and had armored pauldrons, which provided an additional layer of blaster protection over his chest. The concussion of the blast was tremendous and knocked him out, and the round also pierced his chest, but he was still alive. After taking out the BX commando droids, the clones check on Rex. Luckily, clone medic Jesse is there, and he manages to stabilize Rex. Back at Grievous's pod, Commander Cody had managed to extract some info from one of the Separatist droids and finds out about another escape pod in the region. Obi-Wan Kenobi connects the dots, and they quickly head in that direction. Hopefully they can cut Grievous off. Jesse realizes that Captain Rex is far too weak to travel alone, especially on the back of a stretcher tied to a speeder bike. They must find temporary shelter for Rex and then come back later with some actual transportation. They see grazing animals near them, hinting that a farm or ranch is probably nearby, and they go off looking for it. Perhaps the locals will be friendly enough to shelter Rex. They encounter a pink Twi'lek armed with some kind of slug thrower, and although she is suspicious, she lets them eventually bring the captain into the barn, where Jesse puts a bacta pad on Rex's wound. The bolt had missed his heart by 2 inches, and he also had some nerve damage in his arm. But other than that, he'd be fine. He just needed to stay behind, doctor's orders. Jesse and the other clones would continue their search and call for help. Later that night, Rex is shocked to find the husband of the Twi'lek farmer was a clone. You see, earlier in the war, a Republic operation came to Salakumai, and a Republic gunship was shot down by Separatist gunships. The sole survivor of that incident was a trooper called Cut Lquain. After this traumatic experience, Cut reevaluated his life and realized he no longer wanted to fight for the JAR. He was one of the rare clones that deserted from the clone army. And given the circumstances, he had a pretty good opportunity to get away, and get away clean. He settled down with a Twi'lek whose name was Sue, and Sue also had 2 children who Cut adopted. Although Rex at first is angry about him deserting, Cut eventually explains his rationale. The clones had never been given a choice on whether they wanted to fight or not. They were basically born for the job. Instead of serving the Republic, Cut wanted now to serve his family, something he chose to do. It's quite remarkable he made this choice even with all the alterations to his DNA that the Kaminoans tried to engineer into him. I guess those fish heads were always hyping up their cloning abilities. Rex avoids pressing the issue of Cut's desertion when his family arrives. Rex is after all a good man, and there's no reason to make a father look bad in front of his children. This is one of the more introspective scenes in the Clone Wars. It's one of the few times we see Disney canon actually talk about this very controversial subject of having an entire army of slaves. Although Rex and Cut ultimately disagree, they can respect each other and the path in life they have each chosen. Which is a good thing because another Separatist escape pod was just outside of Cut's land. And that night, the two clones had to combine forces and fight off a squad of commando droids, who decided to go and investigate the house. Grievous and his squad had reached the other escape pod, the communicator was working, and a rescue team was on its way. But most of Grievous's squad had run out of battery and had deactivated. Obi-Wan's tank column are close behind them, and soon they run into the droid forces. A skirmish ensues, but unfortunately Grievous manages to escape once again to live and fight another day. The next day, Captain Rex rejoins the Republic forces and casually forgets to report Cut's location to the Republic. The two have created a friendship forged by mutual understanding and combat, which is exactly how I met British Ben and American Ben. Well guys, there you have it. That is episode 7 of our Clone Wars history series. As you can see, this video, especially the episode that talks about desertion, really goes in depth about what it means to be a clone and how a lot of the clones had different reactions to basically being slaves. Chapter 8, Coruscant Black Market Weapons Trade. The war wasn't only being fought in the Outer Rim and on the front lines. Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious had started their entire plan to take over the galaxy with the underworld, and their connections to various gangs and crime syndicates that ran rampant across the galaxy. The good thing about criminals is when you work with them, they rarely will ask you for credentials, and they'll rarely give you a receipt, which means less of a paper trail to worry about. So a Sith Lord could stay hidden, which was a very important part of Palpatine's plan. With the start of the Clone Wars came an increase in instability and unrest across the galaxy. While the Grand Army of the Republic rushed from planet to put out the various brush fires started by the Separatist forces in the Outer Rim, the Judicials tried to keep peace on the home front. The war was causing plenty of problems in the core region as well. Refugees were flooding in from the Outer Rim, and in the second year of the war at least, anti-war protests became more prevalent. Meanwhile, all sorts of criminals, opportunists, and bounty hunters were taking advantage of the instability and making their money in the margins, oftentimes exploiting the weak and desperate. One particularly problematic industry that exploded thanks to the war was the black market arms trade. The Coruscant underworld had become increasingly bold thanks to the large amount of Separatist money flooding the streets. While the Separatist Alliance had plenty of raw resources and industrial might, Republic weapons and technology was still in high demand. Anakin and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano take a break from the front lines and venture into the depths of the planet in pursuit of a potential arms dealer who is acquiring merchandise for the Separatists. While arresting the criminal, Ahsoka has her lightsaber snatched away from her. The young Padawan is afraid to tell her master what had happened and instead tries to figure out a way to get her lightsaber back herself. She goes to her other mentor in the Jedi Order, someone she had recently been tasked with helping, Jocasta Nu, the head librarian. Master Nu might not have been the most powerful Jedi in the Order, but because of her position, she almost knew everyone in the Order. And using that knowledge, the librarian takes Ahsoka to see Master Tera Sinube. Sinube was an expert on criminal organizations operating out of the Coruscant underworld. Upon hearing Ahsoka Tano's story, he identifies that the Padawan had been ripped off by a Petrolian, an aquatic alien species that was quite rare. Searching through the criminal database, the Master was able to pull up a photo of the pickpocket for Ahsoka to identify. His name was Bonamu. And before Ahsoka can protest, Sinube volunteers to go with her to the underworld to find the thief. I think it's amazing that Master Sinube was able to figure out who the thief was based on some very basic physical description from Ahsoka Tano. Coruscant was a massive worldwide city and had a population of well over 1 trillion sentient beings. The Coruscant Security Force was in charge of policing the world, and at least on the surface and upper levels, they maintained a strong presence. Interestingly enough, on the richer and higher levels, The Coruscant police were mostly made up of droids. The officers were usually human, or at least humanoid. But for the most part, the droids took care of most of the policing. They did everything from providing security for officials to giving parking tickets. These droids were incorruptible and objective enforcers of the law, and when a case was questionable, they also served as a perfect witness for a crime. In those more complex cases, organic investigators would be deployed and go over the case. But strangely enough, in the lower levels of the planet, policing was mainly done by the infamous Coruscant Underworld Police, completely comprised of organic beings. Perhaps in an advanced society like Coruscant, the idea of organic beings policing other organic beings is seen as backwards and a primitive way of doing things. Although it's probably very likely that these droids were not as flexible or creative enough to deal with the various threats an officer would deal with in the Coruscant Underworld. Compared to the clean and bright blue CSF droids, the Underworld Police looked almost like shock troopers, heavily armored and wearing metal helmets and mechanized goggles. The Underworld Police looked as dystopian as their surroundings did. And despite their best efforts, the underworld of Coruscant could hardly be called a stable or even safe place to travel in. As a matter of fact, it was well known that certain levels in the Coruscant underworld were completely under the control of crime syndicates and no-go areas even for the police. The lowest levels of Coruscant were full of even more terrifying and violent things, which basically made those areas uninhabitable. So while things might feel hopeless, a Jedi like Terrace Newby had been studying the criminal underworld for his entire life, and he's able to point out a few markets where this thief most likely would try to sell Ahsoka's lightsaber. The two immediately head for District G17, one of the many thousands of slums located in the Coruscant underworld. They approach a dingy-looking food stand staffed by a sketchy-looking Corran. Never trust those squiddy bastards, they're always up to no good. Ahsoka asks the Corran if he has any lightsabers to sell. In my opinion, Ahsoka is clearly acting like a narc right now, but luckily she is a teenager and she's being accompanied by an old man, so they don't really seem like police officers. And the Corran must be desperate to move the Jedi lightsaber. It clearly will attract a lot of unwanted trouble, and no one fears the Jedi more than criminal scum. But the Corran's opening price for the lightsaber is quite steep, 20,000 credits. That's enough to buy an entire land speeder. But of course, Ahsoka, as usual, doesn't have much tact and immediately reveals she's a Jedi. Luckily, that's enough to scare the Corran into revealing the location of the thief. The two Jedi track the thief to a nearby hostel. Notice all of the artificial light in the lower levels of Coruscant. It's not just there for nighttime, it's there for all the time. It's even rumored that in the deeper and more primitive parts of Coruscant, the inhabitants consider the sun and daylight a myth. Anything lower than the first few dozen layers of the Undercity didn't have a day and night cycle. Anyway, the two Jedi are able to use the Force inside the hostel to find the room where their thief is staying, but unfortunately they find that the lightsaber has already exchanged hands to an individual known as Knack Movers, a feared Trandoshan assassin. Usually illegal weapons, especially larger shipments, would eventually go through an organization known as the Black Suns. The Black Suns, like most of the criminal organizations in the galaxy, like to dabble in everything from spice to slave trafficking. But they mainly specialized in two things: providing muscle and weapons smuggling. The two businesses kind of go hand in hand. Given the specialized nature of the lightsaber, however, it makes sense that an assassin would get its hands on it. This was a special item, and most likely Knack Movers was willing to pay much more than, let's say, a Black Sun's arms merchant. Ahsoka and Master Sinube continued their search for the lightsaber and traveled to the upper side of Happy Land, one of the many districts in Coruscant. Having her lightsaber fall into the hands of an assassin or a murderer is a very troubling thought for Ahsoka, especially if bodies start turning up with cauterized wounds. But when they arrive, the Trandoshan is found dead in his apartment. A Terrellian Jango jumper and her partner in crime now have possession of the lightsaber, and the chase continues. Terrellian Jango jumpers were just one of many interesting species on Coruscant. These blue humanoids had extremely powerful muscles and bone structure, which allowed them to run at superhuman speeds and jump extremely long distances. They could easily rival a talented Jedi's own Force abilities. Happy Land was still technically a part of the underworld, but it had large skyscrapers, most of which reached the surface of the planet. There were huge gaps in between the buildings here, which made it a perfect place for a Jango jumper to evade less gifted pursuers. At this point, the Coruscant security forces are called in as backup. They have access to an assortment of vehicles which allow them to move quickly around the underworld. This included the Panther Police Interceptor. These were kind of similar to flying cop cars from Blade Runner. They were small enough to filter through buildings and had a top speed of around 220 miles per hour. The Underworld Police also used speeder bikes like the Bark Speeder. The police used these vehicles to patrol the incredibly confusing traffic lanes of Coruscant. Although all speeders can fly using anti-grav technology, they couldn't just fly anywhere they wanted to. That would make the roads incredibly chaotic. People would die all the time. So instead, there's a very complex 3D road grid that runs at different levels and vectors. All of this was further controlled by the traffic division of the Coruscant Security Force. Fortunately, the two criminals managed to get away from the complicated grid of roads in the Undercity, but just momentarily because Master Sinube had managed to place a tracker on one of them, and they followed the criminals to a regional train station. Maglevs that ran on repulsors crisscrossed the planet, and it was one of the quickest ways and cheapest ways to disappear onto the other side of the planet. After one final chase, the thieves are caught, and Ahsoka manages to get her lightsaber back, and we finish our little tour of one of the most fascinating cities in Star Wars. Like I've always said, I wish Star Wars 1313 was never cancelled, and I really do hope that the future Fallen Jedi video game or even the Mandalorian TV show will have us visit Coruscant once again. Never has there been a background as rich and ripe for discovery. So there you have it, guys. As you know, I always love it when any Star Wars property goes into Coruscant and the Undercity. This was a quick glimpse at what the underworld was like and how the local security forces worked. In this episode, we'll be looking at the world of Mandalore and the complicated battle for the future and soul of the Mandalorian people. We're relatively different from the legendary Mandalorians older fans are used to. The Mandalorians of old were a great tribe of space warriors whose culture revolved around honor and combat. Thousands of years of constant warfare naturally took a toll on the Mandalorians and on their world. During the Clone Wars period, Duchess Satine Kryze sits on the throne. Just decades earlier, Satine Kryze's faction, called the New Mandalorians, had fought a devastating civil war against a faction of old-school Mandalorians who wanted to continue on the warrior traditions of their people. Ultimately, Satine's faction won. Having studied her people's past, she believed that pacifism was the only way her people could survive. With the start of the Clone Wars, the Mandalorians took a stance of neutrality, refusing to enter either side of the war. Their actions inspired many other planets, and together these worlds formed the Council of Neutral Systems, with Duchess Satine as their leader. For the most part, the Mandalorians had kept the violence of the Clone Wars away from their planet. But the Republic Senate was wary that the Mandalorians were going to use their influence over the Council of Neutral Systems to break off from the Republic, as the Separatists had done before. And so the Jedi Order, at the behest of the Senate, sends Obi-Wan Kenobi to Mandalore to find out exactly what is going on. Obi-Wan Kenobi had originally visited Mandalore with Qui-Gon Jinn in a mission to keep Satine Kryze safe during the Civil War. What most people didn't know was that Obi-Wan and Satine had grown quite close during that mission. Qui-Gon Jinn wasn't exactly the most orthodox Jedi Master and probably looked the other way as their young romance began to bud. Upon meeting the Prime Minister and Duchess, they both parrot the same words. Mandalore is loyal and things are going great on their world. The Mandalorians are a peaceful kind of people. And all the big bad warriors their culture was known for had been sent to the moon, where they had died off. Of course, Obi-Wan Kenobi has had his own experience with Mandalorians and is quite skeptical. And he turns out to be right. While touring the city together in private, Satine, away from her advisors, admits that the renegade Mandalorians Obi-Wan had encountered were most likely the Death Watch, a group of super violent but also arguably a lot cooler Mandalorians that lived by the old ways. Most Mandalorians had assumed that after the Civil War they had just disappeared. While Satine is trying to assure Obi-Wan Kenobi that they're only a small nuisance, an explosion interrupts them, one of the latest attempts by the Death Watch to destabilize the Duchess's rule. After surviving the attack, Satine and Obi-Wan ventured to Mandalore's moon, Concordia, in order to look for signs of Death Watch. The two are greeted upon landing by Governor Pre Vizsla. While Satine is entertained by the governor, Obi-Wan goes on a fact-finding mission to check out one of the nearby mining facilities. The Mandalorian commandos he had encountered before were all wearing the legendary Beskar armor, something that can only be created here on Mandalore or on its moon Concordia. The mines and factories were supposed to be closed, but the one Obi-Wan enters seems to be functional and is producing Mandalorian armor. And before he can report his findings, he's ambushed and knocked out. Luckily, he still has his comm link on, and he contacts Satine for help once he wakes up again. and she arrives just in time to save him from being smelted. But now the jig is up, the Death Watch is alerted to their presence, and Satine and Obi-Wan finally come face to face with their leader, Governor Pre Vizsla. You see, the governor was from a famous clan, a clan that still followed the old ways. Vizsla had been contacted by Count Dooku, who had promised to support a Death Watch takeover of the planet. Vizsla goes toe-to-toe with Obi-Wan Kenobi using the legendary Darksaber, a lightsaber that once belonged to a Mandalorian Jedi and now was a sign of Mandalorian leadership. Obi-Wan survives the encounter and manages to escape with the Duchess, but now things grow more complicated. Pre Vizsla and his Death Watch manage to escape before the authorities arrive, and there's a strong indication that the Separatists were backing Pre Vizsla, which means the Republic might now have to get involved in the affairs of neutral Mandalore. Duchess Satine must venture back to Coruscant to plead their case in front of the Republic Senate. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, along with an detachment of clones, will provide security along the way. They know that most likely someone else will make an attempt on the Duchess, and we're on high alert. While Duchess Satine has her little sleepover party with other world leaders who also want to remain neutral, terrifying killer droids activate in the hold of her ship and start killing everyone. Technically called probe killers, these spider-like droids were especially programmed for assassination missions. Satine Kryze's pursuit of pacifism was definitely admirable, and perhaps if she were just a mere activist and not the ruler of Mandalore, her views would be harmless. But clearly, pacifism doesn't really work all that well when your enemies are trying to kill you. And once again, it's up to the Jedi and clones to keep those unwilling to fight themselves safe. Anakin and the clones try their best to keep the spider droids below deck, but one manages to make it up to the dining room where Satine is. Although Obi-Wan Kenobi is able to quickly dispatch the large droid, what he didn't realize was that these probe killers were actually carriers for hundreds of smaller killer droids. It's basically everyone's greatest fear when it comes to killing spiders. You don't want to kill a pregnant spider because it might just release hundreds of little tiny spider eggs. Luckily, Satine Kryze is carrying a deactivator, a specially made ion weapon that takes out droids fairly easily. With the threat defeated, the Jedi must now find who smuggled these killer assassin droids on board. Most likely there are more Mandalorians who are loyal to Death Watch. Obi-Wan suspects it's one of the senators on board. The box containing the assassin droids had official Republic stamps on them. Obi-Wan comes up with a quick plan. They've recovered one live mini assassin droid and hold it next to each of the senators on board. The mini droids are programmed to kill everyone besides the individual who smuggled it on board in the first place. That's how they find out that the traitor is none other than Senator Tal Merrick of Kalvala, a planet in the Mandalorian system. In the scuffle that breaks out, Merrick manages to take Satine as hostage and heads to the bridge where he murders the entire crew and calls for reinforcements. While Anakin and the clones fight off the Separatist borders, Obi-Wan Kenobi confronts the traitor, and in a moment of complete honesty and vulnerability, Obi-Wan admits to Satine Kryze his love for her. Had she asked, he would have left the Jedi to be by her side. But then Anakin comes out of nowhere and pokes Senator Merrick with his lightsaber. Classic Anakin. The Duchess makes it all the way to Coruscant, but her troubles are only just beginning. The Death Watch continues to grow in size, but they're not large enough yet to take over the planet, especially if they have to do it by force. Instead, they have to win the hearts and minds of the people, something that would be relatively easy to do if the Republic invaded and they opposed them. And that's exactly what Chancellor Palpatine wants to do. The Death Watch was clearly a threat, most likely just a pawn in his own Sith games. But for now, they were an ally of the Separatists and a threat to the Republic. Satine Kryze realizes she must keep the clone troopers away from Mandalore in order to stop any further escalation in the conflict there. But then Palpatine hits hard with a message from her own deputy minister who states a civil war has already started and that Satine Kryze was trying to hide that from the rest of the galaxy. The minister had been a close friend and his accusations became a shock to Satine. And to make matters worse, the deputy minister was no longer available for explaining what he had accused Satine Kryze for because he had recently died in a bombing on Kalevala. During the break in the Senate session before the Republic votes on sending force to Mandalore, the Duchess's speeder is sabotaged, her loyal bodyguards and drivers sacrifice themselves and bring her to safety before the speeder smashes into the side of a building. This was the work of another Death Watch assassin. But unfortunately, there's no sign of foul play, and Chancellor Palpatine himself rules out any criminal activity. To make matters worse, while meeting with Palpatine about the accident, the Senate had pushed forward the vote and had voted in favor of intervention on Mandalore. Clone troopers would leave for Mandalore the next morning. Satine, desperate to find out what had happened, goes into the Undercity by herself to talk to a Mandalorian contact she has in the Ministry of Intelligence. The Mandalorian had gotten his hands on the original holo from Deputy Minister, and it looks like the version Palpatine had played for the Senate had been altered. Shortly after exchanging the disc, the intelligence agent is killed by a Death Watch sniper. A nearby police probe registers Satine as the killer. She has proof that she needs to turn over to the Republic, but she's now a wanted criminal. Oh, and that Death Watch assassin is also after her as well. Satine can only turn to one man, someone who will never betray her. Her boo, Obi-Boo Kenobi. Satine handles Obi-Wan the disc for safekeeping, but before they split up, the assassin tries to kill Satine with a grenade. Very subtle and practical in a crowded city. Unfortunately for the assassin, he didn't account on a Jedi being present and barely manages to escape. Satine eventually turns herself in at the Senate complex, allowing Obi-Wan to freely enter without notice, so that he can get the data disc to Senator Padme Amidala, who shows the real message from the Deputy Minister Calavella, and it's quite different. Not only did his Deputy Minister show faith in the Duchess's ability to steer the Mandalorian clear of a civil war, he directly warns against the Republic intervention. With this new development, the Senate once again casts its vote against the invasion. Crisis is once again averted. Death Watch does not have enough resources to hold Mandalore without support of its people. So there you have it, guys. As you can see, Mandalorian politics and history is a relatively confusing one. This is a story arc that we will probably return to once again later on in the war. Chapter 10, Fett's Revenge. Jango Fett was one of the most feared bounty hunters in the galaxy. Legends say that during the Battle of Galactic, Fett killed multiple Jedi with his bare hands. It's also said that Count Dooku had been the leader of the Jedi forces at the battle and had been so impressed with the bounty hunter that he selected him for the template for the clone army. Fett was an ordinary human being, but he was extremely skilled and talented when it came to combat. While the average Jedi is more talented than the average human, Jango existed in that small area where the most skilled humans surpassed the more average Jedi. Mace Windu, however, was not only above average for a Jedi, he was probably one of the most talented swordsmen in the entire Jedi Order, and therefore the galaxy. Jango never really had a chance against him. And being the terrible father he was, Jango brought his son/clone Boba Fett to the execution/battle, and the boy was there to witness his progenitor's beheading. And because Boba is a Fett, he's not gonna just let that go. He's determined to get his revenge from Mace Windu. I know it's a pretty un-Jedi thing to do, but Mace Windu probably should have murdered the little bastard when he had a chance. You see, Boba had the perfect cover. He looked like every clone trooper in the clone army, well, every young cadet at least. He used his appearance to infiltrate the Venator Star Destroyer Endurance as a part of the Clone Youth Brigade. Jedi Generals Anakin Skywalker and Mace Windu were on their way to rendezvous with the Endurance for a bit of R&R. Boba fits right in with the rest of the young cadets, but he definitely seems a bit more talented and independent. In Legends, we know that the less altered clones retained more of Fett's skill and aggressiveness in battle. Boba is a completely unaltered version of Jango, whereas all the clone cadets are bred to be more obedient and also potentially suffer from some degradation when it comes to motor skills and ability. Once the Jedi Generals arrive on board, they brief the young cadets, allowing Boba to make visual confirmation that Mace Windu is in fact on board. Boba manages to slip away and booby-trap the Jedi Master's room with a classic laser tripwire bomb. Fortunately for Mace Windu, he's called off for a meeting at the last second before he enters his room and avoids getting his legs blown off. But a clone trooper who is sent in his place isn't as lucky. The entire ship goes on alert as a result of the explosion. Boba must act quickly. It's only a matter of time before they figure out that he doesn't belong on that ship. Running out of options, Boba contacts the bounty hunter he's working with, Aurra Sing, for advice. Sing tells Boba to blow the reactor and take out the entire ship. Boba is hesitant at first about this idea. He doesn't want to harm the clones on board, just Mace Windu. After Jango had lost his head, the clones were basically the closest thing he had to a family. But Sing pressures Boba into destroying the entire ship, and so he heads to the reactor where he stuns a guard with a blaster and then shoots the reactor control panels, which quickly destabilizes the engines. The Jedi are almost sucked out into vacuum in the ensuing explosion, but manage to make it off the ship in starfighters. Meanwhile, Boba rejoins the other cadets and leaves the ship on one of the escape pods. But before that escape pod can rendezvous with the other pods, Boba sabotages his vessel, allowing Slave 1, piloted by Aurra Sing, to pick him up. He still has a mission to finish. Meanwhile, the Jedi and clones search for survivors in the crash site. Admiral Killian and the command crew have managed to land the Endurance on the nearby planet of Vancor, mostly intact. Once inside the crash site, they find a dead clone trooper who seems to have been killed after the crash. The Jedi surmise it must be the assassins who have come aboard the ship to verify that Mace Windu was in fact dead. The Jedi decide to split up and head to the bridge while the droids search the rest of the ship for survivors. The droids quickly realized they weren't alone. The planet was infested with terrifying Gundarks, powerful six-limbed monsters. While Mace Windu's droid is ripped apart, R2-D2 manages to escape somehow intact. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the two Jedi spot Jango Fett's helmet lying in the wreckage, an obvious trap, but the Jedi trigger it anyway, so much for their force powers being able to perceive threats. Skywalker and Windu manage to survive the explosion thanks to the older Jedi's quick thinking, but now they're both trapped beneath the wreckage. Meanwhile, Boba and his team of bounty hunters watch the explosion from afar. They had reached the bridge before the Jedi and taken the surviving crew along with Admiral Killian hostage. These Republic hostages would fetch a good bounty with Count Dooku, and would also serve as bait to draw the Jedi in. So while Bossk watches over the clones, the rest of the bounty hunters head towards the crash site to get the Jedi's bodies. R2-D2, however, manages to reach his master first, but he's unable to remove the debris from on top of him, and instead heads back to the starfighters to call for help. But before he's able to get off planet, the bounty hunters arrive and chase him in Slave 1. They think one of the Jedi is trying to escape. In the ensuing dogfight, R2-D2 manages to escape, but the fighter's communication array is damaged, forcing R2-D2 to enter hyperspace and travel all the way to Coruscant to warn the Temple about what was happening. Ahsoka and Plo Koon immediately leave Coruscant and rescue the stranded Jedi just in time. But Mace Windu's ordeal is not over yet. The bounty hunters still have Republic hostages, which they can use as leverage. Their leader, Aurra Sing, is a ruthless killer and willing to go to extreme lengths to get what she wants. Boba, who is still kind of just an innocent kid, finds the whole situation distasteful. The bounty hunters send a transmission and demand that Mace Windu come face them, or else they'll execute all of their hostages. To show they're serious, they shoot Commander Pons in the head. Boba is unable to shoot him, but Aurora steps in and does it anyway. Commander Pons had been a veteran of Geonosis and served alongside Mace Windu since the beginning of the war. Now, Windu and Skywalker are still recovering. They're far too injured to go pursue Sing. So Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano take over the investigation instead. They travel to the Coruscant underworld in order to find out more information about the whereabouts of Aurra Sing. They wander into a cantina and overhear that the bounty hunters had headed to Florum. The pirate Hondo Ohnaka had built a base on the small planet. Aurra had hoped that Hondo would help them out. Unfortunately, the pirate refuses to do so, but does allow Aurra to stay at his cantina. Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano shortly arrive on the planet and demand that Aurra Sing release the hostages. Aurra is ready, however, and has the hostages removed from the location. If the Jedi try anything funny, Bossk will execute them remotely. The bounty hunters are dismayed to find that Plo Koon and Ahsoka had been sent to recover the hostages instead of Mace Windu. However, Aurra and Boba continue on with the plan, but this time around the Jedi are prepared. Ahsoka comes out of nowhere and disables Aurra Sing's comm, disconnecting her from Bossk, and holds her lightsaber at Aurra's throat. Boba, meanwhile, has a blaster pointed at Plo Koon, but the boy is no killer, and the standoff ends in a chaotic scramble. Aurra Sing manages to escape, but Boba Fett is not so lucky and is captured by Plo Koon. Instead of going back to rescue him, Aurra just runs away, betraying Boba. Another big blow to the young boy. First, he sees his father get beheaded, and now the closest thing he has to a mentor runs away and betrays him. Boba, now alone and angry, refuses to tell the Jedi where the Republic hostages are being kept. But Hondo ironically convinces Boba to tell the Jedi, claiming it was the honorable thing to do, something his father, Jango, would have done. In many ways, this entire story arc has been more about what Aurra Sing wanted rather than what Boba Fett wanted. Whereas Jango was a talented bounty hunter and a feared warrior, Aurra Sing was just a murdering psychopath. Boba naturally didn't really approve of her methods. And so ultimately Boba does what his father would have done and tells Plo Koon where the hostages are. Meanwhile, Aurra Sing has escaped the pirate compound on a speeder bike and is being closely followed by Ahsoka Tano. Plo Koon contacts Ahsoka and tells her that the bounty hunter is trying her best to lead her away from the hostages and gives Ahsoka their real coordinates. Ahsoka arrives just in time to save the Republic hostages and manages to capture Bossk as well. Aurra Sing arrives shortly after and escapes in the Slave One, but her victory is short-lived. Ahsoka has managed to damage one of the stabilizers on the ship, sending it spiraling out of control. The Jedi bring Boba back to Coruscant, where the boy finally gets to confront Mace Windu face to face. Although Boba apologizes for destroying the Venator-class Star Destroyer and getting a lot of clones killed, he doesn't apologize for trying to kill Windu. After all, the Jedi had killed his father. I'm not really sure what Mace Windu is thinking at this time, but it's most likely something along the lines of, next time I kill a crazy bounty hunter, I'm gonna make sure I take out his family as well. Which is a lesson we could all learn from. I'm just joking. Murder is terrible and none of you should go out there and commit murder because it's a bad thing to do. Chapter 11, Mandalorian Economic Crisis. In this episode, we must once again return to the Mandalore system, where the neutral world is dangerously floating in the turbulent sea that is the Clone Wars. 2 episodes ago, we looked at the ongoing power struggle between Satine Kryze's new Mandalorians and Pre Vizsla's Death Watch. For now, Satine has managed to hold off an attempt by the Death Watch to take over the government, along with a Republic plan to intervene in the war, which would have ended Mandalore's neutrality. But now an economic crisis threatens to do what the Death Watch and the Republic could not do. Because of ongoing skirmishes and battles in nearby systems, Mandalore's space, located on the edge of the Outer Rim, finds itself isolated from major trade routes. Mandalore has been ravaged over the centuries by constant warfare and pollution, and was incapable of sustaining life without imports from other systems. The only shipments making it through the war zones now were coming from smugglers, who are not only charging exorbitant and predatory prices, the quality of the supplies, a lot of them meant for consumption, was also suspect. Satine Kryze once again approaches allies in the Republic's Senate for help. A stable trade route needs to be opened and maintained, and Mandalore needs the Republic Navy to do it. Senator Padme Amidala arrives as the Republic's envoy and is pleasantly surprised by the planet's welcome. Many of the citizens of their capital city, Sundari, have lined the streets in order to welcome her to the planet, partly out of respect and probably also out of desperation. At the same time, Mugen smugglers arrive in the cargo docks of Sundari. While you should never judge a human by their appearance, we are all complicated individuals with unique souls. Aliens, however, should always be judged by their appearance, and the Mugens clearly look like scumbags. They actually hail from a mid-rim world which was allied with the Karmars Guild and Separatist Alliance. They've been contacted by Mandalorian officials to smuggle basic supplies to the planet. This current shipment mainly consisted of tea powder. The Mugens, who, as we have established before, should never be trusted, kind of look similar to the Pike Syndicate. So it's fitting that they are adding a chemical known as slabin to the tea. Slabin is a diluting agent which is non-toxic, but if too much is ingested, it can cause severe illnesses and even death. By diluting the teas, however, the Mugens can double their profits. The incident, strangely enough, echoes similar scandals here on Earth, like when Chinese dairy companies added a type of plastic filler to baby formula and powdered milk to pad their own profits, killing several babies and hospitalizing tens of thousands more. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Padme's appearance does little to solve the back and forth fighting amongst the Mandalorian ruling council. It's difficult for them to accept the situation they were now in. The black market is their only source for supplies, and much of the Mandalorians' anger is directed at the Republic, who through their war and corruption are to blame for the current crisis. The next day, Satine takes Padme to a newly opened hospital to give her more of a view of her new Mandalore. But their inspection is quickly interrupted when several children turn up sick in the hospital. They've been poisoned by some unknown chemical. The children are all from the same school, so something from their cafeteria is the main culprit for the poisoning. While Prime Minister Almec points at Death Watch as the culprits, Satine, however, does not believe it is them. It's not in their MO to attack children. Amidst all of the uncertainty and political infighting, Satine finally has something she can focus all of her attention to. She, along with Padme and the Royal Guard, seek to find out who exactly is responsible for the poisoning. Her investigation leads them to the school where the sick children came from. The medical team from the hospital has already inspected the food the children were consuming and have found nothing off. But a third-party vendor also supplied the school with bottled tea drinks, and now the medical team was in the process of checking them out. This, of course, is the same tea that the Mugens were smuggling in with the diluting agent. When Satine questions the superintendent about where the tea is coming from, he attempts to escape but is captured. He confesses he's taken bribes and kickbacks for allowing the tainted tea into the school system. An importer named Sadiq from the shipping company was the one who had contacted the superintendent. Sadiq leads Satine in her investigation to the Mugen smugglers, who were arriving with another shipment later that night. Satine, Padme, and the Royal Guards go and investigate what is happening and see a corrupt customs official take a bribe from the Mugens that night. The next day, Satine grills the captain of the police and asks how it's possible for something like this to happen. The captain denies any wrongdoing is happening under his watch, but does agree to go to the docks with the Duchess to find out exactly what is happening there. When they arrive, they strangely find one warehouse being guarded by corrupt, unmarked Mandalorian police, who the captain abruptly knocks out. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy. When they enter the warehouse, they find the Mugens preparing their next toxic tea mixture, and quickly both sides drop what they're doing and engage in a firefight. Padme gets a few kills and they arrest the conspirators. Satine tells the captain to burn down the warehouse along with all of the evidence inside it for some reason. And what's even more strange is that the police seem to be carrying flamethrowers in their squad cars. Not really sure why the police would need such weapons, but hey, they're Mandalorians, right? Back to why Satine burns all the evidence. I doubt that she's a part of this scheme, but maybe she doesn't trust anyone in her government or her police to handle all of this contraband. Maybe she just wants to destroy it so no one else can get their hands on it. Before Padme leaves, though, Satine requests that the Jedi send an undercover Jedi to infiltrate the Mandalorian Academy and try to figure out where all the corruption is coming from. The Temple responds by sending Anakin Skywalker along with Ahsoka Tano. Anakin needs to go back to the front, but Ahsoka will join the Mandalorian Academy and help instruct the next generation of Mandalorian cadets in how to deal with corruption and corrupt officials. Because of the recent problems Master Obi-Wan Kenobi had caused on planet, no off-worlders were allowed to carry weapons on Mandalore anymore. This meant a Jedi like Ahsoka must give up her lightsaber. Ahsoka immediately starts teaching at the Academy. She instructs the young Mandalorians on how important it is for society to keep its own politicians in check and, if necessary, report them and remove them from positions of power. Ahsoka is basically creating revolutionaries. Probably not the best thing to teach young kids. Later that night, the kids at the Academy are forced to endure another food shortage. During their study session, they begin connecting the dots. There were plenty of ships coming into port, but somehow there was still a food shortage. Something didn't add up. Ahsoka's lesson had inspired the young cadets to do their own investigation, and so they head down to the warehouse to see if there actually was a food shortage. The young Mandalorians are quite resourceful and are able to hack through some heavily guarded government doors. Inside, they find more than enough food to feed the entire planet. They also witness a meeting between unmarked Mandalorian officers and some sketchy-looking individuals, including a few Godel. The kids use a holocam to record the meeting, but one of them accidentally drops a laptop, exposing their position and forcing them to escape. One of the cadets luckily is the nephew of Satine Kryze, and they bring their evidence to her the next morning. Satine is strangely elusive and warns the cadets to be careful and stay out of trouble. So instead, the cadets approach the Prime Minister for help. The Prime Minister tells the cadets to bring the holocam recordings along with all the cadets who had witnessed the meeting to him. Luckily for the cadets, they also let their instructor Ahsoka Tano know about this secret meeting, because it turns out to be a trap. Instead of finding the Prime Minister waiting there for them, the cadets find themselves trapped by the same unmarked policeman they'd seen the night before. But before they can arrest the kids, Ahsoka comes out of nowhere and knocks out the corrupt police officers. Ahsoka takes a look at the holo recording and analyzes one of the masked figures. It's none other than the Prime Minister. He's a traitor who's been holding all the supplies back and increasing food prices. The cadets and Ahsoka rush to Satine's residence and only find her dead guards there. Someone has taken the Duchess. Ahsoka decides the best course of action is to confront the Prime Minister and pretend to be on his side. She brings the young cadets as a false peace offering and tells the Prime Minister that she suspects they are behind a conspiracy to bring him down. The Prime Minister has the cadets arrested and locked away and lets Ahsoka know that Duchess Satine is also under arrest. Ahsoka thinks she's tricked the Prime Minister and heads to Satine's cell in order to free her, but unfortunately she's fallen into a trap. The Prime Minister's men are trained against Jedi mind tricks and were just playing along with her to see what her true intentions were. Ahsoka is stunned and arrested, and the cadets are brought out of their cells as leverage. The Prime Minister now needs a signature from Satine Kryze for a confession of treason. But before that can happen, a scuffle occurs as Ahsoka breaks free, and along with the cadets, they're able to overpower the Prime Minister and his guards. The crisis is averted and Satine Kryze once again regains control of the planet. The Prime Minister is arrested. This is the second time in just a few weeks that Mandalore has almost fallen into chaos, this time from the Duchess's own Prime Minister. There's something clearly wrong with this planet, and it's clearly a sign of Satine's inability to rule. I'm not really sure Republic intervention at this point in time is a bad idea. It might be exactly what the planet needs at this point. So there you have it, guys. Mandalore is again pulled back from the brink of collapse and chaos. Satine Kryze's pacifist government clearly is not strong enough to face external and internal threats. Chapter 12, Battle of Kamino. Kamino represents more than just a strategic target for the Separatists, it's also the homeworld of every clone trooper in the Grand Army of the Republic. While in Legends in the latter years of the war, the Republic builds alternative cloning facilities on other planets, in canon, there was only ever one location where the cloning took place, and that was on Kamino. I always found this kind of strange and a strategic liability. First, if you're engaged in a galaxy-wide war, why only have one cloning facility? With a growing and training time of almost a decade, it'll take more than one planet to produce enough clone troopers for the entire GAR. In Legends, Palpatine actually experimented with the Spartite cloning facilities. Sure, they oftentimes went crazy and started shooting friendlies and were far less capable than the Kaminoan clones, but they only took 1 year to grow. And as good and stable as a Kaminoan clone was, it would be pretty hard for one of them to kill 9 or 10 Spartite clones. Then there's the strategic liability of having only one place that supplies your entire army with troops. Therefore, it comes to no surprise that the Separatists are constantly trying to find a way to take out Kamino. In the first year of the war, General Grievous attempted to take out Rishi Moon Listening Post, which guards one of the only approaches to the Kaminoan facility. Luckily, a group of rookie clone troopers from Domino Squad, along with Captain Rex and Commander Cody, were able to blow up the outpost and warn Kamino of the incoming invasion. Grievous's fleet was intercepted and forced to turn back. Now, in general, the average Separatist ship of the line is a lot less powerful than the average Republic ship of the line, which would be the Venator-class Star Destroyer. Venator-class, with its huge complement of starfighters, could usually hold its own against multiple Munificent-class star frigates, despite being almost the same size. This design choice reflects the JR's decision to use highly trained clones instead of cheap battle droids deployed by the Separatists. This meant that the Separatists were all about misdirection and overwhelming the enemy with excessive numbers. This is also why the Separatists oftentimes tried to attack more places than the Republic could defend. The problem with Kamino was that a Republic fleet was permanently assigned to the planet, and therefore a Separatist fleet large enough to take Kamino out would be relatively hard to hide from Republic scouts. So they'll have to come up with a more creative solution. General Skywalker and Kenobi, along with the 501st, intercepted a transmission from General Grievous to Asajj Ventress. Kamino is their next target, and this will be a very personal battle for the JAR. The Jedi generals decide to reinforce Kamino and also warn General Shakti that an invasion is coming. Asajj and Grievous are both assigned on the mission to attack Kamino. Grievous commands the bulk of the forces, but Asajj has her own secret mission: obtain a sample of the Fett DNA for Separatist scientists. Now, the two Separatist leaders are loyal to the cause and Dooku, but they're pretty wary of each other and competitive as well. While Grievous arrives above Kamino at the front of a large Separatist fleet, Asajj already has inserted onto the planet aboard a Trident-class aquatic assault vehicle. Kenobi and Skywalker arrive on board an Acclamator-class assault ship with the 501st and reinforce the ground troops on Tipica City. Hopefully the blockade in orbit will hold and the fighting will never reach the ground. The cloning center isn't the most durable place, and any battle that happens on it could cause irreversible damage to the cloning process. With their troops delivered, Anakin joins the massive Camino defense fleet made up of a dozen Venator-class Star Destroyers. The Separatists arrive with their own fleet of 11 Munificent-class Star Frigates, 3 Recusant-class Destroyers, and Grievous' Providence-class Dreadnought. An impressive fleet, but probably not enough to break the Republic blockade, which also is reinforced by ground-based starfighters. Before the Separatist fleet can get close enough to the Republic fleet to exchange broadside attacks, the Republic Starfighter Command launches its own strafing attacks on the Separatist fleet. Led by Anakin in a Delta 7 Aether Sprite Interceptor, a sortie of Y-Wings, ARC-170s, and B-19s make quick work of the Separatist forces. And quickly, debris from the Separatist ships begin raining down onto the planet. Upon closer inspection, the debris seems to be separating from the ship by a controlled explosion, almost as if the Separatists had purposely designed this debris to fall off their ships. The Jedi commanders also notice that Grievous is sacrificing his frigates almost on purpose. Something isn't right. As the Republic Navy begins finishing off the Separatist fleet in orbit, General Kenobi decides to inspect the debris that has been falling into Camino's oceans. While underwater, he spots several Aqua droids assembling the debris into assault ships. This was the Separatist plan all along. They knew they couldn't challenge the Republic blockade in space, but if they're able to launch a ground invasion, then they can reach the cloning facilities, and even the smallest battle in the vicinity of those cloning facilities will cause a lot of death and destruction, including a lot of wasted time, because again, these clones take 9 to 10 years to fully mature. The last thing the GR wanted was any fighting on their fragile cloning platforms. Kenobi manages to escape just in time to see the first Trident assault ships leap out of the water and latch onto Tipica City and begin drilling through its roof. The breaching ability of these ships is what really makes them dangerous, and especially terrifying in space, where breaching means exposure to vacuum. In the case of Tipica City, these Trident-class assault ships allow the Separatist droids to avoid pre-built defenses and create their own entry points. The clone troopers inside the buildings just have to wait and try their best to guess where the droids will come from. Soon, droids begin swarming into buildings from all directions, making a deadly crossfire for the defenders. Slowly, the clone troopers begin falling back. It should also be noted that the Aqua droids were far better combatants than the standard B-1 battle droids. As the battle continues, debris begins falling within the cloning center, wiping out entire generations of clone fetuses. Both General Grievous and Asajj Ventress arrive with their assault forces and begin pushing against the last pockets of clone defenders. Things kind of look grim. One bright spot in the clone defense is Clone Trooper 5s and Echo, veterans of the Rishi Moon battle. They were assigned to create a sniper position overlooking one of the main bridges connecting Tipica City. Although they were under heavy fire, they somehow managed to hold their own. Although the clone defense was quickly failing all across the city, the Separatist droids still didn't have enough droids to take over the entire city, and most of their assault landers were concentrated on one area near the main DNA chamber. General Kenobi correctly guesses that's what the Separatists are after, and sends Anakin to go and defend the DNA chamber. This is where Anakin finds Asajj Ventress breaking into the vault. Ventress was well versed in Form 2 Mikasi, a dueling form taught to her by Dooku. The Count had used it successfully against Anakin during the Battle of Geonosis. But Asajj isn't quite at Dooku's level, and Anakin has improved much since he lost his arm against Dooku, and quickly Asajj finds herself on the defensive, trying to escape with the Fett DNA. Meanwhile, General Grievous faces off with Obi-Wan Kenobi. The cyborg's multiple limbs and lightsabers give him the upper hand initially against Kenobi, but the Jedi's force powers prove to be too much for him. And as we all know, the reason Grievous has survived so many battles is because he always knows when to run away. Nearby, a group of clones link up with a group of clone cadets. The Separatist droids have made it all the way into the barracks, and they have nowhere to run now. They raid a nearby armory and put together a quick defense in one of the cadets' sleeping areas. While the older clone troopers hold position on the ground level, the clone cadets are waiting to ambush the droids from above in the sleeping pods. It's an exposed position, but ultimately a good gamble, as the droids are easily destroyed in the crossfire between the two groups of clones. Meanwhile, outside of Tipica City, the clone advance is gradually starting to slow down. Republic anti-tank teams with rocket launchers begin taking down the Trident-class assault ships. Reinforcements from other parts of the city arrive and begin pushing the droids back. Asajj has managed to escape out of the DNA chamber. Before she can make a clean escape, she loses the Fett DNA and is cornered by a group of clones and General Skywalker. But before Anakin can execute her, Grievous comes out of nowhere and scoops her up. The battle is over and the Republic is once again victorious. The Separatists fail to get the Fett DNA and the damage to the cloning facilities is minimal. Echoes and Fives prove themselves in combat and are promoted by Captain Rex and become ARC troopers. The Separatists took a big gamble during this battle. They had a very concentrated assault, which was pretty creative in their defense, and it almost did succeed, but unfortunately when the clones are fighting with home field advantage, especially on their home planet, it's very hard to defeat them, as witnessed with the clone cadets, Fives, Echoes, and Captain Rex. Chapter 13, Blockade of Pantora. Pantora is home to the Pantorans. On a scale of Thrawn to the Blue Savages from Avatar, they lie somewhere in between. Mainly due to the fact that the creator George Lucas himself plays a Pantoran in Episode 3. Located in the Outer Rim territories, Pantora was a moon orbiting the larger frigid planet of Ordo Plutonia. Pantora was loyal to the Republic, but that didn't stop the Separatists a year before from creating a small outpost on Ordo Plutonia. Previously thought to be completely uninhabited, a race of abominable snowmen known as the Talls actually had been living on the planet for many generations. A three-way conflict had erupted between the Pantorans, Talls, and the Separatists. Luckily, Republic mediators and clone troopers ultimately stepped in and helped re-establish peace on the planet. A part of the new agreement would be that the Talls would now serve as guardians for Ordo Plutonia and keep watch for any future Separatist outposts. It's a setback for the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and they must find another way to gain control over the system. So a year later, Count Dooku tries to coerce the Pantorans into joining the Separatist alliance by using economic power. If you look at the physical location of Pantora, it literally is on the edge of the galaxy at the end of a pretty sparsely used hyperspace lane. The planet really didn't have any strategic purpose, and prior to the Clone Wars, it was more or less forgotten by the Republic and the core worlds. Small Outer Rim worlds like Pantora heavily depended on regional trade and commerce guilds like the Trade Federation for everything from transportation, basic food, supplies, raw materials, and even defense from piracy. The Outer Rim was turned into a special economic zone by the Republic in order to entice organizations like the Trade Federation to invest money to build infrastructure there. In return, they didn't have to pay any taxes while doing business in this part of the galaxy, which prior to this was pretty much empty. One of the underlying causes of the Clone Wars was the Republic's decision to rein in control of the area from the Trade Federation, who argued that the Republic had no presence there and really didn't do much to support these Outer Rim worlds in the first place. But now with the war in full swing, every colony or planet that is threatened by the Separatists must be countered by the Republic. And that's because if more member states begin to realize that the Republic is incapable of protecting them, then a domino effect will happen where more and more states will leave the Republic. The Trade Federation was technically aligned with the Republic, but it was obviously playing both sides of the war. And on behalf of Count Dooku, it decides to blockade Pantora over dubious claims that it had excessive amounts of debt. Unrest begins to grow on Pantora as basic supplies begin running out. And of course, Count Dooku appears with a promise of aid and breaking the blockade in exchange for Pantora leaving the Republic and joining the Separatists. Things do not look great. Now, during the Ordo Plutonia crisis with the Talls a year earlier, the former chairman was a bit of a madman and was skewered by a spear. His replacement was none other than Baron Notoluski Papanoida, a playwright famous for his galactic epics. And yes, this was the character in the live-action version that was played by George Lucas. Baron Papanoida sends Senator Ryo Chuchi to the Republic to ask for aid and force the Trade Federation to stop its blockade. You've probably noticed by now this is basically the same tactic the Trade Federation used a decade ago over Naboo. Senator Chuchi accuses Senator Dodd of the Trade Federation of being aligned with the Separatists, which, believe it or not, is still up for debate in the Senate. Dodd fires back with the good old Commerce Treaty of 1647, which states that the Trade Federation is neutral during galactic conflicts unless otherwise stated. This way they can only sell to both sides of a war and profit, profit, profit. After the session in Senate, Senator Padme Amidala approaches Senator Chuchi and promises to support the Pantoran people and urges her not to fall for the Separatist trap. Padme, who had experienced a similar situation during the crisis of Naboo, is an expert with dealing with the Trade Federation. Though Senator Chuchi claims that the Pantorans would never betray the Republic, things are beginning to look dire on Pantora as more and more locals begin rallying against the government and demanding that they join the Separatists. In order to observe the Senate's decision, Baron Papanoida has also arrived on Coruscant along with his son Ion and his daughters Che Amanawe and Chi Ikwe, who of course are modeled after Lucas's actual children. Probably should have left them at home because Count Dooku is also very desperate to have the Pantorans join the Separatist alliance. He's desperate enough to try to kidnap the Baron's daughters. It seems like the Republic Senate will rule in favor of the Pantorans, so now he needs an extra bargaining chip. When Chi and Che enter their Coruscant apartment, they find the lights turned off. Chi is captured immediately by kidnappers, and Che puts up a bit more of a fight and manages to strike one of the intruders with a small statue before she is stunned. Makes sense because Che is modeled off of Amanda Lucas, who actually used to fight professionally in the MMA. Padme Amidala finds out the next day about the kidnapping. She was worried something like this would happen. She also happened to be with Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano when she finds out and asks the Jedi to help the Baron find out who the kidnappers were. The local police are pretty terrible at their jobs. But Anakin reminds the Senator that the Jedi can't really be involved. This is more in the local police's jurisdiction. But I guess going to Tatooine and slaughtering an entire village of Tusken Raiders is completely within the Jedi's jurisdiction too, right? Luckily, Anakin Skywalker is willing to bend some rules and sends his Padawan Ahsoka Tano to go aid Senator Chuchi. The two also happen to be pretty good friends. The two decide to head back to Pantora. Ahsoka suspects that the sisters are being held on the blockade above the planet. Meanwhile, the Baron and Ion go back to the apartment and search for clues. The local police, who again were terrible, missed an obvious clue, the statue that Che had used to bash one of the intruders over the head with. The Baron finds some green blood on the bottom of it, quickly scans it with his datapad, and finds out that it belongs to a Rodian, and not just any Rodian, but the one who shot second. The information says that Greedo is based on Tatooine, which is where the Baron and Ion quickly head. Meanwhile, on board a Trade Federation ship, a part of the blockade over Pantora, Senator Chuchi and Ahsoka, who is disguised as a servant, are greeted by a Trade Federation administrator. Chuchi dangles the possibility of Pantora joining the Separatist Alliance and suggests that negotiations over terms begin. This gives them perfect cover to stay aboard and sneak around and figure out what the hell is going on. Later that night, they sneak into the administrator's office and overhear him speaking with the captain about the current situation. The captain objects to the kidnapping of the Baron's daughter, especially the part where she's being held on his ship. Now all Chuchi needs to do is find out where she is. The two head towards the detention area on the ship, unaware that the administrator is watching them. Luckily, Ahsoka is there with her lightsaber, and when she finds Che, she easily dispatches the guards. On the way out to the detention area, Ahsoka runs into another squad of super battle droids led by the administrator and takes them out as well. Before she can turn her blade on the administrator, though, the ship captain arrives with his own guards. The captain claims to know nothing of the kidnapping, creating a relatively awkward situation. Senator Chuchi quickly takes advantage of the situation and offers to forget about the whole kidnapping as long as he withdraws the blockade. The captain of the Trade Federation ship, who never really agreed to the kidnapping, withdraws his forces from orbit. Meanwhile, back on Coruscant, Senator Lot Dod announces to the Senate that he is dismayed to find that a separatist infiltrator had orchestrated a kidnapping of the Jedi and Senator Chuchi. It's a strong attempt to distance the Trade Federation from Newt Gunray and his pro-separatist faction. But ultimately, it allows Trade Federation to deal with basically whoever they want. It also keeps Pantora free for now. Meanwhile, Baron Papa Nuida and Ion have arrived on Tatooine and go directly to Jabba's palace and request the services of Greedo. This should immediately raise red flags. Greedo is a terrible bounty hunter and criminal. Anyone stuck with hiring him is probably very desperate. One of Greedo's girls lets Greedo know about the Pantorans looking for him. Greedo correctly guesses that the Baron is here about the kidnapping and moves quickly to silence him. Greedo and his thugs surprise the Baron and Ion and take them captive. But Papa Nuida is not just a playwright, he's also a badass and quickly turns the tables on Greedo and pulls a knife on him and brings him in front of Jabba for an audience. The Baron appeals to Jabba, who also is a father. The Pantoran doesn't want any trouble, he just wants his daughter and then he'll go home. So Jabba makes Greedo show the Baron where exactly he's hidden his daughter. The Rodian takes him to a sketchy bar in Mos Eisley full of armed thugs. Luckily, the Pantorans are all pretty capable fighters, and they manage to overwhelm the thugs. Ion gets a few kills in, but again, it's the Baron who goes ham on the thugs and whips out 2 blasters and goes John Wick mode. Mission complete, and the Pantorans are free once again, and the sisters are back home. As you can see, the Separatists have many different ways to influence colonies and worlds, and they're really not above doing things like kidnapping or blackmailing other factions. It's pretty rough out there, especially on the outer edge of the Outer Rim. Chapter 14, Hutt Prison Break. 21 BBY is almost over, and the Senate's Military Budget Committee is about to meet once again. Warhawks in the Senate are pushing for increased military spending and increasing the size of the GAR. The Separatist push in the Outer Rim was now barely being contained by the Grand Army of the Republic, and they were still greatly outnumbered by the Separatist droid army. However, with the Republic teetering on the edge of bankruptcy and disruption to many domestic programs, some senators like Padme Amidala are wary of increasing spending and increasing the size of the clone army. The Runan Senator Ang holds the deciding vote in the Military Oversight Budget Committee, and Padme is throwing a party with the intention of trying to persuade Ang to support her faction. Unfortunately, the Runan species were kind of a pain in the ass. They were incredibly picky about even the smallest details, and any deviation from what they expected could be perceived as a huge insult. Look, I understand when you're in a very diverse community, you have to alter your own cultural expectations so you can meet other people kind of halfway. Here on Earth, it's relatively easy to do because, after all, we're all the same race, the human race, and there's really no excuse to not be accepting of one another. But aliens like the Runan are extremely annoying to deal with, and their cultural norms are so different from ours, I don't think it's really necessary for humans to have to put up with their nonsense. They should kind of just suck it up. Anyway, Padme doesn't really have that choice. She needs everything to be perfect at the upcoming party, or Ang might not agree to support her. Padme is really stressed out about this whole arrangement because, well, party planning is a horrible task that I wouldn't wish on the worst of my enemies. The banquet will be happening later that evening, and it seems like a garnish for the centerpiece dessert item, a Jogan fruit cake, is missing. This apparently is Senator Ang's favorite dish, so C-3PO and R2-D2 venture out into the city to grab the missing ingredient, fresh Jogan fruit. But apparently these two droids are basically incapable of such a complicated task. The droids venture to the market, get ripped off by a fruit vendor who overcharges them. Instead of costing 1 credit per fruit, the vendor charges them 8 credits. On their way back, a droid approaches R2-D2 and C-3PO. You might recognize him as Todo 360, Cad Bane's droid that blew itself up inside the Jedi Temple. Apparently, he was rebuilt. Anyway, Todo suggests to R2-D2 and C-3PO that they need some maintenance done, and perhaps a soak in an oil bath will do the trick. After all, these droids saw more combat in action than your average droids. The offer is too enticing for R2-D2, and he immediately goes for a bath. While C-3PO is yelling at R2-D2 to come back, a convertible speeder comes out of nowhere and grabs the protocol droid and flies him straight to Cad Bane. You see, the devious Duros bounty hunter is at it again. This time he's been hired by Jabba the Hutt. The crime lord wants him to steal floor plans for the Senate building, something that could be found in a protocol droid that belongs to a Republic senator. So while R2-D2 is getting buffed and massaged and oiled down, C-3PO is getting tasered, restrained, and hooked up to a diagnostic machine that extracts the info that Cad Bane needs from him. I don't know why they constantly are shocking him. You'd think they could just hook him up to a USB cord. Unfortunately for Cad Bane, C-3PO does not have anything useful in his memory banks. But C-3PO does mention that R2-D2 is the one with the blueprints for the Senate building. So the bounty hunters go back and grab R2-D2 instead. The little astromech is a lot harder to grab, but they eventually do capture him so Bane can finally extract the blueprints. Once Bane gets the blueprints, he immediately sends them off to Jabba the Hutt. Meanwhile, he memory wipes the droids and returns them back to the market. No one is the wiser about the abduction, and the droids bring back the Jogan fruit just in time for Senator Ang to sample the dessert. Meanwhile, on Tatooine, Jabba pays Bane for the job and immediately offers him another job. You see, the reason why he needs the blueprints for the Senate building is that he needs to release a Hutt named Zero from Republic prison. He has some very dangerous information on the Hutt Council that the Hutts don't want falling into the hands of the Republic or any of their enemies. The plan that Cad Bane hatches is a daring one. He's not going to directly attack the prison because that would be a suicide mission. Instead, he heads towards the Senate building with the plans he had taken from R2-D2. There, he would take several senators as hostage and use them as a bargaining chip to free Zero the Hutt. His team of bounty hunters approaches the landing zone outside the Senate building, and they make quick work of the Senate commandos guarding the platform. A key to Bane's plan is Aura Singh, who has set up a sniper position across the street. The Senate commandos are supposed to be selected from the most elite Senate Guard, but so far they aren't all that impressive. Just a year ago, Captain Argus of the Senate commandos betrayed the Republic for a large sum of money in return for freeing Newt Gunray, who at the time was on his way to Coruscant for trial. The Senate commandos guarding the Senate were no different and quickly overwhelmed. The Senate building should have been a hard target, prepared to withstand a crazy battle. After all, the galaxy was at war still. Probably should have let the clones take lead in planning security for the building. Cad had also brought along with him 2 Separatist commando droids, and he has them put on Senate commando armor to maintain their cover on the landing dock, while the rest of his squad heads into the building. Meanwhile, in the upper floors of the building, Padme is putting in some last-minute work on her bill for the Military Oversight Committee, while Anakin is trying to convince her to take a break and go on vacation with him. To prove just how much he loves her, Anakin gives Padme his lightsaber, his most important tool. But before he can grab it back from her, Senator Organa enters and asks for Padme to join him in the lobby to discuss the enhanced privacy bill. While this happens, Cad Bane casually walks into the Senate building, throws a detonator into a guard's barracks, and disables the security system. After they are finished neutralizing the Senate building's defenses, the bounty hunters join the senator in the lobby and kidnap them. To show how serious Bane is about the whole ordeal, he shoots a Grand Senator in the back when he arrogantly tries to walk away. Stupid, Grand. Just because you're one of the oldest species in the galaxy doesn't mean you're better than everyone else. Bane contacts Palpatine and lets him know he's taken over the east wing of the Senate building and gives the Republic his terms. He wants Zero the Hutt, or else he'll continue killing even more senators. Bane then shuts down the power to the entire building, putting it on lockdown. He also shuts down all the comms and doors. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Well, except for the fact that Anakin Skywalker is still trapped in the building. He doesn't have a lightsaber, but he still has the Force, and for now, he must red dawn the intruders in any way possible. Anakin's first goal is to somehow turn the power back on and contact the outside world for reinforcements. But before he can do that, he gets shocked and knocked out. Meanwhile, Palpatine agrees to Bane's demand and is processing Zero's release from prison. Bane secures the hut and engages a laser grid tripwire system attached to explosives around the senators and escapes from the Senate building. Clone troopers finally arrive to secure the Senate. They're already too late and needlessly smash through the window of Palpatine's office. Be assured the Chancellor will probably reassign some of them to Felucia or some other high casualty rate front. This is a very embarrassing incident for the Republic. They need to retrieve Zero to discourage future criminals from doing something similar. The Jedi Council assign Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jedi Master Quinlan Vos to the mission. Vos is an interesting choice. He does have extensive knowledge and experience with the galaxy's criminal underworld, but he's also a pretty disobedient and free-thinking Jedi. Basically, he's the opposite of Obi-Wan Kenobi, not the best pairing. The 2 Jedi head to Nal Hutta to question the Hutt Council on the whereabouts of Zero the Hutt. It's pretty obvious that they were the ones behind the audacious plan. But the Republic must be careful not to hurt relations between the Hutts and the Republic. In the first year of the war, the Republic went through great lengths to secure the right to use Hutt space for transferring military supplies and troops. Its position in the Outer Rim made them strategically very important for the entire war. Fortunately, Vos has an interesting power known as psychrometrics. This allows Force users to touch certain items and sense individuals who have touched or used them before. Using a cup in the room, Vos senses that Zero had drunk out of it just before they arrived. Unbeknownst to the Hutts, who were indeed holding onto the criminal, Zero had just run off with the singer-sized Snoodles after sensing that his life was in danger. You see, all that information Zero had access to about the Hutt Council was actually hidden in a diary that would be released to the public if anything happened to him. This information was stored in a location that only Zero knew, and Zero and Snoodles had run off to hide in the swamps of Zero's mother, Mama the Hutt, who provided the two with a starship so that he could run off to Teth, where he had stored the diary. When the Hutts find out about Zero's disappearance, they send for Cad Bane the bounty hunter once again to fetch him back. And both the bounty hunter and Jedi manage to follow Zero's trail to Teth. Zero had hidden the diary in his father's grave, but as he retrieves it, Side Snoodles betrays him and shoots him for the information. When the Jedi arrive, they come face to face with Cad Bane, and the bounty hunter barely is able to get away. In the end, it's Snoodles who returns the holo diary to her true master, Jabba the Hutt. And so ends the story of Zero the Hutt. So as you guys can see, in the second year of the Clone Wars, the Republic is better able to counteract all of the Separatist Alliance offenses in the Outer Rim. As the Clone Army and the Grand Army of the Republic grows larger, so does Palpatine's influence and power in the government. And this is all a part of his plan to use the Separatist Alliance crisis as a way to grab more executive power so that he could eventually turn the Republic into an empire. At the same time, the Jedi are becoming spread thinner and thinner across the Outer Rim, which of course makes them easier to pick off once Order 66 is launched. Palpatine, as usual, is in complete control. Anyway, guys, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button so you don't miss out on our other coverage and our coverage of the 7th season of the Clone Wars. As usual, thanks for joining us today. If you're watching this, you are Generation Tech. Today we'll be looking at some larger issues that define the second year of the Clone Wars and the transition from year 2 to year 3. In the episodes following this one, we'll be covering individual events and battles of the third year of the Clone Wars more in depth, so don't forget to subscribe down below to our channel so you don't miss out our coverage leading up to the release of the final season of the Clone Wars. The second year of the Clone Wars was defined by an escalation of both warfare and technology by both sides of the Clone Wars. The Republic was successful in thwarting the Separatist attempt to develop an anti-Jedi biological weapon known as the Blue Shadow Virus. Meanwhile, the Republic had successfully killed the fearsome Zillo Beast and now was starting to do tests on its impenetrable hide in search for future military applications. The Confederacy of Independent Systems continues to put pressure on Republic worlds in the Outer Rim, although their victories are nowhere near as numerous or as quick as they were in the opening year of the war. Still, the Republic takes some major losses, including being forced to withdraw from the exotic jungles of Felucia. Its strategic location on the Perlimian trade route and its production of exotic pharmaceutical goods made it an extremely important world and an important early battleground in the war. The Republic defeat on Felucia is a major setback to surrounding sectors. With the loss of the hyperspace lanes in Felucia, Republic forces in nearby systems are now cut off. Meanwhile, legendary bounty hunter Cad Bane is hired by Darth Sidious to carry out an impossible heist on the Jedi Temple's holocron vault. Bane teams up with the shapeshifter Cato Parasiti and manages to infiltrate the most heavily guarded building in the galaxy, the Jedi Temple, and steals a holocron from its vaults. The holocron has a list of all of the Force-sensitive younglings in the galaxy. The Jedi now must race across the galaxy to find those Force-sensitive babies before Cad Bane does. Bane manages to capture at least 4 of the infants and takes them to Darth Sidious's secret facility on Mustafar for experimentation. The Jedi, however, save the babies before the facility is destroyed, but they are none the wiser about Chancellor Palpatine's true identity and his continuous meddling with Jedi affairs. Cad Bane returns to Coruscant later on in the year and leads another daring assault on the Republic. This time, his team of bounty hunters take over the Galactic Senate building and take several senators as hostage and manages to exchange them for the criminal Zero the Hutt. This leads me to think that Cad Bane is probably the most skilled bounty hunter in the galaxy. And yes, even more skilled than the trio of Mandalorians that everyone else seems to favor. Speaking of Mandalorians, Mandalore looks quite different during this period of time. Gone are the jetpacks and Beskar armor. Instead, Mandalore is controlled by the pacifist government of the New Mandalorians, and the planet has enjoyed decades of peace and economic expansion. They remain neutral at the beginning of the Clone Wars, and their leader, Duchess Satine Kryze, is the head of an extremely powerful bloc in the Galactic Senate known as the Council of Neutral Systems. Made up of over 1,500 star systems, the Council of Neutral Systems is a constant thorn in the sides of the more militaristic members of the Senate and also Chancellor Palpatine. In the second year of the Clone Wars, agitators associated with the Mandalorian Death Watch faction began causing unrest in the Mandalorian capital city of Sundari. The Republic sends a Jedi envoy to investigate and finds that the new Mandalorians are unwilling to accept help from the Republic. The leader of the Death Watch reveals himself to be Pre Vizsla, who is the governor of Mandalore's moon Concordia. Links between the Death Watch and the Confederacy of Independent Systems emerge, and the Duchess must plead her case to the Senate. She is desperate to keep her people out of the war, although it seems inevitable that Mandalore will have to eventually choose a side. The cyborg General Grievous has some limited success against the Republic, but continues to be thwarted by the Republic in the Grand Campaign. But he also continues to kill Jedi and poses a huge threat to the morale of the Republic forces. Grievous even manages to capture Jedi Master Eth Koth, a sitting member of the High Council. Although he is ultimately defeated again by General Obi-Wan Kenobi's forces, the elusive cyborg manages to escape capture time and time again. On Geonosis, hidden drones emerge from hibernation from beneath the ground and take over the token Republic forces that were garrisoned there after the initial Battle of Geonosis. Smoke once again emerges from the Geonosian foundries as the Separatists start mass production of battle droids and the feared super battle tank. The second battle of Geonosis begins as the Republic launches another costly invasion to recapture this hated Separatist world. Heavy casualties on both sides lead to a Republic victory, and the true master of the Geonosians is revealed, the monstrous Queen Karina the Great. Archduke Poggle the Lesser is captured as well by Republic forces. He was one of the original minds behind the construction of the Death Star battle station. The Geonosians mainly focused on creating the structure that would house the Death Blazer. Poggle had originally handed the first blueprints of the battle station to Count Dooku during the first Battle of Geonosis, and those plans eventually wound up in Darth Sidious, aka Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's hands. With the capture of Archduke Poggle the Lesser, those plans were finally transferred officially to Republic hands after the second Battle of Geonosis. The top secret intel was presented to the Republic Strategic Advisory Cell by Chancellor Palpatine. Fear that the Separatists were creating their own superweapon led to the Republic starting their own research and development of the Death Star. Shortly after the second Battle of Geonosis, a secret summit is held at the Strategic Planning Amphitheater in the Republic Center for Military Operations on Coruscant. 150 scientists, engineers, business leaders, and politicians met to discuss the construction and funding of this secret weapon. The Jedi were not invited to this meeting, and all the members present were forced to sign the official Secrets Oath. Unlimited funding was secretly appropriated for the construction of the Death Star over fears that the Separatists were close to creating their own superweapon. Construction of the battle station begins over Geonosis, mainly using Geonosian worker drones. The project is headed by the Republic Special Weapons Group, which would later turn into the Advanced Weapons Research Department in the Galactic Empire. A young Lieutenant Commander Orson Krennic would rise to the ranks and become the director of the entire project. Back to the war. In 21 BB1, the Republic finally manages to solidify a defensive line across the Outer Rim, and now battle lines are being drawn and both sides are digging in for a longer and more protracted war. The Separatists now must wear down the Republic in a war of attrition. The High Separatist Council seeks additional loans from the Intergalactic Banking Clan and orders 3 million more battle droids to replace their losses. The Separatist droid army once again turns their eyes towards Kamino, the world that was responsible for cloning all of the Republic's troopers. The Separatists had attempted to invade Kamino in the first year of the war, but had failed after their fleet was prematurely detected in the Rishi system. This time around, the Separatists used falling debris from orbit as a Trojan horse to launch an underwater invasion fleet. Asajj Ventress has a secondary mission during the battle to retrieve the Fett DNA for Separatist testing. The Republic forces on Kamino managed to fight back the Separatist onslaught despite being initially surprised by their underwater invasion. Kamino is saved and the Republic avoids a devastating blow to their primary production center, which might have cost them the war. Speaking of clones, in 21 BBY we see the clones begin to adopt Phase 2 armor, trading in their Phase 1 armor. Although the Phase 1 armor did have some advantages, like a built-in life support system, it was extremely uncomfortable. While the Kaminoans were quite thorough with their analysis of the Fett DNA, they were far less knowledgeable when it came to designing armor and clothing for human bodies. The Phase 2 armor was more comfortable and better fitted, and also was compatible with a wide variety of specialized equipment that could be attached to the armor. The Phase 2 armor was widely seen as an improvement, and also far superior to the Stormtrooper armor that would go on to replace it. With the arrival of the third year of the Clone Wars, the momentum was gradually shifting towards the Republic. Although they started the war without a military or much of a military-industrial complex, they managed to survive the most difficult moments of the war and the initial surprise onslaught by the massive droid army. And now, just as the Union Army did during the American Civil War, the Galactic Republic and its core worlds had finally brought their immense power, wealth, money, and manpower into play and aimed it directly at the Confederacy of Independent Systems. With new weapons, vehicles, and soon new armies at their disposal, the Republic is finally on the offensive and begins the Outer Rim Sieges, a series of battles that aims to retake several of the worlds they had lost to the Separatists in the opening salvo of the war. The CIS's territory is shrinking from one large contiguous territory in the Outer Rim into rapidly shrinking pockets of resistance surrounded by the might of the Grand Army of the Republic. The nature of the conflict has also changed. Gone are the rapid exchanges of territory we see in the beginning of the war as Confederate blitzkrieg attacks take on mostly unprepared and undefended Republic worlds. Now, heavily entrenched Separatist forces face equally well-equipped Republic clone trooper battalions in terribly costly battles of attrition. The Jedi leaders and generals have also greatly changed throughout the war. Most of the young and naive Jedi who saw the Clone Wars as a just and noble crusade against corporatism and tyranny are lying dead on the battlefield along with their clone soldiers. Their inexperience in chivalry and battle have led to their demise and the demise of the men underneath their charge. What are left are hardened Jedi who have come to terms with the horrors of warfare. Most of them have cast aside the Jedi code for a more realistic set of battlefield rules and ethics. Many of the Jedi have lost sight of what they are fighting for as the dark side continues to cloud over the battlefield. The Jedi of the Golden Age of the Republic are ill-suited for the battlefield, and many teeter on the dark side of the Force, and only the most skilled and disciplined warriors can maintain their light side ideology. The Jedi numbers have not only shrunk, they're now spread thin across the galaxy, surrounded by clones, leaving them vulnerable to attack and destruction. And so that sets the stage for our coverage of the third year of the Clone Wars. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button down below so you don't miss out on the rest of our series. Hi friends, welcome back to another episode of Generation Tech. My name is Alan. With the entire world in lockdown mode right now, we thought it'd be a good idea to bring you a very, very long video for those of you at home with nothing to do. So today we're going to be taking a look at the history of the entire third year of the Clone Wars. Chapter 1. The Sith Dathomiri War. Asajj Ventress was more than just a Sith assassin. She came from an ancient race of Force users known as the Night Sisters from the planet of Dathomir. Legends say that the planet of Dathomir was one of the origins of the Force, and the planet itself contained a very special type of magical ichor that could not be found anywhere else in the galaxy. Some might even go as far to call the Night Sisters witches, and their Force abilities magic. Now, the Night Sisters were more aligned with the dark side of the Force if you're using the Jedi and Sith's more archaic light side, dark side definition of the Force, but they weren't necessarily aligned with the Sith. The Night Sisters were one of the few groups of Force users that were able to survive throughout galactic history and evolve separately from the two mainstream schools of Jedi and Sith. They had a very ancient and strange connection to the Force that was quite different from how the Jedi and Sith used the Force. They had all sorts of special powers, including the ability to reanimate the dead and create ghostly specters. Anyway, Asajj Ventress was one of the most powerful Dathomiri Night Sisters in her generation, and she was one of the rare witches who left her home planet. Most of her fellow Night Sisters weren't nearly as powerful in the Force and mostly gained their abilities from the planet's ichor, which meant that they would rarely venture away from the planet. Ventress was given away as a slave to the Sinitine pirate Halstead at a very young age in return for protection for her entire clan. Halstead traveled to the planet of Ratatak with Ventress and was a surprisingly kind master to her, but was eventually killed by Weequay pirates. She was then rescued by a wayward Jedi Knight known as Kai Narek, who took Ventress in and began training her as a Jedi outside the confines of the temple. For 10 years, Ventress's master helped her harness her true potential in the Force, and she grew powerful underneath his care. But once again, disaster struck as the Weequay pirates came back and killed Kai Narek as well. Ventress fell into a vortex of hatred and dark side energy and massacred the Weequays with her master's lightsaber. Completely under the control of the dark side, Ventress didn't stop there. She slaughtered all of the pirates and bandits on the planet and basically took over, which is when she attracted the attention of Count Dooku, who took her in as his own apprentice. Dooku and Ventress's relationship was like that of most Sith pairs, uneasy, full of hatred and mistrust, but Dooku did see Ventress as a very capable and ultimately important part of his own plans. But of course, by the third year of the Clone Wars, Darth Sidious had also taken notice of his own apprentice's Sith assassin. Darth Sidious saw through Count Dooku's thinly veiled plan to ultimately overthrow him with Ventress's help, and so Darth Sidious demanded that Count Dooku cut ties with his new apprentice. And so during the Battle of Solus, as Ventress led separatist forces against a Republic fleet led by Generals Kenobi, Skywalker, and Admiral Wolf Yularen, Count Dooku plotted her demise. While Ventress was flying in her Genevieve starfighter and chasing down the two Jedi generals, she almost manages to kill Kenobi, but unfortunately her own ship is damaged by Skywalker, and all three of them crash inside the hangar of Ventress's flagship. Ventress immediately calls for reinforcements from Count Dooku, but her master betrays her and leaves her to die all alone. Of course, Ventress is a very skilled duelist and won't just lay down and accept defeat. She manages to seize both of the Jedi generals in a forced choke, but before she ends their lives, another separatist ship under the command of Count Dooku fires on her flagship, forcing all three of them to find a new way off the ship. Ventress somehow manages to escape before her ship is completely destroyed, but Dooku is none the wiser and reports to Darth Sidious that his apprentice has been killed. But of course that's not true. Ventress is a lot tougher than she looks, and a scavenger ship later picks her up. Unfortunately, I don't realize who Ventress is, and she quickly takes over their ship and heads off to the only home she has left, Dathomir. Now, you can say what you want about the Dathomiri Night Sisters, but they definitely always look out for their own. Mother Talzin immediately recognizes Ventress as the lost Night Sister from many years ago and quickly brings her back into the fold. Despite her extremely unpleasant demeanor, Ventress at her core is still a little girl looking for a home. All of her previous masters have either died or abandoned her, so having a home amongst the Night Sisters is very important for her. Mother Talzin listens to Ventress's plight and immediately agrees to help her. You see, Mother Talzin has her own beef and history with the Sith Order. Long ago, Darth Sidious traveled to Dathomir and began training Talzin as his own apprentice, but Sidious would go on to betray Talzin and steal her son, Maul, and train him as his own new Sith assassin. Mother Talzin clearly hated the Sith Order even more than Ventress by this point, and was more than willing to help Ventress get her revenge. Talzin sends Ventress along with two of the most powerful Night Sisters, Karis and Naleth, to assassinate Count Dooku in his home on Sorana. Using the magical ichor of Dathomir, Talzin makes all three of the assassins invisible and hands them captured lightsabers to kill the Count. This way, if the three are seen, they'll be mistaken for Jedi. The assassins find Dooku sleeping in his bed and quickly poison him with the dart. Dooku, sensing danger, wakes up and begins fighting the three assassins, but his vision is impaired because of the poison. But Dooku is powerful enough to hold the poison at bay with the Force and quickly turns the table on the assassins with a large burst of Sith lightning, which sends them flying out the window. The assassins return to Talzin. They have failed in their plan, but the ploy with the lightsaber seems to have worked. Count Dooku is definitely aware of his new vulnerability now that his Sith assassin Ventress is no longer protecting him. Talzin will use this vulnerability as an opportunity to infiltrate the Sith by providing the Count with another apprentice that can help protect him. Dathomir was run by a matriarchal society. The Night Sisters held most of the power on the planet. But there was another tribe of male Dathomir Zabraks that lived on the other side of the planet, known as the Night Brothers. They were subservient to the Night Sisters and spent their days training in various forms of melee combat and martial arts. Like the Night Sisters, the Night Brothers were all Force sensitive, but they seemed to either lack the ability to tap into the magical ichor of the planet or just didn't understand how to access it. The Night Brothers trained so that they could prove their worth in the arena known as the Crucible. The most powerful Night Brothers were selected by the Night Sisters for mating and imbued with the magical ichor, which not only increased their Force power, but actually increased their physical size and strength. It was basically like steroids. Mother Talzin invites Dooku to her planet while Asajj Ventress visits the Night Brother village. There she puts several Night Brothers through the paces, and one Zabrak ends up standing out from the rest, Savage Opress. The Night Sisters juice up Savage with some magical ichor and present him to Dooku as his new secret apprentice who will help him overthrow Darth Sidious. Little does Count Dooku know, Savage's true loyalty lies with Ventress and Mother Talzin. Dooku immediately sends his new apprentice on the warpath. He effectively leads Separatist forces against the Republic garrison on Deveron, massacring all in his path, including Jedi Master Halsey and his Padawan Nox. Delta Squad is sent to retrieve the bodies of the Jedi and bring them back to Coruscant. I love seeing clone commandos whenever possible. The Jedi immediately assume Count Dooku is behind all of this and uncover through surveillance videos the monstrous Zabrak known as Savage. Yoda is familiar with the Night Brothers and commands Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin to go to Dathomir to find the root of this new evil. Immediately after landing, the Night Brothers attack the two Jedi, but they prove too much for them to handle. They point the Jedi to the Night Sisters after Anakin manages to disable their leader. Not wanting to start a second conflict with the powerful Jedi, Talzin is forced to help reveal where Savage Opress is and sends the Jedi on their way. Talzin is running out of time and asks Ventress to go join Savage and carry out their plan to take out Dooku before the Jedi are able to arrive. Ventress thinks Savage is not ready for this new confrontation, but agrees that the Jedi have complicated the situation and they need to carry out their plan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Dooku continues to train Savage, who is definitely strong but lacks refinement. Dooku's Form 2 lightsaber style quickly neutralizes the brute's power attacks when they duel. Dooku also shows Savage the true power of the dark side and helps him use his emotions to fuel his Force powers. Satisfied with Savage's progress, Count Dooku sends him to Toydaria to capture the King Katnunko. During the first year of the Clone Wars, the King had chosen to align Tourdaria with the Republic after Asajj Ventress was thwarted by Master Yoda. But before Savage Opress can leave with the King, the Jedi arrive on Tourdaria and a melee ensues. In the middle of the duel, while trying to stop the King from escaping, Savage accidentally kills him with a Force choke. This really pisses off Count Dooku, who starts barbecuing his new apprentice with Sith lightning. But before Savage is completely destroyed, Ventress appears, and the two team up and try to kill the Count. They manage to disarm Count Dooku, but before they can finish him off, the Count escapes and separates Ventress from Savage and forces her on the defensive. Ventress doesn't really stand a chance one-on-one with Dooku and has to escape on her own. She ends up leaving Savage behind to deal with the Jedi who have just recently arrived. To make matters worse, Dooku also sends his droids against his new apprentice. Savage barely makes it out alive and escapes. Wounded and betrayed, the Night Brother returns once again to Mother Talzin, who senses a new opportunity for her to exploit. You see, her son Maul was actually Savage's brother, and he needed someone to help him return him from exile in the Outer Rim. Maul would serve as a great teacher for Savage if he manages to find him. Chapter 2, Masters of the Force. As the Clone Wars raged on all around the galaxy, a strange message was received on behalf of the Jedi by the Republic Navy. The message was in the form of a 2,000-year-old Jedi distress code, and it originated out in the Trilithium system in wild space. The Jedi Council decided to send Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano to investigate the mysterious signal. They were to rendezvous with a Venator-class Star Destroyer before making a final approach to the location in case this whole distress signal thing was a separatist trap. But something strange happened when the Jedi reverted back to real space. They couldn't seem to find Captain Rex and the Star Destroyer sent to escort them, and soon their communications began to fail as well. The Jedi's shuttle shut down and the power cycled, and suddenly a gigantic floating construct appeared before them and started pulling their ship towards it, as if a tractor beam had gotten hold of them. The Jedi pass out and wake up safely inside of a strange new world. Someone had landed the shuttle for them. Outside, they were greeted by a tropical paradise dotted with floating islands of rock and soil. They arrived to the ethereal realm of Mortis. Located in a place in between worlds and dimensions, Mortis was removed from the physical world and the actions of the beings that presided there. Time has very little meaning on Mortis. Days, weeks, and months could be spent there, and if one managed to return to their normal existence, no time will have passed at all in their own dimension. The planet was a very dreamlike and surreal place. As the day went on, the seasons and weather would change along with the light. While things were pleasant and sunny during the day, when night came, the vegetation would die and toxic rains would fall on the ground, turning the surface of the world uninhabitable. And as full darkness set in, lightning would shoot from the skies and bring luminous roots shooting up from the ground. The day and night cycle represented the balance between the light and the dark side. You see, Mortis was a fulcrum through which the entire galaxy's force was channeled through. This was actually all a part of George Lucas's grand plan. Apparently, he had outlined this entire episode by himself. Now, on the planet, there were three individuals known by many names: the Force Wielders, the Ones, the Celestials, the Architects. These were all powerful immortal beings, whose connection with the life energy of the galaxy allowed them to control the entire fabric of the cosmic force. It was said in legends that these three Force Wielders were originally known as Celestials, members of an ancient civilization that predated even the Old Republic. The Celestials had ultimately met their downfall at the hands of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, a cannibalistic race of aliens that enslaved much of the core region of the galaxy and used technology that was powered by the dark side of the Force. The Celestials went to great lengths to keep the Rakatans at bay. It was said that they had the power to move the stars and planets using massive machines that generated gravitational fields. This is also why the Celestials were known as the Architects by the many species that followed them. It was said that they used these gravity machines to create a barrier around the Rakan advance. Their plan ultimately did fail, and the three Celestials that did survive managed to do so by retreating to the Maw, located in the Kessel sector of space. This was a strange cluster of black holes that had been constructed by the Celestials' gravity machines. Legends say that a Force nexus was located in the mall known as the Font of Power and the Pool of Knowledge. The three Celestials supposedly drank from the Font of Power and bathed in the Pool of Knowledge and became the godlike being known as the Force Wielders. These three Force users would take up the form of the Father, the Son, and the Daughter. The Father was the oldest of the three, and he was also the most powerful and neutrally aligned in the Force. The Son was aligned to the dark side of the Force, and the Daughter was aligned to the light side of the Force. The Father's eternal job was to keep his two offspring from murdering each other. So despite their godly appearance, the gods of Mortis were like any other dysfunctional human family. The only problem was that the immortal father seemed to be slowly losing his power. He feared that if he died, then the son and daughter would once again start fighting and bring chaos and imbalance to the Force. This is why the Mortis gods sent a distress signal to the Jedi Order. They were looking for the individual known as the Chosen One. The father assumed that Anakin was the Chosen One and would be powerful enough to rein in both his son and daughter. The Mortis gods purposely separated Anakin from Obi-Wan and Ahsoka on their first night on the planet. The father introduces himself to Anakin and begins preparing a test to see if he is in fact the Chosen One. That night, as Anakin rests, he's confronted by a vision of his mother, Shmi. Anakin confides in his mother that he is torn over his past failures as a Jedi. He mentions feeling guilty about the massacre of the Sand People, along with his secret marriage with Padme. It's an interesting scene and one of the only times we see Anakin actually open up about his very dark actions, especially the murder of the Sand People. It shows us a side of Anakin that never really leaves him, even when he's Darth Vader. At the same time, Obi-Wan Kenobi that night is confronted by his former master, Qui-Gon Jinn. We're not really sure whether this is some sort of vision created by the Mortis gods or if it's actually Qui-Gon Jinn in ghost form. Apparently the cave they are staying in serves as an amplifier for all Force abilities. Qui-Gon warns Obi-Wan that Anakin must stay away from the planet because he's having trouble balancing himself within the Force. The power of this planet might tempt him and push him overboard. Ahsoka is also confronted with a vision as well. She sees a future version of herself warning her to remove her from Anakin's side, as his dark side tendencies will eventually become her own. Although all three Jedi are suspicious of their visions, all three of their visions do hold some measure of truth. The next day, Anakin undergoes his trial. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka have been captured by the son and daughter who are now in their animal forms. Anakin must choose to save one or the other, an impossible situation for him to face. So Anakin decides not to follow the rules and stops both the daughter and son in their tracks, which turns out to be the right move after all. The father decides that Anakin is worthy, yet Anakin chooses not to accept the role and leaves. We're not really told why he does this, but if you really look at Anakin's future and his past, power and the pursuit of power has never really been his downfall. Instead, it was his attachment to the people he loved that turned him to the dark side and was his greatest weakness. But before he can leave, the son kidnaps Ahsoka. His plan is to convince Anakin to join him on the dark side, and together they can overcome the father and the light side. The daughter springs into action and takes Obi-Wan Kenobi to the altar of Mortis, where the dagger of Mortis is held. This was an extremely powerful weapon that was capable of killing a Force wielder. But before it can be used against the son steals it and attempts to kill the father with it. In a last act of kindness, the daughter sacrifices herself and takes the blade instead. This stuns both the father and especially the son, who despite his alignment through the Force still loves his sister. The Force is now in chaos and the father tells the Jedi to leave. They must not let the son escape the planet on their ship. The father has to destroy the sun or else the dark side will overwhelm the light side and the Sith will gain control of the galaxy. Ultimately, the father must confront the son in the well of the dark side deep within Mortis. Anakin is there too, and he once again has a vision. This time, he sees his future as Darth Vader. Anakin refuses to witness these images, and he refuses to believe that they are true. The son, however, promises to prevent these terrible things from happening, and Anakin agrees to go along with him, just like how he will one day follow Palpatine in the hopes of preventing tragedy. The father finally arrives and is left with no other choice but to stab himself with the dagger of Mortis. The son is shaken by the actions of the father and makes peace with his father before he passes. In this moment of weakness, Anakin runs the son through with a lightsaber, and together, the two last gods of Mortis die. The Jedi awake back on their ship. Only seconds have passed in the real world. Anakin is left with the chilling knowledge of what he will one day become. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka also have their visions of this darkening future. The Mortis gods are gone, and if you believe the legends, it's said that their presence kept an even more ancient evil at bay. But since it's legends, we'll probably be fine. I hope. Chapter 3: The Prison for Fallen Jedi. Built 500 years before the Clone Wars had even started, the Citadel, or Citadel Station, was a supermax prison located on the partially destroyed planet of Lola Sayu. The Citadel was unique because it was specifically designed to hold Jedi who had fallen to the dark side, a very formidable type of individual to imprison. The Republic prison had fallen under the control of the Confederacy of Independent Systems in the first year of the war, and a sadistic Findian named O.C. Sobek was put in charge of the prison. Most of the organic personnel in the prison were removed and replaced with droids, and this prison, which was already pretty impenetrable, became even more difficult to escape. As a matter of fact, no one's ever escaped it in 500 years. The One-Eyed Jedi Master and member of the High Council, Even Peel, had been captured by Separatist forces along with his Republic Navy captain, Wilhuff Tarkin. The two had been on a mission in the Outer Rim to recover the hyperspace route known as the Nexus Route. This was a secret route from the Outer Rim into the core regions of both the Separatist worlds and also the core of the Republic. Anyone who got their hands on these hyperspace routes would be able to carry out a massive secret attack against their enemy. Before the Republic forces had been captured, Master Peel had erased the data of the hyperspace lane from his ship's nav computer, and he and his commanding officer Tarkin both memorized half of the coordinates. Now the Separatists were working hard to crack Master Peel through the use of torture, but given the fact that he has a very deep Russian accent and one eye, it doesn't seem like he'll crack at all. The Republic has sent a small team of clone troopers led by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. Ahsoka Tano decides to disobey Anakin and tags along as well. It's exactly what her master would have done when he was a Padawan. Now, Lola Sayu is protected by a large Separatist fleet, which is equipped with very powerful scanners that can detect the life forms. Anakin comes up with the brilliant plan of using recommissioned Separatist battle droids commanded by R2-D2 to pilot the strike team onto the planet. There's something very endearing seeing the B-1 battle droids fighting for the Republic. In order to fool the life form sensors that were guarding the planet, the entire team is frozen in carbonite, which would stop all of their biosignatures and allow them to pass as inanimate cargo. There were, of course, some serious dangers with the procedure. Carbon sickness was a relatively common side effect of being frozen in carbonite. In extreme cases, it could even cause death. Less extreme symptoms of carbon sickness included temporary disorientation, headaches, nausea, and blindness. Luckily, because their trip was relatively short, none of the strike team suffered from any carbon sickness. And that was a good thing because the Citadel was perhaps one of the best designed prisons in the galaxy. For one, it was built over the giant sulfur rivers that ran throughout the planet. These were scalding pools of deadly liquid which cut off escape in every direction. Every approach to the facility was guarded, including even the cliff sides that went around the facility. These were usually mined with electroshock devices. Once inside, every corridor was monitored by CCTV, and the entire hallway could be electrocuted, making it difficult for even a Jedi to escape. The walls and ceilings were also magnetized, which could quickly disarm a person, or in Anakin's case, take his metal arm and attach it to the ceiling. Most of the important areas of the base were either ray shielded or secured by blast doors. There were also hidden blaster turrets all over the base. The whole place was a death trap. And the Separatists had rapid response units made up of all sorts of battle droids, command droids, and droidicas. It's not surprising that the clones and the Jedi set off the alarms before they even make it inside of the facility. Luckily for them, the Separatist commander wants them all alive so he can capture them as new prisoners. The strike force quickly makes it to Master Peel, and then shortly after freeing him, they free Captain Wilhuff Tarkin. Obi-Wan suggests that the group split in two and meet back at the shuttle. Obi-Wan will take Master Peel with him, and Anakin and Ahsoka will take Tarkin. Tarkin has his own plan. He wants them to stick together. This way they can use their strength to their advantage. It's not surprising that Tarkin would want to collect all of their resources and put them in one place. He, after all, championed the Death Star later on in his career with the Empire. For now, Obi-Wan Kenobi's plan wins, and he quickly heads into the ventilation system with Master Peel. They'll use the prison's air system to make it to their shuttle, where R2-D2 and the friendly battle droids are waiting. The clones set several explosives on their way to create a big distraction. Anakin, having studied the ancient archive maps, cuts a hole through one of the prison walls and enters one of the original tunnels that were once in use when the prison was under Old Republic control. Meanwhile, back at the ship, R2-D2 and the battle droids are confronted by a tactical droid. The Separatists are highly suspicious of R2, as his shuttle has taken way too long to arrive after it had first approached the blockade. The tactical droids order the battle droids to arrest R2-D2, not knowing that they were actually working for the Republic. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan and Master Peel arrive near the shuttle bay and are ambushed by several droids. O.C. Sobek has created a trap for them, and now he has even more prisons to show to Count Dooku. But on their way to the prison cells, R2-D2 and his battle droids intercept the group and convince the Separatist battle droids to hand over the prisoners to their custody. Meanwhile, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Tarkin have found a sulfur pipe to climb through and avoid Separatist patrols. Interestingly enough, Anakin and Tarkin have a moment or two to discuss strategy and ideology. The two have far more in common than you would expect. Although Tarkin respects Anakin, he has his doubts about the Jedi. He sees their adherence to the Jedi Code as a weakness that enemies can exploit in battle. Tarkin believes that peacekeepers make poor soldiers. Rather than being offended, Anakin admits that he shares similar views. In the future, Tarkin and Anakin will once again work side by side. Whether Tarkin realizes that Darth Vader is Anakin is a whole nother discussion. As they finally find an exit out of the sulfur fuel line, the team is ambushed by a large squad of Separatist droids. Pinned down, Anakin decides to blow up the sulfur deposits and manages to break contact. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan and company, with their fake B-1 battle droid guards, attempts to board the ship once again. But before they can make it on, they're exposed. Giant laser turrets surrounding the hangar open fire, pinning them down. They're cut off from escape. Meanwhile, Anakin and his team finally arrive, and they attempt to push back the Separatist droids, but before they can reach the ship, one of the turrets destroy it, taking out ARC Trooper Echo out as well. His fellow clone troopers, including Rex, assume that he's dead, but Echo's story doesn't end just yet. We'll probably see him again soon. After losing their shuttle, the Jedi and clones are in serious trouble. They're gonna have to call for reinforcements. The Jedi Council received the strike team's distress signal, and Plo Koon is on his way with the fleet. Now all the Jedi and clones have to do is to hold on and evade capture until the fleet arrives. With a massive force of droids chasing them through the sulfur canyon surrounding the Citadel, the strike team finds themselves surrounded and trapped with a giant cliff behind them. Anakin commands the battle droids to stay behind and buy them some extra time. The battle droids agree without hesitation. They're even more loyal and brave than the clones in a way, and quickly are cut down. Thanks to their sacrifice, the strike team manages to rappel down the cliff, buying them a few seconds of reprieve. Plo Koon's plan is to use his 4 Venator-class Star Destroyers to engage the enemy blockade, while a separate force of gunships escorted by fighters attempt to sneak by. They'll head to the rendezvous point on the surface of the planet and hopefully extract the rescue team before it's too late. The Jedi are unsure of how large the enemy fleet is. Plo Koon is worried that they won't have much time to pull off this daring rescue. The Separatist fleet turns out to be quite formidable, and it's made up of at least 1 Lucrehulk battleship, 1 Providence-class cruiser, and 4 Munificent-class star frigates, along with a large complement of advanced droid fighters. The Republic fleet immediately faces heavy resistance and are unable to create a safe enough lane for gunships to travel through. But Plo Koon launches anyway and tries his best to cover the gunships with escort fighters. Meanwhile, the strike team faces a new and far more dangerous enemy, the K9-like Anubis. Originally from the planet of Tatooine, these creatures are excellent trackers, and they immediately find the strike team. As they launch their attack, another group of droids make it onto the scene, including several battle droids flying speeders. In the ensuing battle, the Jedi and clones are once again successful at fending off the attackers, but Master Peel is seriously injured by one of the Anubis. Before he dies, he manages to pass on the other half of the hyperspace line coordinates. O.C. Sobek even personally arrives at the end of the battle in a last-ditch attempt to stop the Republic rescue team from getting away. It's either he succeeds or he'll have to face Count Dooku's disappointment. O.C. manages to separate Tarkin from the group and almost kills him out of sheer frustration or rage, but Ahsoka spears him through in the last second, saving Tarkin and even extracting a very rare piece of gratitude from the captain. The gunships eventually arrive just in time, and the Republic manages to hold on to the codes for the Nexus route, delaying a bold Separatist attack on Coruscant just a bit longer.
Chapter 4, The Jedi Padawan Slave Trade. Most of us know Trandoshans thanks to the infamous bounty hunter known as Bosk. We first see him in Empire Strikes Back as one of the many bounty hunters being tasked with bringing Luke Skywalker and Han Solo in. Trandoshans are quite an interesting species, and they came from an era when things were a bit more black and white and entire alien species were considered degenerates and evil. This was mainly because the Trandoshans loved to hunt, and much of their culture and upbringing was about hunting. It was actually a rite of passage for young Trandoshans to hunt difficult and exotic game. So it's kind of weird that Star Wars is so judgy about them. I mean, aren't we supposed to be accepting of other cultures? As Trandoshans continued chasing their love of the hunt and upgrading their technology and techniques for hunting, they also started looking for more difficult game to hunt, which eventually led them to the most dangerous game of all, other sentient beings. So the Trandoshans originated from the world of Trandosha, otherwise known as Dosha. The planet was located in the Kashyyyk system, home of the Wookiees. Dosha was a tropical planet full of thick forests, which were basically perfect for honing your skills as a young hunter. Once the Trandoshans discovered spaceflight, they encountered the Wookiees and developed a very unique and close relationship with them. And by that I mean they started hunting the Wookiees. The giant hairy aliens were incredibly tough prey to hunt, which kind of made them even more enticing for the Trandoshans to chase after. The Trandoshans would also develop a lucrative slave trade business by selling the Wookiees they did capture to slavers. While Wookiees were stronger physically than Trandoshans, they also had a more peaceful society that wasn't infatuated with hunting other species. They were mainly put on the defensive against the Trandoshans, who would actually carry out missions to Kashyyyk and stalk their prey for days on end, looking for any kind of weakness or opening to attack. Trandoshans had a superior hunting culture, and every young Trandoshan was taught how to hunt from a very young age. They also had the ability to see in infrared range, which helped them separate prey from the dense backgrounds of a forest or jungle. The Trandoshans also had an excellent sense of smell and could also regenerate lost limbs. Wookiees oftentimes ripped off the arms and legs of Trandoshan hunters to slow them down. Now, in Trandoshan society, hunting was so important that their main deity that everyone worshipped was known as the Scorekeeper. The Trandoshans would appease this god so that they can increase their own Jagannath points. The more Jagannath points a Trandoshan hunter earned, the higher their place in the afterlife. Trandoshans earn points by doing things like capturing species, especially rare individuals like silverback Wookiees. But if a Trandoshan is captured during a hunter's shame somehow, their Jagannath points would drop back to 0. However, if they killed the individual who erased all of their points, they would get all those points back. It's definitely a weird belief system and led to the Trandoshans becoming extremely violent and infatuated with killing things. Now, with the beginning of the Clone Wars, the Trandoshans were finally able to leave the Republic, which was not only against slavery, but also very against hunting sentient beings. They basically called this activity murder, which is kind of insensitive to the religious beliefs of the Trandoshans and kind of a strange stance for a galactic-wide government to take, especially one as progressive and forward-thinking as the Republic. The Confederacy of Independent Systems was more about planetary rights, blah blah blah, and so the Trandoshan Hunting Guild was able to set up a wildlife sanctuary on the moon of Washka. And by wildlife sanctuary, I mean an island full of sentient beings for the Trandoshans to hunt. This is basically that Predators movie where the Yakuza guy takes down one of the aliens with a katana, which is basically one of humanity's finest moments. Anyway, while the Trandoshans really enjoyed hunting Wookiees, they also liked going around the galaxy and finding even more exotic prey. In their hunting lodge, you can actually see on the wall trophies from past hunts. There's even an old Mandalorian Neo-Crusader helmet from the Old Republic era. One of the Trandoshans' favorite game, however, were young Jedi Padawans. A full-grown Jedi Knight, even disarmed, was too powerful in the Force to hunt for even the strongest Trandoshans. But Jedi Padawan were still developing their powers and weren't necessarily skilled enough or powerful enough to fight a larger hunter, especially when they didn't have access to their lightsabers. The Trandoshans took advantage of all the chaos going around in the galaxy, and they basically roamed around battlefields looking to take advantage of young Padawan. During the Battle of Felucia, Republic forces under the command of Plo Koon, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano were preparing to assault a walled separatist city. Ahsoka was commanded to scale the enemy base's back wall. While attempting to do this, a group of Trandoshans hit her with a stun net. To make matters worse, this group of Trandoshans was led by Garnak, who was basically the leader and head of the Trandoshan Hunting Lodge.
Garnak's son Dar was actually about to finally join the guild, and Garnak, being the good father he was, thought it'd be a great gift for his son to hunt the young Jedi Padawan they had just captured. Ahsoka is brought to the moon of Washka along with several other prisoners and is released into the wild. Several of the prisoners are gunned down immediately by the Trandoshans, but Ahsoka manages to make it to the forest, where she eventually runs into 3 other Jedi younglings, Khalifa, Omer, and Jinx. They had actually been captured during a training mission and were stuck in the wildlife preserve for quite some time. Although these other younglings were similar in age to Ahsoka, Ahsoka was definitely quite skilled, perhaps one of the most talented Padawan of her class and generation. She had after all been fighting alongside Anakin Skywalker for a few years now, and if she could keep up with him, she could probably keep up with anyone. That night, Ahsoka is filled in on their situation, and the Jedi prepare for another day of running away from the Hunters. You see, the Jedi had to basically change locations every night because the Trandoshans could not only see them in the dark, they could also smell them pretty easily. And not only did the Trandoshans get to sleep in comfortable beds every night and were well rested every morning for the hunts, they also had repulsor craft to speed them around the game preserve, and they also had advanced weapons to kill their game. During the first days of the hunt, Ahsoka Tano takes the offensive and surprises a Trandoshan hunter, but without her lightsaber, the full-grown reptile is able to overpower her. Khalifa comes out of nowhere and saves Ahsoka by choking the reptile. Ahsoka stops Khalifa from killing the lizard and prevents her from falling to the dark side. The younglings have obviously suffered a lot of loss by this time, and a lot of them are basically losing it. Jedi code was much easier to follow within the safe confines of civilization and the Jedi Temple. When death came for a Jedi, many would oftentimes reach to the dark side in order to save themselves. After surviving the day's hunt, Ahsoka realizes that the other Jedi are completely lost and demoralized. What they really need right now is a victory and a strategy, so she chooses to go on the offensive. She realizes that they cannot continue running because they're only getting weaker each day from a lack of food and rest, and eventually they will be caught by the Trandoshans. What the Jedi need to do is strike back and attack the Trandoshans' main base. The next day, Dar, the son of Garnak, attempts to track down Ahsoka and claim her as his entrance ticket into the Hunter's Lodge. Khalifa is shot during the pursuit, but before Dar can take her out, Ahsoka intervenes and goes hand-to-hand with him. The young Trandoshan falls down onto a large thorn, which kills him. Garnak goes into a frenzy over the death of his son and shoots Khalifa, wounding her mortally. Ahsoka manages to evade the vengeful Garnak for now and makes it back to the rest of the Jedi youngling. Despite Khalifa's demise, Ahsoka is still determined to continue fighting and escape this planet. Her next plan is to attack the dropship that will be arriving the next morning to deliver more prey onto the reserve. When the dropship arrives, they quickly are able to board and jump the pilot and take it down. But there's only one prisoner on board, the legendary Wookiee warrior known as Chewbacca. And Chewbacca was not only a great fighter, he was also a great mechanic and tinkerer. His plan is to assemble a transmitter so that he can contact his Wookiee people for backup. Unfortunately, they're missing the necessary parts required to build the radio, so they need to head back to the downed ship to get the required parts. When they return, they find a Trandoshan sniper set up overlooking the site. The Jedi manage to overwhelm him, and now they have their own captive. Chewbacca puts the transmitter together and sends out a signal, but they don't get a response. Frustrated, the Jedi decide to use their captive Trandoshan and have him call in a rescue ship, which they of course ambush and take over. While Jedi younglings seem to have some problems fighting full-grown Trandoshans, Wookiees definitely do not. They take their captured rig to the Trandoshan Lodge and a fight ensues for control of the platform. The Jedi and the Wookiees don't have any blasters and things are quite balanced for the moment, until the Trandoshans successfully shoot down the Jedi's stolen repulsor lift and recapture their prey. But then, out of nowhere, Wookiee General Tarful arrives with a few bounty hunters to save the day. It seems like the Wookiees actually did get Chewbacca's transmission after all. Together, the Wookiees and Jedi manage to push back the Trandoshans and take over the platform. Ahsoka engages Garnak in some hand-to-hand combat and succeeds in defeating him, showing us that the young Padawan, despite what her master thinks, is quite formidable and prepared for any threat she might face. I go as far to say that she's ready for knighthood. Chapter 5. Mon Calamari's Civil War. There were a few worlds in the galaxy that were considered untouchable either because of their political or cultural significance, such as Coruscant and, well, Alderaan. There were other worlds that were industrial and economic powerhouses like Quant and Fondor with their own orbital shipyards. They had enough power to leverage their own freedom. Mon Cala, also known as Dak by the locals, was also one of these types of planets. The oceanic world was located in the outer rim, far removed from the galaxy on the end of its own hyperspace lane. But it was known for producing some of the best starships in the galaxy, along with terrific explorers and merchants. With a population of over 27 million sentient beings and with various exotic and unique cultures under the oceans, Dock was a major powerhouse in that region of the galaxy and provided all sorts of unique and exotic goods and foodstuff for the rest of the galaxy. The two main types of people on Mon Cala were the Mon Calamari and the Corans. These two species had lived alongside each other for tens of thousands of years. The fact that one species has not wiped out the other is a testament to their tolerance. These two species are so uniquely balanced and dependent on each other that they can't destroy the other. The Mon Calamari were more fish-like in appearance and more adapted to the shallower areas of the sea. Because of this, they built their cities closer to the surface. They also ran the few cities on Mount Cala that were above the water on reefs and atolls. The Mon Cala were an aquatic species that could breed underwater, but they were also pretty well adapted to living on land. Culturally speaking, the Mon Cala were quite peaceful and open-minded. They also tended to be quite romantic and passionate about life, which is why their society has created more than their fair share of artists, adventurers, and military leaders. Creativity was extremely important for the Mon Cala society. For instance, the shipbuilders considered every ship they constructed a piece of art, which is why no two Mon Calamari cruisers are the same shape, size, or design. It was said that the shipbuilders saw their designs as more of a living work of art rather than just a simple tool or weapon. Without mass-produced designs, this meant that each ship was built custom with very organic features, and every ship had its own strengths and therefore were hard to predict and fight against. The Mon Cala ships were also extremely durable thanks to the species' experience with building underwater pressurized cities. Mon Calamari starships were treasured all across the galaxy for these reasons. Now, the species' open-mindedness and curiosity for the unknown meant that many Mon Cala would become adventurers, and they would be the first from their planet to establish trade routes and political connections with neighboring worlds. That meant that the Mon Calamari naturally became the traders and diplomatic representatives of their world as well. And because they were more likely to travel away from their world, they adapted a more galactic taste for art, food, and design. They felt connected to the rest of the Republic and therefore fully embraced the idea of being a part of it. The Corans were the opposite to the Mon Calamari in many ways. More squid-like in nature, the Corans could handle the pressures of the deepest part of the oceans quite well. And so they lived on the ocean floor and in its many abysses, isolated from the rest of the galaxy. The Corans disliked light and enjoyed being able to hide in the shadows. Unlike the Mon Calamari, the Coran society developed to be very proud, xenophobic, and isolationist. For instance, the average Coran would only speak its native tongue and avoid Basic, whereas most Mon Calamari could speak Basic and did it quite often. The Corans were in charge of many deep ocean mining operations and refineries, which helped supply materials for the shipyards run by the Mon Calamari. Now, in legends, it was said that the Corans first rose up from the depths of the ocean and encountered the Mon Calamari somewhere around 4,500 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Corans quickly attacked the Mon Calamari, but they had inferior technology compared to the surface dwellers and were quickly defeated. The Mon Calamari realized that if they continued this war against the Corans, they would most likely drive their species to extinction, which they really didn't want. They wanted cooperation, so the Mon Cala came up with a very creative and outside-of-the-box kind of solution to this problem, which is very Mon Cala. What they did was they took 100 young Corans and taught them as if they were one of their own. These captives learned about Mon Calamari art, science, and ethics, and once they reached adulthood, those Corans were sent down below to rejoin their society. At first, the Corans from down below did not trust these Mon Cala Corans, and the Mon Cala Corans saw their own people as kind of backwards and barbaric. But by the time these young Corans had gotten older, their superior education allowed them to exert a massive amount of influence on their society. This would be the beginning of a very beneficial relationship between the Mon Cala and the Corans. Soon, the Corans were brought up to date with the rest of the galaxy, and the Corans started traveling off-world for work and adventure. Things were relatively good for many centuries, but when the Separatist crisis occurred, things started to change. You see, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was really good at taking a unified planet and finding an opposition to start a civil war. Most planets had a political party or second species that were unhappy with the status quo, and overnight these opposition groups were offered massive amounts of resources and money to expand their movement. And if one principal individual refused to take the Separatist offer, 10 other highly ambitious individuals would take his place. On Mon Cala, that individual happened to be Senator Teeks, representative of the Mon Cala star system. Senator Teeks was a very crafty businessman before he entered politics, and he remained one once he was in office. During the Separatist crisis, Teeks was implicated with other senators for operating a slave ring and was forced to escape from Coruscant while under investigation. He quickly found his way to Count Dooku and pledged the support of Mon Cala to the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Even though he was under investigation, he was still technically holding his spot as the representative for Mon Cala. And so the Mon Calamari people quickly appointed a pro-Republic Corran politician to Teeks' former position to avoid further confusion and embarrassment. It looked like for a moment at least the disaster was averted. Mon Cala would remain in the Republic. But Teeks now continued to work behind the scenes, growing a movement known as the Corran Isolation League. The Corran Isolationist League was not necessarily an independence movement. Instead, it was just concerned that the monarch of Mon Cala was always a Mon Calamari and never a Corran. As the Clone Wars continued to expand and the galactic economy continued shrinking, more and more Corrans started supporting the Corran Isolation League. Even Corran chieftain Nosar Ree began feeling the pressure. The Separatists, as always working behind the scenes, sent their own ambassador Riff Tamsin to monitor the situation. Tamsin quickly went to work and murdered King Kolina, the monarch of Mon Cala. This instability presented a unique opportunity for the Corran Isolation League to push forward their agenda. King Kolina's successor, Prince Lichar, was considered far too young and inexperienced for this position. Nosar Ree and his Corrans walked out of the meeting with the Mon Calamari when they could not agree to terms about who would be the next monarch for the planet. Unbeknownst to the Mon Calamari, the Corran Isolation League had been militarizing its members. Separatist agent Riff Tamsin had also brought along with him a sizable army of aquatic droids to support the Corran rebellion. Shortly after the meeting between the Mon Calamari and Corrans fell apart, a massive attack is carried out by the Corran Isolation League against the Mon Cala. Unprepared, the Mon Cala are quickly overwhelmed. Luckily, the Jedi Council had already sent several of their own ambassadors along with an attachment of clone troopers trained for underwater combat. The scuba troopers and Jedi managed to link up with the new King Lichar and help keep him safe as he waged war against the Corrans. The Republic reinforcements managed to push back the Corran revolution from the capital, but soon after they were back again with a massive fleet of hydroid Medusas, which were essentially electrified gigantic jellyfish cyborgs. The Republic forces are immediately routed and forced to hide inside of caves outside the capital city, which has fallen to the Confederacy. Riff Tamsin, under orders from Count Dooku, has basically taken over control of the Civil War and has turned it into a full-on Separatist invasion. Using his army of droids and the Corran extremists, the citizens of the Mon Cala capital are captured and put to work in internment camps. This deeply worried Nosar Ree, who immediately protests against Tamsin. You see, the real reason why Riff Tamsin is here is because he was promised stewardship of the planet once it was taken over by pro-Confederacy troops. The Jedi are now hiding in caves along with what remains of the scuba troopers and Royal Mon Calamari troops that are left. They managed to call for reinforcements from the Jedi High Council before all communications off-world were cut. Back on Coruscant, the Jedi Council runs into a big problem. First, the clone army, as usual, was spread thin, but more importantly, there were very few units in the clone army trained for underwater combat. And they were all preoccupied at the time or already deployed on Mon Cala. General Kenobi, always prepared to think outside the box, suggests that they bring the Gungans in instead. Senator Jar Jar Binks is able to back the plan, and the Gungan High Council agrees to arrange for the troops. And before the Republic forces on Mon Cala are overrun, the Gungan army arrives and quickly turns the tide. Riff Tamsin then uses one of his Trident-class assault ships to create a massive underwater whirlwind around the battle. This disorients the Republic forces and scatters their offensive. When the dust finally settles, the majority of Republic forces have been captured by the Confederacy. However, King Lichar and the Jedi Padawan Ahsoka Tano have escaped the disastrous battle and remain free from capture. From a strategic level, it looks like the Confederacy of Independent Systems have won the battle, but in reality, this was no longer looking like a justifiable civil war. Instead of allowing animosity to build up naturally between the Corrans and the Mon Cala, the Confederacy's very blunt and visible use of droids have made this just another battle of the Clone Wars. The capture and slavery of Mon Calamari civilians is especially hard for the Corran populace to swallow. You see, the Corran Isolation League was just a small, extreme faction within the larger Corran population, and even they were uncomfortable with enslaving their neighbors. No one really wanted that kind of situation to happen. Count Dooku Riv Tamsin also seemed to lack any respect for No Sir-Ree, and quickly the Corran chieftain is beginning to realize the mistake he has made. Lee Char, with Ahsoka's help, would reach his people in the prison camp and call for their support to overthrow not the Corran Isolation League, but the CIS. And just as quickly as Mon Cala fell apart, it came together under the combined leadership of Lee Char and No Sir-Ree, and overthrew Riv Tamsin and his separatist forces. This would just be the beginning of Lee Char's reign, one that would be full of conflict. Unfortunately, Mon Cala, because of its rich economy and industrial output, presented a pretty big target for outside powers, and for the next several decades, peace would be elusive for these aquatic people. Chapter 6, Naboo and Gungan Tension. Located in the mid-rim of the galaxy, Naboo was discovered, or maybe rediscovered, by humans pretty early on in galactic history. A group of human refugees from the core planet Griswold had crash-landed on Naboo back in the days before hyperdrives were a viable method of FTL travel. It used to take entire generations to travel from one star system to another, so these Griswold refugees who had just escaped a terrible war on their old home planet decided to settle down on Naboo. They didn't really have another choice. The planet was extremely beautiful and relatively uninhabited. The local species known as the Gungans first avoided contact with these humans and retreated to their hidden underwater kingdom. When the two sides finally met, diplomacy failed and the inevitable skirmishes started happening between these two groups of people. Neither the Griswold human colonists or the Gungans were an especially militarized society, and there was never a real push to eradicate the other side. Gradually, an uneasy and unofficial peace would settle down the fighting on the planet. The Gungans also mainly lived underwater, so that kind of helped. In legends, an ancient reptile race had invaded the planet and forced the Gungans to build massive cities underwater to escape slavery. The Gungans developed technologies to make life underwater safe and comfortable, and soon they fully adapted to it. This meant that although they shared a planet, the Naboo, as the humans were called, would rarely encounter these Gungans, and the two sides would rarely fight for the same resources as well. Now, Naboo's outer core was surrounded by a layer of plasma. This plasma throughout the course of the planet's history created many tunnels through the planet that made travel very quick and simple through the center of the planet. I would say safe, but there are giant sea monsters there. The Gungans eventually figured out how to use these passages so that they wouldn't need to come out of the water to travel across the planet. The plasma energy from the core would also be harnessed by both the Gungans and the Naboo as a cheap and bountiful energy source. And so, instead of becoming vicious enemies, the Gungans and Naboo learned to live apart from one another. That was until the Naboo crisis occurred. Although Naboo had many natural beauties and was a very pleasant place to live with high living standards, it wasn't really considered a powerful planet or an important planet. It lacked any real industry or commerce and mainly served as an art, culture, and tourism center. Given the planet's low population and the Treasury's low capital, the plasma reserves beneath Naboo were never fully exploited for export purposes. What Naboo desperately needed to jumpstart their economy were investors, mining companies, and also construction firms. Not only would the Naboo need to drill for the plasma, they would also need to refine the plasma and ship it somehow. The spaceport in Naboo's capital, Theed, wasn't even large enough to handle such a big industrial endeavor. Ultimately, the Naboo king Bon Topolo was approached by Damask Holdings, a shadow broker with links to the intergalactic banking clan. Damask Holdings was able to provide the resources necessary to start this massive mining project immediately, turning Naboo from a mid-rim world very few people visited to a major player in the galactic energy market. Of course, this now meant that Naboo was a part of this wider game of galactic domination, which would be bad for Naboo. Damask Holdings, the shadow broker who created the deal, was actually run by Darth Plagueis, the master of Darth Sidious. Years later, when the Galactic Senate passed Prop 3181-4D, it essentially erased the free trade zone that allowed organizations like the Trade Federation to take over massive expanses of the Outer Rim. And so the Trade Federation blockaded Naboo in protest and threatened to starve the planet until Prop 3181-4D was removed. In their moment of need, Queen Amidala of Naboo approached the Gungan king for help. She was able to convince their leader, Boss Nass, that the Separatist droid army would turn on the Gungans after they gained complete control of the surface of the planet. In return for their help, the Gungans would be uplifted as equal partners in governance of the planet. This included the appointment of a Gungan representative for Naboo in the Galactic Senate. The Gungans would fight nobly against the Separatist droid army during the war, and Queen Amidala would keep her word. The following decades would see an increase in trust and cooperation between these two groups of people. By the time the Clone Wars had started, the planet was pretty much united and very loyal to the Republic. As we mentioned in our last video, just weeks before the Gungan Royal Army had mobilized and deployed thousands of Gungan warriors to assist Mon Cala in their own civil war against the Korans. Jar Jar Binks had become an elected representative for the Gungans and Naboo. He was viewed as kind of a hero for his actions during the invasion of Naboo, and also one of the key reasons why the Gungans and Naboo were at peace, an arrangement that greatly benefited both sides. Jar Jar was a trusted member of Palpatine's inner circle. Palpatine had held Jar Jar's seat not too long ago, and most likely the two Dark Lords had an understanding between them. Whenever Palpatine needed something done, Jar Jar was there to convince the Gungan people to do it. The leader of the Gungans at the time was a male Gungan called Boss Leone. He was also quite pro-Republic and presented a challenge for the Separatist Alliance. After the Battle of Mon Cala, it was clear that the swamp creatures from Naboo were causing some major issues. The Gungans were too loyal and proud to betray the Republic, so instead, Count Dooku manages to slip in an operative into the King's High Council, an elderly Gungan by the name of Richelieu. Richelieu was well practiced in the mystical arts and manages to put a mind control necklace on Boss Leone. With the boss completely underneath his control, Richelieu started a very populist campaign championing war against their neighbors, the Naboo. The Gungans aren't exactly the most complicated people, and soon, Boss Leone's call for war is heard and spreads throughout the populace. Although Naboo seems like the more powerful faction on this planet, the Gungans actually outnumber the humans almost 3-1. Senator Binks witnesses this change within the populace, and he sends for Padme and Anakin Skywalker. Upon meeting Boss Leone, it becomes immediately noticeable that the boss is under some kind of mind control. Anakin immediately spots the source of the mind control and takes off the necklace around the boss's neck. Leone returns to his normal self. He tells the Republic envoys that his advisor Richelieu is the one who had given him the necklace. But when they arrive in Richelieu's dwelling, the advisor runs away and stabs Boss Leone, knocking him unconscious. The Republic envoys are running out of time. The Gungan army is already preparing to attack, and now Richelieu has appeared in front of that army claiming that the boss had died, and his last command was for the Gungans to attack the capital of Theed alongside Separatist droid forces. Yes, the same droids that only a decade before killed massive amounts of Gungans on the battlefield. It seems though that Boss Leone's populist message has already gathered tons of support, mainly based on lies about the Naboo. The Gungans were ready to retake their planet. It also should be noted that when the Gungans volunteered to assist the Mon Calamari in the civil war against the Separatist-backed Korans, the Republic were really careless with how they deployed their forces. Many Gungans died in the battle because of poor tactics and heavy enemy resistance. So it's not that surprising that many Gungans were angry at the Republic and were looking for some sort of revenge. The Republic envoys are running out of time. With Boss Leone incapacitated, there's no way they could counter Richelieu's order now, unless they were able to figure out how to wake up Boss Leone or maybe impersonate him. You see, Jar Jar Binks apparently looked like Boss Leone. He was also a powerful dark side Force user with plenty of persuasion abilities thanks to the Force. And soon, Jar Jar Binks was running around in front of the troops like Boss Leone and pointing fingers at Richelieu, who Jar Jar said had misled them all. The Gungan army quickly turns on Richelieu, forcing the advisor to flee once again. This time, Anakin chases the advisor all the way back to his lair, where Count Dooku is waiting for him.
It's a trap!
Dooku quickly skewers Richelieu and engages Anakin in combat with the help of 4 of his Magna Guard droids. Although Anakin is far stronger this time around, he's still unable to beat the Count and gets shocked into submission by his guards. Dooku now has a very valuable prisoner in his possession. Meanwhile, back to the Gungan army. The invasion of the Naboo capital of Theed has been postponed, but a giant Separatist force has now landed as well. The Gungans and droids were supposed to march together to the city, and General Grievous was now here on the planet ready to lead the charge. Jar Jar, still disguised as the boss, tries to buy some time and stalls General Grievous with his usual nonsense. Meanwhile, the Gungan General Tarpal is outside shutting down the entire droid army, and he manages to finish just in time. Jar Jar continues to insist that the invasion of Theed is now cancelled and finally sets General Grievous off. The cyborg chases Jar Jar out of his command ship and finds his entire army deactivated. He now is surrounded by the Gungan army. The cyborg manages to kill General Tarpal, a veteran of the blockaded Naboo, but before the old Gungan dies, he manages to shock Grievous, which opens him up to more attacks from the other Gungan warriors. Now the Republic also has their own very valuable prisoner for exchange. Dooku contacts Padme, who he knows is involved with Anakin, and calls for an exchange between the Jedi General and Cyborg General. From a strategic point of view, Anakin is probably worth a little less than General Grievous. Although Anakin was a skilled fighter and a great leader, there were plenty of other Jedi who could fill his shoes. General Grievous, on the other hand, had no equals within the CIS. His capture could severely affect the Confederacy's abilities to wage war. Also, because of her relationship to Anakin, Padme probably should have excused herself from the negotiations and contacted the Republic government before negotiating with Separatists. But no, in the end, love wins. Chapter 7, The Battle of Umbara. It's relatively difficult to create a standardized army that works against all types of enemies on all types of terrain, environments, on all types of worlds. While the Grand Army of the Republic's main foe was the Separatist Alliance and their droid armies, the Republic would oftentimes have to engage local planetary defense forces and local militias. The planet of Umbara was located in the expansion region of the galaxy and carefully hidden within the Ghost Nebula. Its location meant that it was more or less cut off from the rest of the galaxy, and visitors rarely stepped foot on Umbara, and Umbarans rarely left their home planets. It's for this reason that the Umbarans were able to develop advanced technologies that were quite different from the rest of the galaxy. This included very advanced weapons and vehicles that the Republic forces have never seen before. At the beginning of the Clone Wars, the Umbarans had been a member state of the Republic, but joined the Confederacy shortly after their representative was assassinated on Coruscant. It should also be noted that Umbara had a massive reserve of dunium on their planet, which was a crucial material used in the construction of starships, and of course, Republic strategists could not let this dunium fall into Separatist hands, and so they launched an invasion onto Umbara. The Republic sends a task force of 6 Jedi in the 501st Legion and a 212th Attack Battalion to convince the planet to rejoin the Republic. Their main target is the capital city of Umbara. The plan was simple. The 212th would land to the south and establish a foothold before advancing onto the city from that location, while Anakin's 501st Legion would advance from the north. Umbara was constantly bathed in darkness thanks to the lack of any bright stars in the vicinity of the planets, and the surface was also covered in fog, limiting visibility. Anakin would send his forces straight in on LAAT gunships with minimal fighter coverage. He would then use a giant pool of AT-RT mechanized walkers to lead an assault on Umbaran positions at the LZ and follow up with his infantry forces. The idea was to use speed and surprise to overwhelm the enemy defenses before they could regroup and strike back. The Umbaran militia was equipped with advanced combat suits that pumped performance-enhancing gases into their soldiers. The landing zone was also defended by Umbaran hover tanks, which fired massive electromagnetic plasma projectiles, which could do a ton of splash damage. But the hover tanks' firing rates and projectiles are too slow to take out the clones' AT-RT, and soon most of the hover tanks are destroyed around the LZ, and the Umbarans are routed. Anakin's bold and aggressive attack seems to have paid off at first. Aside from some giant carnivorous plants, there are very few clone casualties in this initial assault. But the Umbaran militia has actually purposely retreated to better defensive positions, and soon the Republic forces rush right into a trap and are surrounded in a valley and under heavy fire from nearby hilltops and fortifications. At the same time, the Umbarans have deployed several millicreep droids. These were tiny insect-like weapons that could crawl into enemy positions and electrocute organics. Several clones were taken down before the Republic forces realized what was going on, having to deal with both the millicreep droids within their perimeter and the Umbaran militia closing in around them. Anakin quickly decides to call in an airstrike right on top of their position. It's a risky call, but ultimately a good call. Anakin has once again prevented his soldiers from being overrun, but as they regroup and prepare to march on the capital, Anakin is recalled to Coruscant by Chancellor Palpatine. He is to be replaced by Jedi Master Pong Krell. We're not really sure why Palpatine withdraws Anakin from the battlefield and whether he does it on purpose. You guys can be the judge of that. Now, Pong Krell was an extremely well-respected Jedi Master who also happened to be an excellent commander. He was known as an individual who always made sure to reach his objectives and take them, but he was also known for exposing his clones to massive casualties. Things immediately start off pretty bad between Krell and the 501st. Captain Rex, who was used to being treated as an equal by Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano, found Krell to be both disrespectful and even cruel towards him and the rest of the clones. Still, clones obey the chain of command, and Krell has proven himself to be an excellent combat leader. The 501st continue marching on the road to the capital, and en route they're attacked by a pair of banshees, just another example of the wonderful local fauna. Krell shows off some impressive Jedi stunts and manages to grab one of them in mid-air and slaughters it. Far less impressive, though, is his strategy to continue towards the capital using the main road. The Umbarans by this point know that the Republic are coming, and their infantry column is completely exposed. Without armor or air cover on station, the clones are relatively vulnerable to an Umbaran counterattack. But Krell wants speed and orders the clones to attack along the main road directly towards the city anyway. One of the forward platoons of the 501st column quickly stumbles upon a landmine field and prepared defenses and triggers an Umbaran ambush. The platoon manages to hold up against the initial heavy Umbaran onslaught and are able to break contact long enough to retreat to the rest of the 501st, and together the clones beat back the ambush. But before the 501st can advance again, the Umbarans launch another even heavier counterattack. Things are not going well, and casualties are starting to increase. But just in the nick of time, Obi-Wan Kenobi with the 212th Attack Battalion sends an order to the 501st to take over a nearby Umbaran airfield that is resupplying the capital. It should be a much easier target for the 501st to take, and so quickly they disengage and march towards it. Upon reaching the outskirts of the airbase, Rex prepares to have his men scout out the defenses of the location. But once again, Krell stresses the urgency of the situation and tells his men to quickly launch a frontal assault on the airbase with no scouting or preparation. To make matters worse, the path to the airbase that he wants them to take goes right through a gorge that is so narrow that the men will have to file through in single file order. The clones are close to mutinying, which is quite shocking and almost never happens, but once again, Rex reins them in and tries to make the best of a terrible situation. The clones are immediately attacked by strange caterpillar tanks armed to the teeth, and then a massive spider-like Umbaran tank appears over the horizon. The Republic has never encountered such vehicles and don't know exactly how to bring them down. To make matters worse, most of these vehicles are heavily shielded. Things are looking quite grim, but the clones are some of the best fighters in the galaxy, and they quickly improvise strategies to tackle these new enemy vehicles. Still, the massive Umbaran spider tanks are way too heavily armored to bring down with conventional weapons, so Rex sends Fives and Hardcase to steal 2 Umbaran starfighters from the airfield and try to use them to take out the tank. Umbaran vehicles have extremely different control interfaces in their cockpits, and these starfighters don't even have physical cockpits. Instead, the pilot is simply ray-shielded in a bubble. Luckily, the clones manage to eventually get these ships into the air, and they quickly wreak havoc on the Umbaran forces down below and take out the massive Umbaran spider tanks. Shortly after, the 501st marches into the airbase victoriously and seizes it for the Republic, despite Krell's terrible leadership. With the airbase now under their control, the Umbarans launch several offensives to retake their territory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the 212th are being pushed back away from the capital thanks to new long-range missiles that are being supplied to the Umbarans by Separatist supply ships. The Republic's own fleet is outgunned by the Separatist fleet over the planet, and they're unable to stop these shipments. Before Krell can coordinate with Kenobi on how to assault the city next, their connection breaks, and so Krell decides once again that attack is the best way forward and tells Rex to prepare the 501st for another frontal assault against the city in 12 hours. When Rex relays this information to his men, they of course disapprove of the general's orders. Five suggests an alternative strategy. He and a few of the other clones could pilot the captured Umbaran starfighters and use them to infiltrate the Separatist fleet and destroy their supply ships from within. Krell, of course, vetoes this idea immediately, and so Fives, along with Jesse and Hardcase, disobey orders and immediately launch their mission. They fly straight into orbit and directly through a massive space melee between Umbaran and Separatist forces and the Republic Navy. Fives tells his fellow clones a story that Anakin Skywalker had told them about. When he was a child, he had successfully blown up an entire droid control ship during the blockade of Naboo. The clones decide to follow that strategy and fly straight into the Separatist supply ship. The plan almost works, but at the last moment, the droids commanding the ship notice their presence and turns on a ray shield, preventing the clones from reaching the ship's reactor. And so, Hardcase takes a fuel pod off of his starfighter and runs right through the ray shield, sacrificing himself. The mission is a tremendous success, and the long-range missile shipments are halted. But immediately after returning to the airbase, Krell has Fives and Jesse arrested for treason. The Jedi Master is furious at them and does not give them any trial. Instead, he orders them to be executed immediately. But as Fives and Jesse are lined up before a firing squad, their fellow clones refuse to fire at them and spare their lives. They clearly have sided with their fellow clones against General Krell, which is probably why Palpatine had those control chips inserted in their brains. The clones are far more individualistic than one might think. But before Krell can do anything about the clones' insubordination, their comms receive transmissions that Umbaran forces are preparing to attack the airbase, but this time using captured clone armor and helmets in their vanguard. Krell decides to launch the 501st into a preemptive strike against the enemy, and they meet in the heavy jungles outside the airbase. Casualties quickly begin to mount on both sides as they start opening fire with small arms and mortars. Captain Rex, though, senses something was wrong and closes into melee range and knocks out one of the Umbarans wearing clone armor and finds out that they are in fact shooting at the 212th Attack Battalion. Rex quickly calls for a ceasefire and the two sides stop fighting, shocked by the amount of casualties they have just inflicted on their fellow clones. Rex finds out that the 212th had received the same intel as they have, that Umbarans dressed as clones were about to attack them. He then quickly traces that intel directly to General Krell. By this time, Rex has had enough, and he brings a group of clones to confront and arrest the Jedi Master in his tower. Krell admits to being a traitor. He's clearly fallen to the dark side at this point and wants to become Count Dooku's apprentice. A fight ensues between the clones and the Jedi and leads to the outside of the base, where a giant carnivorous plant attacks Krell, distracting him long enough for the clones to step in and stun him. But of course, Krell doesn't last long in captivity, as one of the clones ends up shooting him in cold blood. Shortly after, the 212th Attack Battalion under the command of Master Kenobi managed to take the city of Umbara, ceasing all hostilities on the planet. But the clones of the 501st are shook by this incident. They have been betrayed by their commander, the one person they were supposed to obey and trust no matter what. Rex confides in Fives his concerns about the war. He's starting to lose sight of why they were fighting anymore, and he's worried about what will happen to all the clones once the war ends. Chapter 8. Slavery in the Republic. The founding document of the Republic, the Galactic Constitution, states through the right of sentience clause that all sentient beings are created equal. It outlawed slavery and forced servitude and guaranteed protection against such hardships. Legends say that the Galactic Constitution was written almost 25,000 years ago. At the time, it was said that the right of sentience clause was considered very radical. This was because there are many pro-slavery territories and planets within the galaxy. And like any edict or law that's passed by the central government, enforcement was always an issue, especially in areas where you didn't have a lot of influence. There were plenty of slave empires and other territories that traded in slavery, especially in the outer rim of the galaxy. Hutt Space, for most of its existence, managed to live with amiable diplomatic relations with the Republic, despite having a thriving slave trade. Anakin Skywalker, who grew up as a slave on Tatooine, fondly remembers having an explosive chip in his head that would go off if he tried to run away from his master. Even more worrying were the feline Zygarians, who had built a massive empire in the Outer Rim based on their slaving enterprises. They had refined the enslaving of sentient beings into a fine art and were sort of like the Kaminoans of forced labor. The Jedi Order would eventually launch a campaign against the Zygarian Empire and take out their monarch, freeing most of the slaves there. Most of the Zygarian slavers that were left went underground. During times of peace in the Republic, the Galactic Senate and judicial forces had the resources and time to sanction and prevent slavery operations within Republic space. But as the Clone Wars broke out all across the galaxy, resources had to be shifted to fight against the Separatist Alliance. Although the Confederacy of Independent Systems had similar founding principles as the Galactic Republic, there had been rumors that the Separatist Alliance had been employing slavers and had been using slaves for forced labor. In the third year of the Clone Wars, during the Battle of Mon Calamari, the Separatists forced the Corran Isolation Link to enslave their Mon Calamari neighbors and put them into work camps. And now there were rumors in the Outer Rim of the re-emergence of the Zygarian slave traders and their long-dormant empire. Kuros was a beautiful planet, full of green valleys and cascading waterfalls. Located in the expansion region of the galaxy, it was completely unspoiled and undeveloped. The only people living on the surface of this world were a group of peaceful Togruitans who established a pacifist artisan colony. The only resources that are worth taking on this planet were the sentient beings living there. Facing an imminent Separatist invasion, the Togrutan governor goes against the Republic's advice and decides to try to negotiate with Count Dooku and sue for peace. The droid army arrives shortly after, and Dooku is accompanied by a Zygerian noble. Dooku offers the Togrutans safe passage, aka enslavement, and soon all the people in the colony are peacefully rounded up. Despite realizing that the Republic would arrive too late to really save these people, Yoda still sent Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano to check out the situation. They arrive 10 days after the Separatist invasion and find no sign of the colonists. Dooku had left a small force behind to hold the colony. They are commanded by the Zygerian officer who we saw earlier. And as the Republic troops move into the colony, his commando droids ambush them, and soon the clones are engaged in speeder-to-speeder combat. The Republic forces make quick work of the Separatist droids and quickly secure what's left of the colony. At which point the Zygerian officer calls for a ceasefire and negotiation. Anakin, recognizing his species, immediately wants to handle the situation because of his history with slavery. Obi-Wan Kenobi decides it's better that he go and speak with the Separatist commander. Unfortunately, the Zygerians hate the Jedi almost as much as Anakin hates them and have laid a trap for the Republic forces. They purposely let the Republic march into the colony because they planted bombs in all the buildings around them. To show his series, he sets off one of the explosives, wounding several clones. He demands that Obi-Wan Kenobi surrender, and the Jedi has no choice but to comply. But before he's taken away, Obi-Wan Kenobi decides to challenge the Zygerian officer to a one-on-one martial contest. This is a deeply rooted part of Zygerian culture, and he knows that the Zygerian officer cannot resist the opportunity to beat him up. If Obi-Wan Kenobi wins this contest, he gets the location of the slaves, along with the location of all of the bombs. The slaver had promised Count Dooku not to kill the Jedi, but he couldn't pass on a chance to pummel his hated enemy, and so the two quickly started fighting each other. Although Obi-Wan Kenobi doesn't have his lightsaber, he still is a Jedi and could use his special abilities to gain the upper hand. But he lets the Zygerian think he has the upper hand so that he can extend the fight as long as possible in order to give Anakin and Ahsoka more time on their own mission. The two Jedi had become ad hoc EOD specialists and were running around the colony looking for the bombs. Their technique for defusing bombs is pretty suspect, and would even make Hawkeye and Hurt Locker nervous. Somehow, they managed to defuse all the bombs, which leaves the Zygerian without a bargaining chip. Before the slaver can run away and escape, though, Anakin and Ahsoka board a ship and take it over, forcing him to reveal his plans. You see, the Zygerian queen was holding a royal slavery auction, and it would attract buyers from all around the galaxy. This was a very blatant sign that the Zygerian Empire was once again comfortable enough to trade slaves out in the open. This information is relayed to the Jedi Council. Yoda is worried about the return of slavery to the galaxy. It was a powerful tool for the Sith back when they were in power. And so Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka are sent straight into the heart of the re-emerging slave empire to the planet of Zygeria. Zygeria is located in the Outer Rim, deep in Separatist territory, only a few jumps away from the capital of the entire Confederacy, Raxus. The Clone Wars has clearly benefited the world. As the Jedi arrive in their stolen Zygerian slaver ship, they find themselves caught in a heavy line of traffic waiting to enter the planet. Business is good. Their main goal is to find out where exactly all the Kuros colonists are being kept. While Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Rex act as slavers, Ahsoka Tano dresses like a slave. Anakin's plan is to try and charm the Queen and get into her good graces so that they can find out what exactly is going on. Anakin uses his knowledge of Bruno Denturi, the Zygerian commander he had faced on Kuros, to get an audience with her. Bruno apparently was a hated enemy of the Queen, and Anakin lets her know that he no longer was a problem. He had personally handled the issue. To make the plot even sweeter, Anakin also gives Ahsoka to the Queen, claiming she was one of Bruno's former slaves. The ruse works well, and quickly Anakin becomes a confidant of the monarch, especially after he saves her from one of her own slaves who tries to kill her. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan and Rex visit the slave pits and manage to find Governor Rusty, the leader of the Kuros colony. Unfortunately, the old Togrutan is too weak and broken to be of any help. Obi-Wan and Rex decide to try and rescue him, but on their way out of the slave pits, the Governor and Kenobi are shot and captured. The Togrutan is immediately auctioned off to the highest bidder during the auction. He represents the 50,000 Togrutan colonists that are being held by the Zygerians. Anakin tries to ask the Queen where she was keeping so many slaves at one time, but before she can answer, Obi-Wan Kenobi is paraded out into the arena as well. His capture is a great victory for the Zygerians. The Queen asks Anakin to torture Obi-Wan in front of the crowd for entertainment in order to prove his loyalty. Anakin has to blow his cover and gives a signal to R2-D2 to launch the two Jedi's lightsabers to them, and Obi-Wan and Anakin attempt to break out. Captain Rex and Ahsoka try to help them as well, but ultimately there are too many Zygerians there for them to overcome. And their energy whips are a good counter against the Jedi's lightsabers, and the Republic team is quickly recaptured one by one. Ahsoka is hung in a cage like a bird, Anakin becomes the Queen's personal slave and bodyguard, and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Captain Rex are sent to the Zygerian slave processing center on Kadavo in Wild Space, which is where they finally find the location of the rest of the Togruns. Kadavo is a pretty messed up place, perfectly designed to break sentient beings and turn them into slaves both physically and mentally. The warden of the facility has particular interest in breaking the Jedi. Although he's never broken a Jedi, he immediately finds out Obi-Wan's weakness. While he can handle torture and physical labor, what Obi-Wan can't stand is seeing other people around him get hurt. And soon, Obi-Wan realizes that whenever he disobeys the slavers or tries to resist, another slave near him will be punished or even killed. Obi-Wan begins to lose hope, as the only thing he can do now is just sit and watch people around him suffer. It's a skill that Obi-Wan Kenobi will use once again when he goes into exile on Tatooine, where he'll wait for decades watching Luke Skywalker. During his exile, he witnessed many innocents being preyed on by Jabba's gangs, but he was unable to do anything because he was afraid of drawing too much attention. Meanwhile, Count Dooku finally arrives on Zygeria. He's officially sent by Emperor Palpatine to strengthen the ties between the Sith and the Slave Empire. In reality, Palpatine and Dooku want the Zygerians to stop trying to enslave Jedi. It's very likely the Sith are troubled by the Zygerians' ability to control Force sensitives. The Queen, however, refuses to listen to Dooku and is immediately Force choked. Her Prime Minister then betrays her and agrees to take her place and follow the Sith's plan, which is of course to kill all of the Jedi. Anakin comes out of nowhere though in the last moment and attempts to extract the Queen from the room. He manages to grab her, and Ahsoka Tano, who is also broken free of her cage, is waiting with their ship. Before the Queen dies in Anakin's arms, she tells her where Obi-Wan Kenobi is being held. Anakin and Ahsoka head to Kadavo and quickly launch an assault against the slavers. They also call in some reinforcements in the form of a Republic cruiser and fighter squadron Wolfpack led by Plo Koon. The slavers don't really stand much of a chance against their aerial assault. The only bargaining chip the Warden now has is all of his slaves, which he threatens to kill if the Republic don't halt their attack. Obi-Wan and Rex break free inside the compound while Anakin breaches the front door with Ahsoka. With the aerial defenses now down, Republic dropships arrive with more ground reinforcements. Seeing that all is lost, the Warden tries to plunge all of the remaining Togrutan slaves into the chasm below the facility. Before they all plummet to their deaths, the captain of the Republic cruiser manages to park itself below the facility, and clones using jetpacks and cables help rescue them just in time. It's a small victory for the Republic, but only the beginning for slavery's return to the galaxy. When the Empire rises only a year later, the right of sentience is replaced by what's known as high human culture. Chapter 9. Republic Separatist Peace Talks. Now, to begin today's episode, we have to go back before the Clone Wars and the Separatist Crisis even started. Although it's called the Clone Wars, this galaxy-wide conflict was actually a civil war, one fought by planets and people that were at one time working together. And while the war quickly escalated and grew out of control, there were still plenty of reasonable people on both sides. Individuals found themselves all of a sudden facing off against friends, colleagues, and even family members who are now supposedly their sworn enemy. In 21 BBY, the second year of the Clone Wars, Senator Padme Amidala goes on a secret mission to the Separatist capital planet of Varaxis. The senator was concerned that a new bill, which had just entered the Senate, would continue to escalate the war beyond either side's control. This bill, the Republic Financial Reform Bill, would allow the central government to open new lines of credit with the intergalactic banking clans. In return, the banks would enjoy further deregulation on their industry. Remember, the Galactic Republic, unlike central governments here on Earth, did not have a central bank or some type of federal reserve. This limited the Republic's ability to continue funding their ever-growing army. The majority of the Republic Senate was more than willing to surrender more power to the executive branch so that a quick and swift end of the war could be achieved. The Separatist droid army had blindsided the Republic, and more troubling, seemed to be quite capable in the field, and also their larger numbers put the Republic on the defensive. Every world that the Galactic Republic lost or was unable to protect further degraded the legitimacy of the central government. And this led to an erosion of trust by colonies and planets in the Outer Rim that were currently under contention. A small minority of senators like Padme Amidala, Bail Organa Mon Mothma, and Anaconda Farr opposed the Republic's financial reform bill, fearing that the Republic would continue down a path of financial insolvency or further escalate the war. The Republic Senate was extremely corrupt. You also had representatives from the Trade Federation, Techno Union, and intergalactic banking clans who were pushing heavily for this bill. This is because their related industries would benefit greatly from a new order of clones, vehicles, ships, and weapons. These factions were also unofficially supporting the Separatist Alliance and playing both sides of the conflict. They were war profiteers, and 3 of the representatives, Lot Dod, Gume Sam, and Nix Card, even came up with a plan to convince their contacts within the CIS to launch an attack on Coruscant to levy more support for the military funding bill. Now, back-channeling or unofficial discussion is commonly done by politicians within the same faction. But in the middle of a war, back-channeling with your enemy took a certain amount of courage and preparation. Things can go south pretty quickly. Your own faction might accuse you of treason, especially if your mission is not sanctioned by your government, and the enemy government might just arrest you and accuse you of being a spy if you're found. Although Padme expects no trouble during her mission, it's never a bad idea to bring a Jedi along, especially someone as young and unassuming as Ahsoka Tano. Padme's contact with the Separatist Alliance was Mina Buntori. She was a former mentor of Padme when they both had served in the Senate together before the war. She lived in the capital city of Raxilon on Raxus and was the leader of the Peace faction within the Separatist Parliament. Her faction was more open to compromise and wished to bring an end to the fighting. The Peace faction in the Separatist Parliament was actually quite similar to Padme's own cohorts, who also wanted to oppose the war on moral grounds. Some members of the Peace faction were ideologically opposed to the wartime executive powers granted to Count Dooku, which mirrors Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's own increase in power. Other members of the Peace faction were against the newly levied war taxes that Count Dooku had created, whereas others feared that the war would do irreparable damage to the galactic shipping network and supply chains that took centuries to create. Most Separatist Alliance worlds were raw material or heavy industry focused and depended on the population centers in the middle of the galaxy to consume all of their exports. Ahsoka, using her Jedi contacts, manages to successfully sneak Padme and her onto the Separatist capital planet, Araxis. Member Barlin Bonteri intercepts the two before they reach security. Ahsoka, who like many young people saw the world as black and white, was upset by Padme's connection to the supposed enemy. But Bonteri proved to be a graceful host and introduces the two to her son, Lux Bontori. Now, the Bontoris have every reason to hate the Republic. Just last year, Mina Bontori's husband was killed by clone troopers while he was defending a Separatist base on Aragonor. But the Bontoris were intelligent enough to be able to separate the individual from the faction they belonged to. Padme makes a pretty big gamble in telling Bonteri about the Senate's new military funding bill. Such discussions could be considered treason in wartime. But she uses this knowledge as leverage to push Bonteri to see the urgency of the situation. Padme requests that Bonteri put on the Separatist Parliament floor a motion to reopen negotiation channels and peace talks with the Republic. Now, Padme cannot guarantee that the Republic will accept these peace negotiations, and she's definitely not here on behalf of Chancellor Palpatine, but this is basically her best option. The vote for peace negotiations isn't a very radical idea and ends up passing in the Separatist Parliament with an easy majority. The peace faction goes with Bonteri, as does the independence faction. Only the war faction, led by the Corporate Alliance, opposes the idea. Count Dooku presides over the vote. His public figure at least remains impartial to the vote, promising to preserve democracy. But in secret, he contacts Republic senators with business interests in continuing the war and confirms that a quick attack on Coruscant will quickly derail the entire process. This is sadly a pretty common tactic we see even in our own world. In 2010, peace talks between the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority began. Later that year, an opposition faction to the Palestinian Authority known as Hamas, along with 12 other militant groups, carried out a campaign of attacks targeting innocent Israeli civilians. This attack was not intended to weaken Israel, but specifically target the peace talks between the two sides and derail it, which would also delegitimize the Palestinian Authority, which was mainly run by the Fatah faction, which was opposed to Hamas. It's unfortunately a recurring theme in that specific conflict. The Palestinian Authority never seems to have complete control over the Palestinian people, which prevents any type of long-term solution from being created. This also increases the power of more hardline Israeli political factions who are less likely to give any concessions to the Palestinians at all. This is one of the many important lessons that Star Wars can teach us about the real world. Now, we should always be wary of our enemies in a conflict, But we also have to look at individuals within our own faction who seek to sabotage any efforts towards peace and reconciliation. At the same time, we might also be lucky enough to find a way to contact like-minded individuals in the enemy faction. Anyway, Count Dooku sends General Grievous to attack the Coruscant power grid with disguised battle droids. This creates a huge power failure in the Senate District right before the Republic Senate can vote on how they want to respond to the Separatist proposal for peace. This not only delays the vote, it also changes public opinion against peace, and more support is gained for deregulating the banks and increasing funding for the Grand Army of the Republic. In a retaliatory attack, the Galactic Republic kills several civilian citizens, including Member of Parliament Mina Bonteri, although it's later found out that she was actually killed by one of Dooku's own agents. A year later in 20 BBY, another peace conference is held on the neutral world of Mandalore. This time, delegates from both the Republic Senate and the Separatist Parliament meet in person to discuss the possibility of peace. Padme Amidala, Mon Mothma, and Bail Organa represent the Republic at the meeting, but facing them is Senator Vo Attel of the Corporate Alliance, leader of the war faction. Mina Bonteri's presence is sorely missing from this meeting. Vo Attel demands that the Republic representatives recognize the legitimacy of the Separatist Alliance on behalf of their Chancellor, which of course is a non-starter. Newly elected junior Senator Lux Bonteri storms into the negotiations and declares his continued loyalty to the Separatist Alliance, but at the same time accuses Count Dooku of treason and ordering the murder of his mother. The Separatist representatives immediately have Bonteri arrested and taken away, but the Republic representatives are worried about what will happen to him. Remember, Padme is good friends with his mother, and Ahsoka seems to have developed some feelings for the younger Bonteri. And so Ahsoka extracts Lux from the Separatists before he's executed, causing a small skirmish to break out between the Separatist droids and Republic Senate guards, which of course derails the entire peace talk. Ahsoka takes Lux aboard her ship, and they're set to travel to Coruscant, where he will be granted amnesty to the Republic. But before they even begin their trip, Lux stuns Ahsoka and knocks her out. He has his own plans to meet with the notorious Mandalorian group known as Death Watch. They had recently been unsuccessful in carrying out an uprising against the Duchess of Mandalore, and now they were camped on the planet of Karlak, where they continued to gather resources and train their members for another attempt to seize Mandalore. Lux wants to hire this group of talented fighters to kill his sworn enemy, Count Dooku, but soon he finds out just how treacherous the Death Watch can be, especially when they found out his friend Ahsoka happens to be a Jedi, their sworn enemy. Chapter 10: Onderonian Civil War. Onderon was a jungle world located within the inner rim of the galaxy, adjacent to the Hapes Consortium. The inner rim is not to be confused with the deep core, which is where Coruscant and many of the more richer worlds are located and isolated from the poverty and violence of the fringes of the galaxy. The inner rim was somewhere midway between the hustle and bustle of civilization and the raw nakedness of wild space, which means it was sort of like a suburbs of the Republic. At the height of the Clone Wars, Onderon found its neighbors Kashyyyk and Umbara under Separatist occupation or liberation, depending on who you ask. And so the world of Onderon was very much on the front lines of the Galactic War. Onderon, like many of its galactic neighbors, was settled a little later in history. Somewhere around 5,200 to 4,600 BBY, the first human settlers arrived on colony ships. They found themselves in a world covered by lush and beautiful jungles, but found out quickly beneath that beauty was an extremely dangerous ecosystem full of apex predators and other terrifying fauna. Onderon had 4 separate moons, and legends say the largest, June, used to orbit the planet so closely that animals would fly between the 2 celestial bodies. The first settlement on Onderon was just a basic encampment, which soon was surrounded by a fortification due to the dangerous animals that lived in the area. Eventually, that settlement would grow into the planet's capital of Isis. But not all Onderonians would choose to live behind the giant walls of Isis. In 4400 BBY, Sith Lord Freedon Nad conquered the planet and ruled it with an iron fist Sith theocracy. His followers were cultists known as Nadists. The Nadists wanted to impose martial law in the city of Isis, and they basically kicked out all of the criminal elements, or in my opinion, the more free and open-minded people of the city out into the wilderness. Back then, when you were expelled from the walls of Isis, it was more or less considered a death sentence. But somehow these exiles learned how to survive and then flourish in the jungles around Isis. These exiles would eventually be called Beast Riders, for they had even tamed the largest predators and animals in the jungles and used them for transportation, labor, and war. These Beast Riders would eventually come into conflict with the city folk still living in Isis, and for hundreds of years the two sides would skirmish against each other until the Galactic Republic first made contact with the planet in 4002 BBY. The Beast Riders would become recognized as one of the most fearsome groups of warriors in the galaxy, and they even managed to help the planet repel an early Mandalorian crusade. But as the year went on and the Republic brought more peace and stability to the region, the Beast Riders also started returning to the city and socializing and returning back to a normal lifestyle. By the time of the Clone Wars, the Beast Riders' numbers had shrank considerably. Many of them who could not acclimate to life in the cities became criminals and mercenaries. At the beginning of the Separatist Crisis and Clone Wars, Onderon, under the leadership of Monarch Ramses Dendup, stayed neutral. The king was pro-Republic, but at the time the federal government was quite weak and individual planets still held quite a lot of power, especially because there was no federal military to back up the Republic's mandate. This was one of the core problems the Republic faced on a daily basis. King Dendup actually believed that both sides in the conflict were wrong and inherently full of corrupt political entities. Therefore, he wanted to keep the bloodshed off of his planet. But the Separatists and Count Dooku saw Onderon as an important linchpin power in the region. If Onderon joins the Separatists, then many other Inner Rim planets might also become open to that possibility. This would be a very profitable situation for the Separatists, who have yet to have penetrated that deeply into the core of the galaxy. And so the Separatists began searching for an usurper that they could appoint as a puppet regent and found Sanjay Rash. Rash quickly overthrew Ramses and put him in jail and took control of the capital and opened the gates for a Separatist occupation. Once Onderon officially joined the Separatist alliance, several loyalists and supporters of King Dendup escaped into the jungles and started the Onderonian Rebellion. The organization was led by Stila Guerrera and her brother Saw Gerrera. They took on the traditions of the Beast Riders of old and fled into the jungles surrounding the capital city, where they set up camp, built up supplies, and started preparing for an all-out guerrilla war against the Rash regime. Senator Mina Bonteri, who we mentioned in our previous video, was the representative of the planet and a part of the peace faction in the Separatist parliament. She had secretly been assassinated by Count Dooku after she attempted to back-channel with Republic Senator Padme Amidala about a potential peace talk. A year later, Lux Bonteri would return home to Onderon and join the rebellion. He found this motley group of resistance fighters in a terrible state. They had figured out how to survive in the wilderness, but beyond that, they lacked weapons and training to mount a proper insurgency against the well-armed Separatist-backed puppet government. Luckily, Lux Bonteri had a thing with Ahsoka Tano a few episodes back, and so he was able to use his connection with her to plead the rebels' case in front of the Jedi Council. He probably should have left the hot-headed Saw Gerrera out of the holocom call, because more considered Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi were wary of getting involved in such an internal conflict. After all, the local government had officially stated their support for the Separatist Alliance, and this resistance group had no legitimate claim to the throne. The Jedi had to be careful before meddling into what is basically domestic politics. Anakin, however, saw a very clear opportunity for the Republic to gain some more allies and potentially even regain some planets at an extremely low cost. All they needed to provide were some basic guidance and training, so that these smaller resistance movements would become more efficient at fighting against their governments using guerrilla warfare and attacking soft targets. Obi-Wan reminds Anakin that there's a very thin line between the term freedom fighter and terrorist, which is an interesting comment and honestly sheds a lot of light on our own geopolitical system in our world today. Almost every major power in the world invests in foreign internal defense and also aids insurgency opposition groups. This usually involves providing basic supplies and weapons along with trainers and even air support to so-called friendly forces with aligned interests and similar goals. Of course, more often than not, countries end up backing the wrong people. For instance, the CIA was reported to have armed Arab Mujahideen fighters, including Osama bin Laden, during the Afghan-Soviet War in the 1980s. At the time, Osama bin Laden was actually pretty pro-American and happy for their support against the Soviet atheists. And it seems like Obi-Wan Kenobi also understands this very important lesson of arming insurgency groups. Just because they are the enemy of your enemy does not make them good friends. Nonetheless, Anakin's passion and logic prevails. His idea for a low-profile and low-cost training program, which could create headaches for the Separatist government, wins support from the Jedi Council. Mace Windu, who also has a sharp military mind, is open to trying out this new type of warfare and sees Onderon as a good testing ground for training pro-Republic insurgents. Yoda allows the mission to go forward, but wants the Jedi to only observe and train. They are only supposed to be advisors and not combatants. Obi-Wan Kenobi also volunteers to go on the mission to watch what Anakin's doing. The Republic advisors quickly begin drilling and training the Onderon rebels in a specific type of guerrilla warfare. They learn how to take out Separatist destroyer droids as well as how to disable a Separatist armored assault tank. Captain Rex, who's used to drilling shinies, takes the lead and shows the rebels how to most efficiently tackle each combat situation. And the training ends just in time because the Confederacy are on their way to attack the rebel camp, and the Onderonians are able to immediately test out the new tactics they have just learned. They barely are able to survive the battle, and a large part of that has to do with the 3 Jedi and clone soldier that was helping them. In the aftermath of the battle, the rebels have a decision to make: either retreat further back into the jungle and establish a new outpost, or go on the offensive. The rebels choose the latter. They realize that this is not a battle about tactical or even strategic victories. They need to inspire the people to come out and support the rebellion. A lesson that Saw Gerrera has a problem learning now, and also for the rest of his life. And so the rebels enter back into the city of Isis and begin launching a series of guerrilla attacks in the city. They focus on taking out small Confederacy patrols and are able to limit collateral damage, but also maximize their exposure to the people. But it's still quite not enough to encourage the average civilian to join the rebellion. They need to make an even larger scene to show the people that they can defeat this puppet regime. The Jedi advisors by this time have already finished their job, and they return back to the wider war, leaving only Ahsoka Tano behind to observe any further operations. The Onderonian rebels immediately hatch a plan to steal a Separatist tank and use it to attack the power generators that fuel all of the droid armies in the city. A victory here will both be tactically important, but also show just how formidable the Onderonian rebels are. The attack ends up being successful. This greatly worries King Rasha's regime, and he quickly calls for reinforcements from Count Dooku and the Separatist Alliance, which results in a super tactical droid who takes over control of the occupying droid army. In order to draw the rebels out into the open, Rash decides to hold a public execution for the former monarch Dendump. The Onderonian rebel leadership are unsure of how to act. Sensing a trap, the more cautious Steela believes that they should wait until King Dendump is brought into public before they attempt to rescue him. While Saw Gerrera, hot-headed as ever, wants to attack the ISIS prison and save Dendump before the event can even happen. Saw manages to infiltrate the prison but is captured immediately and tortured by the super tactical droids. Saw might be brash and a bit stupid, but he sure is brave and doesn't break under interrogation or give up any of the other resistance members. The next day, Saw and Dendump are both paraded out for an execution. Steele and the rebels still launch their rescue attempt, but ultimately are defeated and forced to surrender. But before they can be taken away, General Tandon of the Onderon Royal Guard defects and helps the rebels escape with Dendump. Seeing Saw Gerrera get tortured was enough to convince General Tandon that he was on the wrong side of the conflict. On their way out, the citizens of Isis start to rise up as well. Although they have won the day, the rebels now have the Separatist army's full and undivided attention. They regroup in the highlands east of Isis and must now fortify their position against the coming Separatist attack. So far, the Onderonians have been using guerrilla tactics to defeat the Separatist droid army, but now they must prove that they can also win a conventional battle. Unfortunately, the Separatists have a new weapon at their disposal, the HMP droid gunship, and it proves to be extremely difficult for the Onderonians to take down. Not even the Beast Riders stand a chance. So just like the Afghan Mujahideen fighters facing the Soviet Hind assault choppers, the Onderonians needed a shoulder-launch anti-aircraft solution. Luckily, the Jedi knew a sketchy pirate arms dealer named Hondo Inaka, who has just the right tool for the job. The rockets end up arriving just in time for the battle, and the Onderonians manage to hold back and defeat the Separatist attack. Unfortunately, Steele Gerrera, the better half of the Guerreras, is killed in action. Chapter 11. Becoming a Padawan. At the arena skirmish during the Battle of Geonosis, the Jedi Order lost 179 of the 212 members they sent to rescue Obi-Wan Kenobi. Prior to the start of the Clone Wars, the Jedi Order perhaps lost that many of its members in combat situations every century. The Golden Age of the Republic was a time of peace and stability, and now it was all over. The Jedi were quickly losing more members than they could replace. Now, at the beginning of the Clone Wars, there were roughly 10,000 members in the Jedi Order, but actually not every Jedi was specialized in combat. There were many different professions within the Order aside from being a Jedi Knight. One could be a part of the Agriculture Corps or the Survey Corps, or maybe become a navigator or even a seeker who would go around finding new recruits for the Jedi Order. Only the most talented Jedi Padawans would actually be chosen for apprenticeship by a Jedi Knight or a Jedi Master. Everyone else would end up in one of the professions we mentioned before. But all Jedi do start out as younglings or initiates before they could be called Padawans and be eligible for apprenticeship. They also had to go through a series of trials, including one known as the Gathering. See, tens of thousands of years ago, a Jedi navigator using the Force made a hyperspace jump into the relatively unstable unknown region. The unknown region was incredibly difficult to navigate using traditional methods because of the high density of gravitational anomalies that could be found there. The Jedi Navigator had been drawn to the planet because of its powerful presence within the Force. Although there was no sentient life on the planet, the Scout found several different forms of non-sentient animals. Jedi survey teams were later sent on to the location and found massive quantities of kyber crystals, the key component and energy amplifier for a lightsaber. As per Republic law and Jedi doctrine, the Order quickly sent artisans, scholars, and warriors to secure the planet. It was decided by the Jedi Council that the planet would be kept a secret from the rest of the galaxy. This means it was taken off of all star maps and records. The Jedi found out very early on that kyber crystals were actually semi-intelligent and had a living presence in the Force. The Jedi were always drawn towards these kyber crystals and developed a very unique bond with the crystals they placed within their weapon. They also realized that these crystals had an energy amplification quality to them, which could be very useful for a variety of different applications. But of course, the Jedi were a very conservative and dogmatic bunch. Certain things like the Force and midichlorians, along with kyber crystals, were considered taboo subjects to study scientifically. The Jedi believed that scientific understanding of something like the Force would eventually lead people to experimenting and trying to change the Force, which of course would be very blasphemous and a very dark side action. The Jedi sought to be one with the Force, and the Sith sought to bend the Force to its will. And so the Jedi not only controlled every planet where kyber crystals could be found, the Republic also helped them control the supply of kyber crystals so that it became very difficult for anyone to acquire any of them if they weren't a Jedi. Galen Erso, one of the premier specialists on kyber crystal energy amplification, could only get his hands on larger crystals after Order 66. His research would eventually lead to the Death Star superlaser. Anyway, the Jedi on Ilum managed to build a gigantic temple which guards the entrance to one of the many kyber cave crystals on the planet. As per Jedi tradition, a group of the most talented Jedi younglings in their class would board the ancient ship, the Crucible, and journey to Ilum for the Gathering ceremony. In 20 BBY, the Gathering consisted of 6 younglings and Jedi Padawan Ahsoka Tano, who served as their escorts. Once they arrived, they found Grand Master Yoda waiting for them. As busy as the Clone Wars kept Yoda, the Gathering was seen as an extremely important event that warranted his presence. Now, the first step in the ceremony was actually entering the mine, which was guarded by a gigantic ice wall. Using the Force, several kyber crystals needed to be arranged in a certain position to allow sunlight to pass through them, which transformed the light into a heat ray, which would then melt the door. This would leave the crystal cave open for a limited time. Once the sun goes down, the ice wall would reform again, and anyone still in the cave would be trapped. The younglings would then enter the cave and harvest the kyber crystal, which sounds a lot easier than it actually was. For one, kyber crystals look quite similar to other crystals found inside the cave, and they were quite rare. One really needed the Force to help them find it. But as we mentioned before, each kyber crystal is semi-intelligent and in a way chooses the youngling as much as the youngling chooses it. But in order to be deemed worthy, each youngling must overcome a challenge that usually tests their greatest weakness. Biff, the cowardly Ithorian, must face and conquer his fear in order to find his crystal. Zat, the tech-savvy Natulan, relies too heavily on his scanners and other devices and must now rely on the Force alone to find his crystal. Gunji, the impatient Wookiee, must learn patience and calm in order to find his crystal. All the other Jedi younglings died in a cave-in, unfortunately, because the Jedi Order was not up to date with all of their safety regulations and standards. Just kidding, but you get the point. The Kyber Crystal is an important reminder to each and every Jedi that they are only as strong as their biggest weakness, and as they continue their journey through life, they'll have to make sure that they continue to understand this lesson. The Crucible, for all you Starship nerds out there, is actually a very interesting vessel. While this might look like a restoration, what we're actually looking at is an original Paladin-class Corvette from the Old Republic era. Professor Hu Young, who operates the ship, says it's older than 1,000 years, which means it was around even before the Ruusan Reformation. During this period, the Jedi militarized and were fighting a devastating galactic-wide war against the Sith. Professor Hu Young is kind of like the Mr. Ollivander of the Star Wars world. Within his Corvette was a small workshop outfitted with every material and item one might need to build a lightsaber. For instance, for the Wookiee Gunji, Mr. Hu Young has a special grip made out of brylark tree, an incredibly durable wood from the Wookiee home planet of Kashyyyk. Now, the actual process of assembling a lightsaber was quite difficult. Professor Hu Young provides the instructions to the younglings, but everything must be done through the Force. It's said that non-Force users would be unable to assemble a lightsaber without the Force, which most likely was a safety feature within its design. Now, usually after these younglings have finished their lightsabers, they would have gone back to the Jedi Order Temple on Coruscant for what's known as the Initiate Trials. But this time around, Hondo Ohnaka and his pirate band manages to intercept the Crucible in subspace. The pirates see a huge profit in seizing the Kyber crystals and selling them on the black market for a ridiculous price. A ridiculous price that ironically was caused by the Jedi Order's monopoly over the crystals in the first place. The pirates quickly disable the Crucible's engines and board the ship. You might think a bunch of Jedi younglings might be able to repel even the most hardened pirates. The truth is, as we saw in the Trandoshan Wildlife Preserve episode, untrained Jedi and even Jedi Padawans sometimes had difficulties dealing with full-grown adults. Ahsoka Tano, of course, was an exception to that rule. She was immensely talented in the Force and combat. But most of the younglings on board were still children with a limited amount of control over the Force. In combat, sometimes they could be as useless as a normal child would be. In this case, the younglings are forced to rise up to the occasion. After Ahsoka Tano is neutralized and kidnapped, the younglings have the option to pursue the pirates back to their base on the planet of Florum. Using their combined technical skills, they manage to fix the Crucible and fly to the planet, where they infiltrate a carnival troupe scheduled to perform for the pirates. This turns into an elaborate rescue plan, which somehow is successful. In times of galactic war or chaos, Jedi oftentimes got battlefield promotions. Obi-Wan Kenobi was turned into a Jedi Knight after defeating Darth Maul during the Battle of Naboo. And all of these younglings under Ahsoka Tano's care probably should have been considered for a promotion to Padawan automatically. They had proven quite resourceful and capable without any adult leadership and successfully carried out an elaborate rescue mission. But of course, during more normal times, as we mentioned before, these younglings would have went to the Initiate Trials. These were 3 tests that were designed to gauge an apprentice's progress. The first part of the test focused on the youngling's knowledge of the Jedi Code. This included your usual memorization you might expect in a normal education test. The second part of the test actually varied depending on what era the Jedi Order was in. Originally, the second part of the test was designing a lightsaber and building it. After the Ruusan Reformation, the second trial became about self-discipline and demonstrating one's ability to meditate or using a lightsaber in combat with their vision obscured. The Jedi testers in this trial focused on a user's technique rather than their natural skill. The third trial also differed depending on the time period. For those who were in the Order before the Ruusan Reformation, this usually meant going on a mission or performing a task. Even earlier on, when the Jedi Council was located on Tatooine, an initiate had to find the dark side within themselves and figure out a way to conquer it. During the golden age of the Republic after the Ruusan Reformation, the final test became about just proving their connection to the Force. After they passed all of these trials, they would go on to the next step, which would be probably attending the annual apprentice tournament. It's kind of like a combine where all of these young Padawans would gather. The students would demonstrate their combat and Force skills against each other in front of a crowd of Jedi Masters and Knights. So at the end of the third year of the war, the Republic is starting to gain a lot of ground against the Separatist Alliance, especially now that their economy is more military-oriented. In our next season of this history series, we're going to be covering the 4th and final year, which will also be covering the last season of the Clone Wars, which isn't over yet, so we're going to wait a little bit before we actually start that series. Well, I hope you enjoyed this massive video, guys. Stay safe out there, and also don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button down below so you don't miss out on the rest of our content. And as usual, thanks for joining us today. If you're watching this, you are Generation Tech. Right now is a perfect time to kind of wrap up the 3rd year of the Clone Wars and begin our introduction to the 4th year, aka 19 BBY. Let's begin. Now, the galaxy has been engaged in constant fighting across multiple fronts for 3 entire years. Both sides' military forces are depleted and in need of replenishment. Chancellor Palpatine continues to push the Senate to give him more control and executive powers to increase the size of the Galactic Empire. Now, one of the major disadvantages that the Republic has is they had no military before the war even started. So, in order to afford the creation of such a military, you need a ton of money. You also need a lot of money to keep them operational. While the initial cost of the clone army had already been fronted secretly by Damask Holdings, a Sith-aligned lobby, the Galactic Republic was now depending on emergency funding to keep things continuing. This also includes building more ships, tanks, and other kind of crazy things you need to kill droids. But Palpatine didn't want to just fund the clone army until the war was over. He was far more ambitious. He wanted to incorporate his military-first policy, and that depends on continuous expansion of the federal military. Palpatine needs a continued reason for expanding the size of the military, so he continues to use the Separatist Alliance as a proxy to attack the Republic and generate a large enough threat. The wise old Sith Lord also has his eyes on the intergalactic banking clan. Without a Federal Reserve-like entity, the Galactic Republic has always been dependent on such banking unions. Only by seizing control of the major financial institutions in the galaxy will Palpatine actually have control over money and have the ability to print more money. The 3rd year of the Galactic Civil War also marked an important milestone for the Death Star project. Now, this battle station was first seen during the Battle of Geonosis, where Poggle the Lesser transfers the blueprints for the station to Count Dooku for safekeeping. By 19 BBY, over the world of Geonosis, construction of the outer shell of this massive weapon has begun in complete secret using Geonosian hive labor and droids. The amount of sentient labor required for this project is estimated to be over 1 million. The Republic's Strategic Advisory Cell actually considered contracting the Kaminoans and creating a special type of clone who can excel in deep space operations. But the thing is, Geonosian drones are a lot cheaper, but Poggle the Lesser is actually a very terrible manager, and he's really managed to piss off the entire Geonosian hive, and so in 19 BBY, there's actually a massive revolt on the station which destroys about 3 months of work. Meanwhile, Palpatine has tasked Separatist Alliance assets to seize control of kyber crystals for future research and development of the battle station's super laser. This is a project that will be headed by Orson Krennic and also Galen Erso. For the first 30 months of the Clone Wars, which honestly should be also called the Galactic Civil War, the Republic military has been at a severe disadvantage. The Grand Army of the Republic was founded just moments before the war actually started. The high cost and high quality clone troopers have been ridiculously outnumbered by the Separatist droid army. Now, the Confederacy of Independence system mainly holds territory in the Outer Rim, and while they might have a disadvantage when it comes to population numbers, they actually have a significant advantage in raw material production and also manufacturing and industrial capacity. The Republic's free trade zone has allowed Separatist-aligned corporations to develop unrestrained from regulation and taxes. For decades, Coruscant watched as entire industries shifted away from the core of the galaxy, chasing cheap labor, cheap raw materials, and cheap manufacturing in the Outer Rim. To make matters worse, the Clone Army, which was outnumbered almost 1 to 25 at the outset of the war, is also fighting a defensive battle and trying to maintain control of as many Outer Rim territories as possible. But 30 months of excellent leadership and copious use of executive powers from Chancellor Palpatine has finally put the Republic in a good position. For the first time, the GAR can now carry out a massive galaxy-wide offensive against Separatist fortress worlds. This was a very ambitious multi-pronged assault which would target major Separatist army forces gathered on Megiddo, Munolus, Cato Nemoidia, Salakamai, Felucia, Anaxis, and Kashyyyk. These battles and sieges are characterized as some of the bloodiest and longest of the entire war.
Most of these battles also took place in the Outer Rim and had a second purpose. It spread out most of the capable Jedi generals across the galaxy and isolated them. Palpatine was secretly setting up Order 66 and making sure that the deadliest Jedi were contained and ready for execution. So looking forward now, the 4th year of the Clone Wars, 19 BBY, is by far one of my favorite years in all of Star Wars history.
It's around this time that the cracks begin to show in Palpatine's plan as well. Ultimately, the war was no longer making much sense and things were going out of control. It was becoming increasingly hard for Palpatine to control the Separatist threat and balance it against the Galactic Republic's own military might. The 4th year of the Clone Wars will be full of audacious and impactful moments, including the events of the Revenge of the Sith. We'll also be taking a look at the degradation of clone inhibitor chips and how Palpatine's secret plan, known as Order 66, is almost revealed. The Jedi Temple is also going through their own crisis. The amount of casualties they have suffered so far in the war has caused a dark shadow to constantly loom over the temple. The Jedi Masters, Jedi Knights, and Jedi Padawan fighting on the front lines of the Clone Wars are now war fatigued. They have all suffered numerous injuries, physical, mental, and spiritual. More and more Jedi will begin to crack beneath the pressure of a style of fighting that goes against the very nature of the Jedi. And as the Jedi Council continues to be blinded by the dark side, the Jedi will begin to turn against each other and lose their way. Several serious mistakes will be made, accusations will be levied, and old friends will have to part ways. Even Grandmaster Yoda will be tested by the Force and face a unique challenge that will determine the future course of the entire galaxy. Meanwhile, the Mandalore arc will reach a very brutal conclusion. If you think things were bad in the first 3 years for Mandalore, well, the 4th year does not even compare. It gets really dark. The former leader of the Council of Neutral Systems will plunge into extreme chaos, destroying any hope for peaceful reconciliation between the Separatists and the Republic. Tragedy will strike and old enemies will unite and old love interests will say goodbye. Cue those onion-cutting ninjas. We'll also be introduced for the first time to Clone Force 99, a group of mutated misfits who are perfect killing machines. They will be the stars of the Bad Batch series we mentioned before. So as you can tell, the 4th year of the Clone Wars is easily the most impactful and craziest year of the war. It's also probably why it's my favorite year of this entire conflict and perhaps of all Star Wars lore. Hello there friends, welcome back to another episode of Generation Tech. My name is Alan. The beginning of the Bad Batch signals the end of an era for the Clone Wars TV show. Today we'll be taking a look at the entire 4th year of the Clone Wars. When talking about the Clone Wars, the romantic image we think of is the brave Jedi general charging into the fray with lightsaber raised, followed by legions of loyal and fearless clones. This was the reality on many battlefields, but the war wasn't just grand campaigns and large planetary invasions. No, there were regular everyday men and women fighting in planetary defense forces, defending their homes and livelihoods, mercenary captains balancing fortune and death, and smugglers of every kind trying to make a profit somewhere in between the battle lines. But there were also lesser-known individuals, unsung heroes who at first glance might not seem like war hero material, but that might be exactly why they're so well suited for a certain type of mission. Meet Colonel Meber Gascon. He was a military strategist serving with the Republic Strategic Command. He had helped plan the Grand Army of the Republic's invasion route during the First Battle of Geonosis by collecting intel on the terrain so that clone units could know what they were facing. They were mostly facing flat terrain with zero coverage, and they also had very inexperienced Jedi generals. It was a terrible situation from the very beginning. Anyway, Colonel Gascon is a male Zikin. He's too small to even develop a Napoleon complex. He's barely a foot tall. His personality, however, makes up for some of that height. He's quite a bombastic individual. He took his job extremely seriously, and he always held his own accomplishments and abilities in high regard. Despite his tiny size, he also didn't take gruff from anyone. He demanded all of the honor and privilege his title afforded him. The Jedi High Council had a very special mission that was perfect for someone like Colonel Gascoigne. The Jedi were routinely intercepting high-level communications between General Grievous and the Separatist command, but the CIS had encrypted all of these messages, and so far Republic intelligence was having a very difficult time cracking them. The Jedi realized the only way they could crack this code was by getting their hands on a decoding module. This is sort of like the Enigma machine, which was deployed by the German military during World War II. It was an extremely high priority for Allied powers to decrypt German codes. One of Poland's early contributions to the war was actually developing methods to crack this code and then creating a replica Enigma machine and bringing them to Allied forces before Germany and Russia simultaneously invaded their country. The Jedi Council had figured out that one of these decoding modules were being held on a Separatist Providence-class dreadnought in a high-security vault. Any overt attempt to capture this ship would result in the Separatist alliance blowing up that ship, which would prevent the Republic from grabbing that decoding module. So what they really needed was a special infiltration team. The Jedi would assemble a team of 5 droids: R2-D2, QT-KT, U-9C4, M5BZN, and WAC-47. All of these droids would be specially modified for this extremely dangerous mission behind enemy lines. M5B7, a R4 series astromech, had its memory core completely removed from its head compartment. This was to make room for Colonel Gascoigne, the only Republic officer small enough to fit inside of a droid's head. He would lead this unit, designated D Squad. Using a stolen Separatist transport, D Squad would infiltrate the Separatist fleet. WAC-47 took the initiative to set their ship on a collision course with the bridge of the target dreadnought. This immediately causes tension between Colonel Gascoigne and WAC-47, but before they could settle their dispute, the Separatists grab a hold of their ship with a tractor beam and pull them into the hangar. All 5 droids are seized by Separatist battle droids and brought away for interrogation. R2-D2, who sort of is the wily veteran of the team, takes the initiative and disables one of these B-1 battle droids with his arc welder, while WAC-47 distracts the other battle droid, which is also quickly taken out. D Squad is now alone and unescorted inside the dreadnought. They make their way towards the vault, which is located on C deck. Using the astromech's special skills, they manage to break through the security and enter the vault. Unfortunately, along the way, M5B7 is knocked out by a power surge. But before the squad can get their hands on the decoding module, they're interrupted by the ship's command droid and a squad of security droids. A melee breaks out as R2-D2 disables the gravity on the ship, sending everyone floating off the ground. The Republic droids manage to make quick work out of the Separatist droids using their new upgrades. Even Colonel Gascoigne gets into the action. With the module in their hand, D Squad quickly evacuates to their shuttle. They even manage to retrieve M5BZ along with them. While celebrating their mission's success and newfound respect for one another, D Squad runs into some more trouble when their ship flies into a large cloud of comets in hyperspace. Their Maxillipede shuttle takes multiple hits and the power is disabled. R2-D2 and the astromechs have to go outside the ship to repair the damage. Luckily, R2-D2 is a master at these type of extravehicular missions, and the repairs manage to restore some of the power so they don't get destroyed by a massive comet. The shuttle manages to limp its way towards the nearby wasteland planet of Abafar. It crash lands onto the surface. With their shuttle now out of commission, they must find their way to civilization on foot somehow. But without any stars or sun to aid them in navigation, they must just wander in a straight line through the desert. Fighting off madness, thirst, hunger, and low power, D Squad eventually stumbles upon their salvation, a small town known as Panzora. The hope here is that they might be able to somehow find a way to get off planet and get back to Republic space with that data encoder. But without any credits to their name, none of the locals are willing to help Colonel Gascoigne. When they enter one of the local eateries, they find that, like many establishments in the galaxy, droids are unwelcome, but so are diners without any money. So instead, D Squad must scrounge for food in the trash cans in the back of the restaurant. Luckily, one of the workers is kind enough to come out and offer Gascoigne some food. The worker's name is Gregor, and despite all of his hair and a thick beard and mustache, Colonel Gascoigne immediately recognizes Gregor for what he is, one of the million clones who served the Grand Army of the Republic. Gregor seems to be confused by this revelation. It seems like he has suffered some kind of injury that has also given him amnesia. Gregor doesn't remember much about how he ends up on Pons Oris, and so he confronts the diner owner, who's unwilling to give him much details. We find out eventually that Gregor is not only just a clone trooper, he's actually an extremely elite Republic clone commando. These were specially augmented clones who were designed to fight in small squads behind enemy lines. They were even tougher than the elite ARC troopers like Captain Rex. R2-D2 scans Gregor's wrist and finds his identification number. He was a captain in the Clone Commando Regiment and was labeled missing in action during the Battle of Sarish. This was one of the earlier battles in the Outer Rim Siege and one of the most devastating losses the Grand Army of the Republic had suffered during the war. Gregor's squad, Foxtrot Group, was completely wiped out during the battle. As commander of the unit and sole survivor, Gregor attempted to escape off the planet, but then would crash land on Pons Oris and suffer amnesia from the crash. Once Gregor retains his memory, though, he and D-Squad confronts the diner's owner and recovers all of his armor and equipment. Clone Commando armor is amongst the most durable pieces of kit given to Republic soldiers. It can take multiple blaster rounds while protecting the wearer. The DC-17M interchangeable weapon system is a modular weapon with multiple configurations. It can be useful for long-range encounters and even has an anti-armor mode. Gregor will need all of his equipment if D-Squad is to be successful in their mission. It turns out the Separatists have an operation on Pons Oris. They're mining the planet's rhydonium, a very volatile substance that can easily be weaponized. The Separatists plan on using that rhydonium to blow up a Jedi cruiser up in orbit. D-Squad's only way off the planet. Gregor gives D-Squad cover as they attempt to find a ride off the planet. Despite the heavy incoming fire, the Clone Commander is able to take out multiple Separatist patrols, allowing D-Squad to make it to a shuttle and escape. Gregor is left behind and surrounded by enemy droid forces. He manages to set off several rhydonium canisters, which destroys the entire compound. Whether he survives or not, well, you'll have to find out by watching the Rebels Star Wars series. D-Squad attempts to contact the Republic cruiser before boarding it, but they can't seem to connect to anyone. When they enter the ship, they find it completely empty. The bridge, however, is occupied by a crew who turn out to be holographs. Seems like the Separatists weren't just going to blow up this Jedi cruiser. They had captured this cruiser and now filled it up with rhydonium explosives. They were going to use the Jedi cruiser to infiltrate Republic space and then blow up the Republic Strategy Conference being held in the Carida system. This meeting would be attended by the Jedi Council and several high-ranking Republic officers. D-Squad find that the ship is also occupied by Separatist droids. They must avoid their patrols and at the same time disable the bomb before it wipes out everyone on Carida Space Station. They find several other surviving Republic droids in the shuttle bay, and with their help they manage to figure out a plan. But before they can escape, they're swarmed by a huge pack of buzz droids. R2-D2 manages to create a perimeter around the Republic droids with a ring of oil and fire, but D-Squad is in danger of getting overrun. M5BZ realizes that there isn't any time left and runs for the airlock and opens the shuttle bay doors, which sucks out all of the buzz droids, but unfortunately takes M5BZ out as well. This heroic action buys D-Squad enough time to alter the bomb trigger so that the ship detonates prematurely, saving everyone in the conference. Colonel Gascon and the droids manage to make it off the ship on a shuttle. Unfortunately, R2-D2 is left behind near the bomb trigger. But as usual, the lucky droid does manage to survive and a salvage team finds him floating in space. For his role in the mission, Colonel Gascon gets exactly what he wants, a promotion to Brigadier General. There was so much hope in Mandalore. For the first time in their long, troubled history, the Mandalorians were able to suppress the violent and warlike tendencies of their culture and focus more on economic and social development. At the forefront of this evolution in Mandalorian culture was Duchess Satine Kryze and her new Mandalorian party. They had just emerged out of the chaos of civil war a few decades ago. They were fighting against the more traditionalist Death Watch faction. These Death Watch warriors held on to an ancient code and way of life. A way of life that defined the Mandalorian people and helped them survive countless tragedies and cataclysmic events that were often caused by their warlike nature. Simply put, the Mandalorians were tough as nails, but they were so focused on being tough that they failed to develop other parts of their society other than their military prowess. Ultimately, the Mandalorians picked fights that they ultimately had no hope winning. And the latest and greatest blow had come from none other than the Jedi Order, and the Republic, who launched a devastating preemptive attack on Mandalore, rendering the surface desolate and uninhabitable. While this behavior might seem uncharacteristic coming from the quote good guys of the galaxy, fear of Mandalore's power was great. Extreme events lead to extreme reactions, of course. Post-World War I, the Western European powers were so adamant about avoiding another global conflict that they let that mad Führer and his mustache march across the Sudetenland, plunging the world into the very conflict they wanted to avoid. Duchess Satine Kryze was a well-intentioned leader, but constant warfare had scarred her view of the world, and so she would adopt an extreme stance of pacifism, which on paper might seem more harmless than its antithesis, but is actually equally as irrational. Duchess Satine would try her best to keep Mandalore out of the war. She would even lead the Council of Neutral Systems, a coalition of like-minded but unfortunately powerless planets. But ultimately, her pursuit of peace at all costs would be her downfall. Many worlds would suffer due to the Clone Wars. Mandalore was amongst them, but Mandalore's suffering didn't come initially from blasters or proton torpedoes. The war had yet to reach the planet. Instead, it was economic hardship. Mandalore depended heavily on the import of food and other organic supplies. As we mentioned before, Mandalore's surface was completely destroyed, and the citizens of the planet had to live in sealed domes to prevent all that toxic waste from getting into their living areas. Mandalore would not receive aid from either the Republic or the Separatists because of their neutral stance, and it would weaken the planet significantly and test the people's loyalty. The Vizslas are quite a famous clan in Mandalorian circles. A lot of their fame and influence comes from one of their ancestors, Tar Vizsla. He was a Mandalore, or the leader of all Mandalorians, but at the same time a former Jedi Knight, an extremely rare occurrence. Underneath his leadership, the Mandalorian people were united and prosperous. By the time of 19 BBY, his descendant Pre Vizsla was leading what was left of the Death Watch faction. In 21 BBY, Pre Vizsla had launched a failed campaign to overthrow the new Mandalorians by using terrorist attacks to destabilize Duchess Satine's rule. Pre Vizsla had previously aligned himself with Count Dooku. Together they had hoped to trigger a Republic military intervention on Mandalore, which would allow Death Watch to swoop in and defeat the invaders and claim the throne. The strategy fell apart, and so did the alliance between Death Watch and Dooku. And now Death Watch was sort of wandering around the galaxy, wondering what to do next. On a routine patrol, a Death Watch unit picks up an escape pod and finds two Zabrak brothers inside, former Sith Lord Maul and his brother Savage Opress. The two brothers had narrowly escaped a skirmish against Obi-Wan Kenobi and Hondo Ohnaka, and they had to use an escape pod in order to survive when their ship crashed. Vizsla's second, Bo-Katan, advises him to kill the brothers. She sees their lightsabers and senses that they're far too dangerous to deal with. But Pre Vizsla sees potentially a very powerful ally in the Zabraks. Better yet, Vizsla and Maul share a very common enemy, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi had sliced Maul in half more than a decade ago during the Naboo blockade, and Obi-Wan Kenobi also happened to be a close friend of Duchess Satine Kryze and had interfered with the Death Watch coup. This hate unites these two groups in a very unholy alliance. Now the Death Watch has access to essentially two hero units equipped with insane force powers. All they really need is an army to help them obtain their goal. As we mentioned before, Death Watch wanted a Republic military intervention to justify their own invasion and takeover of Mandalore. I mean, even Pre Vizsla realized that he couldn't just attack the new Mandalorians without any cause, because the people would probably rebel against him. Death Watch is still greatly outnumbered by the new Mandalorians as well. And so Vizsla and Maul come up with an alternative idea. They would create a massive army of underworld criminals and have them flood Mandalore and create chaos. At which point Death Watch will kind of swoop in on their jetpacks and save the day and kick the new Mandalorians out of office for incompetence. And so, with the Zabrak brothers in tow, Pre Vizsla heads to the Black Suns first, one of the largest criminal organizations in the galaxy. Their proposal for an alliance with the Black Sun leaders is met with scorn initially, but Savage Opress manages to relieve them all of their heads, leading to a quick appointment of a new leader who is more than eager to join the Death Watch's cause. News of the swift fall of the Black Suns reaches the ears of the Pike Syndicate. They're another criminal organization notorious for their drug smuggling operations. They fly to the Death Watch's camp and pledge loyalty in order to avoid bloodshed. Next up is the Hutt Collective, rulers of a massive empire bordering the Outer Rim. The Hutts, as usual, have not only managed to stay out of the war, they're actually profiting from both sides. The Hutt Council employ a team of bounty hunters to protect themselves, but not even the mighty Jabba is able to defeat Maul and Savage Opress. Within a relatively short time, Death Watch has created an invasion army of thugs and criminals. They call themselves the Shadow Collective. The Shadow Collective sneak right past Mandalore's meager defenses in cargo ships, and the Mandalorian Guard, who are essentially a police force, were quickly overwhelmed and overrun. The criminal syndicate quickly captures important infrastructure and begins looting and pillaging the capital city of Sundari. Duchess Satine Kryze attempts to calm down her people in a public appearance, but is confronted by Pre Vizsla, who swoops in, just as planned, with his Death Watch and save the day. Satine Kryze is removed by Vizsla and imprisoned. Bo-Katan informs the Mandalorian people that the Duchess and her government has fled in their moment of need. It's at this point Pre Vizsla's true colors are shown. He breaks his alliance with Maul and Savage and has them arrested and thrown into prison. Something that Savage Opress predicted that Death Watch would do. The only problem is that Mandalorian prisons are not designed to hold Force users, and Maul and Savage break out shortly after and confront Pre Vizsla in the throne room. You see, Maul understood the Mandalorian ways and their respect of power and might over all else. The Death Watch believed in the ancient right of combat challenge to determine the ruler of Mandalore. And so Maul challenges Pre Vizsla to a duel, something that he cannot deny. And so, wielding the famous Darksaber, Vizsla, who is a mere mortal without Force powers, attempts to duel one of the most talented Sith assassins alive. The result is not surprising, and Pre Vizsla's rule comes to an end shortly after it begins. Bo-Katan and her Night Owl sub-faction are the only ones who don't bend knee to the new Mandalore. And for the first time in Mandalore's history, the planet is ruled by an outsider. Former Prime Minister Almec is reinstated as a puppet by the brothers, and darkness falls on Mandalore. Obi-Wan Kenobi might seem like one of the most rule-abiding Jedi in the entire Order, but the reality is we only think that because he is the master of one of the most rebellious Jedi, Anakin Skywalker. Long ago, when Obi-Wan Kenobi was still a Padawan and his master Qui-Gon Jinn was alive, the two were deployed for a year to Mandalore in order to protect Duchess Satine Kryze from insurgents during that civil war we were mentioning before. It was during this time that Obi-Wan Kenobi fell in love with Satine, and had she asked him to stay with her, he would have left the Jedi Order and never looked back. The Jedi kind of have this no attachment and no love policy. But Duchess Satine didn't ask Obi-Wan to commit to her, and the two went their separate ways. The two would remain friends, of course, and their love would never actually die. But both individuals were dedicated to the causes they had devoted their lives to. Duchess Satine manages to escape from captivity. She's helped by her nephew Corky and her sister Bo-Katan. But shortly after, she's captured again. But before Maul's super commandos can grab her, she manages to send Obi-Wan Kenobi a very Leia-like message, asking for help. Obi-Wan Kenobi receives the message along with Grandmaster Yoda and Ki-Mundi. The Potato and Avocado Jedi both agree that they must wait for Senate approval before moving against Maul and his coup. Obi-Wan Kenobi, in a rare moment of defiance, refuses to wait and quickly heads to Mandalore using Anakin's old civilian freighter, the Twilight. Obi-Wan arrives and manages to knock out a super commando and disguises himself in that armor. He manages to find his way to Satine's cell, and they embrace for a brief moment before they attempt to break out. Fortunately, the two never make it back to the Twilight and are once again captured. You see, Maul had foreseen Obi-Wan's brash rescue attempt. He'd been waiting for this moment ever since Obi-Wan Kenobi sent him flying down that reactor shaft over Naboo. Maul doesn't want to simply kill Obi-Wan Kenobi. Instead, he wants Obi-Wan Kenobi to feel and share in his pain. And so he guts Satine Kryze right in front of him, and she dies in his arms, along with a life they could have shared together. Darth Maul orders Obi-Wan to be locked up so that he can just wallow in his misery. Luckily for him, Bo-Katan and the Night Owls have been watching him from afar this entire time, and they manage to intercept his guards and release him. For one reason or another, Maul's execution of Satine Kryze creates a disturbance in the Force, which is felt by his former master Darth Sidious. The Dark Lord arrives in his Sith form and finds Maul sitting on a throne. Maul quickly kneels in terror and tries to hide the fact that he has taken on another apprentice, his brother. Darth Sidious is impressed that the Zabrak has survived his injuries, but now he sees him and his brother as a threat. And quickly the three engage in lightsaber combat. Savage Opress never really stood a chance. He's completely outclassed and he's quickly killed by Darth Sidious. Maul doesn't stand much of a chance either. The sheer power of Darth Sidious's Force abilities pins him to the ground, ending Maul's very short reign of Mandalore as well. So the Outer Rim siege is in full swing. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano lead a Republic invasion on Cato Nemoidia, a Trade Federation stronghold. On the way to the planet's surface, Anakin's ETA Actis class light interceptor suffers catastrophic damage from a swarm of buzz droids, which knocks the Jedi Knight out. Ahsoka Tano goes above and beyond the call of duty to save her master, showing that she is both skillful and very loyal. The bond between this master and Padawan are as strong as any. Their narrow escape from death is interrupted by horrible news. Someone has targeted the Jedi Temple with a bomb, and a number of people were killed in the explosion. Yoda wants the two to come back to Coruscant and aid in the investigation, since they were both off-world during the attack and therefore not suspects. This just goes to show that they really don't know who is responsible. Even Jedi could be suspects here. General Pong Krell's betrayal and Jedi Master Dooku's defection to the Sith have shaken the Order's trust in their own members. After the two Jedi spend some time at the crime scene in the Jedi Temple hangar, Ahsoka, despite being legally still a child, is put in charge of interviewing some of the survivors of the attack. One of the maintenance crew workers believes he saw a munitions expert and foreman Jakar Bomani at the source of the explosion, making him the primary suspect. Anakin heads out in front of the Jedi Temple, where a group of protesters, mainly family members of the victims of the blast, have gathered. Upon seeing Anakin holding a hologram of Jakar Bomani, his wife Letta Tormund steps out and confronts the Jedi about what has happened to her husband. Anakin brings her in for questioning and she defends her husband's innocence. Jakar Bomani was loyal to the Jedi, plus the screening process for working at the Jedi Temple was extremely thorough. Meanwhile, Ahsoka Tano is going through a 3D blast analysis of the attack. They find that large chunks of the debris in the area are covered in highly volatile nanodroids. These seem to be the source of the explosion. Jakar Bomani happened to be an expert specifically with nanodroid tech and weapons, so he becomes clearly the main suspect here. But the trail goes cold after they find the foreman, or at least what's left of him. It seems like the explosion came directly from his body. Ahsoka and Anakin journey to Bomani's apartment to look for more clues. They find traces of the nanodroids inside one of the garbage cans and come to the conclusion that Bomani most likely consumed them somehow. Letta Tormund arrives into the apartment as well, and the Jedi try to bring her in for questioning. She pretends to cooperate, but runs away when the opportunity arises. She's quickly caught, however, and admits to feeding her husband the nanobots, but her reasons for doing this is unclear. At a ceremony for the victims of the Jedi attack, Ahsoka Tano and fellow Padawan Barriss Offee reminisce over some of the Jedi who died in the attack, as their bodies are getting turned into protein paste for future consumption. Admiral Wilhuff Tarkin of the Republic Navy comes to inform the Jedi that Letta Tormund has been moved into military custody because clones were killed in the attack, making this an attack against the military. This is also a part of Palpatine's gradual plan to take more powers away from the Jedi Order and keep them in check. Now, while in military custody, Letta Tormund refuses to talk to anyone and requests that Ahsoka Tano see her. And so Ahsoka arrives at the military prison. By the way, notice all of the red clone troopers here. These aren't your ordinary rank and file clones. These were clone shock troopers. They were secretly bred apart from the other clones and trained specifically to keep the peace on Coruscant, to protect the capital and central government. They're almost like the Chancellor's own elite police force. Coruscant was rapidly changing into a more authoritarian police state, and the Jedi were too busy to even notice. Ahsoka finds Letta in her cell, much more cooperative this time around. She reveals that the idea behind the bombing was not hers, but a Jedi's. Letta had been an activist herself, and she believed that the Jedi had become corrupt and were acting like soldiers instead of peacekeepers, a view that this mysterious Jedi had shared with her before asking her to carry out this attack. Letta was extremely afraid of this mysterious Jedi, and she wanted a guarantee from Ahsoka Tano that she would protect her. But before Letta can tell Ahsoka Tano who that mysterious Jedi was, someone begins choking her through the Force. It's very likely whoever's doing this is doing it via one of the security cameras in the cell, something we see Vader do to Admiral Ozzel after his failure during the Battle of Hoth. From an optics point of view, this looks extremely bad for Ahsoka Tano, who is immediately arrested. Anakin attempts to visit her Padawan. He knows she's completely innocent but is refused access. Meanwhile, Ahsoka wakes up in her cell and notices a key card outside. She believes it's the work of her master, and she exits the cell. As she exits, she also finds several knocked out shock troopers, along with her lightsaber and comlink lying on the ground. Commander Fox walks in on her and immediately hits the panic button. Ahsoka Tano has no choice but to try to escape. She's pursued outside the military prison to one of the major access points to the underground. By this point, Anakin Skywalker has joined the pursuit as well, and he tries to convince her to come back with him to the Jedi Temple, but Ahsoka realizes she's been framed and must somehow try to clear her own name. And so she jumps into the Undercity. This scene, by the way, is almost a recreation of that famous scene in The Fugitive where Harrison Ford must make a similar leap in order to escape. I'm a huge fan of the Coruscant underworld. It's probably one of my favorite settings in Star Wars, so this part of the arc is amongst my favorite in the entire Clone Wars. Now, Ahsoka Tano must find a way to blend in and escape the various patrols that are after her. Not only are shock troopers looking for her now, so are the Coruscant underworld police, along with former Sith assassin and currently bounty hunter Asajj Ventress. Ahsoka Tano is caught by surprise by Asajj Ventress and quickly taken down, but Ahsoka manages to cut a deal with Asajj. If Ventress helps her clear her name, then Ahsoka will get her a pardon from her friends within the Galactic Senate. I'm not really sure she actually has the leverage to do this. I mean, Ahsoka Tano does have relations with Padme Amidala, but I'm pretty sure pardoning is more of an executive branch kind of thing. Ventress, however, is desperate, so she agrees kind of half-heartedly to Ahsoka's plan. To make matters even more complicated, Anakin arrives on the scene with some clone troopers, and he sees his Padawan working alongside Asajj Ventress. Anakin has his own troubled history with the Sith assassin, so will his belief that his Padawan is innocent now be shaken? Ahsoka Tano attempts to call one of the few Jedi she still trusts, Barriss Offee. Barriss tells Ahsoka that she's found a new lead in the case, an abandoned warehouse from which the munitions in the attack were most likely made. Asajj escorts Ahsoka to the warehouse and then they part ways. But while heading home, Asajj is jumped by a mysterious figure who knocks her out and steals her lightsaber and helmet. That same mysterious figure then attacks Ahsoka Tano while she's inspecting the factory. Ahsoka believes she's fighting Asajj, and she chases her to the upper floors of the factory. The mysterious figure knocks Ahsoka Tano off of the platform right into a room full of nanodroids. At the same time, Commander Wolffe appears and stuns her immediately and takes her back into custody. The case against Ahsoka Tano is pretty solid. I mean, almost too solid, I would say. The Jedi in this case still have jurisdiction over Ahsoka Tano as long as she's a member of the Order. So Admiral Tarkin and the Galactic Senate wish for the Jedi Order to expel Ahsoka Tano out of the Order so that she can face trial at a military tribunal. Ahsoka might be a Jedi Padawan, but she's also technically a commander within the Grand Army of the Republic. The Jedi decide to put Ahsoka Tano on trial. Although Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker both support Ahsoka Tano, the rest of the Jedi Masters feel like the evidence against Ahsoka is far too strong. Any attempt by the Jedi to protect Ahsoka Tano might be seen as unfair to the Senate or the civilian populace, and the Jedi right now cannot afford to have a PR disaster on their hands. And so Ahsoka Tano stands in front of the Jedi Council and they vote to kick her out. It's not even a real trial. There are no witnesses, no lawyers, no cross-examination. It's more of a kangaroo court. This really bothers Anakin Skywalker, and it just gives him another reason to dislike and mistrust the Jedi Order. While Ahsoka Tano is being prepped for a military tribunal by her lawyer, Padme Amidala, Anakin Skywalker sets off looking for Ventress. He believes she's somehow responsible for all this. But when Anakin finally finds the former Sith assassin, he realizes that she no longer has her lightsabers. Notice the Force choke, by the way. He's slowly losing control of his grip on his emotions. War can be stressful. Asajj tells Anakin the story about how she got jumped by a mysterious figure. She then recalls that the only person who knew where she and Ahsoka were was Barriss Offee, who Ahsoka Tano had called before. The trial for Ahsoka Tano is not going well. Chancellor Palpatine, for some reason, is the judge for this trial, and Wilhelm Tarkin, the prosecutor, is attempting to convict Ahsoka Tano for treason, a crime that carries with it the punishment of death. The circumstantial evidence against Ahsoka Tano is extremely strong, and Wilhelm Tarkin has a pretty easy time laying it all out. Padme has basically no defense other than the fact that the evidence is too obvious and seems like a setup. Anakin enters Barriss Offee's accommodations and questions the Jedi Padawan about what she knows. He then finds Asajj Ventress's lightsabers inside of her room, revealing that it was Barriss Offee who had been behind the temple bombing this entire time. The two duel it out, but the Jedi Knight proves to be too powerful for Barriss to overcome. She's captured and brought to Ahsoka Tano's trial just in time to exonerate her. Barriss gives a passionate speech denouncing the Jedi Order for being responsible for all of the violence and chaos of the Clone Wars. Her actions were a protest against the Jedi, who she claims have lost their way. Although her words are painful, there is some truth behind them. The Jedi Council attempt to appease Ahsoka Tano and invite her back into the Order. They apologize profusely to her. Mace Windu even tries to pass off this entire trial as her own test of knighthood. But the damage is done. Ahsoka Tano can no longer stay. The Jedi are not who she once believed they were, and their loss of faith in her has caused her to lose faith in them and in herself as well. Clone Trooper Tup CT-5385 was on the fast track for success within the Grand Army of the Republic. Some might say he was even ARC Trooper material. We first see him serve with the 501st under the command of Captain Rex during the disastrous Battle of Umbara. Tup not only survived the horrid conditions of this campaign, he also played a very positive role in helping his unit survive. During that battle, Clone Trooper Tup would grow close to ARC Trooper 5s, who served as sort of a mentor for this younger rookie. You can recognize Tup by the little teardrop tattoo on his eye and the corresponding one that's on his helmet, which I'm pretty sure stands for love and peace. But things would go downhill for Tup during the Battle of Ringo Vinda. Ringo Vinda was an important industrial production center in the Mid-Rim. The planet itself was encircled by a massive space station that served as an export and import hub for the planet and entire region. The Battle of Ringo Vinda would take place on this station. The Republic forces were led by Jedi General Anakin Skywalker and twin Jedi Generals Tiplar and Tiplee. Defending the station was the terrifying Admiral Trench, the Harch commander who specializes in defensive tactics and has survived several near-death experiences at the hands of the Jedi and Republic forces, and has the cybernetic prosthetics to show for it. Now, Ringo Vinda would be a tough fight for the clones. The Republic wanted to avoid damage to any crucial infrastructure on the space station, so most of the fighting was done at close quarters and with small arms. Casualties would be high and progress would be slow. Admiral Trench was an expert at utilizing bottlenecks to extract casualties from enemy forces. Clone Trooper Tup was accompanying General Tiplar and General Tiplee's prong of the attack. Their goal was to take out Admiral Trench's command center and end the fighting. Tup had been experiencing headaches and other neurological discomfort for most of the day. Right when his squad was about to breach Admiral Trench's command center, Tup completely goes haywire and ends up marching right up to Jedi Commander Tiplar and sends a blaster round right into the side of her noggin. He didn't even give her a heads up. He didn't even allow her to face her own death. No cheek was given and no words reached her ear because he shot her in the ear. The death of General Tiplar immediately stalls the Republic offensive and sends a shock through the ranks. Fives tackles Tup and restrains him, and the entire unit retreats to figure out what exactly has happened. Admiral Trench caught all of this drama in a holographic recording and immediately sends it to Count Dooku, who then quickly sends this information to his own master, Darth Sidious. The Sith knew exactly what had happened in this situation. When they were creating the Grand Army of the Republic secretly behind the Jedi's back, the Kaminoans were instructed to place inhibitor chips into the brains of all of the clone troopers. These chips were modified to basically control a clone's behavior, and it made sure that they would follow through with all of the contingency orders for the Grand Army of the Republic. These were 150 different orders that dealt with emergency situations where the military had to get involved in order to stabilize the situation. Now, in order to cover their own backs in case these chips were ever found, these orders included removing the Chancellor of the Republic from power if he was deemed unstable or unable to continue carrying out his term. But the most important of those orders was of course hidden in Order 66, which targeted the Jedi Order for treason. Now Darth Sidious was sure that Tup's random attack was somehow related to the chip malfunctioning, and now they needed to do as much damage control as possible to not raise any further suspicion about that chip. Tup would be placed on a medical transport and sent back to Kamino for more tests. Along the way, droid gunships ambush the Republic convoy and manages to capture Tup on behalf of Darth Sidious and Count Dooku's orders. Anakin Skywalker, Rex, and Five decide that they're going to mount a rescue mission to recover Tup. They track him using his comm and find him inside a shuttle, which is preparing to leave for Separatist space. They recapture Tup and once again place him on a medical frigate for Kamino. Fives notes that something serious is wrong with Tup and that his vital signs seem to be slowly declining. He's in grave danger. So at this point, it's very clear that both sides really want access to Tup, and whatever malfunction caused them to shoot a Jedi. This is clearly a very important event in the war. Back on Kamino, Clone Trooper Tups and Fives are immediately quarantined. The belief is that Tup has been infected with some kind of pathogen or virus that has caused him to go insane. Meanwhile, the Kaminoans begin to run a series of extremely intrusive tests on Tup. We have to remember that the Kaminoans are an extremely ruthless aquatic species. They had experienced massive climate change, which essentially flooded their entire world. In order to survive these harsh circumstances, the Kaminoans basically had to cull a large percentage of their population. The ones who were allowed to survive supposedly had superior genetics. It's because of this tragic backstory that the Kaminoans started getting interested in the field of cloning, eugenics, and genetic alterations. The Kaminoans saw the clones they made as a product first and foremost, and not as living beings. Their entire species had an empathy problem. After the test results returned for Tup, no virus is detected, causing even more confusion. Nala Se, the Kaminoan doctor assigned to Tup, is secretly in league with Darth Tyrannus and trying to keep the inhibitor chip a secret from the clones and the Jedi. Luckily, Shaak Ti, the Jedi commander in charge of Kamino's defense and future clone production, is also on the scene. The Jedi Master wonders if this incident was caused by Separatist brainwashing. She also suggests that they do an atomic brain scan on Tup's brain to look for any irregularities. Meanwhile, Nala Se, of course, wants to kill Tup and perform an autopsy. Kaminoans are the worst. Fives, who's kind of watching this all happen in the next room over, is desperate to help, so he enlists the help of a droid named AZI-3 to kind of help him figure out what exactly is happening. Fives believes that the dolphin-like Kaminoans are going to do something extremely terrible to Tup if he doesn't find some way to intervene. And so he sneaks into Tup's room and has AZI-3 perform an atomic-level brain scan. They quickly find what looks like a brain tumor inside of his head and extract it. This is the biochip or inhibitor chip we've been talking about. Nala Se and Shaak Ti walk in on their makeshift surgery right as Tup regains consciousness. He tells Fives that the nightmares are finally over and that his mission is also finally over. He then passes away in peace. Shaak Ti is alarmed by the presence of this artificial tumor implanted in Tup's head and wants to send it back to the Jedi Temple for examination, but Chancellor Palpatine suggests that it should instead be sent to the Grand Republic Medical Facility. They have state-of-the-art lab equipment there and apparently a really good burn victim unit. Nala Se, of course, backs that decision, and together they overrule Shaak Ti. At this point, Fives is in a lot of trouble. They place him under arrest and they take away AZI-3 for some reprogramming and memory wipes. Shaak Ti and Nala Se confront the clone trooper and let him know that Tup's tumor will be taken back to Coruscant for inspection. Nala Se actually blames Tup's death on Fives and even claims that his rash actions with removing the tumor have destroyed potential information that they could have used to get to the bottom of this mystery. Shaak Ti luckily has Fives back and tells Nala Se that she has no proof of this at all. Better yet, she wants the chip to return to the Jedi Temple first and not to Chancellor Palpatine. Despite Nala Se's protests, the Jedi still outranks her authority. Now, Fives is taken away for a physical. If he passes, he'll return to the 501st, but on his way to that physical, he bumps into AZI-3, who innocently reveals that the Kaminoans aren't going to let him return to active duty. They're instead going to erase his memory and turn him into a janitor. Fives might be unarmed and surrounded by clone guards, but he's an ARC trooper, and they're extremely difficult to stop if they put their minds to something. In this case, Fives wants to escape, and so he brings AZI-3 along with him, and they're going to get to the bottom of this conspiracy one way or another. Fives finds out that Nala Se has switched a tumor that was destined to go to the Jedi Temple. He's now confirmed that the Kaminoans are clearly trying to hide something. Fives decides to create a diversion away from the cloning facility so that he can sneak right back in and investigate what exactly happened to Tup. While accessing the archives in the cloning center, it's revealed that every clone trooper is given one of these chips at an extremely early stage of their development. Fives decides to remove his own chip next with the help of ACI-3. They confirm that he does indeed have a similar tumor-like device in his brain, but unlike Tup's, it wasn't degraded. Now Fives runs into Nala Se and demands an explanation for why all these chips are implanted into the clone troopers' heads. She lies and says that they are designed to inhibit the more violent tendencies of Jango Fett's genetics. Such alterations were actually done to make the clones a little more loyal and better at following instructions, but this was done at the genetic level, and it wasn't done through some kind of tumor implant. Nala Se further tries to convince Fives that Master Cyberdius was the one responsible for these chips. Shaak Ti and a group of clone troopers burst in on their conversation and demand that Fives put down his blaster. Fives attempts to explain what he has just discovered about these inhibitor chips and suggests that all of these chips need to be removed or else more clones will suffer incidents like Tup's. Nala Se, on the other hand, tries to convince Shaak Ti to kill Fives after he reveals that he's removed his chip. The Kaminoan claims that now that he's done this, he's a danger to everyone around him. Now Shaak Ti tries to de-escalate the situation and decides to bring Fives and his tumor directly to Coruscant to meet Chancellor Palpatine. Unfortunately for Fives, that treacherous Dolphinkin comes along for the journey to Coruscant as well, and while Fives is strapped down to a gurney, Nala Se injects him with some kind of mind-altering drug which makes him all confused and erratic. And so Fives is not exactly in the right state of mind when he arrives to Chancellor Palpatine's office. Fives tries to explain to the Chancellor that he believes that these chips are not designed to inhibit violence but make clone troopers more aggressive. He believes that the Separatists might be behind this plot. Palpatine asks for a moment alone with Fives and has Jedi Master Shaak Ti and Nala Se vacate the room. The Chancellor then reveals the truth, that he is the one behind the chips and goads Fives into attacking him. Shaak Ti intervenes just in time to stop Fives from killing Palpatine. She then tries to chase him down, but the clone is long gone and disappears into the underworld of Coruscant. The one advantage of being a clone trooper is that you look like every other clone trooper that happens to be on shore leave. Fives heads to a popular bar called 79's, which is frequented by other clone troopers, and he runs into one of his old buddies from the 501st in the bathroom. He asks that Kix set up a meeting between him and Anakin Skywalker and Captain Rex. He must warn them about what he's found about the inhibitor chips and Order 66. Anakin and Rex, who are already tasked with hunting down Fives, agrees to meet him in a sketchy abandoned area of the Undercity. When they arrive, Fives traps them in a ray shield and forces them to listen to him. Fives tries to explain the plot against the Jedi, but he's exhibiting very strong side effects from the drug that Nala Se injected him with earlier during the ride to Coruscant. Before he's able to convince Anakin and Rex, a shock trooper patrol interrupts them and guns Fives down. Fives would die in Rex's arm, and it's a really powerful moment that would one day save Captain Rex from making a terrible mistake. Later on, Palpatine meets with the Jedi Council and tells them that a parasite native to Ringo Vinda was indeed responsible for the malfunctioning of Fives and Tup's inhibitor chips. Palpatine further assures the Jedi that they have developed an inoculation for all of the clone troopers, putting a convenient end to the matter. A civil war is a complicated affair, and let's be honest, the Clone Wars should have been labeled as a civil war. The actual Galactic Civil War was much less of a civil war and more like a revolution against an oppressive authoritarian state. When a civil war occurs, it usually involves the separation of a nation, or in this case, the Galactic Republic. The separation, for the most part, is drawn on geographic and ideological lines. Most of the Separatist Alliance territories are located in the Outer Rim, while the core centers stay loyal to the central government. The problem with this kind of war is that there are countless organizations, factions, corporations that serve entities that belong on both sides of this war. And as the fighting began to grow in intensity and size, it became harder and harder for these third-party organizations to stay neutral. This included the Intergalactic Banking Clan, which was a massive conglomeration of banks that more or less controlled the entire galaxy's monetary system. You see, the Galactic Republic maintained a relatively loose control over the galaxy. While the Galactic Senate was a bureaucratic mess and massive, the actual federal government was quite hands-off and delegated a lot of the responsibilities we commonly associate with the federal government to private organizations and planetary-level governments. This is why the Galactic Republic actually had no equivalent to a Federal Reserve or some kind of centrally controlled banking system. This means when a financial crisis occurs or the government needs to borrow resources, they are more or less dependent on the third-party intergalactic banking clans. And while other mega conglomerates like the Trade Federation or techno-unions controlled entire industries like shipping and manufacturing, the intergalactic banking clan had their hands in almost every industry, every planetary government, every local business, and even infrastructure program. Basically, anyone who needed to borrow capital ultimately ended up having their loans held in one way or another by this extremely powerful organization and its many subsidiaries. This is why Darth Plagueis, the architect of Chancellor Palpatine's rise to power and the destruction of the Republic, ultimately allied his own financial group, Damask Holdings, with the Intergalactic Banking Clan. If he needed to remove a political opponent or increase pressure on some entities, he would just use the IGBC's massive amount of power to find financial ways to pressure individuals into doing what he wanted. The Intergalactic Banking Clan's massive wealth was also what guaranteed the galactic currency, not the Galactic Republic and its own economic system. Chancellor Palpatine, whose ultimate goal was to create an autocratic regime, realized that he needed control of the intergalactic banking clans in order to really take control of the galaxy, because money rules everything. Also, the Galactic Republic was in massive debt. The Kamino and clone troopers were prohibitively expensive to create. It took 9 years of continuous nurture and training to get them ready for combat. Even compared to like a regular civilian soldier, the clone trooper already costs maybe 10 times as much, and that's not even comparing it to the Separatist droids, which could be created in like 10 minutes in a massive factory for extremely low costs. Now, despite the fact that the IGBC and Damask Holdings are heavily involved in the creation of the Separatist Alliance, the public front of the organization needed to stay neutral in order to avoid scrutiny from the Republic and also to ensure its clients that it was a stable organization that could be trusted. And while the IGBC publicly still funded Separatist worlds and interests, had the Republic found out that the IGBC was showing extreme favoritism towards the Separatist Alliance behind the scenes, the Republic most likely would have taken action in one way or another, either by trying to take control or sanctioning the banks. And so, on the world of Scipio, which was one of the most important bases for the IGBC, a neutral zone was established to accommodate representatives from both sides of the war. This was like the Switzerland of the galaxy, and clients on both sides of the conflict were expected to be on their best behavior and drop any disputes they had when they entered this neutral space. Senator Padme Amidala arrives on Scipio in order to request a loan for refugees who are escaping the horrors of the Clone Wars. So he's granted a meeting with the Core 5. This is essentially the ruling body of this corporate state. They control the bank along with the worlds within the IGBC. The leader of the Core 5, Clue the Lesser, appoints a special representative to her case, Baron Rush Clovis. Padme Amidala has quite the history with Rush Clovis. They had served in the Senate together a few years back. And let's be honest, there was definitely some kind of romantic vibe between these two, and they would make a much less weirder couple than the whole Annie and Padme situation. But earlier in the war, Rush Clovis had shown that he was in the pockets of the Separatist Alliance and branded a traitor to the Republic and lost his seat in the Senate. And Padme, of course, is all about the Republic, so she doesn't really trust him. But later that night, Clovis visits Padme via the balcony in her apartment. He's clearly in some kind of trouble. You see, he's uncovered a secret. The intergalactic banking clans are actually running out of money and on the verge of collapse. Which makes sense because the intergalactic banking clan was essentially funding both sides of this terrible and fake war, and it was taking the majority of the risks. And as entire worlds and economies were destroyed, it continuously lost its investments. It's surprising that only Clovis seems to have figured this out. It should have been common sense to almost every financial journalist in the galaxy, and they should have been writing all sorts of articles about what the hell was happening with the IGBC and why someone needed to investigate this organization. What Clovis wants from Padme is help in gaining access to the central vault where the Core 5 keep their banking records. Clovis believes he's in danger, and shortly after, Embo, a bounty hunter you might recognize from earlier episodes, attempts to take a shot at him, proving to Padme that he is indeed in danger. Guys, just a note for future reference, Embo rarely ever misses his shots. Senator Amidala goes to Chancellor Palpatine with the information she's found, and the Chancellor suggests that she follows through and helps Clovis. Palpatine has an ulterior motive here to seize the banks, but does he actually want the galaxy to believe that the IGBC has run out of money? This could lead to very dire economic consequences for the entire system. The next morning, the Core 5 reluctantly admit Padme Amidala and Clovis into their main vault to directly oversee the transaction of the relief funds. This was highly unusual, as outsiders were usually not given access to this area of the bank. But Padme argued that she had the authority of Chancellor Palpatine backing her, and more importantly, she had almost been assassinated the night before, and she wanted some more transparency about what was happening in this organization. While inspecting the vault, Padme's handmaiden destroys the power generator to the building, which allows Padme to slip away inside the vault and access the Mune's records. The bounty hunter Embo kills Padme's handmaiden, leaving her dead right next to the generator in plain sight for Mune authorities to find. Which means later that night, while checking the files with Clovis, Nix Card, senator of the IGBC, has Padme arrested for espionage. Anakin Skywalker is sent to negotiate the release of Padme Amidala. Padme brings Anakin up to speed about what's going on and tells him that they need to go to Rush Clovis and retrieve the data about the IGBC and bring it to Chancellor Palpatine. Anakin is clearly very jealous of Rush Clovis, and he's aware of Clovis's former relationship with Padme, so he's clearly not happy to find out that he's involved in this mess. But when they arrive to Clovis's residence, they find it ransacked. Luckily, they find Clovis alive and still in possession of the chip. The bounty hunter Embo arrives on scene and attempts to once again kill them, quote unquote, but Anakin, Padme, and Rush manage to escape off the planet with that data. We later find out as they leave that Darth Sidious is the one who has contracted Embo, and he clearly doesn't want the bounty hunter to actually kill Clovis. When Rush Clovis returns to Coruscant, he's met with suspicion by almost everyone he encounters. His previous ties to the Separatist Alliance and the funneling of funds to a Trade Federation droid foundry has made him incredibly unpopular. But the revelation that not only is the IGBC out of funds, but the Core 5 has been diverting money to hundreds of private individual accounts is extremely scandalous and cannot be ignored. Furthermore, Darth Sidious enlists Count Dooku to once again connect with Rush Clovis. The Separatist Alliance are actually a part of this IGBC scandal because the Separatist Alliance has not been forced to pay back any interest on their loans. This shows direct favoritism from the IGBC towards the Separatist Alliance. Now, Count Dooku tells Clovis that he doesn't want to see the banking system fail because the Separatists also rely on loans from them. Dooku offers many things to Clovis in exchange for that stability. For one, the Separatists will begin paying interest on their loan, and will even back Clovis's appointment to be the new head of the banks. Finally, Dooku is willing to give Clovis access to all of those secret accounts where the money is being diverted and essentially stolen. Armed with all of this information, Clovis presents his case to Chancellor Palpatine and the Mune government. Now, the Mune government is unaware of the IGBC's scandalous behavior, and they have their own reasons why they would want a stable banking system. After all, this is their main source of revenue, and having corruption of this level is extremely bad for the planet and their people. Clovis's discovery of the discrepancies in the IGBC records is enough for the Mune government to arrest the heads of the banking clan for corruption. At this point, a new leader for the banking system needs to be appointed. The Mune government not only wants to appoint someone that they trust, but they also want someone that their two largest clients, the Republic and Separatist Alliance, to trust as well. Because of his former ties to the Separatists, Rush Clovis is immediately accepted by the Separatist Alliance as a suitable replacement. The Mune people are also very grateful for Rush Clovis's investigation, and equally as important, Rush Clovis was actually raised by a Mune family after his own family was killed, so he understands their culture, and they in turn trust him. The Republic Senate, however, still saw Rush Clovis as a traitor, but more rational senators saw Rush as an honest individual who truly believed in the banking system. Chancellor Palpatine was willing to give his support to him as well, and so Rush Clovis wins the nomination and is declared the new leader of the IGBC. Clovis and Padme arrive on Scipio escorted by Republic gunships to begin the transition of leadership. Leader of the Separatist Senate, Senator Beck Lawwise, is also there to oversee Clovis become leader of the banks. While in his office, Rush Clovis takes his first call, which is from Count Dooku, who immediately attempts to blackmail him by revealing that it was he who gave Clovis the information about those secret accounts. Count Dooku also refuses to pay interest on Separatist loans, as he promised to do, and requests that the IGBC instead raise interest rates for the Republic. At this point, Clovis is faced with a very terrible situation. If the Separatists don't pay interest, the banking system will completely fail. Now, the IGBC has its own military force and security forces, but much of it is secretly aligned with the Separatist Alliance, and more importantly, it's not powerful enough to actually strong-arm the Separatist Alliance into repaying that debt. And so Rush Clovis's only move at this point is to increase the interest rates on Republic loans, which immediately causes an uproar in the Republic Senate. Immediately after, the Separatist Alliance launches an invasion fleet to attack Scipio. A detachment of clones underneath the command of Commander Thorn are cut off from cover and valiantly fight to the death. Let's observe a moment of silence for these very brave clones. Commander Thorn does manage to contact Padme Amidala, who in turn warns the Republic of this Separatist invasion. The Republic Senate immediately vote for a counter-invasion, and the blame is put on Rush Clovis and his secret collusion with the Separatist Alliance. Anakin Skywalker and the 501st arrive on Scipio shortly after with an armada, and a massive battle ensues in orbit between the two fleets as the 501st gets transferred to the surface and gunships escorted by squadrons of Z-95 headhunters. Eventually, Republic forces win the day and order is restored on Scipio. Shortly after, the Moon government dissolves the banking clans and cedes control of their banking system to the office of the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. Although it is long overdue, a federal banking system is finally created to ensure that this kind of instability never happens again. Chancellor Palpatine, with great humility, accepts this responsibility and promises to return the banks to private control after the Clone Wars ends. A distress signal is received by the Jedi Order. It originates from the moon of Obadiah. Obadiah is a planet that lies at the beginning of the famous Kessel Run and is a stronghold of the Pike Syndicate and their spice operations. The moon itself was a terrible place. It was completely barren, and while the surface looked like it was constantly being scoured by a blizzard, what we're actually seeing here is a sandstorm. Jedi Master Plo Koon, because Anakin didn't want to come, along with the 104th Battalion, aka Wolfpack, are sent to the moon to look for the source of the signal. Notice the special desert armor the 104 is using? Gotta love the special armor designs for this unit. It's said that the Wolfpack is Dave Filoni's favorite clone unit, and this is why he's constantly redesigning their armor to look really awesome. This man apparently loved wolves and once even considered becoming a professional wolf tracker. This is probably why Dave Filoni's character in The Mandalorian is also called Trapper Wolf. Anyway, after fighting through this horrific storm, I really feel bad for the guys on foot, by the way, the 104th finally find the source of the distress signal. It's the wreckage of a T-6 Jedi shuttle. Inside of the ship, Plo Koon finds a lightsaber on the floor. Surprisingly, it's still functional. Master Koon has the 104 pack up the entire ship and all of the evidence surrounding the crash for shipment to Coruscant. Now later on, the Jedi confirmed that this crash indeed was Sifo Dyas' ship. So who is this Sifo Dyas and why is he so important? Well, remember when Obi-Wan Kenobi first stumbled upon Kamino and the Clone Trooper project there? Well, the Kaminoans, who had started the Clone Trooper production almost more than a decade earlier, have been contracted to do this by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas. Now, Sifo Dyas is a pretty interesting individual within the Jedi Order. From a very young age, he had this kind of issue with seeing Force visions of tragedies. When he was just a Padawan, Sifo Dyas envisioned an entire world engulfed in flames. Now, most Jedi, including the members of the High Council, viewed these kind of visions and prophecies as quite dangerous, especially visions that involved death and terror, because oftentimes these visions were unclear and could lead the person who had it to fear the future, which of course can lead to the dark side. Luckily, Sifo Dyas had a relatively curious and open-minded and unorthodox master in Master Kastana, and so she actually encouraged Sifo Dyas to look further into these abilities. Eventually, the Jedi figured out that the terrifying vision Sifo Dyas had of a world burning was actually located on the agricultural world, a proto-branch which was hit by a massive solar flare. This would go on to disable many of the city's gigantic floating cities, and all these cities would unfortunately go crashing to the surface of the planet. The Jedi would arrive a little bit too late, but they did manage to save a few of these innocent civilians by creating a massive Jedi force bubble to keep the explosion and fire and heat from consuming everyone on the surface. I highly recommend that you guys listen to Dooku, Jedi Lost, the audiobook, if you want to learn more about Sifo Dyas and his close friends and confidant Dooku. It was actually recently adopted into the curriculum for Derek Zoolander's Center for Kids who can't read good and want to learn how to do other stuff good too. As Sifo Dyas got older, his visions also became darker, and eventually he would have this one large vision of the entire galaxy plunging into darkness, chaos, and conflict. Prior to the invasion of Naboo, Sifo Dyas was a Jedi Master and a leading member of the High Council. He pushed for the creation of a military force that could defend the Galactic Republic from external threats. Most members of the Council believed his idea was too extreme, and they eventually pushed him out of the High Council. Sifo Dyas was not deterred though. He would ultimately find his way to Kamino and contract the creation of the clone army. He would actually perish shortly after. The Jedi Council want to find out more information surrounding the death of this Jedi Master, and head librarian Joe Castanu puts together a very neat Hollow Point project explaining that Sifo Dyas had met his end on Felucia during a diplomatic mission to settle a dispute amongst jungle Felucians. The original record of what happened, however, was classified and sealed by the Supreme Chancellor's office during Finis Valorum's reign, which is why Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi were sent to Felucia to try and contact the locals. There they find out that Sifo Dyas was actually with another Jedi. Former Chancellor Finis Valorum was a friend and supporter of the Jedi Order, and so when Yoda travels to see him, he quickly reveals that Sifo Dyas had been sent to the Pike Syndicate homeworld of Obadiah to deal with the drug cartel's growing power, which was starting to cause violence to break out in the Undercity of Coruscant. The mission was kept secret because information about the Republic sending a negotiator to sit down with the Pike Syndicate could potentially legitimize this criminal organization and prove to be damaging for Valorum's political image. Sifo Dyas was chosen to lead this mission because basically he was like the Quinlan Voss of his era, aka the Jedi who was most comfortable with dealing with the criminal underworld. Now, according to Valorum, the meeting with the Pikes had been delayed after fighting erupted on Felucia, and the Jedi request Sifo Dyas investigate there. Valorum, however, doesn't know about the second Jedi that supposedly accompanied Sifo Dyas, although he did recall sending his own personal aide Silman with him, who also perished during that mission. So now we have two conflicting accounts. Finis Valorum has clearly stated that it was only Sifo Dyas and his aide Silman, whereas Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker went to Felucia, and there they stated that it was two Jedi who appeared. Meanwhile, Darth Sidious contacts Count Dooku asking him why the Jedi are now asking questions about Sifo Dyas. You see, Dooku and Sifo Dyas have been in the same class of younglings together, and they grew up in the Order together as well. Sifo Dyas had always trusted Count Dooku, and the two had a very close relationship. In the Superior Legends version of this story, actually Sifo Dyas and Dooku in 52 BBY would encounter an individual named Higo Damask, Magistar of the massive Damask Holdings Fund. Damask was really Darth Plagueis, the master of Darth Sidious. It was during this first interaction that Higo Damask would mark Sifo Dyas as a potential pawn in his game to destroy the Jedi. And then 20 years later, Sifo Dyas would encounter Damask again, and Sifo Dyas would basically tell him about his visions of the future and how he foresaw this great conflict and war. At this point, Higo Damask mentioned the Kaminoan cloners and their ability to create an army out of thin air. He even offered to provide funds, at least for the initial payment of such an army. And this is basically how Sifo Dyas gets the idea of creating the clone army and how he's able to afford it. Now, in the canon version, it's a little more simplified. Sifo Dyas basically goes there and pretends that he's acting on behalf of the Galactic Senate. We don't even know if he has any money with him to actually, make that first down payment for the clones, or maybe the Kaminoans are just like, okay, we trust you guys, we're just going to make this order without taking any deposit at all, which seems very unlikely. Now, Count Dooku eventually finds out about the secret army that Sifo Dyas is creating from Darth Sidious, and he ends up paying the Pike Syndicate to destroy Sifo Dyas' shuttle so that he can take over the contract as the point man. Now, this is basically Count Dooku's little project, and Darth Sidious is a little pissed off that the Jedi are now asking about Sifo Dyas because he's worried that somehow they'll trace Sifo Dyas back to Dooku. Obi-Wan and Anakin at this point have exhausted all leads on Felucia, and so the Jedi Council decide to send the two to Obadiah to confront the Pike Syndicate. After all, the shuttle of Sifo Dyas was found on the nearby moon. It's very possible that Sifo Dyas never made it to Felucia in the first place, despite the locals saying that he had been there. Upon arrival, the Jedi were greeted warmly by the Pikes, who revealed that when Sifo Dyas' ship crashed, they were actually able to extract the survivor. It turns out to be Silim, the aide of the former Chancellor Valorum. You see, the Pikes were a very cautious and calculating species. They took on that contract to shoot down the Jedi shuttle because they really needed some money to expand their operation. At the same time, they believed that any individual who wanted to kill the Jedi was incredibly dangerous, and so they needed an insurance policy just in case. This is where Silman comes into play. Unfortunately for the Jedi, Silman had lost his mind after being imprisoned for so many years, and before he can explain what happened to him and Sifo Dyas, he's strangled by a forced choke. It's at this point that it is revealed that Count Dooku, aka Darth Tyrannus, was the one behind this plot. He's arrived on Obadiah to close off any loose ends. Anakin and Obi-Wan try to apprehend the Sith Lord, but he's too quick and ends up escaping. You see, Count Dooku actually retrieved Sifo Dyas' body from the wreck and then took him all the way to Felucia and then convinced the locals that somehow Sifo Dyas was alive so that the Jedi would never find the wreckage of the shuttle on that Obadian moon. Now back at the Jedi Temple, Anakin and Obi-Wan discussed with the Jedi Council what they found via holovid. This new information reveals that Count Dooku was actually responsible somewhat for the creation of the clone army. There are many unknown factors here though. Was Count Dooku a Sith at the time already? Had Sifo Dyas fallen to the dark side? Either way, as we've mentioned in previous videos, the Jedi are stuck in a pretty tricky situation. They now know that the Sith potentially created the clone army, but there is a war going on against the Separatists, and if they abandon their duty on the front lines, well, it'll probably hurt their public image, which, let's be honest, was already on a downward trajectory, especially after the bombing of the Jedi Temple hangar. Anakin Skywalker had also witnessed Five spouting out that conspiracy theory about inhibitor chips being used to kill the Jedi. And the rest of the Jedi Order all knew about the investigation of Tup and how he killed Jedi General Tiplar. So all they really have to do at this point is to connect the dots, and I guess the only thing that they don't know is that Palpatine is the one behind all of it. But by this point, any move against Palpatine or the Republic could have easily been labeled as treason. Now, the story arc we're going to be covering today was one of the last ones in the 6th and final season of the Clone Wars back in 2014 when the Clone Wars was canceled. So it's a pretty special episode for me, at least. And I think it was a pretty strange episode. Like, the vibe is very different from the rest of the series. It's a little more cerebral. Maybe it's something more akin to what George Lucas had in mind for the new sequel trilogies. It talks a lot about, like, these deeper elements about the Force and how it interacts with all the living beings in the galaxy. It's very interesting. Now we begin with Jedi Master Yoda quietly meditating in a room. He's thinking about the creation of the clone army and the new revelation that Master Sifo Dyas was murdered by Count Dooku, who then took over the cloning program. All of the signs seem to point towards the fact that the clone army is somehow compromised and a danger to the Jedi. And hundreds of Jedi are now deployed all across the galaxy on the front lines with these clones, all on Yoda's orders. So this is probably weighing on him very heavily. Now suddenly Yoda hears the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn, who's actually voiced by Liam Neeson in this series. Yoda is startled by this and even more confused when Qui-Gon Jinn starts lifting things in the room around him. The voice of Qui-Gon Jinn states that he has become a part of the living Force and has somehow maintained his consciousness even after death. Now, the Jedi Order around this time period had become increasingly closed-minded. The ancient Jedi had uncovered many secrets of the Force. Some of these abilities and knowledge were perhaps more dangerous than others, and after repeated breakouts of dark side contagion affecting the Jedi and turning individuals into the Sith, the Order kind of became more careful on what kind of information they allowed their members to get access to. Jedi prophecies, for instance, weren't banned, but generally the Jedi Council didn't like their members indulging too much into them, knowing the future can lead to fear and darkness. Sith holocrons and Sith teachings were more or less completely banned. Some Jedi Masters argue that if the Jedi didn't know anything about the Sith, then how could they prepare themselves when they actually encountered the dark side? This school of thought argued that the Jedi should be exposed to the Sith teachings, of course under the supervision of an older Jedi Master who knows what they are doing, and that will lead to better results in young Jedi resisting the dark side. A lot of knowledge was also lost in the repeated conflicts between the Jedi and the Sith, and this included the secret of immortality. which most likely would have been deemed too powerful and dangerous for the average Jedi to understand or learn about anyway. Master Yoda immediately believes that the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn is some kind of dark side manifestation or some kind of trick being played on him by the Sith. Yoda grows increasingly detached from his regular duties, and the other members of the Order begin to notice. At one point, Yoda even questions Anakin Skywalker about his experience on Mortis with the so-called Force Gods. Both Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi had seen Qui-Gon Jinn while on this mysterious planet. They both believed that the Force had created an illusion of their former mentor from their own memories. But Anakin does state that he's uncertain about the Jedi teachings regarding individuals being unable to retain their identity after death. A bit of foreshadowing for what's to come, perhaps. Now, at this point, Yoda realizes he needs to let the rest of the Jedi Council know about the voices he's hearing in his head. Ki-Adi-Mundi, using his starchy knowledge of the Force, suggests that the Sith are somehow manipulating him. The Jedi decide that the problem is grave enough that all of the members spend an entire day meditating with Yoda, trying to figure out what exactly is going on with him. They unfortunately uncover nothing and end up putting Master Yoda under medical observation at the Temple Hospital. Master Yoda is then placed in an isolation tank. This allows him to have ultimate concentration so that he can once again try to connect with that voice of Qui-Gon Jinn. While in the tank, Yoda's vital signs come dangerously close to flatlining, but he's able to hear Qui-Gon Jinn once again. The voice tells him to journey to Dagobah. Yoda arrives on the swamp planet that we first saw in Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Dagobah is quite a special place and is extremely powerful in the Force. It's here that Qui-Gon Jinn's spirit has enough power to begin communicating with Yoda once again. He begins to explain to Yoda what has happened to him. You see, the Force is a confusing concept. The living Force is the energy that creates all life in the galaxy. This is the energy that the Jedi use to interact with the world around them using their powers. The living Force feeds into the cosmic Force, which sort of binds the entire galaxy together. It's sort of this gigantic energy field that is also somehow sentient. The cosmic force transcends the normal boundaries of space and time, and it's through this cosmic force that midichlorians are able to communicate the will of the cosmic force to Force users. Some people believe that the cosmic force is almost this higher power kind of entity that guides individuals towards their own destiny, meaning that every action that happens in the galaxy has some purpose, and most likely the cosmic force is behind it. That is, of course, just one set of beliefs. Not everyone believes this. Now, before Qui-Gon Jinn died, he was offered a seat on the High Jedi Council. At the time, he had many contentious debates and arguments with the other Jedi Masters on how the Jedi Temple should be viewing the Force. Qui-Gon Jinn believed that the Jedi Temple's teachings had become too conservative and restrictive, and while, Yoda and the other Jedi Masters disagreed with them, they saw some benefit in bringing someone like Qui-Gon Jinn into the fold so that, he can give them a different perspective on how to go about the day-to-day operations of running the Jedi Order. But when they offered him the seat, Qui-Gon Jinn refused. He had already begun pursuing knowledge about how to become immortal. His training, unfortunately, was cut short when he died, which is why Qui-Gon Jinn has problems appearing physically, unlike the other Jedi ghosts. Yoda begins asking Qui-Gon Jinn all sorts of questions, like who is the Sith Lord that is attacking the Jedi in the Republic, but Qui-Gon Jinn can only tell Yoda where he can find answers and leads him to the same Force cave that Yoda would lead young Luke Skywalker to many years later. Yoda is visited by terrible visions of the Jedi being destroyed by the Sith. He sees his friends get killed by Sidious, Mace Windu electrocuted by Sith lightning, and Shaak-Ti getting stabbed while meditating. This is actually referring to a deleted scene from Revenge of the Sith where Anakin basically kills Shaak-Ti during Operation Nightfall. Qui-Gon Jinn tells Yoda that with each day the Clone Wars passes, the galaxy becomes darker. But there is hope. Although there are many future potential paths to take, the Cosmic Force has chosen Yoda to become one with the Force so that he can evade death. Qui-Gon Jinn then guides Yoda to another planet, which lies inside of a golden nebula. This apparently is where all life is created and where the midichlorians are made. There's a massive amount of energy emanating from the surface of this planet, and as Yoda attempts to land his ship, it malfunctions, and the Force literally guides him to the ground. There he meets one of the 5 Force priestesses, Serenity. The Force priestesses are sort of these guardians who live on this planet known as the Wellspring of Life. These beings are shapeshifters and incredibly powerful in the Force. They might already be one with the living Force, just like Qui-Gon Jinn is. Each 5 of these Force priestesses represent an emotion. Along with Serenity, there is joy, anger, confusion, and sadness. They want to give Yoda a series of tests to see if he's indeed ready to join the Cosmic Force. Yoda is skeptical, of course. He's a wise individual and one of the most powerful Jedi Masters in all of the land. What can he learn from these potentially evil, shape-shifting priestesses? Now, the first trial that Yoda must face is abandoning his fear. Yoda remarks that he has long vanquished his fear, but soon we find out that Yoda's not entirely honest with himself. He does have one fear, and his greatest fear is the dark shadow within himself. Yoda immediately rejects Shadow Yoda as not a part of him, but the more he fights the darkness inside of him, the harder it fights him back. It's only when Yoda realizes that he must accept the darkness as a part of him that he passes this trial and lets go of that fear. In my opinion, this further goes to support this idea that the ancient Jedi were right. These were Force users who basically practiced both the dark side and light side of the Force within themselves and kind of found balance. Whenever they were tugged one way or another, they basically try to offset it. They were Force moderates, let's call them. The Jedi and the Sith became increasingly dogmatic and resistant against the other side of the Force, which only created more conflict and suffering for the entire galaxy. This ultimately is why the Jedi Order needed to be destroyed, alongside the Sith. Yoda at this point is finally ready to kind of get rid of the more rigid interpretation of the Force that his version of the Jedi Temple has created. He's ready to move on to the next step and perhaps leave the Jedi Temple behind. Next, Yoda must face the Valley of Extinction. Yoda is shown two visions of the future. The first one brings him to the Jedi Temple where he finds the dead bodies of his Jedi friends. Yoda finds Ahsoka Tano barely hanging on to life. This reflects Yoda's guilt for abandoning the Padawan when she was framed for the temple bombing. The second vision brings Yoda to one of the courtyards in the Jedi Temple. He witnesses a different version of the future without war and conflict. We see several Jedi conversing with one another, including Count Dooku. Yoda is stunned at first to see his former apprentice, but then he realizes that this version of Dooku has not gone to the dark side. There's a kindness and warmth in his eyes. This is really a beautiful scene, and it's very heartwarming to see Yoda amongst his friends in his advanced age. But he quickly realizes that the vision he's seeing is a lie, because Qui-Gon Jinn, Adi Gallia, and Tiplar are all present, and they have long passed away. The second test essentially shows us that Yoda is willing to embrace the truth no matter how painful or difficult it can be. He is an individual with a supreme amount of discipline and control of his emotions and attachments to others. At this point, the Force Priestess remove their masks, revealing that their bodies are missing. These individuals have indeed become one with the Force, just like Qui-Gon Jinn, and Yoda is finally ready for his final test. For that final test, Yoda must travel to the ancient Sith world of Morabon. That's Korriban for all of you old school Star Wars fans. The world of Morabon is devoid of life. The Sith were wiped out from this planet many millennia ago by a Jedi Republic-led genocide. Yoda must fight his way past ancient Sith spirits and eventually reaches the tomb of Darth Bane. He is the individual who started the rule of two Sith lineage. But Bane is also just an illusion. These spirits cannot hurt him. At this point, Count Dooku, through his connection to his old master, feels that Yoda is on the verge of discovering something important and notifies Darth Sidious. They decide to use Dooku's connection to Yoda to mess with him during his final trial. Meanwhile, Yoda enters a chamber in which the Sith used to sacrifice the Jedi in. It's here that he must face his last trial. He's once again confronted by an old friend. This time it's Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, who looks like he's been trapped here this entire time by the Sith. Yoda asks Sifo Dyas who the Sith Lord is, and instead Sifo Dyas demands that Yoda free him. But Yoda believes that Sifo Dyas is another temptation created by the Sith, at which point Sifo Dyas turns into Darth Sidious and transports Yoda to another vision. The Jedi Master awakens on a gunship over Coruscant. He's with Anakin and several members of the 501st Legion. They've just received word on the location of the Sith Lord working with Count Dooku, and are on the way to apprehend him. When they arrive, several clones are disabled by Force lightning from the Sith. Anakin engages Dooku in a duel and successfully wounds him and then beheads him in a very familiar way. Yoda and Anakin eventually try to take down Darth Sidious together. Anakin is taken out by Force lightning, and Yoda must fight to keep Anakin from falling to his death while defending himself from Darth Sidious. Sidious suggests that Yoda let Anakin drop so that he can face him and defeat the Sith once and for all. Yoda decides instead to save Anakin, sacrificing his own life to bring Darth Sidious down. Unfortunately, as Yoda and Darth Sidious fall to the ground, Yoda is unable to reveal who the Dark Lord is. Yoda has passed his final test. He returns to Coruscant and essentially now waits until the war is over so that he can continue his training. Towards the end of the Clone Wars, the Outer Rim sieges had successfully pushed the Separatist Alliance military back onto the defensive, which is why it was a huge surprise when Separatist forces under the command of Admiral Trench launched a full-scale attack on the core world of Anaxis. A short jump from Coruscant, Anaxis was situated in the high-traffic Perlemian trade route and hosted a massive Republic naval facility and shipyards that protected the entire core region. The invasion of Anaxis shattered the illusion that the Separatist threat was under control and that the Clone Wars would come to a swift conclusion. To make matters worse, Admiral Trench's forces have captured the Anaxis shipyards and were steamrolling through Republic forces with surprising ease. Captain Rex and Commander Cody have a theory on why Republic forces are failing to stop the Separatist advances. The Separatists use analytics from the battlefield to predict clone trooper movements. Every time a new strategy is used by the Republic, the Separatist tactical droids upload that information into their algorithm and alter their own tactics and adjust to the clones. Cody and Rex believe that the Separatist Alliance have created an extremely advanced algorithm which can predict every move that they're making, which of course is a huge problem and needs to be fixed right away. The clones suggest that they lead a mission behind enemy lines to the Separatist Cyber Center where they can figure out where this algorithm is coming from. But in order to get there, the clones will need to enlist the help of one of the most unorthodox special forces units in the JAR, Clone Force 99, otherwise known as the Bad Batch. These clones were all given unique and desirable mutations at a very young age. The team leader, Sergeant Hunter, had excellent sensory abilities and could even sense electromagnetic signals in the world around him. He's also a bring a knife to a blaster fight kind of guy. Then there's Wrecker, who was larger than your average clone and far stronger. His only weakness is gravity and fear of heights. Then there's Crosshair, who has exceptional eyesight and was a terrific marksman. He's brilliant at no-scoping. Finally, there's Tech, who is extremely intelligent and has a highly analytical mind and mastery of technology. We do a full breakdown of Clone Force 99 if you guys want more details about them. Anyway, Clone Force 99 is highly irregular in how they carry out their operations, and at first, they seem to have problems blending in with the more straightforward standard clone troopers. But on their way to the target, the Assault Force's LAAT gunship is shot down and Clone Force 99 quickly springs into action and engages a large force of droids all by themselves. Clone Force 99's ability and combat skills win over the respect of the other clones. Their strategies and tactics are extremely unorthodox as well, which make it much harder for the Separatist droid army to counter and predict their moves, and they're able to successfully destroy the Separatist forces. During the crash, Clone Commander Cody is badly injured, which means Captain Rex has to take command of the mission. Some more tension arises as the two groups argue who should be in charge, but ultimately, Sergeant Hunter cedes command to Captain Rex, and they continue. The mixed force of clones quickly arrive at the Cyber Center, and they dispatch the Separatist garrison that are guarding it. Notice, by the way, that Clone Force 99 essentially has the same weapons and gear that the Clone Commandos use. This includes modified versions of the trusty Commando Katarn armor, which can take multiple direct shots. Some versions even have built-in deflector shields. Anyway, Tech manages to find the signal with the Separatist battle algorithm in the Cyber Center, but the strange thing is the signal is not coming from a computer, but instead it's being broadcasted from another planet known as Skako Minor. Rex has Tech send a message to the source of the broadcast, and they ask the individual on the other side of the line who they are, and the response they get is CT-1409. CT-1409 is the call sign of an ARC trooper nicknamed Echo, who had fought closely alongside Captain Rex in the 501st. During an extremely dangerous rescue mission to the Citadel, a Jedi prison controlled by the Separatist Alliance, Echo was declared MIA when a shuttle he was defending was destroyed. Everyone, including Captain Rex, assumed that Echo had perished in the explosion. But now there's hope that this ARC trooper is still alive. Back at Fort Anaxis, the clones await permission to launch a rescue mission for Echo, but before they can go, Anakin has Rex watch his back as he enters an empty room in which he contacts Padme Amidala through the HoloNet, which gives us some insight on how Anakin kept in touch with Padme while he was away fighting in the war. It also suggests that some of Anakin's friends actually knew about his relationship with the Senator, including his closest pal, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anyway, Anakin complains that Rex is being driven by his personal feelings, and Padme quickly grounds him by asking Anakin where he thinks the clone captain learned that from. This is enough for Anakin to reflect a little bit about himself and realize what's important in life, and so he greenlights the rescue mission. Skako Minor was a world located deep in Techno-Union space. The Techno-Union was technically neutral in this war, but we all saw cybernetic Gumby lookalike Wat Tambor sign the Geonosian Accords. I mean, most corporate entities that were clearly on the Separatist Alliance side still kept the neutral front in public space so that they can service both sides of the war with their goods and services. Clone Force 99 opts to take their personal shuttle, the Havoc Marauder, to the planet because it attracts far less attention than a Republic gunship. But soon after arriving, they encounter the locals, a savage race of people known as the Poltecs. They ride massive winged reptiles known as the Kiradak, and they use these reptiles to quickly force the shuttle down. When the Republic forces leave their ship, Anakin Skywalker is quickly captured by one of the Kiradak. Crosshair moves quickly and attaches a grappling hook to his sniper rifle. Using wind and distance readouts from tech, Crosshair manages to latch onto the Kiradak carrying Anakin, and Hunter quickly clamps onto that grappling hook and follows the kidnapped Jedi to a Poltec village. A small skirmish ensues, and the clones quickly disarm the local tribesmen, luckily without hurting anyone. Tech manages to translate the village chief's guttural speech. The Poltec don't want any trouble from the Republic, they just want the war and conflict to leave their planet. Don't know why they thought kidnapping Anakin was a good idea, but they did it anyway. The clones let the villagers know that their intention is not to start a war in their village, but to just retrieve their friends from Separatist control. The Poltec chief agrees to give the clones a few scouts who can lead them to their destination, Wat Tambor City of Perkol. Meanwhile, Minister Tambor is warned by Admiral Trench that a clone unit is on the way to find the source of the Separatist battle algorithm. Tech traces the signal to a tower in the city of Perkol. The clones work their way through the building, and even though Anakin tells them to go silent, Clone Force 99 immediately loses their cool and they go in hot and loud and take out a group of D-Wing air support droids. I mean, I like Clone Force 99, but sometimes they're a bit out of control and they're a little bit too flashy, for my taste. Now, the D-Wings were a variant of the B-Series droids used by the Separatist Alliance and manufactured by the Techno-Union. They had very similar programming to the B-1s, and so they were kind of useless. While the rest of the clones and Anakin hold off an army of D-Wing droids, Captain Rex and Tech find Echo. The ARC Trooper is connected to some gigantic machine, and his body is covered in cybernetic attachments. Clearly, he's lost some limbs in that explosion all those years back. At first, Echo seems confused. He's reliving the events of the Citadel and the last mission he was on before he was captured. But then, Echo realizes he's looking at Captain Rex's old friend, and he comes back to reality. Unfortunately, Seppi reinforcements continue to arrive, and Clone Force 99 has to fall back from their previous position. They're running out of time and options, and Wat Tambor comes along to witness the destruction of the clones. He even brings along a special weapon he's created for the occasion, known as the Decimator, which is designed to seek out and destroy organic material. Which is smart because he also built droids. This is called building a product line with a very harmonious ecosystem. Back to the action. Luckily, Echo knows a way out, and the Republic assault team escapes through a shaft in the roof. But soon the D-Wings also find them outside, and the clones are forced to fight while standing in a very awkward and exposed position. Tech, who has a habit of recording random audio noises, has recorded the screams of the local Kiradaks. He's able to replicate some of their calls, which allows them to attract some of these flying lizards and use them as mounts to get away. It's at this point we find out the D-Wings are also capable of flight, which explains their strange design. The D-Wings chase the Republic back to the Poltec village, which really pisses off the locals. I mean, now the Separatist Alliance were on their way to attack the villagers, who clearly don't want anything to do with this war. When more Separatist D-Wings arrive in the village, they find it empty. The clones and the Poltec await in the hills surrounding the village and ambush the droids. They take pretty heavy casualties in the initial assault, but then Clone Force 99 kind of waltzes into the destruction and pushes the droids back. It's at this point that Separatist armor arrives in the form of Akputara Magna Tri-Droids. These prove to be a lot more difficult to bring down. Luckily, Anakin Skywalker is quite familiar with taking out these type of droids and quickly mounts one and takes it down. Wrecker then just picks up Captain Rex against his will and throws him into the air on top of the second Magna Tri-Droid. Shortly after, both of the Octopara are taken down and the remaining Separatist forces are wiped out. I mean, sure, the villagers lost like half of their adult population fighting a war that they really didn't want to be involved in, and had it not been for Anakin and the clones, they would have never been involved in the first place. But they still seem pretty happy about the situation, so cool. Meanwhile, back on Anaxis, things are not going well for the Republic, and Mace Windu is getting salty and impatient. Echo quickly volunteers for an audacious plan. He suggests that they infiltrate Admiral Trench's flagship and feed the Separatist battle system the wrong strategies, which will allow Republic forces to quickly regain the advantage in battle. Watson has failed to disclose to the Separatist High Command that Echo has escaped, so Admiral Trench actually has no idea that the algorithm is no longer working. Once again, Clone Force 99 tags along and they take their shuttle up to Trench's dreadnought. Echo and Tech manage to disguise their ship as a Separatist shuttle, and they're given the all-clear to enter the hangar bay. Republic forces at the same time launch a major attack against the Separatist assembly plant with a gigantic task force. ARC 170s give cover to Y-Wings as they make bombing runs, which open up a path for LAATs to land a Jedi assault force led by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu. The Jedi and clones engage in close-quarter combat inside of a massive hangar. They're in danger of being overrun. Meanwhile, Echo manages to log into the Separatist battle system. With Tech's help, they manage to issue a pulse that takes out all of the Separatist battle droids in the assembly plant, which saves Mace Windu, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and what few clones he has left under his command. Because 4 years into the war, these Jedi have still not learned how to properly use cover. Meanwhile, the clones find a massive fusion bomb in the assembly plant. It's large enough to crack the entire planet, and they must find a way to disarm it before Trench sets it off. The loss of Anaxis, its factories, and shipyards would be a huge blow to the Republic, and also to Mace Windu's face, because he's now standing in front of the bomb and trying to disarm it. Unfortunately, the bomb is ray shielded, and so Echo uses his connection to the Separatist servers to find a code to deactivate the bomb and starts giving instruction to Mace Windu, who uses the Force to begin inserting inputs into the bomb. Unfortunately, Admiral Trench sends a shock through the system, which takes out Echo before he can give Mace Windu the last digit of the code. Anakin takes matter into his own hands and confronts Admiral Trench on the bridge of the ship. Anakin doesn't have time to play games and immediately cuts off several of Trench's cybernetic limbs. Skywalker is growing closer to the dark side and domestic abuse every day. But the strategy works, and Admiral Trench gives Anakin the last digit, which he gives to Mace Windu, who then disarms the bomb. Trench tries to take one last stab at Anakin Skywalker and shocks him with a staff and receives a lightsaber right through his spider heart. I know Admiral Trench has survived a lot of hairy situations up until this point, but I'm pretty sure this time he's dead. The assault team extract themselves safely off the ship, and Anakin even has a nice surprise for Wrecker, who loves blowing stuff up. It's a detonator for Trench's dreadnought. When the clones and Anakin return back to Fort Anaxis, Clone Force 99 parts ways. Medal ceremonies really aren't their thing. Echo decides to join them as well because after his ordeal, he's not exactly a normal rank-and-file clone anymore. The bright side of his dark and twisted journey is the fact that he's gained some special skills that can be more useful on a team like Clone Force 99. The last time we were here on Mandalore, Duchess Satine had been deposed and locked up. The criminal Lord Maul had taken over Death Watch and control over the planet, but shortly after he himself was deposed by his former master Darth Sidious. With Maul gone, Prime Minister Almec, his puppet Prime Minister, remains in control of the planet, but the future of Mandalore still looked dark and grim. Only Bo-Katan, leader of the Mandalorian Resistance and Night Owls, still fights against this false regime. With the entire galaxy in flames and the Outer Rim siege reaching its climax, the Republic hardly had the resources or political will to intervene on the planet. After all, Mandalore is a neutral planet, so getting Republic support for an invasion is unlikely until a series of events happen that make it very much a possibility. First, Bo-Katan managed to link up with former Jedi Padawan Ahsoka Tano. They have a common enemy in Maul. More importantly, Ahsoka Tano still has ties to the Jedi Order. She had been wrongfully kicked out of the Jedi Order for crimes she did not commit. When her name was cleared, she was given an opportunity to be reinstated, but Ahsoka Tano decided to leave. Many Jedi, including the High Council and her own master Anakin Skywalker, deeply regretted the events that occurred and wished for her to come back. Then you had the rescue of Maul by Prime Minister Almec and his Death Watch troopers. Maul had finally returned to Mandalore to take control of the planet. Ahsoka Tano contacts Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi and briefs them about the situation. The Jedi agree that the former Sith Lord is still a great threat and needs to be captured. Little they know, Maul is no longer a true Sith Lord and has been discarded by his own previous master, Palpatine. After repeated failed attempts to kill his former master, Maul is now defeated and in fear for his life. He is a shadow of what he once was, and now he awaits for Darth Sidious to carry out his grand plan. Anakin Skywalker and the 501st are extremely excited to welcome Ahsoka Tano back. Rex has all the men paint Ahsoka's face on their helmet to demonstrate their loyalty to their former commander, and most likely their disapproval of the Jedi's actions against Ahsoka. Anakin even has Ahsoka Tano's old lightsabers prepared for her. The invasion of Mandalore is ready to go, but the briefing is then abruptly interrupted by a message. Coruscant is under attack by General Grievous and a huge separatist fleet. There are even rumors that the Supreme Chancellor has been kidnapped. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker are immediately called back to the core. Ahsoka Tano feels betrayed. Once again, Mandalore is left behind for more important Republic worlds, and so Anakin splits up the 501st and gives Ahsoka Tano command of the 332nd Company of the 501st for the invasion of Mandalore. But since Ahsoka Tano is no longer a Jedi commander, he has to promote Captain Rex to the role of clone commander. Ahsoka will serve as his advisor. The Republic arrive over Mandalore with 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers and an entire invasion fleet. They face limited resistance in space and begin launching assault gunships in preparation for the ground assault. Maul's Death Watch are outnumbered. Continuous fighting during the Clone Wars has thinned out the ranks. But still, they carry out a daring jetpack counteroffensive as the Republic forces arrive in atmosphere. The Night Owls and the 332nd are also equipped with jetpacks, making this a very vertical battle. The majority of Republic forces make it safely to the ground, and the fighting immediately floods into the city of Sundari. Garth Saxon is placed in charge of the Death Watch defense and is quickly giving up ground to the more numerous attackers. Prime Minister Almec calls for a general retreat to the Undercity. Underground in the sewer systems, the Death Watch will have less of a disadvantage because of their numbers. Also, Maul has concocted a plan. He knew that the Republic would eventually try to attack Mandalore. He had no illusion that he could win this battle. He instead hoped to lure Obi-Wan Kenobi, his nemesis, and his apprentice Anakin Skywalker to the planet so that he could kill them. Maul, of course, wanted revenge from Kenobi for cutting him in half all those years ago, and killing Anakin would deprive his former master Sidious of a new apprentice. Maul not only knew about Sidious's grand plan, but he also knew that he was secretly grooming Anakin to join his ranks. While the remaining Death Watch forces withdraw underground, Republic gunships began brutally targeting training fields full of Mandalorian recruits. This event would become known as the Night of 1,000 Tears, later described by Moff Gideon of the Empire. What's interesting is the fact that Bo-Katan was partially responsible for the horrendous massacre of her own people. But at the time, she and her Night Owls are quite busy. They rush the Sundari throne room and take out the Prime Minister and his guards. Meanwhile, Ahsoka Tano leads a platoon of clones into the sewers, and they are immediately ambushed by Death Watch. Every clone is taken out, and only Ahsoka Tano is left to face Maul alone. But before they can begin their duel, Captain Rex shows up with reinforcements, which causes Maul and his Death Watch to pull back. Ahsoka Tano returns to the palace, and together with Bo-Katan and Captain Rex, they brief Obi-Wan Kenobi of their current progress. The fighting in the city was dying down, and most of Death Watch had been defeated or captured. Obi-Wan Kenobi lets Ahsoka know that Count Dooku has been killed by Anakin Skywalker, along with any hope to interrogate him and figure out who this mysterious Darth Sidious was. The Jedi suspect that Darth Sidious is behind the Clone Wars, and exposing him is a top priority now. Obi-Wan suggests that they try to capture Maul and try to see if he knows anything about this hidden Dark Lord. It's at this point that Ahsoka is interrupted. Maul has appeared once again from underground and ambushed another patrol of clones. He also takes a hostage, ARC Trooper Jesse, and begins to use the Force to figure out what Ahsoka Tano is up to. At the same time, Maul sends Garth Saxon to assassinate Prime Minister Almec, who is now in Republic custody. Maul wants to cut off any loose ends. Meanwhile, on the surface, the clone troopers are starting to evacuate civilians from damaged parts of the city. The Mandalorian people and Bo-Katan are not happy with the presence of so many clones on their planet. Ahsoka promises to Bo-Katan that the Republic forces will leave once Maul is captured. To their surprise, they find Maul waiting for them in the throne room with Jesse in tow. Maul has orchestrated a massive counterattack with his Death Watch warriors. He essentially goaded them into dying a glorious warrior's death, and they were now serving as a very loud distraction. This is also that he and Ahsoka Tano can have a quiet conversation. Basically, Tano wants Maul to help the Jedi uncover who Sidious is and stop him, but Maul is already way beyond all of this. He rightfully believes that the Republic and the Jedi have lost their way. Both of these organizations are political monsters, and they no longer seem to care about what's right or wrong. Maul offers Tano a partnership as well, so that they can both survive the chaos he knows is about to come, and eventually they can defeat Sidious together. Ahsoka considers the offer, but asks Maul what he wants with Skywalker. Maul reveals to Ahsoka that Anakin Skywalker has been groomed by Darth Sidious for years now and will be his new apprentice. Maul admits that he orchestrated this entire siege of Mandalore conflict in order to draw Anakin Skywalker to him. This revelation angers Ahsoka Tano. She does not believe that Skywalker will turn against the Jedi, and she draws her lightsaber and ends the conversation. The two duel in the throne room and are evenly matched. Their duel then spills out to the battle outside in Sundari City, where Death Watch's counter-invasion is beginning to stall. Maul escapes to the catwalks above the city. He has abandoned his men and now is looking for a way off the planet. Ahsoka Tano engages with him and manages to disarm and capture him with the help of a few clones. With Maul captured, Ahsoka Tano must now return to Coruscant with their prisoner on the Venator-class Star Destroyer tribunal. While en route, Order 66 is triggered. Luckily for Ahsoka Tano, Captain Rex is the closest clone to her, and he manages to resist shooting her for long enough so that she can figure out what was going on. Captain Rex tells Ahsoka Tano to find the files for an ARC trooper they both once knew, Fives. Fives had uncovered the inhibitor chip plot that Darth Sidious orchestrated to ensure Order 66 would be carried out without any issues from the clones. Meanwhile, Maul, who is trapped inside of a prison, is about to get Order 66. Even though he's technically not a Jedi, Ahsoka Tano manages to save him in the nick of time. She wants to use him as a distraction to help her escape from the ship. Ahsoka Tano uncovers the information about Fives and the inhibitor chip. Her next move is to isolate Captain Rex and remove his control chip. She successfully manages to remove this chip, and together they try to escape the destroyer. Meanwhile, Maul is creating havoc and has destroyed the ship's reactor, causing it to leap out of hyperspace and begin its descent into the gravity well of a nearby planet. Maul escapes in a shuttle, and Rex and Ahsoka Tano also make it off in a Y-wing. Unfortunately, the majority of the clones on board don't make it out alive, as the Venator goes crashing into the planet's surface. Ahsoka Tano and Captain Rex spend the last moments of the Clone Wars burying the fallen. Well guys, thanks for sticking it out this long. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button down below so you don't miss out on the rest of our content. And as usual, thanks for joining us today. If you're watching this, you are Generation Tech.